bringing the farm to live in another world. Chapter 1642 to Chapter 1692. This doesn't make sense. Jin Nu stared blankly at the barrier of the Buddhist realm's headquarters. In his opinion, this was too illogical. Although the people from the 100 Treasures realm had retreated, the Buddhist realm shouldn't have relaxed their vigilance. Then he reacted. If there were people in the Buddhist realm, then the stone that he threw out would definitely attract people's attention. But now that there was nothing, it was even more strange. Jin Nu gathered his courage and carefully flew into the Buddhist realm's headquarters. As soon as he entered, he was dumbfounded. This was because in front of him was a ruin. The entire Buddhist realm's headquarters had been destroyed. Jin Nu couldn't wrap his head around it. He didn't understand what had happened to the headquarters of the Buddha realm. Why had it been destroyed? Why hadn't there been any news from the outside? Even if the other three great realms had joined forces to deal with the Buddha realm, they couldn't have destroyed the headquarters of the Buddha realm without any news from the outside. What happened here? Jin Nu couldn't think too much about it. He scanned the Buddhist realm's headquarters with his spiritual force. However, he still couldn't find a single living person. Not only people, there wasn't even a single living being in the Buddhist realm's headquarters. Jin Nu suddenly became nervous. He felt like there was a powerful beast in the Buddhist realm's headquarters that was staring at him. It wanted to eat him, but he didn't have any chance to resist. He didn't understand why he had such a feeling, but he could feel that this feeling was real. Jin Nu carefully flew forward, but he still didn't discover anything. He flew faster and faster, as if someone was chasing after him. Suddenly, Jin Nu stopped. He was gasping for breath. Naturally, this wasn't because he was tired, but because he was nervous. However, Jin Nu quickly calmed down. This was because he finally understood why he was nervous. It was because the Buddhist realm's headquarters was too quiet. That's right, the headquarters of the Buddhist realm was too quiet. It was like staying in a big room without any light or sound in the dark night. Although you were alone in the big room and you knew that you were alone, you would still unconsciously feel nervous and scared. You might even have hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. And just now, because the Buddhist realm's headquarters was too quiet, Jin Nu felt oppressed. This wasn't a mental spell, nor was it an external attack. It was completely a human instinct. It was precisely because of this that Jin Nu, a severed soul expert, was unconsciously frightened by himself. Jin Nu calmed himself down. He was no longer nervous, nor was he afraid. Instead, he was extremely shocked. The Buddhist realm wasn't a small realm. It was one of the strongest realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But now, the headquarters was as quiet as a ghost town. This could only mean one thing: something happened in the Buddhist realm. And it happened without anyone knowing. When he thought of this, Jin Nu couldn't help but feel anxious. He wanted to know what happened here. He looked around the Buddhist realm's headquarters, but in the end, he couldn't find anything. However, Jin Nu couldn't help but feel that something was off. The headquarters seemed to have been severely damaged, but it gave him a very strange feeling. It was as if there was something that didn't fit in with the surroundings. Jin Nu stopped and slowly closed his eyes. He recalled everything that happened in the Buddhist realm's headquarters. He really wanted to know what it was that made him feel that something was wrong. Suddenly, something appeared in his mind. It was the teleportation array plaza. In the ruins of the Buddhist world's headquarters, their teleportation array plaza was too well preserved. It was too perfect. There was almost no damage done to it. Thinking of this, Jin Nu's body couldn't help but shake. This was because he thought of something else. It was the news that spread like wildfire in the 10,000 realm battlefield, the lion race of Half-Beast Island. Half-Beast Island was ruled by the Divergent Realm for a long time. Although the Divergent Realm didn't manage to subdue the beasts on the island, they were still very clear about the situation there. They gave Half-Beast Island to the 100 Treasures Realm in order to get rid of a burden. However, after Zhao Hai returned to the 100 Treasures Realm, the 100 Treasures Realm's methods in dealing with Half-Beast Island surprised the Divergent Realm. They allowed Half-Beast Island to be autonomous, but at the same time, they destroyed the lion race. Moreover, it was said that the lion race's headquarters weren't spared. This was too shocking. The current situation in the Buddhist realm was similar to the lion race's headquarters. It was said that the lion race's headquarters on Half-Beast Island was completely destroyed. On the other hand, the transmission formation wasn't destroyed. Instead, the lion race's headquarters was flattened. Jin Nu quickly arrived at the transmission formation of the Buddhist realm's headquarters. He discovered that all the transmission formations here only had one set of coordinates that he had never seen before. Jin Nu stood on the transmission formation square and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he clenched his teeth as he landed on a transmission formation and activated it. With a flash of white light, Jin Nu disappeared from the transmission formation. When Jinnu could once again see his surroundings, he found himself in a completely foreign place, a completely foreign planet. The place he appeared in was a very large teleportation plaza, and this teleportation plaza was built in a large group of buildings. This group of buildings looked like an incomparably large temple. Jin Nu looked around and discovered that this place was the same as the Buddhist realm's headquarters. It was so quiet that it made people afraid. Jin Nu flew up and looked around, but there was nothing. Besides the smell of blood, there was nothing else. Jin Nu sniffed and flew in the direction of the smell of blood. Soon, he arrived in a forest of pagodas. This forest of pagodas was where the sariras of virtuous monks were stored after their deaths. It was definitely a holy land of Buddhism. However, when Jin Nu arrived at the forest of pagodas, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was because there was a person on top of each pagoda. Their blood flowed down from the top of the pagoda to the ground. The beautiful forest of pagodas had turned into a forest of corpses. In the depths of this forest of pagodas were the 10 tallest pagodas. According to legend, these pagodas were the places where the relics of the 10 sages were stored. The 10 sages of the Buddhist realm were said to be the founders of Buddhist cultivation in the Buddhist realm. The 10 of them were fellow disciples and worshipped under the same master. Later on, they comprehended the path of cultivation from Buddhist scriptures and slowly established the Buddhist cultivation lineage in the Buddhist realm. The 10 of them were immortal experts. According to legend, their lifespans exceeded 1 yuan. In the end, they passed away on the same day of the same year, leaving behind only 10 relics that were enshrined in Buddhist pagodas. In the Buddhist realm, the 10 sage pagodas were considered holy lands in the hearts of the Buddhist realm. But now, these pagodas were written with blood. Those who violate my 100 treasures will be destroyed. These few words were accompanied by a blood-red exclamation mark. It looked bloody and murderous. When Jin Nu saw these words, his body couldn't help but tremble. He was really scared. This was the Buddhist realm, one of the 5 great realms. It was also one of the most powerful realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But now, it was destroyed. It's possible that no one in the entire Buddhist realm was left alive. Moreover, their holy land was actually written with the blood of Buddhist cultivators. Jin Nu knew that these words weren't written for the Buddhist cultivators of the Buddhist realm. This was because they couldn't see them. These words were written for him. To be exact, these words were written for the scouts of the other realms who came to the Buddhist realm. Jin Nu felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. It instantly spread throughout his body, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Jin Nu didn't need to look anymore. He turned around and ran. He wanted to return to the divergent realm as fast as possible. He wanted to tell Hawkins everything that he saw. Before this, Jin Nu was wondering where the corpses of the Buddhist cultivators went. But when he saw these words, he understood that the corpses had become Zhao Hai's undead. Zhao Hai had a lot of undead in his hands. This was something that everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew. Because of this, Zhao Hai was also known as the Hell King in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If Jin Nu didn't know where the corpses of the Buddhist cultivators went, then he would be an idiot. Jin Nu used the teleportation array to return to the Buddhist realm's headquarters. However, he didn't stop for even a moment. He used his fastest speed to fly out of the Buddhist realm's headquarters. It was as if there was a man-eating demon beast chasing after him. He didn't dare use the Buddhist realm's transmission formation to return to the divergent realm. This was because he was afraid that he would destroy the Buddhist realm's headquarters. This was especially true for the transmission formations. Jin Nu knew that the transmission formations were left intact in order to let others see the situation of the Buddhist realm. He didn't dare touch the transmission formations. He was afraid that he would ruin the plans of the 100 Treasures realm and be hunted down. It wasn't until he was far away from the Buddhist realm's headquarters that Jin Nu let out a long breath. Then he took a few deep breaths before he turned his head to look at the Buddhist realm's headquarters. Then he sped up his departure. Not long after Jin Nu left, some people began to sneakily appear around the Buddhist realm's headquarters. They observed the Buddhist realm's headquarters before they retraced Jin Nu's steps. When they left, they were like rabbits being chased by wolves. After the 100 Treasures realm recaptured their headquarters, the entire 10,000 realm battlefield didn't make any moves against the Buddhist realm. Naturally, they were all ridiculing the Buddhist realm. In their opinion, the 100 Treasures realm had been too glorious in the past few years. Now that they were finally being humiliated, they were naturally happy to see it. Even the high-grade realms that were chased away by the 100 Treasures realm weren't willing to give up. They were preparing to unite and fight back against the 100 Treasures realm. They even sent people to the Buddhist realm. But when the spies of the high-grade realms returned, all voices in the 10,000 realm battlefield disappeared. All realms seemed to have lost their ability to speak. Then news spread from the subordinate realms of the Buddhist realm that they had collectively surrendered to the 100 Treasures realm. At the same time, a group of people from the 100 Treasures realm appeared in the Buddhist realm's headquarters. This group didn't have a lot of people and they also didn't have many experts. However, they swaggered through the Buddhist realm's territory without anyone daring to say anything. As soon as this news came out, the subordinate realms of the 10,000 realm battlefield exploded. Some of these subordinate realms still didn't know what happened to the Buddhist realm. They didn't have the ability to send people to the Buddhist realm to investigate. But now that the Buddhist realm was in a strange situation, even the subordinate realms felt that something was wrong. Therefore, when the 100 Treasures realm took over the Buddhist realm, these subordinate realms immediately went into an uproar. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm was silent about this matter. It was as if all of this was as simple as drinking water. This caused all the subordinate realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield to be frightened. On the other hand, the high-grade realms that occupied the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters and were preparing to attack the 100 Treasures realm began to panic. They didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to be this strong. At this point, they were filled with regret. They kept sending people to the 100 Treasures realm to seek an audience and reconcile. Unfortunately, these people were all sent back by the 100 Treasures realm. The more the 100 Treasures realm acted like this, the more afraid the high-grade realms became. While they sent people to seek an audience with Xianxia and Mu Yao, they also stepped up their preparations. How could such a situation be hidden from Zhao Hai and the others? Zhao Hai was very clear about the movements of the high-grade realms. He also thought that the time for action had come. Therefore, Zhao Hai went to the headquarters to seek an audience with Mu Yao and Xianxia. Because the 100 Treasures realm was in an important period, the 10 Elder Council was established. Naturally, Mu Yao was also a member of the council. The entire 100 Treasures realm was operating in an orderly and efficient manner. However, the smiles on the faces of the people from the 100 Treasures realm were nowhere to be seen. First, it was because of Mu Yu's matter. Second, it was because of the occupation of the headquarters. Although they managed to drive away the realms that occupied the headquarters, this was still a humiliation for them. They were always thinking about revenge. How could a person who was always thinking about revenge have a smile on his face? When Zhao Hai arrived at the conference hall, he didn't even need to report and just directly walked in. There weren't many people in the 100 Treasures realm who had this privilege. And Zhao Hai happened to be one of them. Upon arriving at the conference hall, Mu Yao and the others also saw Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao showed a rare smile. He smiled and said, "Little Zhao Hai, you're here. Have a seat. I thought you would be here soon. What's wrong? Are you ready to deal with those fellows?" Zhao Hai nodded. After the elders gave him a salute, Zhao Hai replied, "Yes, Elder Mu. We should be able to deal with them now. Our reputation has already spread. Now is the time to deal with them." Mu Yao smiled and said, "Don't worry, those high-grade realms have already given in. Let's delay them for a while and see what happens. If we can deal with this matter without using force, then that would be for the best." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Elder, I don't think this is good. Those high-grade realms wouldn't easily surrender to us. Moreover, they were on equal footing with us before. Even if they surrender, they wouldn't be disloyal. If they cause trouble in the future, it would be troublesome. I think it's better to drive them out of the 10,000 realm battlefield and take over their territories. Only then can we truly become one of the strongest high-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield, perhaps even the biggest one. Zhao Hai frowned and said, I don't think so. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and knit his brows as he said, Little Hai, we know what you're talking about. But you should also know that we're in the limelight right now. If we deal with those realms, then the Divergent Realm, Sword Realm, and Primal Chaos Realm might join forces with the other realms to deal with us. Don't think that they won't. If we destroy those realms, then the 100 Treasures Realm would be bigger than the Divergent Realm, Sword Realm, and Primal Chaos Realm. Would they agree? Zhao Hai's heart skipped a beat. He didn't think about this point. However, it seems like the other realms did contact the Divergent Realm and Sword Realm. But as for what they discussed, Zhao Hai didn't know. Those fellows were now smart. They went outside to discuss things. Moreover, they used spells to communicate with each other. Even Zhao Hai found it hard to get any information. Zhao Hai nodded and said, What does the elder mean? Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, We need to form an alliance with those fellows. We'll be the leader and slowly suppress them. At the same time, we'll digest the Buddhist realm's territory. Once we're strong enough, we'll deal with them slowly. Naturally, this is the best solution. If they don't agree, then we'll have to use force. Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao's method was very good. It was like boiling a frog in warm water. It's hard to say whether this method was good or bad. The other realms weren't fools. They wouldn't allow Mu Yao to suppress them. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any opinion. He just let Mu Yao do as he pleases. In any case, with his current strength, he wouldn't be afraid of going against the entire 10,000 realm battlefield. If it was before, Zhao Hai might not have this much confidence. But it was different now. He now has the Buddhist realm in his hands. Naturally, he would have a lot more confidence. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, You should take a good rest. Little Hai, the dead can't be brought back to life. Although little you is gone, we're still cultivators. We've seen a lot of life and death. Don't worry too much about it. How many days has it been since you last smiled? Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao's smile and couldn't help but feel sad. He said, I can't smile anymore. I've implicated Brother Yu. Mu Yao waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter who implicated who. The cultivation world is the law of the jungle. And Little Hai, you don't have much time in the 10,000 realm. Little Hai, you don't have much time in the 10,000 battlefield. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Mu Yao with a puzzled expression. Mu Yao waved his hand and said, You're too strong. I don't think those fellows in the Sky Tower would ignore you. You need to be mentally prepared. Zhao Hai nodded. The reason why he didn't pay attention to the movements of the other realms before was mainly because he was focused on the Sky Tower. This was because he discovered that Luo Ying's speed in sending and receiving Jade Sword messages had increased a lot. Although Zhao Hai didn't know who these Jade Sword messages were for, he believed that a storm was coming. After bidding farewell to Mu Yao and the others, Zhao Hai returned to his room and then entered the space. After entering the space, he didn't immediately enter the villa. Instead, he stopped outside and with a thought, a huge Buddha appeared outside his body. This Buddha was about 100 meters tall. Its body shined with golden light, making it look very majestic. This Buddha was Bodhisattva Mengjian. There's no mistake, Zhao Hai has already learned the ability of Bodhisattva Mengjian. And just as Zhao Hai guessed, this ability was called Dharma Idol. Dharma idols were abilities that could only be used with faith power. To be exact, anyone with faith power could have their own Dharma idol. It all depended on one's strength and whether one could comprehend their own Dharma idol. Naturally, the stronger one's faith power was, the stronger their Dharma idol would be. Dharma idols can be used to attack enemies and increase a cultivator's combat strength. The stronger the faith power, the stronger the Dharma idol. In fact, Zhao Hai only learned a little about Bodhisattva Mengjian's Dharma idol because he didn't have much faith power. According to the cultivation method that Zhao Hai obtained from Bodhisattva Mengjian, a good Dharma idol would be able to move like a real person. Cultivators only need to stay inside the Dharma idol and the Dharma idol would be able to fight like a cultivator. The Dharma idol's combat strength was much stronger than a cultivator's. Even the most ordinary Dharma idol would have 5 to 10 times the combat strength of a cultivator. This was the reason why Bodhisattva Meng Jian was able to block Zhao Hai's attacks for such a long time. The cultivation method of this Dharma idol was a secret of the Buddhist world. It was said that the first Buddha of the Buddhist world had inadvertently obtained a cultivation method. Although there was only one Dharma idol, the Buddhist world had benefited immensely from it. Every generation of the Buddhist realm would select the most outstanding disciples to study Dharma idol. But because of the limited faith power, only one person could become a supreme elder of the Buddhist realm. This supreme elder was also known as a Dharma idol elder. Only a Dharma idol elder could be called a Buddha. This was also the origin of Bodhisattva Meng Jian's name. When Zhao Hai saw the Dharma idol, he knew that this was only the Dharma idol of the Bodhisattva. If there was a Dharma idol, then there should be other Dharma idols as well. But since he didn't have the time to study it, he could only learn the Dharma idol of the Bodhisattva first. The Dharma idol of the Bodhisattva wasn't difficult to learn. The Dharma idol was divided into 3 parts. The first part was to comprehend the true meaning of the Buddhist Dharma of the Bodhisattva. Just like immortal experts, if you want to comprehend the Dharma idol of the Bodhisattva, then you need to comprehend the Dharma idol of the Bodhisattva. Only then would you be able to condense the Dharma idol of the Bodhisattva. The second part was to teach you how to condense faith power into a Dharma idol. In the past, Zhao Hai learned how to use faith power by attaching it to something, such as a cultivation method or an artifact. On the other hand, the Dharma idol required faith power to condense into a huge Dharma idol. Then the Dharma idol could be used to attack. This way, the usage of faith power would be very different. The second part was to learn how to condense faith power into a Dharma idol. The third part was the aspect cultivation method. But in Zhao Hai's view, this aspect cultivation method was based on faith power. As long as you have enough strength, the aspect cultivation method would be able to control you. Whatever method you use, the aspect cultivation method would be able to follow. However, this was also the most difficult part. If you don't have enough faith power, then you can only condense a Dharma idol like the Bodhisattva. However, the Dharma idol couldn't do too much. It was just like a puppet. It could only make a few simple movements and use some ordinary attacks. Even an ordinary attack like this was 10 times stronger than an immortal expert's attack. In the beginning, Zhao Hai was sent flying by the Buddha's attack. If it weren't for his special body and his various defensive abilities, he would have been seriously injured. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Buddha would be able to deal with this attack. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very interested in Dharma idols. After learning Dharma idols, Zhao Hai understood that Dharma idols were divided into different grades. The lowest level of Dharma idol was the one that Kong Jian couldn't use. Dharma idols could only perform a few simple actions and use a few attacks. Due to the lack of faith power, this Dharma idol was called the Wood Dharma idol. The next level of Dharma idol was the one that could move and perform complex actions. This Dharma idol was called the Motion Dharma idol. The last level of Dharma idol was the Golden Dharma idol. This Dharma idol could move as freely as a person and use any attack method at will. The level of this Dharma idol depends on the amount of faith power you have. The less faith power you have, the lower the level of your Dharma idol. Take the Wood Dharma idol for example. The Wood Dharma idol used by Bukong Jian was the lowest level of the 3 Dharma idols. The Wood Dharma idol was divided into 3 levels. The lowest level of the Wood Dharma idol was the one used by Bukong Jian. The eyes of this Dharma idol couldn't be fully opened. Moreover, the Dharma idol could only move its hands. The higher level of the Wood Dharma idol was the one used by Bukong Jian. The Wood Dharma idol was the one used by Bukong Jian. The eyes of this Dharma idol couldn't be fully opened. The Dharma form and the Dharma form were the same. They were also divided into 3 levels. The first level of the Dharma form allowed one to perform some slight leg movements. For example, the avatar of 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 avatar. At the first level of the Dharma idol, the movements of the Dharma idol would be smoother. Even the torso would be able to move. At the second level of the Dharma idol, the head would be able to move. At the third level of the Dharma idol would be able to move like a human. It would be able to move like a cultivator. And Zhao Hai's Dharma idol was naturally a Dharma idol. Moreover, it was at the third level. His Bukongjian's Dharma idol was usually sitting on a red lotus with its eyes closed. But when it comes to battle, it can stand up and move freely on the red lotus, just like a real person. Zhao Hai now knew how terrifying Dharma idols were. Dharma idols were equivalent to an enlarged version of a cultivator. Not only can it enlarge a cultivator's body, but it can also amplify a cultivator's spiritual energy and attack power. When Zhao Hai uses Dharma idols to use the 18 Arhat techniques, it can be said to be earth-shattering. However, Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied. He was now studying Buddhist scriptures, mainly about the 18 Arhats. He hoped that by studying these scriptures, he would be able to understand the mysteries of the 18 Arhats. Eventually, he would be able to condense the 18 Arhats' Dharma idols. He believed that this would increase his fighting strength once again. Zhao Hai was calmly sitting under the 100 Spirits tree. He was looking at a Buddhist scripture on a small table in front of him. This Buddhist scripture was something that Zhao Hai took out from the space. Zhao Hai's space was created on Earth. Ever since he was able to buy interfaces, Zhao Hai had already created a lot of interfaces. Some interfaces were high-tech, some were for the cultivation realm, and some were for Earth. But Earth had Buddhist scriptures. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. There were no cultivators on Earth, but whether it was the cultivation realm, Buddhism, body cultivators, or even technology, Earth had everything. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. The Buddhists on Earth didn't have any cultivation techniques. For Buddhists, Buddhist scriptures were just scriptures. Perhaps some virtuous monks could cultivate Buddhist power, but Buddhist power didn't have any offensive capabilities. Because of this, Buddhist scriptures couldn't be considered as secret scriptures on Earth. However, these Buddhist scriptures were very useful to Zhao Hai. Moreover, there were some important books on Earth that were very helpful for cultivation. Zhao Hai also discovered that if he wanted to cultivate an aspect, then he needed these books. Not only did he need them, but they were also very important. Zhao Hai had already condensed 18 Net's Transcendence Golden Body, which greatly increased his combat strength. He was now preparing to condense more Transcendence Golden Bodies. Zhao Hai was already very strong. In the past, he used faith power to cultivate the Aspect Golden Body. Now that he has an Aspect Golden Body, Zhao Hai seemed to have opened a new door. When Zhao Hai cultivated the avatar of the Bodhisattva, he understood what an aspect was. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of profound. When immortal experts reach the immortal stage, they would use their second soul to comprehend the profound. Some immortal experts would comprehend the profound of mountains. When they reach the immortal stage, their attacks would carry the weight of mountains. When they comprehend the profound of fire, their attacks would carry the aggressiveness of fire. To put it bluntly, an aspect was the use of faith power to display a more flexible and powerful form. Aspects like mountain aspects and water aspects could also be used. Naturally, this was only Zhao Hai's conjecture. However, Zhao Hai was now certain that his conjecture was correct. In the past, Zhao Hai only learned the Space Bodhisattva Dharma from the Space Buddha. But after learning the Dharma idol, he learned the 18 Arhats Dharma idols. This was an experiment. He wanted to see if his understanding of the Dharma idols was the same as the Dharma idols. In the end, he succeeded. Because of this, Zhao Hai was certain that his understanding of the aspect golden body was correct. Because of this, he was now studying other Buddhist books in order to cultivate more aspects. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to cultivate so many aspects was because one of the 18 Arhat techniques was the cloning technique. If Zhao Hai used the cloning technique and his clones could use aspects, what would happen? He could almost form an army of aspects. Along with the study of these scriptures, Zhao Hai's heart gradually restored its calmness. The boundless killing intent that was born because of Muyu, as well as the feelings of self-blame, slowly disappeared. His mind became as calm as an ancient well, incomparably calm. This allowed Zhao Hai to have a temperament. It was a gentle temperament. He was like a Buddha who always maintained a calm and natural state of mind. It has been 3 months since Zhao Hai entered the space. In these 3 months, he didn't leave the space at all. He has been cultivating the aspect golden body. On the other hand, a storm was brewing in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was because the matter between the high-grade realms and the 100 treasures realm had attracted the attention of the entire 10,000 realm battlefield. The 100 treasures realm sent people to negotiate with the high-grade realms. Their main purpose was to establish an alliance. As long as the alliance was established, the 100 treasures realm would be able to deal with the other high-grade realms. Moreover, the 100 treasures realm also took advantage of this time to completely absorb the Buddhist realm's territory. They digested it and turned it into their own territory. After more than a month of negotiations, the 100 treasures realm and the other high-grade realms finally reached an agreement. They formed an alliance with the 100 treasures realm as the leader. Naturally, the other high-grade realms didn't have no say in the alliance. But everything went smoothly. The 100 treasures realm didn't immediately make a move against the other high-grade realms. This made the other high-grade realms feel relieved. The other high-grade realms didn't think that the 100 treasures realm would deal with them this time. Although they occupied the headquarters of the 100 treasures realm, they didn't manage to injure many people. However, they did make the 100 treasures realm lose some face. Now, the other high-grade realms have given in to the 100 treasures realm. Although the 100 treasures realm occupied the Buddhist realm's territory, the subordinate realms of the Buddhist realm didn't fully obey the 100 treasures realm's command. The 100 treasures realm just gained a lot of territory, but their strength didn't increase significantly. They didn't think that the 100 treasures realm would deal with them at this time. However, these weren't what Zhao Hai cared about. What Zhao Hai cared about was the situation with the Sky Tower. Mu Yao already told him that the Sky Tower was looking for him. Zhao Hai was waiting for them. But in the past 3 months, there hasn't been any movement from the Sky Tower. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. However, Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't take long. Although he has been cultivating his Dharma idol inside the space, he was still aware of the outside world. This was especially true for the Sky Tower. Ever since Mu Yao said those words, Zhao Hai paid more attention to the Sky Tower. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't need to do these things himself. What he needed to do right now was to study the scriptures and see if he could make more Dharma idols. At this point, Zhao Hai was used to sitting on the 100 spirits tree every day. He had a transforming cloud, a small table, a cup of tea, and a book of scriptures. He was very relaxed. Looking at the Buddhist scriptures in front of him, Zhao Hai felt that the more he read, the more interesting it became. At this time, Kair came out of the room and said to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, come and take a look." Luoying came out. Looking at his transmission formation, it seems like he's coming to the 100 treasures realm. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I think so too. The people from the Sky Tower are really calm. Pay attention to them. If they really came to the 100 treasures realm, then they should be looking for me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I think so too." Kair nodded. Now that the 100 treasures realm was doing well, aside from their original base, they also started migrating to the Buddhist realm on a large scale. The Buddhist realm wasn't smaller than the 100 treasures realm. In fact, it was bigger than the 100 treasures realm. It also had more resources. Migrating there wouldn't be any problems at all. At the same time, the Buddhist realm's headquarters was also rebuilt after a period of time. Moreover, because the place was bigger than the 100 treasures realm's headquarters, the 100 treasures realm's headquarters were slowly being moved there. However, Because the Hundred Treasures Realm's headquarters was closer to the Hundred Treasures Realm's headquarters, most of the people from the Elder Assembly stayed in the Hundred Treasures Realm's headquarters. The transmission square of the Hundred Treasures Realm's headquarters was very busy these days. There were people going in and out of the transmission square all the time. It was very lively. With the Hundred Treasures Realm as the leader, the various realms in the Land of Chaos had formed an alliance. The Hundred Treasures Realm was the leader of the alliance. Communication with the other realms had also increased. Naturally, the Hundred Treasures Realm became busier. When Luoying appeared in a transmission formation, he immediately attracted the attention of the Hundred Treasures Realm's guard. This was because he hadn't seen Luoying before. Moreover, Luoying's strength wasn't ordinary. The guard didn't dare neglect as he immediately went over and bowed to Luoying as he said, "May I ask which realm Mr. is from? Why did you come to the Hundred Treasures Realm?" Luoying looked at the guard and smiled faintly as he said, "This old man is called Luoying. Little brother, please pass on my message. Tang Yaoan and I are old friends. I believe that once he hears my name, he'll know what to do." Seeing Luoying's extraordinary aura, the guard didn't dare ask any more questions. He just said, "Mister, please come with me. Please rest in the hall. I'll pass on your message immediately." After settling Luoying down, the Severed Soul Stage guard immediately went to the conference hall. Outside the hall, he said, "Song Gang requests an audience with the elder." Zhongzai's voice was heard, "Come in." Song Gang nodded and walked in. After arriving at the conference hall, he gave a salute to the elders and said, "Reporting to the elders, there's an old man named Luoying outside. He claims to be a friend of Elder Tang Yaoan." Tang Yaoan was now a member of the Council of Elders. When he heard Song Gang, his expression couldn't help but change. He turned to Zhongzai and Mu Yao and said, "They're here." This sentence came out of nowhere, but Zhongzai and Mu Yao understood. Naturally, this was referring to the people from the Sky Tower. And the people from the Sky Tower came for only one purpose, Zhao Hai. Mu Yao hesitated for a moment and said, "Since they're here, we can't refuse. Let's go and greet Mr. Luoying. Tianan, send a letter to Zhao Hai." Tang Yaoan nodded, then he took out a jade sword message and sent a letter to Zhao Hai. Then the three left the conference hall and headed towards the Hundred Treasures Realms Lounge. The Hundred Treasures Realms Lounge was built according to Zhao Hai's drawing. It was rarely used before, but now it's being used a lot. Most importantly, there were always people from different realms coming to visit. This caused the lounge to be used more and more often. But under normal circumstances, the lounge was only used for guests to rest for a short period of time. After that, they would be brought to the conference hall. But this time, three elders went out to meet a guest. This was something that the Hundred Treasures Realm had never done before. Song Gang couldn't help but make a lot of guesses about Luoying's identity. It must be known that the Hundred Treasures Realm was no longer the same as before. They were now the largest realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, nobody dared to snatch their territory. Because of this, the Hundred Treasures Realm was now the largest realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Their status was very high. Even if people from other realms came to the Hundred Treasures Realm, they would only be called to the conference hall. But now, Mu Yao and the others took the initiative to greet Luoying. This made Song Gang curious about Luoying's identity. Luoying looked at Mu Yao, Zhongzai, and the others who came in. He was very familiar with Mu Yao and Zhongzai. This was because he had seen their photos. To be honest, these people were talented in their own realm. But in the Sky Tower, they weren't that great. A person who only knows how to guard their own land would never know how big the world was. Luoying was like this. For Luoying, Mu Yao, and Zhongzai were people who only knew how to guard their own land. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was someone who could open his eyes and see the world. Luoying's heart wasn't calm at all. He knew that if Zhao Hai was chosen, then Zhao Hai's status would be much higher than his. To put it bluntly, Luoying was only a little stronger than Mu Yao. It was impossible for him to be several times stronger than Mu Yao and the others. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside. Hundred Treasures Realm's Elder Zhongzai, Elder Mu Yao, and Elder Tang Yaoan have arrived. Luoying immediately stood up and looked towards the door. Three people walked in side by side. The person in front cupped his fist towards Luoying and said, Xianxia has seen Mr. Luoying. This person was Xianxia. Xianxia was still the 100 Treasures Realm's managing elder in name. However, he discussed everything with Mu Yao. First, it was because of Mu Yao's experience. Second, it was because of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had a good relationship with Mu Yao. He respected Mu Yao as an elder. If something happened to Mu Yao, then Zhao Hai would certainly do his best to help. Everyone knew about Zhao Hai's strength. If Zhao Hai, the killing god, came out, then everyone would have to bear the consequences. Therefore, although the 100 Treasures realm was nominally led by Xianxia, it was actually Mu Yao who had the final say. This was because Zhao Hai was too strong. They had to consider Zhao Hai's feelings. Luoying wasn't familiar with the situation in the 100 Treasures realm. Therefore, he first greeted Xianxia. Naturally, Mu Yao didn't take it seriously. After the group sat down, Xianxia opened his mouth and said, Mr. Luo, what brings you here today? Luoying looked at Xianxia. He knew that Xianxia was playing dumb, but he didn't show it. Instead, he cupped his fist and said, Luoying came this time to request an audience with Mr. Zhao Hai. If Mr. is interested, then please come out and meet me. Although he already knew the answer, Xianxia still felt a buzz in his head when he heard Luoying's words. There was no need to mention how important Zhao Hai was to the 100 Treasures realm. His importance wasn't inferior to nuclear weapons. Compared to Earth, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to leave the 100 Treasures realm. However, Xianxia already knew that Luoying would be objective. He looked at Luoying and said, Mr. Luoying, Little Hai really hasn't come out of seclusion. Please wait. Luoying looked at Xianxia, then he sneered and said, I'm afraid it's not that Zhao Hai hasn't come out of seclusion, but that Mr. wants to go into seclusion. Mr. should know that there's a rule in the Sky Tower. Once you pass through 5 levels and 6 tribulations, you'll be able to reach higher realms. But isn't this very difficult? Can Zhao Hai do it? Xianxia's main goal was to prevent Zhao Hai from succeeding. He knew that only if Zhao Hai succeeds would the 100 Treasures realm become stronger. Now was not the time. Luoying looked at Xianxia and said, Elder Xianxia, I'll have to ask the realm's insistence. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was suddenly heard, Elders, may I know why you're looking for Zhao Hai? Then a figure slowly walked in. Luoying turned his head and saw Zhao Hai slowly walking in from outside. After Zhao Hai stopped, Luoying cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Luoying has seen little friend Zhao Hai. Don't underestimate this title. This title indicated Zhao Hai's status. At the same time, it also meant that they were protected in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Of course, not everyone was under their protection. Only those who were trusted by the higher-ups truly understood the meaning of this sentence. However, there was one thing that everyone knew. When this sound came, it meant that the war had begun. Zhao Hai didn't embarrass Luoying. To be honest, Zhao Hai was already surprised by Luoying's politeness. It must be known that Zhao Hai was very strong. Only in this place would Luoying be polite. Zhao Hai looked at Luoying and said, Mr. Luo, please state your intentions. Luoying looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, I've received an order from the higher-ups to invite Mr. to the Sky Tower. I hope Mr. can get an answer. Zhao Hai looked at Luoying and said, Mr. Luo can rest assured, I'll be there. Luoying smiled. Zhao Hai turned to Mu Yao and Xianxia and said, Elder Mu. Elder Zong, Zhao Hai will be leaving today. Please rest assured, this place will always be Zhao Hai's home. When Mu Yao and Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment. But they immediately understood that Zhao Hai already knew about this. It was because of this that the two didn't dare tell Zhao Hai. Besides letting him rest, they were also afraid of scaring Zhao Hai. The reason why the two had this idea was because in the 10,000 realm battlefield, almost every high-grade realm had a top-secret document that recorded the geniuses that were taken away by the Sky Tower. Without exception, these geniuses didn't return. Some people knew that the Sky Tower was going to take them away in advance, so they defected. Because of this, even if Mu Yao and the others knew that Zhao Hai was going to be taken away by the Sky Tower, they wouldn't tell Zhao Hai about it. Luoying looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. Although he didn't know what happened to the 100 Treasures realm, his impression of Zhao Hai was very deep. Zhao Hai was the first person who could talk to him with a smile. Moreover, Zhao Hai even gave him a jar of wine. Although this wasn't much, it still left a deep impression on Luoying. Luoying knew a bit about Zhao Hai's whereabouts. In his opinion, Zhao Hai's whereabouts wasn't a bad thing for Zhao Hai. On the contrary, it might be a good thing. He had a good understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. In his opinion, with Zhao Hai's strength, it might be an opportunity for Zhao Hai. However, Luoying didn't say anything. This was because he knew that if he said something wrong, then Zhao Hai would disappear tomorrow. After Zhao Hai stood up, Mu Yao and Zhongzhe looked at him with complicated expressions and said, "Little Zhao Hai, take care of yourself." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Luoying and said, "Mr. Luo, please." Luoying looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, I'm a smart person, a very smart person. I just want to tell you that this isn't necessarily a bad thing for you. Elder Mu Yao, Elder Zhongzhe, Elder Tang Yaoan, I'll be taking my leave." After he said that, he cupped his fist towards the three and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He didn't know where Luoying was taking him. However, Zhao Hai knew that the place Luoying was taking him to had a lot to do with the formation of the 10,000 realm battlefield. And Zhao Hai was waiting for this opportunity. He wanted to know what was behind the 10,000 realm battlefield. Before long, the two arrived at the transmission formation of the 100 Treasures realm. Naturally, the ordinary cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm didn't know where Zhao Hai went. They all smiled and greeted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also smiled and returned their greetings. It didn't seem like they were from different realms. There were even people from other realms among them. Zhao Hai and Luoying quickly arrived at the transmission formation. Looking at the sky tower, Luoying turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Don't you feel that this place is very majestic?" Zhao Hai didn't quite understand what Luoying meant. But he still nodded and said, "Yes, it's very majestic. I don't know how many floors the tower has, but it's very spectacular." Luoying sighed and said, "For the people guarding the tower, this place is just a cage. A cage that traps people. They're not even as free as you." Zhao Hai didn't understand Luoying's words, so he didn't respond. Luoying then said, "Come with me." Then the two entered the first floor of the sky tower. When Zhao Hai entered the first floor, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the first floor of the sky tower wasn't the same as before. Now, there was only a transmission formation on the first floor. Moreover, it was very small, it looked like a room about 100 square meters in size. Luoying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "There's no need to be curious. The Sky Split Tower was created by an almighty senior using unparalleled magic power. It has infinite uses. Even us guardians don't know about 10 or 20% of its functions. Let's go." After he said that, he walked towards the transmission formation. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he also walked towards the transmission formation. Luoying fiddled with the transmission formation a few times before activating it. With a flash of white light, the two disappeared. When Zhao Hai saw his surroundings, he discovered that he was already in a huge transmission square. This transmission square was very big, more than 10 times bigger than the one in the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. There were large and small transmission formations all over the square. From time to time, white lights would flash as people would appear or disappear from the transmission formations. While Zhao Hai was looking around, Luoying suddenly said, "Come with me." After he said that, he flew out of the transmission formation. Outside the transmission formation, Luoying immediately went to the side of a cultivator. This cultivator looked to be about 20 years old. He had black hair and wore a white robe. His eyes were looking at the sky with an arrogant expression on his face. Luoying arrived in front of the cultivator, then he bowed and said, "Envoy, I'm Luoying, the guardian of the 23rd tower. Today, I brought Zhao Hai with me to pay you a visit." Zhao Hai looked at Luoying. Although he didn't understand what he meant, he didn't say anything. Luoying was an immortal expert, and one with faith power. On the other hand, the other party was just a severed soul expert. Zhao Hai didn't know whether Luoying had faith or not, but he knew that Luoying didn't need to be polite to him. The only reason Luoying was polite to him was because there was a force behind the other party that he couldn't afford to offend. Most importantly, Zhao Hai heard Luoying say that he was the guardian of the 23rd tower. According to the numbers, there should be 22 sky towers in front of the 10,000 realm battlefield. If this was really the case, then what does it mean? In other words, there should be more like the 10,000 realm battlefield. And there should be more like the 100 treasures realm. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pay attention to the situation around him. He couldn't help but feel strange. Some of the cultivators that were going in and out of the transmission formation weren't very strong. Some of them were at the transcending tribulation stage while some were at the severed soul stage. There weren't many elder stage cultivators here. This made Zhao Hai very curious. He didn't understand why Luoying would be so careful in such a place. However, in order to be careful, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just followed Luoying and gave a salute to the young severed soul expert. There was nothing unusual about this. The severed soul expert looked at Zhao Hai, then he sneered and said, "Luoying, you're really a disgrace to the 23rd tower. I remember that the last time you sent someone here was 50 years ago. No matter what, you still sent an immortal expert. How come you only brought a severed soul expert this time? Are there no experts in the 23rd tower?" When the man spoke, he looked up and glanced at Zhao Hai from the corner of his eyes. Obviously, he was looking down on Zhao Hai. Luoying wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Envoy, you must be joking. Zhao Hai is the strongest person in the 23rd tower. This Luoying doesn't dare to be perfunctory." The envoy looked at Zhao Hai and then waved his hand. A sword chi flew towards Zhao Hai. This sword chi was different from the invisible sword chi that Zhao Hai had seen before. This sword chi was silver-white. It looked like a silver flying sword. Zhao Hai stared for a moment. However, he didn't move. Instead, he sent an invisible sword chi towards the incoming sword chi. When the two sword chis collided, they disappeared. The two sword chis cancelled each other out. The envoy stared for a moment before his expression changed. He understood that Zhao Hai was going easy on him. It was impossible for two cultivators to have the same cultivation. Even if two cultivators had the same talent and cultivated the same cultivation method, their cultivation wouldn't be the same. Because of this, it was impossible for the two sword chis to cancel each other out. The so-called simultaneous cancellation meant that when the two sword chi collided, they both disappeared at the same time. Not a single sword chi was able to move forward. The energy of the two sword chi was the same. This was almost impossible in the cultivation realm. However, it happened this time. This could only mean one thing. Zhao Hai was able to sense how much energy was in the sword chi that the envoy sent out. Moreover, the envoy sent out a similar energy to cancel out his own energy. Not only did Zhao Hai prove his strength, he also proved that he was stronger than the envoy. The envoy looked at Zhao Hai, then he snorted and said, "You have some ability. Luoying, the battle slave you brought this time is quite capable. I hope that he can bring some benefits to the sect." Then the envoy coldly snorted before he turned around and left. However, Zhao Hai was stunned. What did the envoy just say? Battle slave? What's going on? Luoying didn't say anything, he just bowed and said, "Send the emissary off." The emissary didn't even turn his head as he turned around and left. After the emissary left, Luoying turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Come with me, I'll explain it to you later. But Zhao Hai, you have to remember not to offend anyone here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for you, the 100 treasures realm, or the 10,000 realm battlefield." Zhao Hai didn't understand the situation around him, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, he also discovered that although the messenger was a severed soul expert, his attack was much stronger than a severed soul expert's. This might be related to his cultivation method. Zhao Hai didn't dare to act recklessly. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed that they were in a valley. It was just like the beginner camp of the world of cultivation when he first entered the 10,000 realm battlefield. The valley was very clean and flat. The transmission formation plaza was built below it. On both sides of the valley were caves. Luoying led Zhao Hai to a cave. There were 2 guards in front of the cave. Luoying took out a token and showed it to the 2 guards. The 2 nodded, then Luoying led Zhao Hai into the cave. At the same time, Zhao Hai noticed that the two people guarding the cave were actually immortal experts. Moreover, there was a sign on the cave residence with the words 23 written on it. Zhao Hai was surprised. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, immortal experts were elder-level characters. But now, they're here as gatekeepers? This was too strange. After the two entered the cave, Zhao Hai discovered that it was a very large cave. The cave was divided into many smaller caves. Each cave had a defensive formation in front of it. Luoying walked to the entrance of a small cave, then she took out a token and sent it into the formation. The formation flashed with white light, then the fog slowly disappeared, revealing the entrance of the cave. Luoying led Zhao Hai inside. Just as the two entered, the formation activated again, and the fog once again blocked the entrance of the cave. Zhao Hai looked around the cave. The cave wasn't very big, only about 100 square meters. The furnishings inside were very simple. There were only a few praying mats and nothing else. After arriving here, Luoying let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, come and sit down." Zhao Hai complied and sat down on the praying mat. Luoying also sat down. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you have a lot of questions?" Zhao Hai nodded. Luoying smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Every time someone comes here, they would have a lot of questions. We're here to help you answer them." Zhao Hai nodded, then Luoying smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." Luoying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "We're no longer in the same plane as the 10,000 realm battlefield. The 10,000 realm battlefield is now called the Cultivator plane. In other words, the people there can only be called cultivators. They've just touched the surface of the cultivation realm." Zhao Hai stared. Luoying looked at him and smiled faintly as he said, "Don't you feel strange? The strongest immortal expert in the 10,000 realm battlefield is already a nascent soul expert. Moreover, he can shake mountains with a single move. How can he only touch the surface of the cultivation realm?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then Luoying said, "Little Hai, let me ask you. What do cultivators cultivate for?" Zhao Hai stared, then he thought for a moment and said, "To make yourself stronger." Luoying shook his head and said, "Cultivation is to make yourself stronger, this isn't wrong. However, you forgot something important. Cultivation can make you live longer. Everything in the world has a lifespan. Humans are the spirit of all things. They have spiritual sense and can distinguish the universe. However, humans also have a lifespan. Compared to other creatures, a human's lifespan is very short. Because of this, in order to make themselves live longer, ancient experts began to explore cultivation and slowly developed it into the cultivation realm. To put it bluntly, cultivation is to defy the heavens and change one's fate. It's to go against the laws of the world." Zhao Hai nodded, he agreed with what Luoying said. Cultivators cultivate in order to live longer. Becoming stronger was also a way for them to live longer. Luoying said, "After countless years of development, the cultivation realm is now perfect. Moreover, it's still making progress. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, you can live to a nascent soul expert. But here, a nascent soul expert is just the beginning." Zhao Hai was shocked. A nascent soul expert was just the beginning. In other words, immortal experts were just the beginning. How was this possible? Luoying looked at Zhao Hai's expression, then he sighed and said, "The realm we're in now is called the cultivation realm. It's composed of countless sects. Since a long time ago, the elders of these sects used their magic power and countless treasures to refine martial realms. Then they placed these realms in the cultivation realm and opened the restrictions of these realms. This allowed people from the cultivation realm to enter these realms. Because of this, the realm sent people to these realms and slowly formed the 10,000 realm battlefield. The main reason why the cultivation realm established the 10,000 realm battlefield was to select people from the 10,000 realm battlefield to join their sects." Luoying looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, "In the beginning, the sects had good intentions. They would select experts from the various martial realms and slowly nurture them to become the core strength of the sects. However, as time passes, the cultivation realm's development is getting faster and faster. Now, there are a lot of young geniuses in the cultivation realm, so there's no need to select people from the martial realms. However, the cultivation realm spent a lot of effort to bring the martial realms to the cultivation realm. Moreover, after being in the cultivation realm for so many years, it is slowly integrated with the cultivation realm. Calling back the martial realms is no longer possible. The sects can't just give up on the martial realms. Therefore, they would still select people from the martial realms. However, these selected people can no longer enter the sects, they would instead enter another place, the death arena. Luoying looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. Since the beginning, the sects had good intentions. They would select experts from the martial realms to join the sects. Luoying sighed and said, to put it bluntly, the deathmatch arena is a coliseum. It's something that has been popular in the cultivation realm for tens of thousands of years. In the beginning, it was just some bored cultivators who caught some beasts and placed them on the arena. Then the beasts would bite each other to determine the winner. But slowly, the cultivators began to feel that using beasts was meaningless. Cultivators began to fight each other on the deathmatch arena. Moreover, more and more people began to watch the arena. It's also a way to gamble. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. The more he heard about it, the more it sounded like the underground fights on Earth. However, in the cultivation realm, it was legal and reasonable. Luoying looked at Zhao Hai and said, in the beginning, as long as one was a cultivator, they could participate in the death arena. Many disciples from the various great sects would participate and even issue challenges. However, this situation was later stopped by the great sects. This was because many geniuses from the great sects were crippled on the death arena. The great sects couldn't afford such a loss. Zhao Hai nodded. The great sects were the same. Every core disciple was nurtured little by little. Naturally, they also needed to go out and test their strength. A lot of core disciples died during these tests. As long as a core disciple had an accident, the great sects would have wasted all their efforts. Even the great sects wouldn't be able to bear such a loss. Moreover, it wasn't as simple as two cultivators starting a duel because of a disagreement. It was likely that the various great sects would use this opportunity to eradicate the geniuses of the other sect. However, they later discovered that this method would harm the enemy by 1,000, but would also harm themselves by 800. If you used this method to deal with others, others would naturally use this method to deal with you. Thus, the various great sects stopped this kind of duel. Luoying said, the fights between the great sects' disciples have stopped, but the duel on the death-deciding stage didn't stop. The great martial realms disciples who were selected by the great sects slowly became unaccustomed to the development of the great sects. The disciples of the great sects were carefully nurtured, and their strength was very formidable. Their cultivation methods had also undergone many improvements and were getting better and better. However, the situation in the cultivation world was different. The cultivation world's development was also very fast, but it was still far behind the cultivation world. The great sects disciples who were selected from the great sects were much worse than the great sects disciples. Therefore, the great sects disciples who were selected from the great sects slowly became useless. It was a pity to throw them away, but it was useless to keep them. When he heard Luoying, Zhao Hai already knew why he was called a battle slave. Sure enough, Luoying continued, later on, because the death-deciding stage didn't allow the great sects disciples to enter, the great sects began to send the great sects disciples to the death-deciding stage. Then the great sects began to gamble. Finally, the great sects began to call the great sects disciples as battle slaves. Luoying sighed and said, however, the major sects still have a bit of conscience. Although all the cultivators from the lesser martial realm are battle slaves, as long as you can win 100 battles on the death-deciding platform, you can be accepted as an outer disciple of the sect. You can enjoy the same treatment as the outer disciples of the sect. If there is an opportunity in the future, you can be promoted to an inner disciple, a core disciple, or even an outer disciple of the sect. You can be considered a true member of the sect. Zhao Hai looked at Luoying and said, what's wrong? Aside from outer disciples, are there other great sects with lower status? Luoying replied, of course there are. Below the outer disciples, there are also janitor disciples. These janitor disciples are selected by the great sects to have talent, but they aren't geniuses. If they perform well, they can slowly be promoted to outer disciples. Strictly speaking, janitor disciples and battle slaves have the same status, but they aren't as dangerous as battle slaves. Although the status of a battle slave is the same as that of a janitor disciple, people would still rather be a janitor disciple than a battle slave. This is because a battle slave has to fight 100 rounds on the death-deciding platform before he can officially become an outer disciple of the sect. And during this 100 rounds, who knows what will happen. In comparison, a janitor disciple only needs to cultivate well and pass the assessment to be able to enter the sect and officially become an outer disciple of the sect. When Zhao Hai heard Luo Ying, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Mr. Luo, if what you said is true, then the strength of the outer court disciples shouldn't be bad, right? How come the messenger you saw wasn't very strong? What's the identity of the messenger?" Luo Ying forced a smile and said, "The messenger is an outer court disciple. But he's a steward in the outer court. He's in charge of managing the battle slaves. Because of this, he's called a messenger." Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Our sect is called the Black Tiger Gang." The Black Tiger Gang got its name from the fact that its first leader was a black tiger beast cultivator. Even now, the gang has more beast cultivators than other sections. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He didn't think that the sect he was currently in would be a beast cultivator sect. This was beyond his expectations. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You don't need to think too much about it. In the cultivation realm, everything depends on strength. As long as you're strong enough, nobody would care if you're a beast cultivator or a human cultivator. Our Black Tiger Gang is one of the top 100 sects in the cultivation realm. We're very strong." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't have any aversion towards beast cultivators. Beast cultivators were also a type of cultivator. There was nothing special about them. Luo Ying replied, "The Black Tiger Gang controls a total of 25 lesser martial realms. Each lesser martial realm has a sky tower. This sky tower is actually a selection point for the lesser martial realms. It's specifically responsible for selecting people from the lesser martial realms to enter the sect. The lesser martial realm where the 10,000 realm battlefield is located is number 23. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Ying and said, "But when I was in the cultivation realm, I encountered a place that was smaller than the 10,000 realm battlefield. It's similar to the 10,000 realm battlefield, but it doesn't seem to have any sky towers. What's going on?" Luo Ying replied, "It might be a small secondary martial realm that was made by the cultivation realm. It was secretly made by other sects and placed there. But later on, it was abandoned." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Luo Ying and said, "Mr. Luo, who are the guardians of the sky tower?" Luo Ying replied, "They're all inner disciples of the sect. The sky tower is a training ground for the sect's inner disciples. Because the sky tower can change the environment at will, the inner disciples can practice there. If someone comes to challenge the sky tower, then the inner disciples will be the ones to deal with them." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Are inner disciples only that strong? That's impossible, right?" Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "Those inner disciples have been in the sect for less than a year. Naturally, they aren't very strong. But you're the only one who's strong. Ordinary people wouldn't be their opponents." Zhao Hai nodded. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. Then he said, "I was originally a core disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. But because of a mission, I was seriously injured and couldn't recover. In the end, I was sent to guard the sky tower." Zhao Hai originally wanted to ask Luo Ying about this matter, but he didn't expect Luo Ying to take the initiative to talk about it. Now Zhao Hai understood why Luo Ying was sent to guard the sky tower despite his age. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you're very strong. Staying in the 10,000 realm battlefield won't help you much. Letting you come to the cultivation realm isn't necessarily a bad thing." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Ying and said, "I have another question. Mr. Luo, why do the cultivators in the Sky Tower, the Black Tiger Gang's inner court members, have faith power?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai's question, Luo Ying's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "You really do have faith power. Like I said, if you don't have faith power, then it would be impossible for you to win against the inner court disciples. They do have faith power, and that faith power is distributed by the sect." Zhao Hai nodded. When Zhao Hai heard Luo Ying, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, distributed? Distribute the power of faith? Luoying smiled bitterly and said in a deep voice, it's not easy for people from the lower realms to obtain faith power. You must have obtained some faith power by chance, right? Zhao Hai nodded. Then Luoying continued, that's right. In the cultivation realm, faith power can be distributed. The sect will open up special places to raise people. These people don't have any talent for cultivation, so they don't need to do any work. They are brainwashed from birth to become people who only know how to pray. They can provide a steady stream of faith power to the lower realms. Zhao Hai stared blankly at Luoying. He didn't think that the Black Tiger Gang's faith power would come from this. Luoying looked at Zhao Hai's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, don't you find it strange? This was the way of life in the cultivation world. No matter if it was a big sect or a small sect, there would be some people who specialized in providing faith. They didn't need to do any work, they only needed to pray. The sect would provide them with everything, food, clothing, and necessities. They only needed to pray constantly. The food they ate contained spiritual qi, so their bodies would be very good. When they reached a certain age, the sect would assign a man and a woman to form a family and let them have children. Because the food they ate contained spiritual qi, the children they gave birth to would be very suitable for cultivation. After they gave birth to their children, there would be people who would specially examine their children. If the children were suitable for cultivation, they would be brought to the sect and placed with the handyman disciples. The handyman disciples would raise them and teach them the most basic cultivation methods. If the child was a genius and was very suitable for cultivation, he could pass the examination and enter the outer sect. Otherwise, he would be a handyman disciple for the rest of his life. As for those who were responsible for praying, they couldn't come in contact with real cultivators for the rest of their lives. They didn't know how to read, so they didn't know anything except praying. It could be said that those people could no longer be called human. They were prayer machines, birth machines. They didn't have any thoughts of their own. For them, life was just prayer, prayer. Upon hearing Luoying, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shiver. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for a person to be completely brainwashed and only know how to pray every day. Luoying looked at Zhao Hai and said, don't think too much. The cultivation realm is like this. The weak are prey to the strong. If you don't have strength, then you can only become a walking corpse that only knows how to pray. If you don't have strength, then you can only be a service disciple, a servant for the rest of your life. Zhao Hai closed his eyes. After some time, he opened his eyes. He understood what Luoying meant, so he didn't say anything. Luoying looked at Zhao Hai and said, this is the battle slave camp. The people who live here are the guardians of the various sky towers. Your slaves brought from the various lower martial realms. You have to live here for some time to adapt to the environment. After that, you will be brought to the deathmatch stage. As long as you can win 100 times, you will become an outer disciple of the sect. I believe that with your strength, this shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Luoying and said, Mr. Luo, is there anyone in the sect who knows aspect techniques? Hearing Zhao Hai, Luoying's eyes couldn't help but shrink as he said, where did you hear about aspect techniques? Zhao Hai replied, when the 100 Treasures realm was in conflict with the Buddhist realm, a supreme elder appeared in the Buddhist realm. He used his aspect technique. Later on, it took me a lot of effort to eliminate him. Fortunately, he didn't have a lot of faith power. Otherwise, I would have been the one to die. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't tell the truth. He couldn't let Luoying know his full strength. He also couldn't let Luoying know that he learned aspect techniques. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for him. When Luoying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, so it's like this. As long as you become an inner disciple of the sect, after the first 3 years, the sect will teach you the technique. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like this. As long as you become an inner disciple of the sect, after 3 years, the sect will teach you the technique. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he asked, why do we have to wait 3 years? Luoying replied, because you don't have enough faith power. If you want to learn aspect techniques, then you need to have enough faith power. However, the sect doesn't give a lot of faith power to inner disciples. If you want to learn aspect techniques, then you need to wait 3 years before you have enough faith power. The sect is afraid that if you teach it too early, then some disciples would secretly practice it. If you don't have enough faith power, then it would be very dangerous for you to practice aspect techniques. It's possible that you would be instantly refined into ashes. Zhao Hai's expression changed, then he nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Luoying nodded, then he said, "For the next 3 months, you'll have to stay in the war slave camp. You can look around. Remember, besides not being able to leave the camp, there are no other rules. If someone dares to provoke you, then you can fight back. Even if you kill them, nobody will blame you. On the contrary, if you don't dare to fight back, then you'll be considered a waste by the sect. You won't be able to leave the war slave camp for the rest of your life. Remember, if anyone dares to challenge you, then you can fight back. This includes the sect's emissaries and the guardians of the Sky Tower." When Zhao Hai heard Luoying, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that he would be able to kill people in the war slave camp. Luoying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Naturally, you can also provoke others as long as you can beat them. If you can't, then you deserve to be killed." Zhao Hai nodded. He now understood that this was a place where people eat people. If you want to have a higher status and a better cultivation environment, then you have to kill people. You have to step on the corpses of others to get what you want. Strictly speaking, the valley where the battle slave camp was located wasn't very large. It was only a few hundred acres in size. There were nearly 1,000 caves of various sizes in this valley. Apart from the 25 caves that were exclusively used by the heaven-reaching towers of the secondary martial world, the rest were the residences of the battle slaves selected from the heaven-reaching towers. The martial slaves selected from the various secondary martial realms could live in the cave mansions of the various secondary martial realms for the first 5 days. After 5 days, they would have to build their own cave mansions in the valley. After living in the valley for about 3 months, they would be arranged by the sect to fight on the duel arena. As long as they won 100 battles, they could enter the sect and become an outer sect disciple. Among the people selected, age didn't matter. No matter how old you were, you would still be selected. However, all of the people selected were at the severed soul stage. Cultivators below the severed soul stage weren't qualified to be selected. Because of this, the 25 caves of the lesser martial realm were the safest places in the war slave camp. Because there were always immortal stage experts there, and there were more than one of them, the selected battle slaves naturally didn't dare to provoke these immortal stage experts. Zhao Hai stayed in the 23rd cave for 5 days. During these 5 days, he didn't go out. He was learning about the Black Tiger Gang and the cultivation realm from Luoying. The more he understood Zhao Hai, the more he felt that the cultivation realm wasn't simple. The cultivation realm wasn't like the cultivation realm. It was a universe composed of planets. Besides the 10,000 realm battlefield, every realm controlled a lot of planets. The cultivation realm was made up of an incomparably huge continent. As for how big this continent was, no one in the cultivation realm had actually measured it. In short, it was very, very big. Even with Zhao Hai's current speed, if he kept flying in one direction, he might not be able to reach the edge of the cultivation realm even if he flew for 10 years. When he calculated this result, Zhao Hai couldn't help but wonder if he made a mistake. How could there be such a big continent? This didn't make sense. In the cultivation realm, no one knew how many people there were in a sect. However, the cultivation realm was divided into 9 continents. They were the Central Continent, the Eastern Sage Continent, the Eastern Buddha Continent, the Western Ghost Continent, the Western Sage Continent, the Southern Barbarian Continent, the Southern Sage Continent, the Northern Strange Continent, and the Northern Sage Continent. In the 9 provinces, the provinces with the word saint in their names were usually dominated by cultivators from the Orthodox Profound sect. In other words, there were 5 provinces that focused on Profound sect cultivation methods, and the Middle Saint province was the strongest among them. Zhao Hai's current location was the Northern Strange Continent. It was a relatively remote place in the 9 continents. There were all kinds of cultivators and sects that practiced cultivation techniques. The Black Tiger Gang's strength in the Northern Strange Continent was enough to rank in the top 100. It could be considered a relatively large sect. One shouldn't think that just because the Black Tiger Gang was ranked in the top 100, they weren't strong. On the contrary, the Northern Strange Continent was very large. There were at least 8,000 sects here. To be able to squeeze into the top 100 among so many sects, the Black Tiger Gang was definitely not weak. In the northern strange continent, the Black Tiger Gang could be considered a large sect. The Black Tiger Gang's first leader was a Black Tiger demon. The Black Tiger Gang was also a demon cultivator sect. Later on, they absorbed a lot of human cultivators and slowly formed the current Black Tiger Gang. Although there were still a lot of demon cultivators in the gang, there were also a lot of human cultivators. The Black Tiger Gang was divided into 36 halls. These 36 halls were divided into upper 6 halls, lower 6 halls, inner 12 halls, and outer 12 halls. The upper 6 halls and lower 6 halls were the core halls of the sect. Aside from the core disciples, there were also elders who were responsible for managing the entire sect. The other 24 halls were managed by these upper 6 halls. The upper 6 halls were in charge of the inner 12 halls and the lower 6 halls were in charge of the outer 12 halls. As for the 12 inner halls, they were responsible for the normal affairs of the sect. They were responsible for managing the inner disciples and the outer disciples. The normal operation of the sect depended on these halls. They were responsible for the distribution of tasks, pills, weapons, faith power, janitor disciples, and so on. The 12 outer halls were also known as the 12 battle halls. Once one heard this, one would know that these 12 outer halls were responsible for the sect's external battles. Almost all of these 12 outer halls were powerful warriors. Most of the inner and outer disciples of the sect were managed by these 12 outer halls. The battle slave camp that Zhao Hai was in was managed by the inner 12 halls. Only when he officially became an outer disciple would he be reassigned to a hall. Right now, he was just like a janitor disciple. He didn't get the normal treatment of the sect. The upper 6 halls were divided into the medicine hall, tool hall, miscellaneous hall, law hall, holy hall, and abstinence hall. The medicine hall was in charge of the Black Tiger Gang's medicinal plants and refining pills. The tool hall was in charge of the collection of ores and the refining of artifacts. The miscellaneous hall was in charge of janitor disciples and the distribution of gang tasks. The law hall was in charge of the distribution of cultivation methods and teaching. The holy hall was in charge of the distribution of spiritual veins and the distribution of faith power. The abstinence hall was in charge of the Black Tiger Gang's discipline. It was equivalent to the law enforcement hall of other sects. The lower 6 halls were the Wind Hall, Forest Hall, Fire Hall, Mountain Hall, Dark Hall, and Way Hall. These lower 6 halls were in charge of external affairs and internal defense. The Wind Hall, Forest Hall, Fire Hall, and Mountain Hall were in charge of external affairs. Most of the inner and outer disciples were in charge of these 4 halls. The Dark Hall was in charge of external intelligence spying. The disciples of the Dark Hall were the most mysterious. No one knew the identity of the disciples of the Dark Hall. The Way Hall was in charge of the gang's defense. The number of disciples was not fixed. Sometimes, these disciples in charge of defense would become the disciples of the Wind Hall, Forest Hall, Fire Hall, and Mountain Hall, and launch external attacks. The inner 12 halls were the Alchemy Hall, Botany Hall, Mine Exploration Hall, Tool Refining Hall, Janitor Hall, Mission Hall, Scripture Hall, Spiritual Vein Hall, Sacred Power Hall, Discipline Hall, and Law Enforcement Hall. The outer 12 halls were further divided into the Dark Hall, Weichou Hall, Yinfeng Hall, Dark Mel Hall, Celestial Wind Hall, Xilin Hall, Weiwu Hall, Weishan Hall, Shenlin Hall, Yushan Hall, Suhua Hall, and Haihua Hall. Every Black Tiger Gang disciple was given an identity token. This token wasn't just a proof of identity, it also indicated which hall you belonged to. At the same time, this token was also a record of your achievements. What missions you completed and how many contribution points you received would be recorded on this token. The way the Black Tiger Gang distributed contribution points was similar to the way the 100 Treasures Realm distributed contribution points. However, they didn't use computers. Everything was managed by the disciples of the Mission Hall. You go to the Mission Hall to receive a mission and submit it to the Mission Hall. Then the disciples of the Mission Hall would inspect the mission and distribute contribution points to you. You can use these contribution points to exchange for pills, cultivation methods, and other cultivation items. However, this was all that Zhao Hai knew. If he wanted to know more about the Black Tiger Gang, he would have to wait until he became an outer disciple. Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed. These things were already very useful to him. As for other things, he could slowly understand them after he joins the Black Tiger Gang. Luoying wasn't disgusted by Zhao Hai's approach. On the contrary, he was very happy. He knew about Zhao Hai's strength. Even the inner disciples sent to guard the pagoda couldn't defeat Zhao Hai. This showed how formidable Zhao Hai was. With Zhao Hai's strength, 100 victories in the death-deciding stage shouldn't be an impossible task. It was very likely that Zhao Hai would enter the Black Tiger Gang in the future. 5 days later, Zhao Hai had to leave the 23rd Lower Martial Realms cave residence and live in an outside cave residence. There were a lot of empty caves in the valley. These caves were left behind by the battle slaves who used to live here. These people must have died in battle, been crippled, or joined the Black Tiger Gang. In short, they wouldn't be coming back. Zhao Hai could choose an empty cave residence to live in. The defensive formation in front of an empty cave wouldn't activate. Only when someone moves in would the defensive formation be activated. Naturally, Zhao Hai also received a jade token that represented his identity. This jade token had a large slave character on the front. On the back was Zhao Hai's name and the lower martial realm he came from. When Zhao Hai saw the slave character on the jade token, his expression turned ugly. He didn't think that he would be used as a slave. But now, he knew that he couldn't resist. Just like Luoying said, if he resists now, it wouldn't be good for the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai casually found an empty cave residence and entered it. After activating the defensive formation, he entered the space. After entering the villa, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Kai and said, Kai, how is it? Kai turned to Zhao Hai and said, I've understood the situation in the valley and its surroundings. There are now 183 battle slaves in the valley. 23 of them will leave the valley in a few days. There are also 18 battle slaves that entered the valley with Brother Hai. They are now living in their own residences. All of them are at the severed soul stage. I haven't found any that can use faith power. Zhao Hai nodded, this was also normal. Faith power wasn't like cabbages in the cultivation world. Everyone could use it. In the cultivation world, 1 in 100,000 people would have faith power. But in the cultivation world, being an inner court disciple and receiving faith power was something that couldn't be compared to the cultivation world. Kai continued, outside the valley is a forest. This forest covers an area of several 100,000 square kilometers. There are a lot of formidable beasts inside. Some of these beasts have already reached the immortal stage. They can even transform into human form, they can be considered beast cultivators. Zhao Hai stared, then he knit his brows and said, if they can transform into human form and become beast cultivators, then why don't they join a sect instead of living in the wilderness? Kai shook her head and said, I don't know about that. But aside from your camp, there aren't any other camps in the vicinity. Outside of this forest is an endless desert. This forest is like an oasis in the middle of a huge desert, but it's just that this oasis is a bit bigger. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he nodded and said, so it's like that. It seems like the Black Tiger Gang chose this place because they were afraid that the slaves would run away. But this is also good, I don't want to run away. I want to see what kind of powerful cultivators are like. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're right. Kai looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, it's impossible for you to stay in your cave all the time in the battle slave camp. You must go out, cause trouble, or be provoked. In short, you must fight. When I was monitoring the battle slave camp, I heard that if you don't fight more than 5 rounds, then you won't be selected to fight. You might stay in the battle slave camp forever. If you stay in the camp for more than a year, then the Black Tiger Gang would send people to kill you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then I'll leave the battle slave camp. Zhao Hai stared and said, there's such a thing? Why didn't I hear about it from Luoying? Kai replied, this is what I heard from 2 immortal experts of the Black Tiger Gang. This rule is a secret. They want to see if the slaves have the will to fight. If they don't, then the Black Tiger Gang won't let you stay. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, interesting, very interesting. I can actually kill people here. Hee hee. Unfortunately, I don't want to cause trouble. Otherwise, I would have killed the 25 immortal experts of the lower martial realm and see how the Black Tiger gang would react. Kyer smiled and didn't say anything. Then Loris said, Brother Hai, I think you should find an opportunity to fight a few rounds. Then you can participate in the death arena and join the Black Tiger gang as soon as possible. From the information we got from Luoying, we can tell that the northern continent is much bigger than the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, there are countless cultivators here. If Brother Hai wants to improve his strength, then this is a good place to do so. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Brother Hai, this is a good place. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Right. Let's not talk about other things. The spiritual chi in the battle slave camp is much stronger than in the 10,000 realm battlefield. It seems like there are a lot of experts in the cultivation realm. It would be a great pleasure to meet them. Lizzie smiled faintly and said, Alright, then you should meet them. Right, Big Brother Hai, why do you think the cultivation realm doesn't choose immortal experts from the lower martial realm? Aren't immortal experts stronger than the cultivation realm? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know about this. It's strange. There might be some reasons that we don't know. We can slowly look for the reason later. Right, let's rest inside the space for a few days. Then we'll go out and look for things. Lizzie and the others laughed. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kai and said, Kai didn't you say that there's a forest outside the camp? Alright, let's see if there are any good things in the forest. If there's anything good, don't forget to take it to the space. Kai smiled and said, Don't worry, Big Brother Hai, I'll take care of it. You should take a good rest. Use these few days to collect information about the battle slaves. It'll make it easier for you to deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, I'll leave it to you. If someone comes here, don't forget to release silver needles on them. I want to know what kind of place the cultivation realm is. Luoying frowned as he sat in his cave dwelling. Of course, the cave dwelling he was in was the 23rd cave dwelling of the secondary martial world. It was their fixed cave dwelling. He had stayed in this cave dwelling the first time he had come to the war slave camp. The reason why Luoying stayed here this time was to see how Zhao Hai would perform. To be honest, he was looking forward to Zhao Hai's performance. After all, he knew about Zhao Hai's strength. But to his disappointment, Zhao Hai had been staying in his cave. It had been half a month since Zhao Hai entered the war slave camp. In addition to Fang Tian, who was with him at the beginning, Luoying had been staying in his cave for the remaining 10 days. This made Luoying a little worried. Luoying naturally knew that if Zhao Hai didn't come out to fight 5 rounds in 3 months, then he wouldn't be able to go to the death arena. He would be trapped here. If he didn't come out after a year, then he would be in danger. Luoying's worry wasn't unreasonable. For cultivators, it was normal for them to go into seclusion for a year. If Zhao Hai really went into seclusion for a few months, then it would be troublesome. However, there was a rule in the realm that they couldn't tell the war slaves about this rule. Therefore, Luoying was worried about Zhao Hai. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would stay in his cave. If that happened, then not only would Zhao Hai be in trouble, but he would also be implicated. While Luoying was looking at Zhao Hai's cave and sighing, he saw a figure flash inside Zhao Hai's cave. Zhao Hai came out. When he saw Zhao Hai come out, Luoying sighed in relief. If Zhao Hai didn't come out, then nothing would happen. But as long as he came out, then even if he didn't provoke others, there would still be people who would provoke him. Luoying wasn't worried. Although there were only 100 people in the war slave camp, these people were all independent characters in their respective realms. Moreover, after knowing the situation in the war slave camp, each of them had a belly full of anger. Everyone wanted to find someone to vent their anger. Because of this, a fight was inevitable. Zhao Hai came out of the cave and looked around. Then he slowly flew up and looked around. The valley wasn't big, and it was a place for battle slaves to live in. Naturally, there wasn't much scenery to look at. Luoying told Zhao Hai to familiarize himself with the environment, but he didn't want Zhao Hai to come out for a walk. This way, Zhao Hai would be able to get into a fight. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a cultivator standing in front of the valley's defensive formation. Since they couldn't leave the valley, the cultivator could only stand in front of the valley's defensive formation. The valley's defensive formation didn't only protect against external attacks, it also protected against internal attacks. If the war slaves wanted to leave the valley, then they would need to break the defensive formation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave. However, Zhao Hai knew what was going on. The defensive formation didn't have any effect on internal attacks. The reason why he could block the war slaves was because of the war slave's identity jade token. Zhao Hai's silver needles could easily fly out of the valley. However, Zhao Hai couldn't leave the valley with the identity jade token. Zhao Hai also went to the defensive formation and looked outside. He was about a kilometer away from the cultivator. But just as Zhao Hai stood there, the cultivator said, "Scram immediately. I don't want others to get close to me." Zhao Hai looked around. Besides the cultivator, he was the only other person here. It seems like the cultivator was talking about him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he said, "Friend, this place isn't owned by your family. If I like to stand here, then I'll stand here. I'm afraid you can't do anything about it." The cultivator turned his head to look at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "You're courting death." Then the cultivator waved his hand as a crescent-shaped artifact flew towards Zhao Hai. Zhao looked at the artifact and found that it had blades inside and outside. Moreover, the blades were very thin. At first glance, one could see that they were incomparably sharp. At first glance, one could see that they had great lethality. It was definitely a good thing. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and sent a sword chi towards the artifact. A clanging sound was heard as the sword chi knocked the artifact away. The cultivator's eyes shrunk, then he waved his hand and sent several artifacts towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also waved his hand and sent several sword chis towards the cultivator. Then with a thought, he sent a brilliant sword technique towards the cultivator. The brilliant sword technique was a type of spiritual attack. It was invisible and very difficult to defend against. However, the cultivator wasn't a simple person. He actually felt Zhao Hai's brilliant sword technique attack. He immediately took out a defensive artifact to block Zhao Hai's attack. However, the cultivator didn't have the brilliant sword technique. The brilliant sword technique's attack was very powerful. It was an attack infused with faith power, so it wasn't easy to block. The brilliant sword technique's attack went through the artifact and hit the cultivator's body. Although the cultivator had a layer of protection, it was like a layer of paper that was pierced by the brilliant sword technique. The cultivator didn't even have time to react before he was hit. The brilliant sword technique directly targeted spiritual force. After being hit, the cultivator felt a sharp pain in his head. Then his face paled as he spat out blood. At the same time, blood also flowed out from his nose, ears, and eyes. He looked very miserable, just like a ghost. Then his body swayed before he fell to the ground. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent a sword chi towards the cultivator. Then the cultivator was turned into an undead and sent to the space. The battle between the two was seen by everyone in the slave camp. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. In just a blink of an eye, he was able to deal with a severed soul expert. All the cultivators who saw this couldn't help but change their expressions as they looked at Zhao Hai in a different light. Zhao Hai swept these people with his spiritual force. However, he didn't say anything. He just turned his head and looked at the scenery outside the valley as if nothing had happened. Luoying looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. In fact, you don't have to fight all 5 rounds in the slave camp. The reason why Luoying let the slaves fight in the slave camp was because he wanted to see the strength of the slaves. Secondly, he wanted to see if they had the will to fight. As long as they can show their strength, then that would be enough. For someone like Zhao Hai, he didn't like to take the initiative to cause trouble. If someone provokes him, then he wouldn't be polite. Most importantly, with the strength that Zhao Hai displayed, there weren't many people in the slave camp who would dare to provoke him. Moreover, these cultivators weren't fools. They knew that they weren't Zhao Hai's opponents. Naturally, they would avoid Zhao Hai. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to find trouble with them unless he attacked their cave residence. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know what Luoying was thinking. However, he wasn't worried. He already knew the strength of the slave camp. He had plenty of time to deal with them. However, the people in the slave camp didn't expect that a misunderstanding would cause them to live a life worse than death for the next few months. After looking at the scenery outside the valley, Zhao Hai slowly flew towards his cave residence. When the other battle slaves saw Zhao Hai, they immediately avoided him. The strength that Zhao Hai displayed just now made them feel shocked. They knew that they weren't much weaker than those who fought with Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't use any artifacts and only used a few sword chis to deal with them. This was terrifying. Zhao Hai was flying forward when his figure suddenly moved and appeared in front of a cultivator. The cultivator stared before his expression changed. He immediately took out his artifact and looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance as he said, "What do you want to do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just don't like you and want to beat you up." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and rushed towards the cultivator. The cultivator's face turned pale. He waved his hand as he took out several flying swords to attack Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's figure moved and dodged the flying swords. Then he appeared in front of the cultivator and sent a punch towards him. Zhao Hai's pure body cultivator style made the cultivator uncomfortable. He was too close to Zhao Hai, so he couldn't dodge. He could only block Zhao Hai's fist with both hands while retreating. However, how could Zhao Hai let him go? He sent a kick towards the cultivator's stomach. The cultivator felt a sharp pain in his stomach as his spiritual chi was drained. He couldn't help but scream. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He rushed forward and punched the cultivator. When Zhao Hai hit the cultivator, he didn't kill him. He only hurt the cultivator. Although the cultivator's face was bruised and swollen, he wasn't seriously injured. However, this was more serious than killing the cultivator. Cultivators all cared about face. Think about it, if a severed soul expert was kicked and punched until he was crying for his parents and his face was so swollen that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him, how shameful would that be? Zhao Hai didn't care about this. After beating up the cultivator, he returned to his cave residence. Zhao Hai's actions made the other cultivators dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why Zhao Hai did this. Their eyes couldn't help but be vigilant. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was a temperamental person. At the same time, they decided to avoid him in the future. When they turned to look at the cultivator who was beaten up by Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but gloat. The cultivator who was beaten up slowly stood up and touched his face. He looked at Zhao Hai's back with resentment. He could feel that the injuries on his face wouldn't be healed in a short time. When Zhao Hai beat him up, he left a trace of his spiritual energy on the cultivator's face. He couldn't use spiritual energy or pills to reduce the swelling. He could only wait for Zhao Hai's spiritual energy to slowly disappear. This was too shameful. The cultivator covered his face and went back to his cave residence. He didn't dare to come out until the swelling on his face subsided. The other cultivators didn't expect that their days wouldn't be any better than the cultivator who was beaten up. The next day, Zhao Hai came out of his cave residence and stopped a cultivator. He looked at the cultivator and said, "Why aren't you wearing a hat?" Another pig head was born. The third day, "Who told you to wear a hat?" The fourth day, "Why aren't you wearing a hat?" The fifth day. 15 days later, the injuries on the face of the cultivator who was beaten by Zhao Hai were finally healed. He walked out of his cave with a face full of resentment as he prepared to find Zhao Hai for revenge. As soon as he came out of the cave, he was shocked. This was because he saw a cultivator flying in front of his cave. Of course, there was nothing strange about a cultivator flying in front of his cave. What was strange was this cultivator's face. This cultivator's face was bruised and swollen. His eyes were like a panda's. With just a glance, one could tell that he was beaten up. The cultivator stared blankly at the cultivator who was flying past. He didn't understand what was going on. At this time, he saw several cultivators flying over. These cultivators also had bruises on their faces and their eyes looked like pandas. However, they didn't seem to have any reaction. They just did what they were supposed to do in the valley. It was as if their faces weren't injured at all. The cultivator really didn't know what happened to the slave camp recently. Why were the cultivators' faces like this? At this time, a cultivator suddenly shouted, "Zhao Lao, who is here?" Along with this voice, the cultivators who were flying slowly in the valley were like rabbits being chased by dogs. With a whoosh, they drilled into the cultivator's cave. The cultivator didn't understand what was going on, but then he saw a person flying over from the distance. When the cultivator saw this person, he couldn't help but feel his blood rush to his head. This was truly a meeting between enemies, causing his eyes to turn red. He immediately rushed over. Zhao Hai leisurely flew as he looked at the quiet valley. He couldn't help but smile. In fact, he was doing this on purpose. He beat up all the cultivators he saw in order to see how the Black Tiger gang would react. At this time, he was about to become a street tiger. As long as he goes out on the street, people would immediately turn around and run. They would hide in their caves and not come out. While Zhao Hai was flying forward, a cultivator suddenly rushed over with a flying sword in his hand. Zhao Hai focused his eyes and recognized that it was the cultivator who was beaten up. Zhao Hai couldn't help but faintly smile. His figure moved and dodged the flying sword. However, he discovered that the cultivator's face was filled with resentment as he released several flying swords to attack him. Zhao Hai chuckled, then he deliberately shouted, "Kid, who are you? You actually dared to provoke Grandpa." The cultivator fiercely replied, "I want to kill you. You actually dared to sneak attack me. I won't give you a bloody nose and a swollen face, I'll take your life." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Grandpa has beaten a lot of people. If everyone wanted my life, then Grandpa's life would have been long gone. Kid, you actually dared to look for me for revenge? You're just courting death." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in front of the cultivator. Then he punched the cultivator's nose. The cultivator didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly appear in front of him. Then he saw Zhao Hai's fist becoming bigger and bigger. Then he felt a burst of pain in his nose as tears flowed out. The cultivator couldn't help but scream. Zhao Hai didn't stop. He continued to punch the cultivator until his face was swollen. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Kid, be sensible. Grandpa won't take your life. But if you dare to provoke me, then Grandpa won't let you off so easily." Then he slowly flew away. The cultivator who was lying on the ground groaned. This time, he knew that he wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent. It was impossible for him to take revenge on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai returned to his cave residence and then entered the space. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. In the past few days, whenever they saw Zhao Hai, they would laugh. These days, Zhao Hai had been playing an unreasonable character. Whenever he opened his mouth, he would call himself Grandpa. When he closed his mouth, he would call himself Kid. Zhao Hai's performance was completely different from his previous gentle and refined appearance. This contrast made Laura and the others feel strange. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "How was it? Did I act well?" "Ha ha ha." Kair smiled and said, "Yes, very well. If we didn't know you well, we would have thought that you've always been like this. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid the Black Tiger gang will have a headache now." Kair wasn't wrong, the Black Tiger gang was indeed having a headache. The one with the biggest headache was Luoying. Luoying had been in the slave camp for a month now. In the first half of the month, he was worried that Zhao Hai wouldn't come out and cause trouble. But in the second half of the month, he was afraid that Zhao Hai would come out and cause trouble. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually do something like this. Luoying had beaten up every cultivator in the valley, but he didn't injure or kill them. He just beat them up until they looked like pigs. Luoxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. The other people from the secondary martial realm had asked him many times. They wanted to know Zhao Hai's background and why he was so strong. Moreover, he didn't kill those people. This made them very curious. Luoying also didn't understand why Zhao Hai did this. He understood Zhao Hai more than anyone else. He was very clear about Zhao Hai's performance in the 10,000 realm battlefield. It was precisely because Zhao Hai destroyed the Buddhist realm that Luoying decided to bring Zhao Hai to the cultivation realm. Cultivators from the secondary martial realm were generally at the severed soul stage or below. This was because these people hadn't reached the immortal stage yet. If they were accepted into the sect, they would be given faith power. They would be able to absorb and use faith power more easily compared to immortal experts in the lower realms. However, people from the secondary martial realm weren't used as battle slaves. Only a few of them could become true disciples of the sect. Many of them died in the arena. Moreover, in order to make the battle more interesting, a lot of sects selected immortal experts from the lesser martial realm. They didn't intend to let these people become inner disciples of their sections. They just wanted them to fight to the death on the life and death stage. If they didn't die after 100 rounds and won, then they would be thrown into the outer sect. Then they would find an opportunity to give them a life or death mission. That would be the end of it. This was the reason why Luoying said that he would only bring a severed soul expert this time. However, although some sects in the cultivation realm chose immortal experts from the secondary martial realm, the number wasn't a lot. Most of the time, severed soul experts or below were chosen. The messenger was just looking for trouble with Luoying. Luoying was now having a headache over Zhao Hai's behavior. He didn't understand Zhao Hai's purpose. However, he already reported Zhao Hai's performance to the sect. As for how to deal with Zhao Hai, it's up to the sect to decide. Just as he was thinking about this, a white light suddenly flashed from the transmission formation. Luoying looked over and saw a person wearing a bright yellow robe coming out of the transmission formation. Luoying stared, but he immediately flew out of the cave residence and went to greet the person. The person's bright yellow robe showed his identity. This person was from the handyman hall, but his status wasn't too high. He was just a bit higher than the previous messenger. This person was a battle slave guide. He came to the battle slave camp to receive battle slaves. Luoying flew towards the person, then he cupped his fist and said, "I'm 23rd Taroing. I've seen the guide. May I know who the guide wants to take away this time?" The guide didn't overstep his boundaries. Instead, he gave Luoying a salute and said, "I've seen senior brother Luo. I'm the servant hall's battle slave guide, Zhang Hao. I've received orders from the realm to receive Zhao Hai. The realm heard that Zhao Hai has been causing a lot of trouble in the battle slave camp. Therefore, they want to take him away as soon as possible." When Luoying saw the guide, he had a hunch that this person came for Zhao Hai. Sure enough, he couldn't help but feel relieved. To be honest, he didn't want Zhao Hai to cause trouble in the battle slave camp. If this continues, then the battle slave camp would be in chaos. Luoying cupped his fist to Zhang Hao and said, "Please come with me, Mr. Guide." Then he led the guide towards Zhao Hai's residence. Before long, the two arrived in front of Zhao Hai's cave residence. Then Luoying said, "Zhao Hai, come out and talk." The defensive formation disappeared as Zhao Hai walked out of the cave residence. When Zhang Hao arrived, Zhao Hai already knew about it. Therefore, he came out of the space and prepared himself. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to cause trouble was because he wanted to leave the battle slave camp as soon as possible. Now, it seems like his plan was successful. The Black Tiger gang really did send people over. When Zhao Hai came out of the cave residence, he immediately gave Luoying a salute and said, "I've seen Mr. Luo." Luoying nodded, then he pointed at Zhang Hao and said, "This is the battle slave guide, Zhang Hao. Mr. Zhang, Zhao Hai, Mr. Zhang came here specifically to receive you. You can go with Mr. Zhang." Zhao Hai pretended to be stunned. Then he turned to Zhang Hao and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Mr. Guide." Zhang Hao nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I heard that you've been causing a lot of trouble in the battle slave camp. Come with me, the gang will definitely find you a place where you can cause trouble." Then he turned around and flew towards the transmission formation. Zhao Hai quickly followed behind. Before long, the two arrived at the transmission formation. Luoying stood outside the transmission formation as he looked at the two. Zhang Hao cupped his fist and said, "Mr. Luo, I'll be taking my leave." Luoying nodded. Luoying returned the salute and said, "Mr. Guide, please." Then Zhang Hao activated the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, the two disappeared from the transmission formation. When Zhao Hai looked around, he found himself in a small transmission formation. This transmission formation only had 5 transmission formations in a small courtyard. The courtyard looked like a courtyard. Aside from a foot door on his left, there were no other doors in the courtyard. Zhao Hai could feel that there were people inside these houses. However, these people weren't very strong, at most, they were at the severed soul stage. Xianxia turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Come with me." Then he walked towards the main building of the courtyard. After arriving at the door, Xianxia knocked twice and said, "Senior brother, I brought him." A calm voice was heard from inside, "Come in." Xianxia opened the door and led Zhao Hai inside. Upon entering the room, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This room wasn't the same as the rooms of other cultivators. Ordinary cultivators' rooms were very simple, with only a praying mat inside. But this room was different. There were several wooden shelves with ores and jade boxes on them. There was also a large table in the middle of the room. Sitting behind the table was a person wearing a bright yellow cultivator's robe. He was holding a jade slip in his hand, but Zhao Hai didn't know what he was doing. However, this person's strength was very good. He was an immortal expert. Zhao Hai could feel a trace of pressure coming from this person. Even Prison Heart didn't give him this much pressure in the 100 Treasures realm. Only not Kongjian Buddha could compare to this person. After entering the room, Xianxia bowed to the person and said, "Senior brother, I brought Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai bowed to the person and said, "Zhao Hai has seen sir." The person looked at Zhao Hai. Only then did Zhao Hai see the person's appearance. The person was very handsome and looked to be around 30 years old. He had 3 strands of beard on his chest and a pair of phoenix eyes. The person looked at Zhao Hai curiously and said, "No need for formalities. Zhao Hai, let me ask you, why are you causing trouble in the slave camp?" Zhao Hai didn't expect this person to be so direct. He hesitated for a moment before he replying to "Sir, this one wants to leave the slave camp as soon as possible." Zhao Hai decided to tell the truth. He knew that his actions this time were too obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what he wanted to do. So he might as well tell the truth. Sure enough, when he heard Zhao Hai, the person couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, you dared to take responsibility for your actions. How did you think of this method to leave the slave camp as soon as possible?" Zhao Hai replied, "This one accidentally heard 2 cultivators from the sect say that there is a rule in the slave camp. If you don't fight at least 5 times in 3 months, then you won't be able to leave the camp. This made this one understand that you won't be punished for causing trouble in the slave camp. Therefore, this one thought of this method." When the person heard Zhao Hai, he laughed even louder. Then he nodded and said, "Good, you're very smart." Actually, the other people in the slave camp might have heard this as well. However, they only want to fight at most 5 times in 3 months before leaving the slave camp and entering the deathmatch arena. Nobody thought of using this method to leave the slave camp ahead of time. Good, good. I didn't think that there would be someone as smart as you in the cultivator world. Little Hao, take him to rest for 5 days. Let him rest for a while and then arrange for his first battle. Xianxia nodded and then led Zhao Hai out of the room. After leaving the room, Xianxia gently closed the door. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go. Kid, you're smart. Senior brother has a divine ability. If you were lying, then senior brother would immediately know. When the time comes, you won't be able to escape punishment. Now that you're telling the truth, senior brother appreciates you." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that senior brother Ran would be able to hear the other person's thoughts. However, Zhao Hai was sure that senior brother Ran couldn't completely know what the other person was thinking. He could only roughly feel that the other person was lying. Zhao Hai didn't think that senior brother Ran would be able to hear the other person's thoughts. But even so, it was still very amazing. If you can tell whether the other party is lying or not, then you can tell whether the other party is deceiving you or not. From this point, you can judge whether the other party is trustworthy or not. This ability is very useful. I just don't know whether the senior brother's ability is a special ability or a special ability. When he thought about divergent abilities, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of an idea. This idea was related to divergent abilities. Zhao Hai had been studying the law of the piece for some time, so he forgot about divergent abilities. Now that he had the opportunity, he could collect divergent abilities. Zhao Hai's so-called collection of divergent abilities was actually killing people from the divergent realm and then turning them into undead. The space would then automatically extract the abilities of the undead and use them on Zhao Hai. Back in the 10,000 realm battlefield, Zhao Hai had been monitoring the divergent realm. He was very clear about the abilities of the people from the divergent realm. Moreover, he had already chosen his targets. These divergent abilities were very useful to him. But because of some things, he didn't make a move on the divergent realm. Now that he was here, it was the right time to deal with the people from the divergent realm. Besides the people from the divergent realm, there were also the people from the primal chaos realm. Zhao Hai wanted to get a way to connect the primal chaos realm's subspace to the main space. But he didn't make a move before. Now that he had the opportunity, he wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai believed that the divergent realm and the primal chaos realm would certainly know about him following the Sky Tower's guardian. If he makes a move at this time, they wouldn't doubt him. Although people in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew that Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user, Zhao Hai deliberately didn't use it to cross realms. For example, when he returned to the 100 treasures realm from the 10,000 realm battlefield, he used transmission formations. When he attacked the Buddhist realm and the Lion realm, he also left transmission formations behind. This gave people the impression that he was using transmission formations to attack. They thought that his spatial divergent ability couldn't be used across realms. They thought that he couldn't cross realms and directly enter the Buddhist realm from the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was something that Zhao Hai deliberately left behind. He wanted people in the 10,000 realm battlefield to think this way. This way, he wouldn't arouse any suspicion when dealing with people from the 10,000 realm battlefield. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai followed Zhang Hao to a room in the wing. Zhang Hao pushed open the door and said, "Go in, this is the room for you. You can move around freely here. But if I were you, I would stay here and cultivate. Otherwise, you might die in the arena." Zhang Hao nodded and said, "Don't worry, this is the room for you. You can move around freely here." Zhao Hai quickly bowed to Zhang Hao and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Zhang Hao nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the room. It was a small room, about 10 square meters in size. There was only a praying mat in the middle of the room and nothing else. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he walked through the room and gently closed the door. Then he discovered that there was a latch on the door. He couldn't help but stare, but he still pulled the latch. After pulling the latch, Zhao Hai discovered that there was actually a formation on the door. This formation seemed to be a defensive formation, and the latch was the device to activate the formation. As long as the latch was pulled, the formation would be activated, and the room would be safe. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to open the door. Zhao Hai couldn't help but marvel at this design. However, he didn't enter the space. His understanding of the cultivation realm was still too little. He didn't dare to enter the space. Back in the slave camp, the caves were dug out by the cultivators themselves. The Black Tiger Gang didn't bother to install surveillance devices in the caves. But this was the Black Tiger Gang's territory. If the Black Tiger Gang really installed something here and he didn't discover it, then the secret of the space would be exposed. Zhao Hai didn't dare to take this risk. The reason why Zhao Hai was so careful was because of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Don't forget, the 10,000 realm battlefield was created by the Black Tiger Gang. They already had the ability to create subspaces. Who knows if they still have the ability to do so? If those fellows discover the existence of the space, then it would be troublesome. After Zhao Hai locked the door, he went to the praying mat and sat down. Then he closed his eyes. Although he looked like he was cultivating, he was actually communicating with Kai and the others. Kai and the others were ready to start their plan of collecting divergent abilities. Zhao Hai's plan to collect divergent techniques was already known to Laura and the others. Therefore, as soon as Zhao Hai told Kai immediately knew what to do. The divergent techniques that they selected weren't weak, but they weren't very strong either. Their divergent techniques weren't necessarily strong, but they had to be effective against Zhao Hai. Kai and the others were also planning to have Prison Heart and Buddha Mengjian deal with the divergent realm. She believed that with these two fellows, the divergent realm would be doomed. As long as they erase the traces afterwards, nobody would be able to find out who did it. Unbeknownst to everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield and the Black Tiger Gang, Zhao Hai's plan to collect divergent techniques began. In just a few days, several divergent techniques disappeared from the divergent realm. However, the divergent realm didn't discover their disappearance. This was because it was normal for a cultivator to go out for a few days or even a few months. Only if they didn't return for a year or two would they be listed as missing. In this way, Zhao Hai easily acquired more than a dozen divergent techniques. Most of these divergent techniques were supportive, such as mind reading and X-ray vision. They weren't divergent techniques that increase one's defense or strength. These divergent techniques were of little value to Zhao Hai. At the same time, the matter of dealing with the cultivators of the primal chaos realm was also settled. Zhao Hai easily obtained the method to connect the subspace to the main space. With this method, Zhao Hai's strength increased greatly. This method was the most useful for Zhao's magic artifacts. The larger the size of his magic artifacts, the larger the yin and yang lightning pool. The larger the yin and yang lightning pool, the more energy the magic artifact could provide. The more energy the magic artifact had, the stronger its attack power would be. Zhao Hai's flying swords weren't as strong as the Hell King's ship. But think about it, Zhao Hai placed the yin-yang lightning pool in the subspace. In the subspace, the yin-yang lightning pool was huge. But in the real world, all of this energy was supplied to the silver needles. The silver needles had the same propulsive force as the Hell King's ship. What kind of concept was this? This was equivalent to concentrating the impact of the Hell King's ship on the tip of a needle. The attack power of the needle would increase exponentially. Zhao Hai had always been envious of this ability. It's just that he didn't have the time to get it into the space. Now, his wish was finally fulfilled. It can be said that collecting divergent techniques and the method to connect the subspace to the main space was the last thing that attracted Zhao Hai's attention in the 10,000 realm battlefield. There was nothing left in the 10,000 realm battlefield that could attract Zhao Hai's attention. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai's task of collecting divergent techniques and the method to connect the subspace to the main space was successfully completed. From the outside, it looked like Zhao Hai was just sitting there and cultivating. He didn't move at all. In fact, Zhao Hai's guess was correct. In the rooms that Zhao Hai and the others lived in, there were some surveillance artifacts. These surveillance artifacts were actually the praying mats placed in the rooms. These praying mats were very famous in the cultivation realm. They were called the overlapping shadows praying mat. The shadow overlapping praying mat looked no different from an ordinary praying mat. However, the weaving method of this praying mat was very particular. Weaving this praying mat didn't necessarily require good materials. If you use good materials to make the praying mat, it would arouse suspicion. The materials used to make this praying mat were just ordinary materials. But when weaving, the praying mat's inner layers had to be woven with the shadow overlapping formation. This way, the praying mat would be able to display the shadow overlapping effect. The overlapping shadows praying mat was generally used in conjunction with another object. And this other object could be a jade slip or a jade box. As long as the other object had a corresponding formation, then it would be fine. Before, Zhao saw the Black Tiger Gang handyman Hall's senior apprentice brother. He had a lot of strange things in his room, such as ores and jade boxes. In fact, those things were all connected to the stacked shadow praying mats in each room. If the handyman Hall's senior apprentice brother wanted to monitor someone, he just needed to activate that person's stacked shadow praying mat. The senior brother really did monitor Zhao Hai for some time. This was because the senior brother knew that newcomers like Zhao Hai wouldn't feel at ease staying in their rooms. They would either go out or fiddle with things in their rooms. With the addition of the defensive formation on the door, people would unconsciously feel at ease. When they feel at ease, they would naturally show their true side. This way, the senior brother would know a lot of secrets. This was very beneficial for controlling the battle slaves. However, when monitoring Zhao Hai, the senior brother was somewhat disappointed. This was because after Zhao Hai entered the room, he just sat there and cultivated. He didn't even move. This made the senior brother puzzled. Zhao Hai was a smart person. The senior brother could feel this from his conversation with Zhao Hai. However, for a smart person like Zhao Hai to just cultivate in a strange place, this wasn't something a smart person would do. Did he discover that he was being monitored? Was this possible? Although the senior brother didn't know why Zhao Hai was motionless, he didn't have the time to study Zhao Hai. Perhaps it could be said that Zhao Hai had a task, so the senior brother didn't have the time to study him. On the 6th day after Zhao Hai arrived at the courtyard house, Zhang Hao arrived at Zhao Hai's room. He knocked on the door twice and said, "Zhao Hai, get ready to go." The door opened as Zhao Hai came out. He bowed to Zhang Hao and said, "I've seen Sir Guide. This kid is ready." Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, "All right, then let's go." Then he turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Zhao Hai quickly followed behind. Although this was the first time that he left the courtyard, he was already aware of the situation around the courtyard through the space. The courtyard house was on an island. This island seemed to be formed by a huge active volcano. In the middle of the island was a volcanic crater that was about 10,000 meters in diameter. Below the crater, one could clearly see the boiling hot magma inside. At this time, there was a huge defensive shield around the crater. This shield was very special. It wasn't like the other shields that Zhao Hai saw before. They were like eggshells that covered the crater. Instead, it was like a tube that covered the crater. There was no defensive ability on both sides. However, because the crater was below, there was no way to pass through. On the other hand, the top of the crater was very high. It was almost impossible for a cultivator to fly up. At the foot of the volcano, there were a bunch of houses. These houses weren't very big, but there were a lot of them. Most of them were built in the form of courtyards, making them look very simple. These courtyards weren't built randomly. Each courtyard house was occupied by a sex battle slaves. The number of battle slaves on Volcano Island had already reached several 100,000 people. These battle slaves were well behaved and stayed in their own courtyard. They didn't run around and seemed very well behaved. Each courtyard was managed by 1 or 2 people from the cultivation world. In the volcanic island, the number of people who managed these battle slaves was much less than the number of battle slaves. However, the people who managed these battle slaves were all experts. Without exception. Moreover, Zhao Hai also noticed that when he left his room, the entire island began to move. A large number of battle slaves and managers of various realms began to gather towards the crater. At the same time, the direction that Zhao Hai and the others were heading towards was also the crater. When Zhao Hai and the others gathered at the crater of the volcano, Zhao Hai felt a very violent energy fluctuation coming from outside the island. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the island and saw a huge black dot flying towards them. The black dot was getting bigger and bigger. When Zhao Hai saw the black dot, he was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. It turned out that the black dot was actually a large artifact. These large artifacts came in all kinds of shapes. Some of them were shaped like towers, some of them were shaped like ships, and some of them were shaped like carriages. There were also large artifacts that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Some of them looked like beasts. Zhao Hai saw a tiger-like large artifact flying towards them. This tiger-like artifact could actually move. Its body was huge, no bigger than the Hell King's ship. Its eyes were 2 translucent blood-red crystals. Its limbs were flexible, even its tail was shaking gently. It looked just like a real tiger. There was also a large artifact that looked like a huge skull. It was very scary. However, Zhao Hai was certain that these were large artifacts. Moreover, they were powerful artifacts. Zhao Hai looked at these large artifacts in a daze. He didn't expect the cultivation realm to have so many large artifacts. It seems like the strength of the cultivation realm couldn't be underestimated. Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't look at them. These are treasures of the various realms. They're here to watch your performance. Do you see it? That volcanic crater is the stage for your performance. Anyone who fails will fall directly into the volcanic crater and be burned to ashes." Zhao Hai looked at the crater that Zhang Hao pointed at. He stared for a moment before he said, "That's impossible, right? Any severed soul expert, even if they aren't a body cultivator, would still have a powerful body. I'm afraid that the magma wouldn't be able to refine their bodies." Zhang Hao sneered and said, "Don't underestimate the crater. It's very strange. Even an immortal expert would be burned to ashes." Zhao Hai nodded. Although he didn't show anything on the surface, he still paid attention to it. He knew that if this was the case, then there would be something strange about the crater. The magma inside the crater was very powerful. There was only one explanation for this. There must be some secret under the crater. If that's the case, then Zhao Hai would need to take the thing under the crater to the space. Naturally, he would need to have the opportunity to do so. Before long, the large artifacts arrived around the crater. However, no one came out of the large artifacts. It was clear that they didn't want to leave their large artifacts. At this time, a figure flew over from the distance. This person was standing on a plate. When he reached the top of the crater, Zhao Hai saw that this person wasn't tall, but he was very fat. His round face always had a smile on it, he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. This person was stepping on a jade plate. This jade plate was very big, it had a diameter of more than 2 meters. The fatty bowed to the surroundings before saying, "Welcome everyone to the death arena of the Island of Flames. This fatty is here to greet everyone. Today, the death arena of the Island of Flames will be the same as before. There will be 10 matches arranged for the duels. The duels will be decided by drawing lots." The fatty nodded and said, "The duel between the two of you will be decided by drawing lots." The fatty nodded. After the fat man finished speaking, there was no response from the surroundings. It was clear that the people here already knew what the fat man was going to say. Moreover, these words were just a formality. They simply didn't care about it. The fat man also knew that this would be the case, so he didn't care. Then he said, "Everyone, if you don't have any objections, then the drawing of lots will begin. I ask the 20 representatives to come forward." 20 people came out from the crowd and flew towards the crater. Then the fat man took out 20 jade plates and showed them to the people around him. Then he took out a jar and showed it to the people around him. When Zhao Hai saw that no one made a sound, he knew that the jar and the jade plates had the ability to isolate spiritual force. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be so confident in using the drawing of lots. The representative sent by the Black Tiger Gang was Zhang Hao. Along with Zhang Hao were stewards from other realms. They waited for the fat man to put the jade tablets into the jar before gently shaking it. Only then did they extend the jar out. Obviously, this wasn't the first time that Zhang Hao and the others had done this. They walked over one by one and took out a jade token from the jar. After all 20 of them took out their jade tokens, the fatty said, "Everyone, you've already taken out your jade tokens. I'm sure you all know the rules. Number 1 and number 20 will fight, and number 2 and number 19 will fight. Now, please take out your jade tokens." After everyone showed their jade plates, the fat man nodded and said, "The first match, the 3 Saint Churches versus the Black Tortoise Sect. Both sides, please enter." Then the fat man took back the jade plates from the 2 sections. After the people from the other realms left, the fat man remained on the stage and loudly said, "The representative sent by the 3 Saint Churches is a contestant with a 10-win streak. His nickname is the Golden Body General. This person has extraordinary strength and amazing defense. He's a pure body cultivator. He doesn't use any weapons, but he's wearing a high-level defensive armor. This armor's defensive power is astonishing. Ordinary artifacts simply can't break through it. He's the star of the Flame Island's death arena." At this point, the fat man paused for a moment before continuing, "As for the contestant from the Black Tortoise Sect, although he only has a 5-win streak, he's very strong. He's a pure sword cultivator. His soft Vajra sword is invincible. In the previous 5 matches, he only used less than 100 moves to kill his opponent. He's the rising star of the Flame Island's death arena." At this point, the fat man raised his voice and said, "Now, let's welcome the contestants from both sides." As soon as his voice fell, 2 figures appeared on the crater. On the left side of the fat man was a big man who was about 2 magos height. This big man was wearing plate armor, making him look like an iron jar. His body was very sturdy, like a mountain. Now that he took off his helmet, people could see his appearance. This person looked very fierce. He had a big bald head, and his face was pale gold. He looked like he was smeared with a layer of gold powder. Now, this person was fiercely looking at the person on the right side of the fat man. The person on the right side of the fat man was obviously a sword cultivator. Like all sword cultivators, he carried his sword on his back. He wore a white cultivator's robe and looked like he was about 20 years old. He had a white face and no beard. He had sharp eyebrows and tiger-like eyes. He was handsome and elegant. If he was placed on Earth, he would definitely be the spokesperson of any cultivation game. Zhao Hai looked at the two people calmly. He knew that only one of them could survive today. They might be experts and favorites in the cultivation world, but here, they only had one identity: battle slaves. At this time, the fat man loudly said, "Friends, let's invite the two contestants to give us the most exciting performance." Then the fat man turned to the Vajra warrior and the sword cultivator and said, "There are no rules here. As long as you can kill the other party, you can live. No matter what method you use, only one person can walk out of here. When both of you are alive, the shield on the fiery item will not be removed." Then the fat man's figure moved and flew out of the crater. As soon as the fat man flew out, the Vajra warrior immediately put on his helmet. Then he turned to look at the sword cultivator. At the same time, he raised his fists and was ready to attack. At this time, the sword cultivator had already formed a sword seal with his hand and released his flying sword. His flying sword was like a fish swimming around him. It seemed to be a flexible sword. The two looked at each other, but no one made a move. Although the two hadn't fought before, it was clear that they were afraid of each other. Zhao Hai looked around and discovered that in addition to the battle slave managers of the various sects, the battle slaves of the various sects were also present. There were only 10 matches today, so it was impossible to have so many battle slaves fight. It was clear that the battle slaves were also here to watch. Zhao Hai also understood why the Vajra general and the sword cultivator were so afraid. They had seen each other fight before, so they were afraid of each other. Zhang Hao looked at the two, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Pay attention to these two. They might be your opponents in the future, as long as you can live until that day." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the two didn't want to wait any longer. The sword cultivator was the first to make a move. He fiercely waved his hand, and the flexible sword was like a startled snake as it attacked the Vajra general. The flexible sword looked like it was going straight towards the Vajra general. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the path of the flexible sword wasn't straight. Instead, it had a slight arc. Moreover, the end of the sword was like a fish's tail, gently swaying. However, this swing was very slight, so most people wouldn't be able to see it. Naturally, this wasn't because the sword was too soft, but because of the change in the sword style. If the Vajra general dared to attack the sword, then the sword would move like a fish's tail to avoid the attack. The Vajra general also saw through the sword cultivator's movements. His response was also very unique. It was completely the fighting style of a body cultivator. He stood there motionless as he stared at the sword cultivator's attack. The sword arrived in front of the Vajra general in the blink of an eye. The Vajra general waved his hand and used the bracer on his arm to block the sword. The sword was sent flying. At the same time, the Vajra general took a step forward, crossing the 100-meter distance between the two. In an instant, he appeared in front of the sword cultivator. At the same time, he sent a punch towards the sword cultivator's chest. The rabbit leap eagle strike was very fast. The Vajra general's hand pierced the sword cultivator's chest. But what was strange was that the sword cultivator didn't have any expression of pain. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. Instead, the sword cultivator's figure slowly disappeared. The Vajra general was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. He turned around and punched behind him. With a bang, the Vajra general's figure quickly retreated, and the sword cultivator's sword was also sent flying. It turned out that the sword cultivator had used his super fast speed to dodge the Vajra general's attack. Because his speed was too fast, he actually left behind an afterimage. The Vajra general had only hit the sword cultivator's afterimage. The sword cultivator also took advantage of the Vajra general's daze to use his flying sword to attack the Vajra general. If it weren't for the Vajra general's quick reaction, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he couldn't avoid minor injuries. This was because he punched out hastily, while the other party used all of his strength. This caused him to suffer some minor injuries. The meridians in his entire right arm had been broken. He couldn't use it to fight at all. Even if he won this time, it would take a long time for him to recover from the injuries on his body after going back. The Vajra general's figure had retreated 500 meters away from the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator had a smile on his face. This was because he knew very well that the Vajra general's right arm was crippled. This meant that the Vajra general had lost nearly half of his combat strength. The two of them were equal in strength. Now that the Vajra general lost half of his combat strength, he would definitely win. It wasn't just the sword cultivator, everyone saw the Vajra general's situation. Some people's faces couldn't help but change. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw this situation. Even if the Vajra general lost, it didn't seem to have anything to do with these people, right? Why did the battle slaves of the other realms look like their fathers had died? What's going on? However, before he could think about it, the swordsman had already attacked the Vajra warrior again. The Vajra warrior's right arm was hanging down, so he could only use his left arm to resist. He was completely at a disadvantage. He could only parry and had no power to fight back. However, he had to admit that his armor was really good. It actually blocked the attack of the swordsman's flying sword. Only a sword mark appeared on his arm guard, but it didn't hurt his arm. Everyone in the audience could see that the Vajra general had lost his momentum. Losing was a matter of time. There was only one exception. This person was Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai found that although the Vajra general was at a disadvantage now, he didn't panic at all. He guarded his door tightly. Although the sword cultivator's attack was very fierce, it couldn't do anything to him. This could only mean one thing. The Vajra general still had a trump card. Only when he still had a trump card would he be able to remain so calm even when he was at a complete disadvantage. He was very confident in his trump card. He believed that once he revealed it, he would definitely be able to turn the tables and win. Zhao Hai was very interested in the Vajra general's trump card. He wanted to see what it was that made the Vajra general so confident. Besides Zhao Hai, perhaps only the people in the large artifacts could see some clues. However, it was impossible for the people in the large artifacts to tell the people below. This was because there was no need to. They didn't care about the life and death of the people below. The Vajra general was very experienced in fighting. He was very clear that if he delayed for too long, he would be discovered by the sword cultivator. Then he wouldn't even have a chance to turn the tables. Therefore, after blocking dozens of swords from the sword cultivator, the Vajra general suddenly revealed a flaw. The sword cultivator was completely oblivious to the situation. He didn't notice that the Vajra general's move was a flaw. He thought that the Vajra general couldn't withstand his attack, so he immediately waved his sword and attacked. This time, he used all of his strength to stab the Vajra general's chest. At this moment, the Vajra general's figure flashed. In a split second, the sword cultivator's sword pierced the Vajra general's right armpit. Obviously, the Vajra general's right armpit's defense wasn't bad. The sword cultivator's sword was stuck inside. Just when the sword cultivator wanted to pull his sword out, the Vajra general grabbed the sword cultivator's sword with his left hand. Because of this sword, the Vajra general was already injured. He spat out blood, but he still held on to the sword tightly. When the sword cultivator saw the Vajra general's appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he had a look of disdain on his face. In his opinion, the Vajra general was just struggling. Just when he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his head. Before the sword cultivator could react, a huge mace had already hit the sword cultivator's head. The sword cultivator's head was like a rotten tomato that was hit by a sledgehammer. His entire head disappeared. Then his body fell straight down. In the blink of an eye, he fell into the magma pool and turned into ashes. The Vajra general looked down and coldly snorted. Then he slowly pulled out the flying sword that was still stuck in his body. He looked at it and stored it in his space. Then he waved his hand and retrieved the huge mace. This mace was more than 3 meters long. It was covered with barbs that looked like wolf fangs. It was thick and shiny. The thickest part was like a small bucket. Even the handle was as thick as a child's arm. It was suitable to be used as a weapon. However, everyone could see that this was a heavy weapon. This kind of weapon was obviously used by body cultivators. But now, no one dared to underestimate this weapon. Although it looked like a heavy weapon, when the Vajra general used it to deal with the sword cultivator, this weapon circled around the Vajra general and appeared behind the sword cultivator. Then it suddenly launched an attack. During the whole process, this mace showed unusual dexterity. This showed that this weapon wasn't as simple as a heavy weapon. If the Vajra general had this weapon in his hand, then his strength would increase by a lot. Moreover, people now knew that the Vajra general didn't use his full strength when he fought. It seems like if they want to bet on the Vajra general in the future, then they would have to take this matter into consideration. After the Vajra general received his mace, he looked at the people around the crater. Then he coldly snorted before he turned around and flew out of the crater. Zhao Hai noticed that when the Vajra general left, he took a peek at the large artifacts. He was very secretive, even Zhao Hai didn't notice it. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the Vajra general. It seems like the Vajra general had set his sights on the large artifacts. If he didn't want to join them, then he wanted to kill them. However, this didn't have any conflict with Zhao Hai. After the Vajra general left, the fat man walked out of the crater. He was still standing on the round plate. As soon as he appeared at the crater, he loudly said, "Let us congratulate the Vajra general and all the friends who bet on him. The Vajra general's victory has increased to 11. Next, we invite contestants number 2 and 19 to come out. Contestant number 2 is the spirit snake gang Xianlingfang. Contestant Xianlingfang is from the Divergent Realm. His body can twist as if he has no bones. He has also learned a body cultivation method, making his strength even more formidable. He has already won 8 matches in a row so far. His opponent is contestant number 19, who is also a divergent ability user. Contestant number 19's divergent ability user is a fire attribute divergent ability user. He can release flames at will and integrate his body into the flames. It can be said that Blazing Island is his home ground. He has already won 4 matches in a row. He is the fire god child, Wu Badong. As soon as the fatty's voice fell, the 2 people flew towards the crater. The person on the fatty's left was very thin, he looked like a skeleton. He looked very frightening. His eyes were cold and his body was so thin that it was almost unrecognizable. This made his eyes look very big. The cold light in his eyes was even more intense. It was as if he wasn't a person but a humanoid viper. On the right side of the fat man was a dwarf that wasn't very tall. However, this dwarf was very strange. He had a head full of red hair, even his eyebrows and beard were red. Even his skin had a crimson hue to it. He stood there like a red doll. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the 2 people on the stage. He didn't think that there would be 2 divergent technique rooms this time. Moreover, the strength of the divergent technique rooms was very good. It seems like the Cultivation Realm's people were the best in the world. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 people on the stage calmly. When the others heard that 2 divergent ability users had come, they also became more spirited. One must know that even in the cultivation world, divergent ability users were rare. Now that 2 of them had appeared, it was absolutely rare. The 2 of them didn't expect to meet Lei Badong. The 2 of them had a good understanding of each other's fighting style. They had seen each other's fighting style before. Whirling Lingfang's face didn't look too good. To be honest, nobody wanted to meet Lei Badong. This was because Lei Badong could fuse with the fire. And the Flame Mountain's fire attribute spiritual chi was very rich. Fighting Lei Badong here was like fighting on someone else's home ground. It was very disadvantageous for them. But there was no other way. In the cultivation realm, there was more than one death-deciding stage. Everyone would draw lots to decide where they would fight. The reason why Zhao Hai and the others were in the Mountain of Flames was so simple was because they didn't live here. After the battle in the Mountain of Flames, they would draw lots to decide where they would fight next. When the time comes, they would have to go through a transmission formation to go to the next death-deciding stage. Since there was a camp in each death-deciding stage, it was naturally impossible for the camp to be built in a good way. Whether or not you could fight someone in a favorable death arena depended entirely on luck. Obviously, Whirling Spirit Wind's luck wasn't too good this time. He actually fought Lei Bulong in the Mountain of Flames. Before the battle even started, he had already suffered a loss because of his home ground. After the fatty withdrew from the volcano, Whirling Spirit Wind immediately moved. He was like a snake as he went straight towards Lei Badong. Whirling spirit wind didn't want Lei Budong to get close to the magma in the volcano. It would be more troublesome. Lei Budong clearly saw through Whirling Spirit Wind's plan. He waved his hand, and a ball of fire attacked Whirling Spirit Wind. At the same time, he lowered his body. Clearly, he wanted to get closer to the magma. Whirling Lingfeng twisted his body in the air like a snake and dodged Lei Budong's attack. At this moment, he was very close to Lei Budong. Lei Dong's body moved as well. His entire body transformed into a clump of fire. The clump of fire burned increasingly fiercely. Finally, it transformed into a sea of fire. Lei Dong had already merged into the sea of fire. As Zhao Hai looked at the two fighting back and forth, he couldn't help but smile. The strength of these two might be good among severed soul experts, but in Zhao Hai's eyes, they were only good among severed soul experts. In the cultivation world, severed soul experts weren't much stronger than the average severed soul expert. The two fought for more than an hour. In the end, Lei Budong used his home ground advantage to cut down Whirling Spirit Wind. Whirling Spirit Wind fell into the volcano and was turned into ashes. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the volcano. One must know that Whirling Spirit Wind was a body cultivator. Even if Whirling Spirit Wind didn't cultivate an indestructible body cultivation technique, his body was still very strong. Even if he died, ordinary flames wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, he was still easily turned into ashes by the Flame Mountain. From this, one could see how powerful the flames of the Flame Mountain were. Zhao Hai wouldn't believe that such a powerful flame wasn't strange. There must be something strange about the Flame Mountain. He must find a way to figure it out. At this time, the fat man appeared on the volcano and loudly said, "Thank you to the two contestants. Their battle was very exciting. Now, let's welcome the third pair. They are from the Vajra Sect's Vajra Origin Mountain. Yuan Shan is very strong and has won 20 matches in a row. Yuan Shan is a body cultivator. He has great strength and amazing defense. Most importantly, his agility is very flexible. Let's welcome Yuan Shan." As soon as his voice fell, a figure appeared on the volcano. As soon as this figure appeared, it gave people a sense of pressure. The man was about 2.5 meters tall, and his muscles bulged like a small mountain. Most importantly, he was not wearing any protective gear, only a pair of trousers. His upper body was bare, and his thick body hair was exposed. Most importantly, this person was very ugly. If his face was taken as a picture, it would be able to ward off evil spirits. At this time, Zhang Hao said to Zhao Hai, "This is the treatment for winning 20 matches in a row. When you win 20 matches in a row, you can go on stage first. This person will be your opponent today. I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky to have such an opponent in your first match." At this time, the fat man's voice was heard. "The next person is a newcomer. He's the Black Tiger Gang's newcomer, Zhao Hai. I heard that he's very strong. I hope that he can cause some trouble for Yuan Shan. Let's welcome Zhao Hai." Following the fat man's voice, Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he flew towards the crater. Then he cupped his fist towards the people around him. He had already made his bets. Before the first round started, the slaves could go to their managers and place their bets. As long as the person they bet on wins, they would receive the corresponding odds. This was also the reason why some of the slaves had ugly expressions when the Vajra general was about to lose. When he was below, Zhang Hao told him that the battle slave managers of the various sects, in addition to managing the battle slaves, were also responsible for distributing rewards to the battle slaves. At the same time, they can also receive bets from the battle slaves. As long as the battle slaves win the first match, they would receive a certain amount of rewards. If they lose, then naturally, they wouldn't receive any rewards. This was because the loser would die, so naturally, they wouldn't need any rewards. The battle slaves can also use these rewards to do a lot of things. For example, they can ask the sects to upgrade their defensive artifacts or weapons to a certain degree. Or they can ask the sect's experts to treat their injuries. All of these can be exchanged with rewards. Before each battle, the battle slaves could place bets on the contestants, and they could even place bets on themselves. Of course, if you wanted to sell yourself, then you could only win. The battle slave manager had to deal with these matters. Previously, Zhang Hao's senior brother had accepted the bets of the Black Tiger Gang's battle slaves. Because Zhao Hai was just a newcomer, he was only allowed to familiarize himself with some of the rules of the deathmatch arena, so he didn't place any bets. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He stood on top of the volcano and looked at the people around him. Even Yuan Shan, who was staring at him, felt impolite. Zhao Hai's expression piqued the fatty's interest. The fatty had seen a lot of new battle slaves. Those battle slaves were either arrogant, unwilling, or humiliated. However, he had never seen someone like Zhao Hai. Moreover, he still had the mood to look around. This made the fatty surprised. The fatty looked at the two of them and said loudly, "You know the rules. No matter what, only one of you can walk out of here alive. Let's start now." After saying that, his figure flashed and flew out of the volcano. On the other hand, Yuan Shan didn't immediately attack. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai with an arrogant expression. His eyes flashed with contempt as he said, "Kid, consider yourself unlucky to meet me in your first match. I'll tear you to pieces." Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Shan and smiled faintly, "I want to see. There are a lot of people who want to tear me to pieces, but none of them succeeded." Yuan Shan coldly snorted and said, "Kid, you're courting death." Then his figure moved and appeared in front of Zhao Hai. At the same time, his hands grabbed onto Zhao Hai's shoulders. When everyone saw Zhao Hai's shoulders being grabbed, they couldn't help but stare. A cultivator being grabbed by a body cultivator, what kind of situation would that be? They could imagine it with their eyes closed. Yuan Shan was also stunned. He thought that Zhao Hai would react to his grab. However, Zhao Hai didn't react at all. This made him feel very strange. But out of instinct, he still grabbed onto Zhao Hai's shoulders. At the same time, he used his spiritual energy to seal the meridians on Zhao Hai's shoulders. This was almost instinctive. After sealing the acupoint on Zhao's shoulder, Yuan Shan exerted his strength and tore at both sides. Unable to tear, Yuan Shan thought that he didn't have enough strength, so he immediately gathered his spiritual qi and tore again. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Shan and smiled faintly. Then he used his arms to block. Yuan Shan felt a strong force as his hands were pushed away. While Yuan Shan was stunned, Zhao Hai kicked Yuan Shan's stomach. Although this kick didn't do anything to Yuan Shan, it still sent him flying for 100 meters before he stopped. Everyone was stunned. Then they looked at Zhao Hai as if they saw a ghost. Zhao Hai didn't have any characteristics of a body cultivator, but looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, they could see that he was a powerful body cultivator. What was going on? Yuan Shan's figure finally stopped. He looked at Zhao Hai with a shocked expression. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Shan and smiled faintly, "Mister, do you want to try again?" Yuan Shan looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted. Then he stretched out his hands like a tiger's claws. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Hai, just like a tiger staring at its prey, ready to pounce at any time. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Then he slowly raised his right hand. Then he put his middle finger and thumb together before he snapped his fingers. A soft sound was heard as Yuan Shan's throat suddenly spurted out blood. Yuan Shan's eyes were wide open as he covered his throat with both hands. However, he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. Finally, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Zhao Hai. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he was powerless as his eyes slowly lost their color. Then his body flipped backwards and fell down. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a black gas wrapped around Yuan Shan's body. Then Yuan Shan and the black gas disappeared. Yuan Shan's body didn't fall into the crater at all. Zhao Hai didn't care about that. His figure moved and appeared next to Hao Zhang. Zhao Hai's movements were very fast. Before anyone could react, he had already returned to Hao Zhang's side. After Zhao Hai stood still, everyone's eyes were still following him. Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't see anyone. He just stood there calmly, as if those people didn't exist. At this time, Fatty finally reacted. He immediately appeared at the crater and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he loudly said, "What a wonderful battle." Although it was short, contestant Zhao Hai showed his overwhelming advantage. "Everyone who bet on Zhao Hai, I want to congratulate you, you win." Although Fatty said this, there weren't many people who could laugh. This was because most of the people who bet on Yuan Shan, including the Black Tiger Gang, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to win so easily. It was as if Yuan Shan was a child playing with a sword in front of a crescent blade. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Hao Zhang also looked at Zhao Hai with a very strange expression. He didn't think that Zhao Hai was this strong. No wonder Luoying recommended Zhao Hai to the gang. He knew about Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai didn't care. He just looked in the direction of the crater. Although there were still 7 more battles, people had already lost interest in watching. This was because Zhao Hai's strength was too strong. He was completely different from Yuan Shan. This didn't mean that Yuan Shan's strength wasn't good enough. As a body cultivator, Yuan Shan was able to win 20 matches in a row in the deathmatch arena. This in itself was proof of his strength. In fact, in the eyes of experienced cultivators like Fatty, Yuan Shan already had the hope of 100 victories. But such a person couldn't block Zhao Hai's attack and was defeated in a few moves. This could only mean one thing. Zhao Hai was stronger than Yuan Shan, and much stronger. Moreover, there wasn't a single person present who wasn't knowledgeable. They could see that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't what he showed. In other words, Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength, but he was still able to defeat Yuan Shan. Before long, the 10 battles were over. Hao Zhang's senior brother led Zhao Hai and the others back to the courtyard. Zhao Hai was still with Hao Zhang. He didn't say a word, but almost everyone's eyes were on Zhao Hai. After some time, everyone returned to the courtyard. Hao Zhang's senior brother said, "Zhao Hai, Hao Zhang, come with me. The others can return to their rooms." Then he walked towards his room. Zhao Hai and Hao Zhang followed behind him. After entering the room, the senior brother looked at the two and said, "I didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong." "Good, very good. You brought glory to our Black Tiger Gang. Here's your reward." Then the senior brother's hand moved as he threw a jade bottle to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the jade bottle, then he bowed to the senior brother and said, "Thank you, sir." The senior brother waved his hand and said, "Don't call me sir, just call me senior brother Zhang. My name is Zhang Feng. Everyone in the gang calls me senior brother Zhang. You can also call me senior brother Zhang." Zhao Hai didn't feel anything, he just bowed to Zhang Feng and said, "Thank you, senior brother Zhang." At the same time, he noticed that Hao Zhang was looking at him with a shocked expression. He didn't understand what was going on. Zhao Hai didn't know that Zhang Feng wasn't a simple character. He was a direct disciple of the Black Tiger Gang's 6th Hall. Moreover, he was also an inner disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. Although he wasn't a core disciple, his status in the Black Tiger Gang wasn't low. One must know that the Black Tiger Gang's battle slaves brought a lot of benefits every year. Moreover, this was also a place for the Black Tiger Gang to display their strength. Actually, Zhang Feng's strength wasn't any worse than a core disciple. He was the #1 inner disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. He was even stronger than an ordinary core disciple. The reason why he didn't become a core disciple was because he didn't have the means to become the #1 core disciple. Moreover, he didn't want to be inferior to others. Therefore, he didn't become a core disciple, he was only an inner disciple. Because of his strength, the Black Tiger Gang transferred him to manage the Black Tiger Gang's battle slaves. Here, he was the boss. His words were equivalent to the Black Tiger Gang's words. Another reason for transferring him was that Zhang Feng didn't have a good relationship with the top 10 core disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. This was also the reason why he didn't become a core disciple. Because of this identity, Zhang Feng's status in the Black Tiger Gang was very high. In the Black Tiger Gang, there were a lot of people who wanted to call him senior brother. However, there were very few who had the qualifications to do so. Just like Zhang Hao was an outer disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. It was reasonable to say that he could call Zhang Feng senior brother. However, when Zhang Hao called Zhang Feng, he always called him eldest senior brother. He didn't dare directly call him senior brother. Now, Zhang Feng actually allowed Zhao Hai to call him senior brother. Naturally, Zhang Hao was very surprised. Through this title, one could see how much Zhang Feng appreciated Zhao Hai. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai agree, he was very happy. He smiled and said to Zhao Hai, Good, since you called me senior brother, little Hai, tell me what you want. As long as you have a request, I will certainly help you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this little brother has a request for senior brother. I don't know if senior brother can agree? Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and became even more curious. This was because he discovered that Zhao Hai didn't seem to have much respect for him. This made him somewhat curious. Battle slaves' faces when they saw him. This was because battle slaves were experts in the lower realms. Where battle slaves were experts. When they came to the cultivation, battle slaves battles experts. Battle slaves as battle slaves. Zhang was. SST. Battle. T's right. S right T est SS. This made Zhang Feng even more curious about Zhao Hai. Therefore, when he heard that Zhao Hai really had something to ask of him, he couldn't help but be interested and said, oh. What's the matter? Tell me. Zhao Hai took out the jade bottle that Zhang Feng gave him and said, this little brother doesn't need senior brother's pills. If possible, this little brother would like to exchange them for some herbs or ores that don't exist in the cultivation world. I don't know if senior brother can agree. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but curiously look at Zhao Hai and said, why do you want those things? What's the use of those things? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this little brother just likes to study those things. In the lower realms, this little brother was not only a cultivator, but also an alchemist and a refiner. This is because this little brother has a special ability to decompose and synthesize things. Zhang Feng stared and said, decompose and synthesize? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, decompose and synthesize things. This little brother can decompose artifacts into materials. I can also decompose pills and artifacts into materials. Naturally, even if the artifacts and pills are wasted, I can still decompose them into materials. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he looked at Zhang Hao and waved his hand. Zhang Hao gave Zhang Feng a salute, then he looked at Zhao Hai with envy before he turned around and left. Although Hao Zhang was just a small character in the Black Tiger Gang, he was still aware of the competition between the geniuses of the Black Tiger Gang. The competition between the geniuses wasn't just about strength, it was also about the size of the faction. This faction didn't only include the ordinary disciples, it also included those with special talents. For example, the ability to refine pills, or the ability to refine tools, these were all things that the geniuses attached great importance to. This was because a good alchemist can increase the success rate of pills. If a disciple wants to advance from a low level to a high level, they would need a lot of pills. And whether or not the pills were refined, as well as the quantity, was very important to a cultivator. And for a genius like Zhang Feng who wanted to compete for the power of the Black Tiger Gang, he was very interested in those powerful alchemists and blacksmiths. As long as he could win over these people, he could use these people to win over even more cultivators, because cultivators needed magic tools and pills. And just now, Zhang Hao heard that Zhao Hai's decomposition and synthesis technique was very powerful. If Zhao Hai can really turn waste pills into materials, then there would be no more waste pills. And in the world of cultivators, there were some heavenly materials that were successfully refined into pills. They were very precious. If there were no more waste pills in the future, then it would be good news for all cultivators. Of course, this was impossible. Not to mention whether Zhao Hai would do this or not, even if Zhao Hai agreed, Zhang Feng wouldn't. And even if Zhang Feng agreed, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't agree. If the Black Tiger Gang didn't agree, then it would be good if the Black Tiger Gang didn't turn their pills and artifacts into waste. But Zhang Hao believed that Zhang Feng wouldn't easily send Zhao Hai to the gang. He would keep Zhao Hai by his side and use him as an important tool to win people over. Zhang Hao didn't think much about it, but Zhang Feng did. He was now very excited. He had been suppressed by the top 10 core disciples and didn't dare to enter the circle of core disciples. This was equal to him losing the opportunity to fight for a higher position. How could Zhang Feng just give up like this? Because of this, he refused to leave his position as the number 1 inner disciple. This was because this position would allow him to win over more inner disciples. Not all inner disciples could become core disciples. As long as he could win over the inner disciples, then he would become a force that couldn't be underestimated. At this time, Zhang Fengjing looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, your ability is very useful. Can you demonstrate it to me? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. After that, Zhao opened the jade bottle in his hand and poured out a pill. Then a white light flashed in his hand, and a few small pieces of herbs appeared in his hand. The pills that Zhang Feng gave to Zhao Hai weren't very good things. In the cultivation world, these pills were already considered good things. Zhang Feng knew what kind of materials were used to refine these pills. Therefore, he carefully looked at the herbs in Zhao Hai's hand and quickly recognized them. There was no mistake, there wasn't a single bit missing. Even the least amount of herbs were broken down by Zhao Hai. Zhang Feng was happy in his heart. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, what about the synthesis? A white light flashed in Zhao Hai's hand and the pill appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. It was a longan-sized pill. Whether it was its color or size, there was no change. Zhang Feng even carefully looked at the pill in Zhao Hai's hand. Finally, he put down the pill with a happy expression. Then, with a turn of his hand, a magic tool appeared in his hand. It was a disc-shaped magic tool, but this magic tool was somewhat damaged. If it was used, its power would be greatly reduced. However, it could be seen that Zhang Feng was very interested in this magic tool. Even when she was holding it, she was very careful. Zhang Feng handed the artifact to Zhao Hai and said, this is an artifact, but it's somewhat damaged. Can you break it down into materials? If you can repair it, then it would be best. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there shouldn't be a problem. Then he took the disc and held it in his hand. Then a white light flashed in his hand. This time, the white light in his hand flashed for a while. When the white light disappeared, a complete disc appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. It didn't look damaged at all. However, Zhao Hai's expression was very tired. Zhang Feng's attention was attracted by the disc in Zhao Hai's hand. She gently took the disc and carefully looked at it. Then she injected a trace of spiritual qi into it. Suddenly, a very mysterious symbol appeared on the disc. It looked very strange. Zhang Feng had a happy expression on her face. This formation disc was called the mysterious star formation disc. It was a formation disc for a large formation, and this formation disc was very important. Because this formation disc was damaged, the power of the formation would be greatly reduced. Zhang Feng took out this formation disc to see if Zhao Hai could fix it. This was because she knew that although this formation disc could be used once, it couldn't be used for a long time. If the formation disc were to suddenly break, then it would be better to not use it at all. Although this would greatly reduce the power of the formation, at the very least, she would be able to keep it in her heart. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Feng took out the disc. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to repair the disc. For him, this was very important. Zhang Feng played with the disc for a while before he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. He saw that Zhao Hai looked very tired, so he immediately said, Little Hai, are you tired? Go and rest. From today onwards, you won't have any combat missions. I'll find a way to change your status to an official outer court disciple as soon as possible. Go and rest. Zhao Hai knew that Zhang Feng was trying to win him over. He didn't decline, instead, he turned to Zhang Feng and said, all right, then I'll thank senior brother in advance. Zhang Feng stood up and walked to Zhao Hai's side. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, go and rest. I'll arrange your matters as soon as possible. Zhao Hai bowed to Zhang Feng before he turned around to leave. However, Zhang Feng took out a jade slip and handed it over to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, take this. It has some information about the cultivation realm. Go back and take a look. Zhao Hai took the jade slip. After he let Zhang Feng go, he turned around and left. Zhao Hai returned to his room and didn't enter the space. Instead, he took the jade slip that Zhang Feng gave him and looked at it. The jade slip had a lot of content. After looking at it, Zhao Hai was surprised. This was because he discovered that the cultivation realm was very similar to the cultivation realm. Even the levels of cultivation were similar to the cultivation realm. In the cultivation realm, there were 6 levels. The first was soul refining, the second was dharma idol, the third was golden core, the fourth was nascent soul, the fifth was transcending tribulation, and the sixth was longevity. These 6 levels were similar to the cultivation realm. The golden core, nascent soul, and transcending tribulation levels were also present in the cultivation realm. The only difference was that the cultivation realm had the word bright. However, after looking at it, Zhao Hai understood that although these 3 levels were the same as the cultivation realm, they were very different. In the cultivation realm, the so-called golden core, nascent soul, and transcending tribulation didn't actually form a golden core. Because of Zhao Hai's special condition, he was able to form a golden core inside his body. Other cultivators only had this classification, they didn't have a true golden core and nascent soul. The golden core and nascent soul weren't easy to form. In the cultivation realm, even if people felt a golden core inside their body, it was just a useless void core. It wasn't a true golden core. Although the void core and the gold core both had the word core in their names, their meanings were completely different. The gold core was a physical entity that could produce core fire to attack the enemy. It could also be used to nourish artifacts. When necessary, it could even explode the gold core to attack the enemy. On the other hand, the void core did not have these abilities at all. The most important difference between them was the power of faith. After looking at the jade slip, Zhao Hai understood how important faith power was to a cultivator. Faith power was like a watershed for a cultivator. If a severed soul expert didn't have faith power, then they would only become an ordinary immortal expert. Even if they used heavenly treasures, their lifespan would still be 2 yuan. Zhao Hai didn't think that this was the case for faith power. If you have faith power, then after becoming an immortal expert, you can slowly advance to the transcendence stage. As your transcendence stage gets higher and higher, you can comprehend the transcendence stage and form your golden core. Then you can break your golden core and form your nascent soul. Once you form your nascent soul, your lifespan will be at least 5 yuan. At this time, although the nascent soul can leave the body, it can't be too far away. Otherwise, the body will die. Once the body dies, the nascent soul will also die. However, after reaching the transcending tribulation stage, things would be different. After undergoing the baptism of tribulation lightning, the transcending tribulation stage would truly grow. It would become more solid, capable of leaving the fleshly body for a long period of time. Additionally, the cultivator's combat power would also increase. Most importantly, the lifespan of the cultivator would also increase. 10 yuan, that was more than 10,000 years of life. 10,000 years was nothing more than this. At this point, a cultivator could truly be called a supreme existence. In the cultivation realm, the last level was the 10,000 life stage. This didn't mean that a cultivator could live for 10,000 years. On the contrary, the 10,000 life stage was much more difficult to reach compared to the previous levels. This was because in order to reach the 10,000 life stage, one would have to go through 81 tribulations. And after going through 81 tribulations, one's nascent soul would become incomparably powerful. The 10,000 life stage was just a nice way to put it. After seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The cultivation world was too abnormal. The highest lifespan could reach 100 yuan. In other words, once a cultivator reaches the 10,000 years realm, their lifespan could reach up to 1,000,000 years. They were considered to have a lifespan of 10,000 years. However, the Jade Slip also stated that in the entire cultivation realm, in the 9 continents, there was almost no one who could reach the 10,000 life stage. This was because almost everyone who wanted to reach the 10,000 life stage died under the tribulation thunder. Even if a 10,000 life stage cultivator did reach the 10,000 life stage, they would quickly disappear and no one would ever see them again. Moreover, this information couldn't be verified. In other words, it was hard to say whether there was a 10,000 life stage cultivator in the cultivation realm. In addition to these contents, there was also a map in the Jade Slip. This map was the map of the Northern Strange region. Not only was there a complete map of the Northern Strange region, but there was also the division of the various forces. Even the forbidden areas of the Northern Strange region were clearly divided. Zhao Hai had Kyer copy the contents of the Jade Slip and study it carefully. This was especially true for the map. This was because the Jade Slip didn't only contain a map, It also contained information about the Northern Strange Continent. It also contained information about the cultivation methods of the Northern Strange Continent's great sects, as well as information about some famous people. Zhao Hai was certain that even in the Black Tiger gang, there were only a handful of people who could obtain this jade slip. The contents of the jade slip were too comprehensive. At a glance, one could see that it was used by high-level disciples. For Zhang Feng to give this map to Zhao Hai was enough to show how much importance he placed on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the jade slip and let out a long breath. Then he smiled faintly. He didn't expect that in the 100 Treasures realm, he was valued not because of his strength but because of the processing machine. It was the same in the cultivation realm, he was valued not because of his strength but because of the processing machine. It seems like with this identity, it would be more convenient for him to wander the cultivation realm in the future. Zhao Hai gently closed his eyes. But this time, he didn't pay attention to the situation inside the space. Instead, he had Kyer look at the recent events in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Nothing happened in the 10,000 realm battlefield recently. This was because the situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield had already been settled. The 100 Treasures realm had completely replaced the Buddhist realm's position in the battlefield. This was because not only did they obtain the Buddhist realm's territory, they also obtained the Buddhist realm's territory. With the addition of the 100 Treasures realm's territory, it can be said that the 100 Treasures realm had become the biggest force in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Although they didn't have a deep background, it was only a matter of time. As long as they were given enough time, nobody in the 10,000 realm battlefield would dare to provoke the 100 Treasures realm. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, aside from the 100 Treasures realm, the world of cultivation was the most popular force. The people of the 100 Treasures realm knew that the reason why the 100 Treasures realm could reach this point was because of Zhao Hai. And Zhao Hai was born in the world of cultivation. Although Zhao Hai was called away by the Sky Tower, the 100 Treasures realm treated the world of cultivation even better. The 100 Treasures realm did this for two reasons. The first reason was to show the other realms that as long as they wholeheartedly work for the 100 Treasures realm, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't treat them unfairly. The world of cultivation only nurtured Zhao Hai and even let Zhao Hai join the 100 Treasures realm. If the human realms also had geniuses, then they shouldn't hide them and just hand them over to the 100 Treasures realm. The 100 Treasures realm wouldn't treat them unfairly. The second reason was that the higher-ups of the 100 Treasures realm understood that Zhao Hai being taken away by the Sky Tower wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The Sky Tower was able to suppress the entire 10,000 realm battlefield. This was enough to show that they had a powerful force behind them. The Sky Tower was like the 100 Treasures realm to the world of cultivation. And with Zhao Hai's ability, the people of the world of cultivation believed that no matter where Zhao Hai goes, he would be able to stand out. If Zhao Hai really becomes successful in the future, then the 100 Treasures realm might also benefit from it. It must be known that Zhao Hai was a very sentimental person. But if they let Zhao Hai know that the 100 Treasures realm let down the world of cultivation, then when Zhao Hai becomes successful, then the 100 Treasures realm would be the first to suffer. This was the reason why the 100 Treasures realm treated the world of cultivation so well. Facts have proven that the 100 Treasures realm was right. People like Zhao Hai were like fireflies in the night. No matter where they go, they would shine. Zhao Hai has already seen the 100 Treasures realm's discussion. To be honest, he wasn't disgusted. Although the 100 Treasures realm had their own goals, in any case, the world of cultivation was getting real benefits. This was very good. You can't pursue perfection. You can't turn everyone into a saint, especially selfish cultivators. Regarding Zhao Hai's departure from the 10,000 realm battlefield, the other realms were relieved. But at this time, nobody dared to provoke the 100 Treasures realm. This was because these high-grade realms weren't stupid enough to make a move against the 100 Treasures realm before determining whether Zhao Hai was alive or dead. If they really made a move and Zhao Hai came back intact, then they would be in big trouble. Whether it was the Divergent realm or the Sword realm, nobody dared to guarantee that they could beat the Buddhist realm. And now, the Buddhist realm was slaughtered by Zhao Hai. From this, one could see how strong Zhao Hai was. In this case, those who dared to provoke the 100 Treasures realm would be idiots. Not only did these people not provoke the 100 Treasures realm, they also deliberately befriended the 100 Treasures realm. This gave the 100 Treasures realm a rare opportunity to develop. Since everything in the 10,000 realm battlefield was normal, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he turned his attention back to the space. The space was now providing him with more faith power. However, he couldn't practice his Dharma idol right now. This was because if he did, Zhang Feng would know about it. That would be bad. Zhao Hai nodded. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai found out that Zhang Feng wanted to harm him. In fact, Zhang Feng was too busy to protect him right now. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal his cards. The reason why he told her about his divergent technique was because he knew that it would make Zhang Feng pay more attention to him. Although Zhao Hai didn't mind killing a few more people in the death arena, he didn't think that it was necessary. This was because if he was in the limelight, then it would bring him unnecessary trouble. Because of this, Zhao Hai told Zhang Feng about his divergent technique. He wanted to change his environment. Naturally, he succeeded. Zhang Feng was sitting on his chair with a calm expression. In his hand was the mysterious star disc that was prepared by Zhao Hai. He gently stroked the disc with a smile on his face. Zhang Feng's mood was very good. He didn't think that the heavens would allow Zhao Hai to appear in front of him. For Zhang Feng, Zhao Hai was very important. As long as Zhao Hai was here, he would be able to win over more people in the future. This way, his influence would be even greater. He would be able to compete with the core disciples. Zhao Hai's ability to decompose and synthesize materials was very powerful. There was no lack of alchemists and blacksmiths in the cultivation realm. However, it wasn't easy to find alchemists and blacksmiths with high success rates. In the cultivation world, whether one wanted to reach the spirit refining stage or the Dharma phase, or even successfully form the Dharma phase, they all needed the assistance of elixirs. Elixirs used for leveling up were even more difficult to refine, and the success rate was so low that it was frightening. Even if one had the ingredients to refine an elixir, they might not be able to produce a finished product. Most importantly, a finished elixir could not guarantee the effect that one wanted, which was the most terrible thing. An incident happened in the cultivation realm that left a deep impression on Zhang Feng. This incident was also widely spread in the cultivation realm. It was said that in the Middle Continent, there was a disciple of a large sect. His talent was very good. He smoothly refined his spirit and formed his transcendence stage. However, when he wanted to form his golden core, there was an accident. The disciple found 200 sets of supplementary materials and then found a very famous alchemist to refine them for him. But what made people surprised was that the famous alchemist ended up wasting all of his 200 points of ingredients. Finally, the cultivator formed his core without any pills. But in the end, the cultivator didn't manage to form his core. After going through all these setbacks, the cultivator couldn't take it anymore and ended up committing suicide. The alchemist was a good friend of the cultivator who committed suicide. In the end, the alchemist also went crazy. This death and madness really reflected the cruelty of the cultivation realm. However, if Zhao Hai was here, the cultivator wouldn't have committed suicide. This was because Zhao Hai didn't have any waste pills. He could decompose the waste pills into materials and let the alchemist continue to refine them. No matter how many times the alchemist failed, the cultivator would be able to obtain 200 pills. Not to mention a cultivator with good talent, even a cultivator with trash talent would be able to form his golden core with these pills. From this point, it could be seen what an existence like Zhao Hai meant to a cultivator. With Zhao Hai, it was equivalent to an endless supply of pills, various materials, and various artifacts. This was something that no cultivator could resist. Because of Zhang Feng's previous identity, it was impossible for him to rope in those high-level alchemists and blacksmiths. Those high-level alchemists and blacksmiths didn't look at an inner disciple. Their eyes were fixed on those core disciples. It was also because of this reason that Zhang Feng didn't have any decent alchemists and blacksmiths in his hands. Now that Zhao Hai had appeared, for Zhang Dan, it was definitely a heaven-shaking surprise. After a while, Zhang Feng put away the formation plate, but his brows were wrinkled. Zhao Hai was very important to him. However, if he wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, he couldn't let others notice Zhao Hai. This was the biggest headache for him right now. In addition to Zhao Hai, there was another person, Zhang Hao. When Zhao Hai used his divergent technique, Zhang Hao also saw it. If he didn't deal with Zhang Hao, then Zhao Hai's matter would definitely be exposed. The best way to keep a person's secret was to turn them into a dead person. However, although Zhang Hao was a small character in the Black Tiger gang, his current position was also very important. If he suddenly died, then the Black Tiger gang would certainly investigate. At that time, it was inevitable that they would be exposed. One must know that the Dark Hall people weren't vegetarians. Those people simply didn't know where they would come from. If it was just an ordinary outer disciple, then killing him wouldn't be a big deal. However, an outer disciple who was in charge of the battle slaves was different. An outer disciple who was in charge of the battle slaves often had contact with people from the outside world. If he died, then the gang would certainly suspect that he was killed by people from other realms. At that time, it would be even more troublesome. Moreover, he still had to deal with Zhao Hai. If Zhang Hao suddenly died and he turned Zhao Hai into an outer disciple, then as long as the gang members weren't blind, then they would certainly pay attention to Zhao Hai. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. If Zhang Hao was transferred and killed, then it would be even more troublesome. This was because he didn't know if Zhang Hao would tell others about this matter after being transferred. If that happened, then it would be even more troublesome. Since killing Zhang Hao wasn't enough, then in order to keep Zhang Hao secret, there was only one way, and that was to pull Zhang Hao to his side. Zhang Hao's strength wasn't very strong, and his talent wasn't very good. He belonged to the kind of person who didn't have any talent. Even if Zhang Feng wanted to pull someone to his side, he wouldn't pull Zhang Hao. However, in order to keep his secret, he must pull Zhang Hao to his side. Zhang Feng knew that if he really wanted to pull Zhang Hao to his side, then Zhang Hao wouldn't refuse. First, it was because of Zhang Feng's status. He was the #1 inner disciple. If he didn't agree to pull an ordinary outer disciple to his side, then he would be a ghost. Moreover, he had Zhao Hai in his hands. With Zhao Hai, he wasn't afraid that Zhang Hao wouldn't join him. But Zhang Hao wouldn't use this matter as a stepping stone. This was because the Black Tiger gang knew that even if he sold this information to a core disciple, he wouldn't necessarily get any benefits. Moreover, he would also offend Zhang Feng. Even if Zhang Feng didn't dare to make a move on a core disciple, he still had a lot of ways to deal with a nobody like Zhang Hao. Therefore, Zhang Hao would definitely join him. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Feng said in a deep voice, "Zhang Hao, come to my room." Zhang Hao was very nervous. Although Zhang Hao's cultivation talent was ordinary, he wasn't worse than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get the position of a guide. When Zhao Hai spoke about his ability, Zhang Hao didn't think much about it. But when he returned to his room and thought about this matter, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The battle between Zhang Feng and a core disciple wasn't a secret. And Zhao Hai's importance to a cultivator was self-evident. Zhang Feng would certainly keep Zhao Hai in his hands. And as the only one who knew about Zhao Hai's ability, Zhang Hao was afraid that he wouldn't have a good end. The more he thought about it, the more scared he got. Zhang Hao was restlessly pacing back and forth in his room. He was very clear that he was just a nobody among the outer disciples. He might have no future in front of Luoying, but in Zhang Feng's eyes, Zhang Hao was just an ant. If Zhang Feng wanted to kill him, he could do so with a wave of his hand. But in order to keep this secret, Zhang Hao might even kill him. Thinking about this, Zhang Hao broke out in cold sweat. He knew that running away was useless. Even if he ran away, Zhang Feng would send people to kill him. Although Zhang Feng couldn't compare to the core disciples, his influence wasn't small. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. At this time, Zhang Hao suddenly heard Zhang Feng's voice. When he heard Zhang Feng calling him, Zhang Hao felt his head buzzing. He knew that he was finished. After a while, Zhang Hao calmed down. Then he took 2 deep breaths and turned around to go outside. He was very clear that he was too close to Zhang Feng. Even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to escape from Zhang Feng's palm. He might as well go and see Zhang Feng. When Zhang Hao arrived at Zhang Feng's door, he loudly said, "Elder brother, Zhang Hao requests an audience." Zhang Feng said, "Come in." Zhang Hao pushed the door and went inside. Then he gave Zhang Hao a salute and said, "I don't know what elder brother wants me to do." Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Hao's appearance and faintly smiled. To be honest, he appreciated Zhang Hao. Of course, what he appreciated wasn't Zhang Hao's strength or his cultivation talent, but his ability to handle affairs. Zhang Feng's ability to handle affairs was very strong. He was smooth and slick. In the past, Zhang Feng didn't like this kind of person. This was because a cultivator didn't need to have a strong ability to handle affairs, nor did they need to curry favor with everyone. When one's strength reached a certain level, they didn't need to curry favor with others. However, Zhang Feng recognized that Zhang Hao's ability to become a guide from an ordinary outer disciple was inseparable from his ability to handle affairs. This was why Zhang Feng appreciated Zhang Hao. At this time, Zhang Hao was somewhat nervous, but he still maintained his calm. However, he didn't think that because of this, Zhang Feng would appreciate him even more. Zhang Feng said, "Little Hao, I called you here today because of Little Hai's matter. You should already know about Little Hai's ability, and you should also know what this ability represents. Little Hai's matter must not be revealed to anyone. From now on, you will be this Zhang Feng's brother, and Little Hai will also be your brother. In the future, there will be more brothers. However, Little Hai's matter must only be known to you and me. I will give you a chance now, you have to do something for me. As long as this matter is done well, then you will be under my protection. How about it?" When Zhang Hao heard Zhang Feng's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly, then his face was filled with ecstasy. He knew what Zhang Feng's words meant. Zhang Feng was trying to win him over, but at the same time, it was also a threat. Although he didn't understand why Zhang Feng wanted to win him over, but one thing was certain, and that was, this time, not only would he not die, but he would also obtain a big backer, which for an outer disciple, was very important. Zhang Hao didn't say anything else, he immediately knelt down in front of Zhang Feng and bowed, "Senior brother, please instruct me. As long as I can do it, I will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Hao's appearance and couldn't help but smile. Zhang Hao's reaction was completely within his expectations. He said, "Take my name card and arrange for Zhao Hai to be an outer disciple. It would be best if you can find a place where no one will pay attention to him. The less contact he has with people, the better. Moreover, you can't attract the attention of Ren Karen. It would be best if you don't let too many people know that it was me who ordered you to do this. How about it? Can you do it?" Zhang Hao stared for a moment, then he stood up and said, "Senior brother, you can rest assured. I will do my best." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Good, go." Then he took out his jade card and threw it to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao received the jade card and then gave Zhang Feng a salute before he turned around and left. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Hao and smiled faintly, "I want to see how this kid will handle this matter. If he does well, then it would be a good thing." Zhao Hai also heard the conversation between the two. He was surprised by Zhang Feng's reaction, but he quickly figured out what was going on. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "I didn't expect that I would become so popular. This is also good. I'll find a quiet place and watch how things develop. I believe that Zhang Feng won't treat me badly." Not only did he say this for himself, he also said it for Kai and the others. Zhao Hai's understanding of the Black Tiger Gang and the cultivation realm only existed on paper. In this case, he couldn't do anything. It would be better for him to follow Zhang Feng's arrangement and become an outer disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. Then he could slowly understand the Black Tiger Gang. When the time is right, it wouldn't be too late to stand up. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't dislike Zhang Feng's arrangement. On the contrary, Zhang Feng's arrangement would save him a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that Zhang Feng would force him to refine pills or refine artifacts. This was because Zhang Feng needed him. His strength was too important for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng wouldn't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Zhao Hai wanted to know what kind of identity Zhang Hao would give him. But in any case, it seems like Zhang Feng wouldn't let Zhao Hai participate in the duel. This was definitely a good thing for Zhao Hai. For the next few days, Zhao Hai rested in his room. Zhang Feng also didn't summon Zhao Hai. He didn't want to be too conspicuous. But at the same time, he used the stacked shadows praying mat to monitor Zhao Hai. He also mobilized all the forces he could mobilize. First, he wanted to see what Zhang Hao was doing these days. He was afraid that Zhang Hao would leak the information. Second, he wanted to be prepared. If Zhang Hao really did leak the information, then he wouldn't be caught off guard. For the next 10 days, Zhang Hao didn't come back. However, Zhang Feng received some information about Zhang Hao through his monitoring system. Zhang Hao didn't betray him, nor did he use his name to go around. In fact, these days, Zhang Hao didn't do anything out of the ordinary except for his secret contact with the steward disciples of the Handyman Hall. This made the people monitoring Zhang Hao somewhat puzzled. Even Zhang Feng was curious about Zhang Hao. He now wanted to know what Zhang Hao was going to do. Zhang Hao was currently in the room of a steward elder of the Handyman Hall. This steward elder wasn't very strong, he had just reached the golden core stage. Because of his age, he had no hope of advancing any further. Therefore, the Black Tiger Gang gave him the position of a steward elder, allowing him to manage the outer court disciples and handyman disciples. Although he didn't have much power, no one would dare to offend him. Of course, at his age, he didn't want to offend others. If he had time, he would help his juniors and think about his own family. Now, the steward elder of the Handyman Hall wasn't young anymore. His hair and beard were already white. His surname was Hu, so people called him Elder Hu. This man was usually very kind, smiling to everyone. However, his ability to handle matters was very strong. He handled the matters given to him in an orderly manner. However, he did things with a sense of propriety. The things that he should do, he didn't do any less. The things that he shouldn't do, he didn't do too much. Therefore, in the Handyman Hall, Elder Hu was a very popular figure. Zhang Hao was now standing in front of Elder Hu. Elder Hu didn't have the arrogance of a golden core stage expert. He also stood there and looked at Zhang Hao with a smile and said, "Little Hao, how come you have time to come here? Aren't you following eldest senior brother? What happened? Did you offend eldest senior brother and get kicked out?" Zhang Hao smiled bitterly and said, "Elder Hu, in all honesty, I wouldn't dare offend eldest senior brother. Today, I did have something to do, but it was eldest senior brother who ordered me to do it." Then Zhang Hao showed Zhang Feng's token to Elder Hu. When Elder Hu glanced at the token, his face couldn't help but change. This was because he discovered that it was Zhang Feng's token. It seems like this time, Zhang Feng really sent Zhang Hao to do something. Elder Hu's expression immediately became serious as he said, "If it's eldest senior brother's matter, then this old man will definitely do it well. May I ask what eldest senior brother wants me to do?" Elder Hu's beard was already white, but he still called Zhang Feng as eldest senior brother. This was because in the cultivation world, the one who reached the top was first. Elder Hu was only a gold core stage cultivator, and Zhang Feng was already a nascent soul stage expert. In this case, he naturally had to call Zhang Feng as senior brother. Zhang Hao looked at Elder Hu and said, "Elder Hu, I don't know if you've heard about what happened in the death stage of the Blazing Mountain a few days ago? At that time, our Black Tiger Gang was in the limelight." Elder Hu nodded and said, "I've heard about it. It seems like there was a new battle slave who was very strong. He easily defeated his opponent, greatly increasing the prestige of our Black Tiger Gang." Zhang Hao smiled bitterly and said, "The problem is that Zhao Hai is very strong. It can even be said that it's not impossible for him to win 100 battles. However, when they fought last time, nobody was optimistic about him. Therefore, not only did he cause the other battle slaves to lose, he also caused senior brother Zhang to lose a lot of money. The other senior brothers in the gang also lost a lot of money. How can the senior brothers not be angry? If we let Zhao Hai continue to fight here, then his reputation will become bigger and bigger. Therefore, senior brother Zhang's idea is to make an exception and promote Zhao Hai to an outer court disciple. Then we'll give him an idle job so that everyone will forget about him as soon as possible." Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Elder Hu couldn't help but curse in his heart. To be honest, he knew a bit about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was very strong, so winning 100 battles wasn't difficult. Once Zhao Hai enters the Black Tiger Gang with 100 victories, he would certainly be put in an important position. However, when Zhao Hai won last time, he caused Zhang Feng and the others to lose a lot of money. Because of this, a lot of people didn't want Zhao Hai to be so famous. Therefore, they came up with a method to promote Zhao Hai to the Black Tiger Gang and make him an outer court disciple. In fact, they would give him an idle job so that he would be forgotten and fend for himself. It can be said that if Zhao Hai entered the Black Tiger gang with 100 victories, then he would have great achievements in the future. However, if he entered the Black Tiger gang, then his life would be wasted. However, Elder Hu only secretly cursed Zhang Hao for being insidious. He didn't think too much about it. In the cultivation world, this kind of thing happened every day, so it wasn't a big deal. Although Elder Hu felt pity for Zhao Hai, he wouldn't offend Zhang Feng for a complete stranger like Zhao Hai. Therefore, he immediately nodded and said, "Alright, there's no problem. Senior brother Zhang only needs to say a few words to let Zhao Hai enter the outer court. But I don't know where senior brother Zhang is going to arrange for Zhao Hai to be?" Zhang Hao looked at Elder Hu and a smile appeared on his face. Then he said, "How about the Invisible Valley? The guardian of the Invisible Valley, old Zhang, doesn't have much time left. I heard that his family wants to take him home. Now that the Invisible Valley needs a guardian, what does Elder Hu think?" Elder Hu's face was covered in cold sweat. At the same time, he secretly cursed Zhang Hao for being ruthless. What kind of place was the Invisible Valley? It was an incomparably huge valley. It was located in a remote area, and no one would go there for a long time. The most important thing was that the things stored in the valley were all wasted pills and magic tools. It could be said that it was a garbage dump. The Black Tiger gang had a lot of alchemists and alchemists. Every day, they would refine a huge amount of pills and artifacts. Naturally, there was also a huge amount of waste. In the alchemy room and the artifact master room, there were people who were responsible for collecting these things. Then they would directly send them to the Invisible Valley through the transmission formation. The Invisible Valley's guardian would take these things from the transmission formation and dump them into the Invisible Valley. In other words, the guardian of the Invisible Valley was just a garbage dump. The name of the Invisible Valley was given by people later on. First, it was because there were no people there. Second, it was because there were things that alchemists and blacksmiths didn't want to see. Third, it was because once a person became a guardian of the Invisible Valley, they would never be able to see the light of day. Because of this, the original name of the valley was forgotten and was directly called the Invisible Valley. In the Black Tiger gang, there was a saying that if someone offended you, killing them wasn't the best way. Sending them to the Invisible Valley was the best way to get revenge. As for the old Zhang that Zhang Hao spoke of, he had been in the Invisible Valley for hundreds of years. He was a foundation establishment cultivator, but because he offended someone, he was sent to the Invisible Valley and stayed there for hundreds of years. Now, even if he wanted to reach the Golden Core stage, it was impossible. His lifespan had come to an end, so he was ready to go home and retire. Elder Hu was worried about the candidate to replace him, but he didn't expect that Zhang Hao would actually send him a person. Elder Hu let out a long breath and said, "Alright, then it's settled. I ask senior brother Zhang to send him as soon as possible." Zhang Hao bowed to Elder Hu and said, "Then I'll have to thank Elder Hu. I'll go back and say a few good words to senior brother Zhang. I heard that Elder Hu's grandson's talent is good. I'll see if senior brother Zhang can help me arrange it." When Elder Hu heard Zhang Hao, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He quickly said, "Then I'll have to thank junior brother Zhang. I hope that junior brother Zhang can say a few good words for me. When the time comes, I'll be sure to thank you." Elder Hu was a golden core cultivator while Zhang Hao was just a foundation establishment cultivator. In addition to their seniority, Zhang Hao should be calling Elder Hu martial uncle. But now, Elder Hu was calling Zhang Hao junior brother. This showed how powerful Zhang Hao's words were. This wasn't to say that Elder Hu was flattering, but rather the reality. In the cultivation world, it wasn't that cultivators didn't want to marry. There were a lot of cultivators who had a big clan behind them. Some of these big clans had existed for a long time, while some were just established not long ago. Elder Hu's family was a very ancient family. However, Elder Hu was only a side branch of the family. He was completely separated from the main family. Now, he was an independent family. However, he could only be regarded as a small family. As for Elder Hu's son's generation, there weren't any outstanding people. They were only one of the small families that relied on the Black Tiger gang to survive. However, Elder Hu's grandson had pretty good talent. If he could be properly nurtured, it wasn't impossible for him to become a talent. Elder Hu also understood this point. However, his words carried little weight. His clan wasn't a place with a lot of benefits. Even if he wanted to train his grandson, he was powerless. But if Zhang Feng agreed to help his grandson, then his grandson would definitely prosper in the future. The entire elder Hu's bloodline would also prosper. This was elder Hu's greatest wish, so when he heard Zhang Hao's words, he was so excited. Zhang Hao looked at elder Hu and nodded, "Alright, I'll do my best." But elder Hu, brother Zhang doesn't want too many people to know about this matter. You should also forget about Zhao Hai and this matter as soon as possible. Do you understand? Elder Hu nodded and said, "Rest assured, I wouldn't dare neglect senior brother Zhang's matters. Moreover, I'm not young anymore, there are some things that I can't remember." Then he and Zhang Hao looked at each other, and then they both laughed. Zhang Feng really didn't know what Zhang Hao wanted to do. The elder Hu that Zhang Hao went to see was the last outer court principal elder that he had seen. Zhang Hao had also seen the other elders, but Zhang Feng didn't know what Zhang Hao said to them. At this time, Zhang Feng suddenly felt a fluctuation coming from the transmission formation. Then Zhang Hao appeared before Zhang Feng's door. Without waiting for Zhang Hao to speak, Zhang Feng said, "Come in." Zhang Hao nodded and walked in. Zhang Hao nodded and walked in. Zhang Hao nodded and walked in. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Hao and said, "How's the matter?" Zhang Hao replied, "It's done. I've already greeted the outer court elders. Moreover, I've already registered Zhao Hai. He's now an outer court disciple of the Black Tiger Gang." This brat also asked elder Hu for a job for Zhao Hai. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Hao and said, "What job?" Zhang Hao looked at Zhang Feng, then he smiled and said, "Don't see the valley watchman." When Zhang Feng heard Zhang Hao, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhang Hao and laughed, good job. Zhang Hao, you did a good job. You did a good job. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao said in a deep voice, "But I also promised one thing on behalf of senior apprentice brother. Elder Hu's grandson's talent is not bad. I told Elder Hu that I need senior apprentice brother's help." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "No problem. You go rest first. I'll pay attention to this matter." Zhang Hao nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai stood outside the unseen valley in a daze. He smiled bitterly as he looked at the piles of garbage in the valley. He didn't know what to say. When he was in the 100 Treasures realm, he cleaned up garbage. He didn't expect that after joining the Black Tiger Gang, he would go back to his old ways. He was even worse than before. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall what Zhang Feng had told him. That day, after Zhang Feng had seen the sky, she had told him about her arrangements. In fact, he had heard the conversation between Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao, but he didn't know where the invisible valley was at that time. When Zhang Feng told him where the unseen valley was, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. It was at this time that he discovered that his divergent ability was really good at picking up garbage. Zhao Hai also knew about Zhang Hao's arrangement for him. He was placed in the unseen valley, a place where people would quickly forget about him. Nobody would be able to take advantage of him. As for Zhao Hai, he could slowly turn the garbage into materials, pills, and artifacts. Then Zhang Feng would use these things to win over others. Naturally, Zhang Feng also made it clear that he wouldn't treat Zhao Hai unfairly. Everything that Zhao Hai has in the future would be the best. Anything that Zhao Hai wants, Zhang Feng would be able to get it for him. Moreover, he would also help Zhao Hai with his cultivation methods. Moreover, he would guarantee that these methods would be the best in the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai knew that it was useless to object at this time. Zhang Feng was very strong. Although he felt the same as the limitless Buddha, Zhao Hai was certain that Zhang Feng was a lot stronger than the limitless Buddha. Zhao Hai's perception was very sharp. Even so, he couldn't completely sense Zhang Feng's strength. This was enough to explain Zhang Feng's strength. Moreover, Zhang Feng only asked Zhang Hao to take Zhao Hai's token out. From this, one could see how high Zhang Feng's status in the Black Tiger Gang was. If Zhao Hai were to fall out with Zhang Feng at this time, then the one who would suffer in the end would be him. Most importantly, Zhao Hai didn't want to implicate the 100 Treasures realm because of this matter. Moreover, it was better if nobody paid attention to him. The waters of the Cultivation realm were too deep. Zhao Hai needed to observe carefully before he could decide what to do. Moreover, Zhang Feng valued him a lot. Not only did he build a transmission formation in the Invisible Valley, he also gave him some cultivation methods. Although these cultivation methods weren't very useful to Zhao Hai knew that they were very good. They were definitely high-quality goods. After Zhang Hao led Zhao Hai to see Elder Hu, he was directly kicked to the Invisible Valley. Old Zhang, who was in charge of the Invisible Valley, had already returned home before Zhao Hai arrived. Now, only Zhao Hai was in charge of the Invisible Valley. Originally, Zhang Hao wanted to send Zhao Hai here. But doing so would arouse Elder Hu's suspicion. Therefore, he had Zhao Hai come here himself. Zhao Hai also placed silver needles on Zhang Hao's body. After Zhao Hai left the Invisible Valley, Zhang Hao went to find Elder Hu. Elder Hu politely asked Zhang Hao to sit down before he said, "Junior brother Zhang, are you satisfied with my arrangements?" Zhang Hao looked at Elder Hu and knew what he was thinking. Zhang Hao smiled faintly and said, "I'm very satisfied." Elder Hu, rest assured, I, Zhang Hao, wouldn't deceive you. Tomorrow, there will be an outer court disciple selection. Let your grandson come. Senior brother Zhang can guarantee that he can enter the Black Tiger Gang and become an outer court disciple. Moreover, I'll take care of him in the future. Hearing Zhang Hao, Elder Hu couldn't help but be overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you, junior brother. I also asked junior brother to thank elder brother. Junior brother Zhang, how do you want to deal with Zhao Hai? Do you want me to teach him a lesson in the future?" When Zhang Hao heard Elder Hu, his expression couldn't help but change. He was very clear about Zhao Hai's position in Zhang Feng's heart. It can be said that the reason why Zhang Feng accepted him was because of Zhao Hai. If Zhang Feng knew that Elder Hu wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Hai, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Zhang Hao quickly said, "No, absolutely not. Elder Hu, remember, don't make things difficult for Zhao Hai. Also, don't make things difficult for Zhao Hai. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for you." Elder Hu looked at Zhang Hao in confusion. He didn't know why Zhang Hao had such a big reaction. When Zhang Hao saw Elder Hu's expression, he knew that Elder Hu was suspicious. He knew that he should make things clear to Elder Hu. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome in the future. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and waved his hand towards Elder Hu. Elder Hu was surprised, but he still came to Zhang Hao's side. Zhang Hao then said, "Elder Hu, senior brother Zhang has promised to help your grandson. In the future, he might even accept him as a disciple. Therefore, we aren't outsiders. So I'll make things clear to you, you absolutely cannot touch Zhao Hai. In fact, everything I told you before was just an excuse. Senior brother Zhang saw that Zhao Hai is very strong, and that he is a promising talent. Therefore, he directly gave him the status of an outer court disciple. But because he was afraid that other people would come to snatch Zhao Hai, he decided to leave Zhao Hai in the Invisible Valley. This way, other people wouldn't be able to find Zhao Hai. In fact, senior brother Zhang values Zhao Hai more than you and me. If you really make things difficult for Zhao Hai, then senior brother Zhang wouldn't let you off. I don't want to be dealt with by senior brother Zhang because of this. Also, remember, don't let anyone know about this matter, not even those closest to you." Elder Hu had been in the Black Tiger Gang for his entire life. What kind of things hadn't he seen before? Moreover, he was very familiar with the Black Tiger Gang. He naturally knew about the grudges between Zhang Feng and the core disciples. He also knew why Zhang Feng wanted to collect talents and send them to the Invisible Valley. Thinking about this, Elder Hu couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Fortunately, he had already said these words before making things difficult for Zhao Hai. If he said it later, then he wouldn't even know how he died. Elder Hu quickly gave Zhang Hao a salute and said, "Junior brother Zhang, rest assured, this old man knows what to do. I won't ruin elder brother's plans." "But junior brother Zhang, you said that elder brother Zhang might accept little son as a disciple. Is that true?" Zhang Hao looked at Elder Hu and smiled. "Elder Hu, let me tell you, your grandson's future development has a lot to do with Zhao. The reason why brother Zhang put Zhao there is for a purpose. As for what purpose, you don't need to ask and you don't need to please Zhao. As long as you do brother Zhang's job well, as long as your grandson's talent isn't too bad, then in the future, even if he can't be accepted as a disciple by Brother Zhang will still give him a better arrangement, one that will definitely be better than what you have now. Do you understand? Elder Hu smiled and said, Elder Hu, let me tell you that your grandson's future development has a lot to do with Zhao. Do you understand? When Elder Hu heard Zhang Hao, he completely understood what was going on. He looked at Zhang Hao and said, yes, I understand. Junior brother Zhang, rest assured, this old man will certainly do a good job. Zhang Hao nodded, then he gave Elder Hu a salute before he turned around and left. When Elder Hu saw Zhang Hao leave, he let out a long breath. However, he was even more curious about Zhao Hai. He really wanted to know what kind of person Zhao Hai was, and why Zhang Feng valued him so much. Before, he had also observed Zhao Hai. He looked ordinary, there was nothing special about him. He didn't understand why Zhang Feng valued Zhao Hai so much. Although he was now even more curious, he didn't think about going to see Zhao Hai. He had been in the Black Tiger gang for a long time, and he knew that sometimes curiosity kills people. Whether or not Zhao Hai offended Zhang Feng, or if he was valued by Zhang Feng, it had nothing to do with him. He just needed to do his own thing. Zhao Hai cleaned up his cave residence in Invisible Valley before he returned to the space. When he was in Elder Hu's servant hall, he had already left his silver needles there. One must know that Invisible Valley was very far from the Black Tiger gang. Now, he wanted to use the servant hall as a center to slowly understand the Black Tiger gang. The reason why Zhao Hai was so careful was because he knew that the Black Tiger gang had a lot of experts. Moreover, many of them had faith power. Although their faith power wasn't as much as Zhao Hai's, if Zhao Hai were to use silver needles to monitor these people, then it was very likely that he would be discovered. Because of this, Zhao Hai was even more careful in his actions. At this point, Zhao Hai discovered that faith power was indeed a good thing. However, for him, faith power was a bit troublesome. This was because faith power made it difficult for him to monitor others. The reason why he could monitor Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao was because these two weren't wary of him. Moreover, they were very fond of him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for him to monitor these two people. Zhao Hai didn't think that faith power was a good thing. Needless to say, Zhang Feng was a nascent soul-stage great cultivator. His strength was very formidable. His faith power was also very profound. If Zhao Hai wanted to monitor him without being discovered, then it wouldn't be easy. Fortunately, Zhang Feng trusted him. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. On the other hand, Zhang Hao had just reached foundation establishment. Moreover, he hadn't become an inner court disciple. Because of this, monitoring him was much easier. In fact, among the outer court disciples of the Black Tiger gang, there weren't many who had faith power. Only the elders of the Black Tiger gang had faith power. This made it easier for Zhao Hai to monitor the outer court disciples of the Black Tiger gang. However, monitoring the inner court disciples of the Black Tiger gang was very troublesome. This was because as long as one was an inner court disciple, they would have faith power. If Zhao Hai wanted to monitor the inner court disciples, then there was a high chance that he would be discovered. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He discovered that the Black Tiger gang had a lot of outer court disciples and service disciples. There were so many of them that the 100 Treasures realm and its subordinate realms didn't have as many outer court disciples as the Black Tiger gang. Not to mention the service disciples, monitoring them wouldn't be easy. Additionally, Zhao Hai was very careful in his actions. Because of this, Zhao Hai became even more careful. He would rather not monitor the Black Tiger gang than let them discover that he was being monitored. The Chilly Wind Valley's death deciding stage was a famous death deciding stage in the cultivation realm. This was because a cold wind would appear here from time to time, and this cold wind was very strong. Even if a golden core stage cultivator was blown by this cold wind, their golden core would immediately be frozen and they would directly fall into the Chilly Wind Valley and die. But if the battle slaves were to fight in the Chilly Wind Valley, as long as they were blown by the wind, then they would die. The cold wind in the Chilly Wind Valley would appear from time to time. Sometimes, the cold wind would blow for several days, and sometimes, it would go on for more than a month without any cold wind appearing. Because of this, all the people who bet in the Chilly Wind Valley had three choices. The first one was to bet on Party A winning, The second one was to bet on Party B winning, and the third one was to bet on both parties dying under the chilly wind. It was precisely because of this variable that the Chilly Wind Valley's death-deciding platform was more attractive and more attractive. It was one of the more popular death-deciding platforms in the cultivation world. Zhang Feng calmly looked at the Chilly Wind Valley's death-deciding stage. There were two cultivators fighting there. One of them was a battle slave of the Black Tiger Gang. But it was clear that the battle slave of the Black Tiger Gang wasn't a match for the other person. Zhang Feng didn't have any expression. In fact, his mind wasn't here at all. He was currently thinking about Zhao Hai's situation. Zhao Hai has been in the Invisible Valley for 5 days. During these 5 days, Zhao Hai didn't have any reaction. He just stayed in the Invisible Valley. Every day, he would turn some waste pills into good ones. Otherwise, he would be busy with the matters of the Invisible Valley. The reason why Zhang Feng was able to monitor Zhao Hai was because he had done something to Zhao Hai's identity jade token. Zhao Hai's identity jade token was the Black Tiger Gang's outer disciple jade token. However, Zhao Hai's outer disciple jade token was different from other outer disciple jade tokens. This jade token was specially processed by Zhang Feng. There was a formation inside the jade token that could monitor Zhao Hai's every move. It wasn't that Zhang Feng didn't trust Zhao Hai. It was just that Zhao Hai was too important. It wasn't easy for Zhao Hai to escape his control. Because of this, Zhang Feng's monitoring of Zhao Hai was very strict. Zhao Hai also knew that Zhang Feng had been monitoring him. However, he had already thought of a way to break the formation. He had the space make another jade token and then carried it on his body. This jade token could break the formation inside the jade token that Zhang Feng gave him. At the same time, it could also send false information to Zhang Feng. In fact, Zhao Hai had been staying inside the space for the past few days. He was observing the outer disciples of the Black Tiger Gang and collecting information about the gang. He didn't stay in the Invisible Valley at all. He just left some undead in the Invisible Valley to clear the garbage from the transmission formation. The outer sect of the Black Tiger Gang was very big. There were also countless service disciples. Zhao Hai now had a certain understanding of the Black Tiger Gang's sphere of influence. The Black Tiger Gang was located in the northeast of the Northern Strange region. There was a huge mountain range here called the Black Tiger Mountain. The Black Tiger Gang's territory spanned from east to west. It was about 50,000 li long. Outside the mountain range was the territory of the Wandering Soul Gang. Behind the Black Tiger Mountain was the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang's territory was divided into several parts. In fact, the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters was located in the Black Tiger Mountain. First, it was because the spiritual chi in the Black Tiger Mountain was the most abundant. Second, it was to deal with the Wandering Soul Gang. The Wandering Soul Gang was a ghost cultivator gang. They were famous for having a lot of ghost cultivators, and these ghost cultivators were very powerful. In addition, they were ruthless and had strange spells. They were quite famous in the Northern Strange region. The Black Tiger Gang and the Wandering Soul Gang didn't have a good relationship. In fact, there was friction between the two gangs. However, there weren't any big conflicts. Generally speaking, they lived in harmony. Behind the Black Tiger Mountain, there was a continuous hilly area. This was the location of the Black Tiger sect's outer court. A large number of odd job disciples and outer court disciples lived here. Because this hilly area was too big, the Black Tiger Gang couldn't completely occupy this area. There were also a large number of demon beasts living in the hills. There were also some special forbidden areas, which were the solid backing of the Black Tiger Gang. In these huge hills, not only were there medicinal fields opened up by the Black Tiger Gang, but there were also mineral veins that the gang needed. Most importantly, there were a lot of wild herbs and countless demon beasts. These were very important things for cultivators. Most of the Black Tiger Gang's resources came from here. After this hilly area, there was a valley with a river of fire flowing through it. It was called the Raging Fire Valley. Opposite the Raging Fire Valley was the territory of another medium-sized gang in the Northern Strange region, the Raging Flame Sect. Zhao Hai's current location was a huge valley not far from the Raging Fire Valley. According to legend, this valley was originally known as the Golden Essence Valley because of its gold essence. However, after countless years of mining, the Gold Essence Valley had long since been emptied out, leaving behind only a huge valley. Later on, it was used as a garbage dump. The mountains near the invisible valley were filled with useless stones. Even the grass was malnourished. There were no ores, so almost no one would come here. Even demonic beasts wouldn't come to this kind of island where they couldn't even take a dump. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the Black Tiger Gang wasn't even considered a gang. It was more like a country of cultivators. In this country, the people living at the bottom were undoubtedly the janitor disciples. They were similar to the commoners of other countries. They could do all kinds of chores. At the same time, they could also cultivate. In the process of doing chores, the gang would give them some rewards. They would use these rewards to cultivate, hoping that one day they could become an outer court disciple. There was a big difference between janitor disciples and outer court disciples. Janitor disciples had to work every day. Whether it was planting herbs or mining ores, they couldn't stay behind. They had to hand these things over to the gang. Then, the gang would distribute the resources to them. The miscellaneous disciples of the Black Tiger Gang were given the least amount of resources. The equipment that the miscellaneous disciples of the Black Tiger Gang were given was 1 mystic artifact, 1 mystic robe, 10 fasting pills, 1 chi refining pill, and 5 crystals per month. The artifacts used by the janitor disciples were of the same shape. They were all 5 feet long sabers. This saber was the lowest grade artifact. Although it could fly, it was very difficult to control. Therefore, this saber could only be used in close combat. No one would use this saber as a flying sword. The robe was also the most common type. It had almost no defensive ability. It was only because the material was relatively good. Even if it was mining, it wouldn't wear out for several years. The Black Tiger Gang's robes were given out one by one. Therefore, the janitor disciples didn't have to worry about not having enough clothes to wear. The fasting pill was a pill that allowed one to not need to eat. 1 fasting pill could allow a person to not eat for 5 days. Even if one was doing heavy work, it was the same. As for the chi refining pill, it was a kind of medicinal pill that assisted in cultivation. Of course, it was the worst kind. 5 crystal stones were the universal currency in the cultivation world. Crystal stones contained spiritual energy, which could be directly absorbed into the body for cultivation. Crystal stones could also be used as money to buy things. 1 crystal stone could buy 10 chi refining pills, and the spiritual energy produced by 5 chi refining pills was comparable to absorbing 1 crystal stone. Therefore, ordinary cultivators would use crystal stones to buy chi refining pills, and not directly absorb crystal stones. However, the biggest use of crystals wasn't for people to absorb. The biggest use of crystals was to be used in formations or artifacts. These crystals were like fuel, they could provide power to artifacts or formations. It seemed that the treatment of the Black Tiger Gang's odd job disciples was not high, but in fact, it was not like this. The treatment of the odd job disciples of the Black Tiger Gang was very good. They even gave out crystal stones to the odd job disciples. In some small gangs, not to mention crystal stones, even refining chi pills were only given out once every 2 months. As for the Black Tiger Gang's outer disciples, their treatment was even better. Each of them would receive a magic robe and an artifact. Every month, they would also receive 10 fasting pills. However, each of them would receive 10 chi refining pills, and each of them would receive 50 crystals per month. Moreover, outer disciples didn't have to work every day like janitor disciples. Among them, except for those who had fixed jobs, like Zhao Hai, the others could rely on doing missions to make a living. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of missions they could do. For example, if you received a difficult mission that had to be completed within a month, then if you only needed 10 days to complete it, then the remaining 20 days would be up to you. If you received a mission that required 10 days to complete, then you would have to do 2 more missions this month. If you didn't complete the mission, then it would depend on the situation. If you didn't complete the mission due to your own reasons, then the number of missions you would have to do next month would be doubled. If you didn't complete the mission due to external reasons, then you wouldn't be punished. However, you wouldn't receive any supplies from the sect that month. If you became an inner disciple, then your status would immediately increase by 100 times. For inner disciples, the gang could tailor an artifact for each of them. If the artifact was damaged, the gang could repair it at any time for free. Magic robes could be received at least once a month, but when you received the magic robes, you would have to return the fake magic robes to receive a new one. Medicinal pills were even more different. Generally, inner sect disciples didn't need to eat anything, so they didn't need fasting pills. Qi refining pills weren't something that inner sect disciples should use. Inner sect disciples used Peiyuan pills, which were high-grade pills used to consolidate and nurture one's foundation. Moreover, they would also be given a cleansing marrow pill every year. This cleansing marrow pill was used to cleanse one's marrow and tendons. At the same time, it could also help remove impurities from one's body. Moreover, every inner disciple would receive 1,000 essence stones every month. Every year, they would only need to do 3 missions. The rest of the time, they could use it to cultivate. As for core disciples, they were even more extraordinary. Almost every core disciple wouldn't be restricted by the sect. They could freely use whatever they wanted. Zhao Hai obtained some of this information from his surveillance over the past few days. But most of it was from the jade slip that Zhang Feng gave him. Zhao Hai wanted to monitor the Black Tiger Mountain, but he discovered that he couldn't. The Black Tiger Mountain was densely covered with various formations. These formations were very powerful. Even if Liquid Silver wanted to go there, he would have to be very careful. Otherwise, he would be discovered. Moreover, most of the inner disciples and core disciples of the Black Tiger Gang, as well as the elders, lived in the Black Tiger Mountain. If he were to monitor the Black Tiger Mountain, it would be too dangerous. Therefore, Zhao Hai gave up on this plan. The more he understood about the Black Tiger Gang, the more Zhao Hai feared the cultivation world. The Black Tiger Gang's janitor disciples all had the strength of a core formation expert. As for outer disciples, the lowest requirement was to be at the transcending tribulation stage. In the cultivation world, this was called the spirit refinement stage. This was the lowest level of existence in the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, the spirit refinement stage was the lowest level of cultivators. This spirit refinement stage didn't mean that one had to cultivate the soul or anything else. Instead, it meant that if one could obtain faith power, then one could cultivate. The cultivation realm had been researching faith power for many years. They discovered that when one reaches the spirit refinement stage, one can officially cultivate faith power. However, the use and cultivation of faith power wasn't the best. Because of this, no one in the cultivation realm would allow a spirit refinement stage cultivator to cultivate faith power. Naturally, this was with the exception of the second generation of the great sects. These people were born to eat pills like jelly beans, so cultivating faith power wasn't a big deal. In the cultivation world, although the spirit refinement stage was followed by the transcendence stage, there was still the foundation building stage. However, this foundation building stage wasn't recognized by the great sects. In the cultivation world, the spirit refinement stage was divided into 10 layers. After the 10th layer, one could enter the foundation building stage. The foundation building stage only had 2 layers. The second layer was the best time to cultivate faith power. Therefore, strictly speaking, the foundation building stage was only a part of the spirit refinement stage. You can also directly call it the 11th and 12th layers of the spirit refinement stage. However, some of the lower-level cultivators of the great sects still called the 11th and 12th layers of the spirit refinement stage the foundation building stage. This was because reaching the 11th and 12th layers of the spirit refinement stage was as difficult as passing a checkpoint. It required the assistance of pills. For the upper-level cultivators, a few pills were enough. But for the lower-level cultivators, it was very difficult because the pills needed to pass this checkpoint were very precious. Many of the lower-level cultivators were stuck at the 10th layer of the spirit refinement stage for their whole lives. They couldn't cultivate to the 11th and 12th layers of the spirit refinement stage, so the 11th and 12th layers of the spirit refinement stage were called the foundation building stage. Once you reach the second layer of the foundation building stage, as long as you pass the sex assessment, you could officially enter the inner sect and be allocated faith power. Then you could cultivate further and finally reach the transcendence stage, officially reaching the transcendence stage. The foundation building stage in the cultivation world was almost equivalent to the severed soul stage in the cultivation world. However, the foundation-building stage disciples were much more powerful than the severed soul stage experts in the cultivation world. The Black Tiger Gang didn't know how many foundation-building stage disciples there were. Even if they reached the transcendence stage, the Black Tiger Gang still had tens of thousands of inner sect disciples. It could be imagined how many experts there were in the cultivation world. Zhao Hai didn't dare to mess around. However, it was precisely because of Zhao Hai's calmness that Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel uncertain. Zhang Feng had a good understanding of battle slaves who had just arrived in the cultivation realm. He had been managing these battle slaves for a long time. When these battle slaves entered the cultivation realm, some of them weren't able to adapt to the environment, so they would often bring their experience to the cultivation realm. But even if you were a genius in the cultivation realm, you might not necessarily be a genius in the cultivation realm. It was like a student who was a genius in elementary school, but in middle school, you would find yourself ordinary. This change was very difficult to adapt to, and such people would often be eliminated in the end. On the other hand, other battle slaves would slowly adapt to the environment of the cultivation realm. In the end, they would go further. However, Zhao Hai's performance was somewhat strange. He didn't seem like someone who couldn't adapt to the environment, nor did he seem like someone who would slowly adapt. He seemed to be indifferent. If you wanted him to be a battle slave, he would obediently be a battle slave and display great strength. If you wanted him to go to a place where no one would go, he would obediently stay there as if he was a very submissive person. However, how could such a person become a cultivator with such a high cultivation? While Zhang Feng was thinking about this, the battle in Ill-Wind Valley had already ended. Just as Zhang Feng was about to leave, a large artifact stopped in front of him. This large artifact was in the shape of a tiger. Its size wasn't any smaller than Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Moreover, it could move freely like a tiger. It was very beautiful. However, when Zhang Feng saw this large artifact, his complexion turned ugly. This large artifact wasn't something that anyone could use. This was the Black Tiger Gang's signature artifact, the Tiger Ship. The Tiger Ship was the Black Tiger Gang's signature large artifact. Its fighting strength was very formidable. Each Tiger Ship required at least 500-odd job disciples to serve on the ship. Just to make the ship fly, it required at least 100 crystal stones. If the ship was used to fight, then the crystal stones needed would be even more. In the Black Tiger Gang, not just anyone could use the Tiger Boat. If you want to use the Tiger Boat, your status must be high enough. Currently, only the elders with real power and the top 10 core disciples in the gang could use the Tiger Boat. Even Zhang Feng, the senior disciple of the inner sect, couldn't use it. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Feng's face turned ugly every time he saw the Tiger Ship. Now that the Tiger Ship stopped in front of him, his face naturally turned even uglier. At this time, the tiger's mouth opened and a person flew out. This person was wearing a white cultivator's robe. At first glance, one could see that he was an inner disciple. Ordinary inner disciples would salute Zhang Feng, but this person didn't. He just cupped his fist and said, "Senior brother Zhang, senior brother Sima wants to see you." Zhang Feng glanced at this person and coldly snorted. He knew this person, his name was Jin Jingyin. Originally, he was just an outer sect disciple. Later, Zhang Feng saw that his cultivation talent was good, so he pulled him and let him become an inner sect disciple. When he was in the inner sect, he also took care of him. But who would have thought that after this brat stayed in the inner sect for a while, he started to become arrogant. He didn't even put Zhang Feng in his eyes. And when Sima Yinlong of the 10 great core disciples tried to win him over, he didn't hesitate to turn his head and join Sima Yinlong's banner. Moreover, he was always targeting Zhang Feng. This made Zhang Feng hate him to the bone. If this brat wasn't following Sima Yinlong every day, Zhang Feng would have already killed him. Naturally, Zhang Feng wouldn't give such a person a good face. He coldly snorted and said, "If you want to see me, then tell Sima Yinlong to come." What's the point of sending a dog? Jin Jingyin's expression couldn't help but change. He has been with Sima Yinma for a long time. In the entire Black Tiger Gang, no one dared to not give him face. But now, Zhang Feng actually didn't give him any face and scolded him in front of his face. Jin Jingyin's face turned cold. She looked at Zhang Feng and said coldly, "Zhang Feng, don't be so shameless. Who is senior brother Sima? Why would he come out to see you? Have you forgotten the difference between a core disciple and an inner disciple? Do you dare to ignore the sex rules? Jin Jingyin wasn't speaking nonsense. In the Black Tiger gang, there were very strict rules regarding the status of core disciples and inner disciples. Inner disciples have to salute core disciples when they see core disciples. Core disciples can also order inner disciples to do things for them. Inner disciples can't refuse. Zhang Feng looked at Jin Jingyin and coldly snorted, "You've grown up and learned how to use the gang's rules to pressure people. But let me tell you, those rules are useless against me." When Jin Jingyin heard Zhang Feng, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he coldly snorted and said, "You actually dare to say that the gang's rules are useless against you? Ha ha ha. Zhang Feng, you're dead today." Zhang Feng looked at Jin Jingyin as if she was looking at an idiot. Then she suddenly smiled and said, "Jin Jingyin, it seems like I've overestimated you. You're really an idiot. Have you forgotten my current status?" When Jin Jingyin heard Zhang Feng, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion turned ashen. He looked at Jin Jingyin and coldly snorted. He didn't know what to say. Zhang Feng was now a battle slave manager. He was a steward with real power in the handyman hall. But for a steward like him, even a core disciple doesn't have the authority to command him. Before, Jin Jingyin had forgotten about this, so he made a fool of himself. Now that he thought about it, his complexion turned ugly. At this time, a calm voice was heard, "Zhang Feng, although you and I don't get along, this isn't the gang. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of outsiders. Please come in and have a chat." This voice wasn't loud, but it was very steady. It gave people a sense of justice and peace. Zhang Feng coldly snorted, then her figure moved and flew into the tiger boat. The inside of the tiger boat was very large and was divided into many rooms. However, the most important room in the tiger boat was in the middle of the boat. This room was very large, more than 1,000 square meters in area. The decorations inside were also very gorgeous. Inside the room, there was a couch covered with a colorful blanket. A man was leaning on the couch, holding a glass of wine in his hand. His appearance was indescribably natural and unrestrained. This person was Sima Yinlong. Sima Yinlong was the 7th of the 10 core disciples. It can be said that his authority reached the sky. In the Black Tiger gang, there weren't many people who dared to offend him. And there were even fewer people who could be his opponent. There was a saying that if you want to see a person's status, then you have to look at their opponent. If you were a millionaire, would you consider a beggar as your opponent? Naturally, that was impossible. But Zhang Feng was Sima Yinlong's opponent. Sima Yinlong was one of the 10 core disciples, but he couldn't do anything to Zhang Feng. From this point, one could see Zhang Feng's strength. Zhang Feng looked at Sima Yinlong and said, "Sima Yinlong, why did you call me here? If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving." Sima Yinlong looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. In any case, I'm going back, so I'll send you off on the way. No matter what, we're still in the same gang." "Right, how come I didn't see that person who was in the limelight last time?" When Zhang Feng heard Sima Yinlong, he knew that Sima Yinlong was talking about Zhao Hai. He also understood why Sima Yinlong was looking for him. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. However, on the surface, he still had an impatient expression as he said, "Sima Yinlong, what do you mean? I'm in charge of these battle slaves. Do I need to tell you which one of them to fight?" If Zhao Hai were to see Zhang Feng right now, then he would certainly be startled. This was because Zhang Feng's current behavior was very overbearing. He gave people the impression that he was an impulsive person. He was completely different from the scheming person that Zhao Hai was before. Sima Yinlong looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Zhang Feng, I'm being polite to you because I'm giving you face. Don't be so shameless. Speak, where did Zhao Hai go?" Zhang Feng looked at Sima Yinlong and coldly snorted, "So what if you don't give me face?" Zhao Hai naturally has his own place. He's now an outer disciple of the Black Tiger gang. Someone with potential like him should be accepted into the gang as soon as possible. Do you want him to fight to the death here? What kind of person do you think I, Zhang Feng, am? I, Zhang Feng, wholeheartedly serve the public. Sima Yinlong looked at Zhang Feng's appearance and couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. In his mind, Zhang Feng was a narrow-minded person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. How could such a person wholeheartedly serve the public? Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe it. Sima Yinlong didn't mind. He sneered and said, "So it's like this. Alright, I won't keep you here. Please leave." Zhang Feng looked at Sima Yinlong and coldly snorted before turning around and leaving. As soon as Zhang Feng got out of the tiger boat, it immediately accelerated and flew away. Zhang Feng looked at the direction of the tiger boat and couldn't help but smile. Zhang Feng had always been an impulsive and irritable character in the Black Tiger Gang for so many years. He would seek revenge for the slightest grievance and be narrow-minded. These were the impressions that others had of him, but no one thought that he was just pretending. If Zhang Feng was really such a person, then how could he have fought against the top 10 core disciples and still be able to live until now? The 10 core disciples had a lot of power in the Black Tiger Gang, and their influence was also very big. Zhang Feng saw this point, so he didn't rise into the circle of core disciples, but stayed in the circle of inner disciples. He went against the 10 core disciples because he understood that the gang needed him to do so. The upper echelons of any big force would not allow their subordinates to have the strength to threaten them. Obviously, the Black Tiger Gang was the same. Now, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang was the strongest in the gang. And because of his secret support, Zhang Feng was able to go against the 10 core disciples and come out unscathed. This was because Zhang Feng was very clear that the leader needed a person like him to appear and let him keep the 10 core disciples in check. He was able to see this point, so he went against the 10 core disciples and finally succeeded in obtaining the status he had today. In Zhang Feng's view, besides Sima Yinlong's cultivation talent, there wasn't anything else that was worthy of his attention. Instead, it was the other core disciples that were worthy of his attention. And this time, after Sima Yinlong returned, he would certainly look for Zhao Hai. It seems like he needs to give Zhao Hai a heads up about this matter. Zhao Hai didn't know what happened between Zhang Feng and Sima Yinlong. Although he was monitoring Zhang Feng, he didn't dare to go too far. At the same time, Sima Yinlong was inside the tiger boat. Zhao Hai's silver needles couldn't enter the boat because there were too many formations inside. If the silver needles were to enter the boat, then they would certainly be discovered. Because Zhao Hai didn't know what happened, when he saw Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao appear inside the transmission formation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately went out of the space. Fortunately, when he was inside the space, he would leave his identity card outside. Moreover, he would leave it inside the cave. This way, people would think that he was inside the cave all the time. After Zhao Hai came out of the space, he immediately stored the jade token that he made. Although the jade token was very good, there were still energy fluctuations coming from it. If someone who was familiar with formations were to see it, then they would certainly be able to see what was inside. When Zhao Hai came out of the cave, he saw Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao looking at the invisible valley. The invisible valley was a huge garbage dump, there was nothing inside. This was because the things inside were useless. In fact, there wasn't anything to look at. Since it was Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao's first time here, they couldn't help but curiously look at the place. Zhao Hai went to Zhang Feng and then gave a bow. "Senior brother Zhang, you're here. Please come in." Zhang Feng turned his head to Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "Little Hai, you're really good. You're quite well behaved. How is it? Are you used to it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's all right. Actually, I'm the same everywhere. Even in the lower realms, I would often go into seclusion." When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai's words, she nodded. In the cultivation realm, there were a lot of cultivation maniacs. These guys would go into seclusion all year round. For such people, the gang had no way to deal with them. They could only wait for them to come out of seclusion before giving them missions as compensation. Zhang Feng thought that Zhao Hai was also such a person. After the three entered Zhao Hai's cave, Zhao Hai took out 2 sets of omnipotent clouds and invited them to sit down. Zhang Feng was very interested in the omnipotent clouds. She glanced at it and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "What is this?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This thing is called Transforming Cloud. It's a specialty of the 10,000 realm battlefield's Cloud Sea territory. Later on, the 100 Treasures realm occupied a place in the Cloud Sea territory, so we got this thing. It's very convenient to use, but the best thing about it is that it's very comfortable to sit on. Zhang Feng nodded, but he didn't ask for it. Instead, he said, Little Hai, I came here this time to see if there's anything I need. Also, there's something I need to tell you. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhang Feng continued, You've been staying in this place for a long time, so you might not know much about the Black Tiger Gang. You might not know, but in the Black Tiger Gang, the 10 core disciples have the most power. I'm the #1 inner disciple, so I have a grudge with the 10 core disciples. Because of this, they've been targeting me all these years. If you follow me, you'll be standing on the opposite side of the 10 core disciples. Do you understand? Zhao Hai stared for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to tell him this. He didn't understand what Zhang Feng meant, but he still nodded and said, Yes, I understand. Zhang Feng also noticed Zhao Hai's expression. Seeing Zhao Hai stare, he thought that Zhao Hai was in a daze. But seeing Zhao Hai's calm reaction, Zhang Feng became curious. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, aren't you afraid? You've offended a core disciple. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, What do I have to be afraid of? Seeing your brother Zhang, you arranged me here, I'm afraid that you didn't say that you wanted to train me. So even if those fellows know about me, they wouldn't know that I've joined you. Naturally, they wouldn't come to deal with me. Even if they are core disciples, the one who didn't let me fight on the death deciding platform was you, not them. Those fellows wouldn't care about a battle slave's life or death. Maybe they still want me to fight a few more times in order to earn more money for them. Zhang Feng didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so understanding. He froze for a moment, then laughed. After a while, he calmed down and looked at Zhao Hai. Good, Little Hai, it's good that you can think this way. This time, I came to look for you mainly because of this matter. The fact that you didn't leave the life and death arena was found out by a core disciple. He's the 7th core disciple of the Black Tiger Gang, Sima Yin Long. This guy has always been on bad terms with me. I guess he saw you last time when you were fighting, so he wanted to see you again this time. But he didn't see you, so he came looking for me. I just said that I let you go outside the gang, and I think he'll come looking for you in the next few days. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Look for me? This isn't easy to deal with. If he tries to rope me in and I don't agree, then wouldn't those guys deal with me? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, I don't think so. You're already in such a miserable state, how could they deal with you? You should know that you're still an outer court disciple. They wouldn't put a nobody like you in their eyes. Therefore, you don't need to worry. Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's good. Right, senior brother Zhang, this is what I made in the past few days. I'll give it to you. Then Zhao Hai handed over a spatial bag to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng gawked, then he took the spatial bag and looked inside. He found several jade bottles and some materials inside. These materials were mostly made of metal. As for what was inside the jade bottles, Zhang Feng couldn't see. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Did you make these things in the past few days? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I used my ability to decompose and synthesize a lot in the lower realm. But because the materials here are quite advanced, I can only use it a few times. But senior brother Zhang doesn't need to worry. I think it will be better in the future. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, All right, you don't need to work too hard. Take care of yourself. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai's immortal cave and found that the layout was very simple. He couldn't help but frown and said, Why is the layout so simple? Is there anything you need? Zhao Hai quickly replied, Senior brother Zhang, you don't need to worry. I don't need anything right now. Right, if possible, I want senior brother to bring me some cultivation methods or information about the cultivation realm. I want to know more about the cultivation realm. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, All right, you can rest assured. I'll take care of this matter for you. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhang Feng looked around and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, I've wronged you. When we become stronger in the future, I won't forget about you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Senior brother Zhang, I don't have much interest in things like power. As long as there's a place where I can peacefully cultivate, a good cultivation method for me to study, and materials for me to study, then I'll know. Zhang Feng gently patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "All right, little Hai, I won't talk about these useless things. Let's see what I'll do in the future. This time, I came to inform you that Sima Yinlong might come. I want you to be mentally prepared." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother Zhang, don't worry. I won't offend people too much." Zhang Feng nodded, then he turned to Zhang Hao and said, "Little Hao, if I have something to do in the future and can't come to see little Hai, then you must come every 7 days. If little Hai needs anything, you must immediately tell me. Understand?" Zhang Hao nodded. Then Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I won't be staying any longer. I don't know when Sima Yinlong will come. You have to be careful and don't offend them. Otherwise, they might make a move on you." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhang Feng stood up and led Zhang Hao outside. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Senior brother Zhang, wait a moment. Take this with you." Then Zhao Hai handed Zhang Feng a spatial bag. Zhang Feng took the spatial bag and looked inside. Inside it was a translucent cloud. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The method to use the translucent cloud is also inside. You'll understand once you take a look." Zhang Hao patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and then turned around to leave. After Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao left the valley, Zhao Hai's brows wrinkled. He didn't think that he would be involved in the power struggle of the Black Tiger gang this quickly. For him, this wasn't a good thing. Regarding Zhang Feng and the 10 core disciples of the Black Tiger gang, Zhao Hai knew a bit. The struggle between them was an open matter in the Black Tiger gang, it wasn't a secret at all. Although the outer court disciples of the Black Tiger gang were very afraid of the inner court disciples and core disciples, they usually gossiped about the inner court disciples and core disciples. Zhao Hai also knew what was going on from their conversations. The struggle between Zhang Feng and the 10 core disciples wasn't just 1 or 2 times. Although both sides didn't really fall out, they were still trying to trip each other up. Moreover, they were competing to win people over. But in general, Zhang Feng was still in a disadvantageous position. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had some connections in the upper echelons of the Black Tiger gang, so the 10 core disciples didn't dare to make things difficult for him. Otherwise, Zhang Feng's situation wouldn't be any better than Zhao Hai's. He might even be sent to the Invisible Valley. Zhao Hai thought that a nobody like him wouldn't be involved in this matter. After all, not everyone knew that he could synthesize magic. In this case, the core disciples wouldn't pay attention to a nobody like him. But when Zhang Feng came looking for him today, Zhao Hai felt a sense of crisis. It seems like Sima Yinlong wouldn't let him off so easily. Otherwise, Zhang Feng wouldn't have come to remind him. But even if he knows about this matter, what can he do about it? Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. He couldn't just hide. It seems like he can only let nature take its course. He'll just have to deal with whatever comes his way. Sima Yinlong was sitting in the room with a cup of wine in his hand. However, his eyes were looking at the ceiling, motionless. It was clear that he was thinking about something. Jin Jingyin was standing beside Sima Yinlong. Although he wanted to say something, he didn't dare to disturb Sima Yinlong. He could only stand there obediently. After a while, Sima Yinlong turned to Jin Jingyin and said, "Jingyin, why do you think Zhang Feng got Zhao Hai into the gang so quickly? Could it be that he found out that Zhao Hai is extraordinary and wants to train him?" When Jin Jingyin heard Sima Yinlong's words, he immediately replying to senior brother, "I think it's very possible. Zhang Feng has been trying to cultivate her own forces in order to fight against senior brother. Now that Zhao Hai has joined the gang, I think there must be a reason. If senior brother agrees, then I'll investigate it." Sima Yinlong nodded. Sima Yinlong took a sip of wine and nodded, "Go, I want to know what's going on." Jin Jingyin nodded, then he bowed and left. Looking at Jin Jingyin's back, Sima Yinlong's eyes couldn't help but flash with contempt. Although he was the one who pulled Jin Jingyin away from Zhang Feng, to be honest, Sima Yinlong looked down on Jin Jingyin. This was because Jin Jingyin was too ungrateful. In the cultivation world, in order to achieve a goal, cultivators would betray their master. However, there must be a bottom line. For example, ordinary cultivators wouldn't betray their master. Even devil cultivators wouldn't do so. This was because betraying one's master would cause one to be despised by the entire cultivation world. In another situation, there were very few people who would betray their master. That is, if you received a great favor from your master, then you shouldn't easily betray them. Otherwise, you would be looked down upon by others. Sima Yinlong was very clear as to why Jin Jingyin became an inner sect disciple. It was all because of Zhang Feng. Of course, Zhang Feng took a fancy to Jin Jingyin, who was still an outer sect disciple, and spent a lot of effort to nurture him. In the end, she even let him smoothly enter the inner sect. It was precisely because of this that it attracted his attention. When he contacted Jin Jingyin, he just wanted to test her attitude. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he met Jin Jingyin, and before he even explained his intentions, Jin Jingyin had already cried and shouted that she wanted to follow him. Then, she sold Zhang Feng out completely. This was why Sima Yinlong looked down on Jin Jingyin the most. Jin Jingyin's achievements today could be said to be all thanks to Zhang Feng. However, Jin Jingyin sold Zhang Feng as soon as he met her. Such a person couldn't be trusted. Even Zhang Feng, who was his benefactor, was betrayed by him. If one day, Sima Yinlong wasn't as good as Zhang Feng, then Sima Yinlong would immediately sell Jin Jingyin out. However, Sima Yinlong and Zhang Feng did have a grudge against each other. He cut off one of Zhang Feng's arms and made Jin Jingyin think that he would buy a horse bone with 1,000 gold coins. Therefore, he accepted Jin Jingyin and treated him very well. But frankly speaking, he didn't like Jin Jingyin at all. Jin Jingyin's eyes flashed as he left Sima Yinlong's room. He was an ambitious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have betrayed Zhang Feng so easily. He also wouldn't have been satisfied with being Sima Yinlong's errand boy. Although Sima Yinlong was good to him, Jin Jingyin didn't think much of it. Zhang Feng was very good to him, but he still betrayed Zhang Feng. For Jin Jingyin, friendship, kinship, and gratitude didn't exist. He only wanted to be a superior person. He only wanted to live a life like Sima Yinlong, or even better than Sima Yinlong. This was what he wanted the most. This time was an opportunity. Because of Zhang Feng, Jin Jingyin didn't dare to leave Sima Yinlong's side. But now, Zhang Feng was taking care of the battle slaves. She wouldn't return to the world capital for a while. Jin Jingyin could use this opportunity to do some beautiful things and make Sima Yinlong pay more attention to him. As long as Sima Yinlong paid more attention to him, he would have the opportunity to climb higher. If one day, he could become a core disciple, then that would be the best. The tiger ship's current location was still some distance away from the Black Tiger gang. However, in some big cities of the cultivation realm, there were still some giant transmission formations. These transmission formations were used to transport large artifacts. There weren't many cities in the cultivation world, and almost all of them only had one piece of land, which was used for trading. A big city was a big trading center, and a small city was a small trading center. The people who traded here didn't care about their identity. You could be a rogue cultivator or a core disciple of a big sect. As long as you wanted to trade in this city, you could trade here. The place and method of trading were also up to you. For example, if you're a rogue cultivator and don't have a lot of crystal stones, then as long as you hand over a crystal stone, you can rent a small place on the street and set up a stall. If you're a core disciple of a great sect and you have good things in your hands, then you can sell them for a good price. Then you can send them to the city's auction house and let the auction house decide what to sell them for. Big cities like this were controlled by great sects. However, most of them were controlled by high-level cultivators. These cities were autonomous. Large cities like this were generally built by rogue cultivators who joined forces with people of the same status as them. In the process of building, they would slowly recruit and sell soldiers. Finally, they would form a city like this. They would then establish their own clans in the city and rule the city for generations. Therefore, in a big city like this, there were a lot of experts. Moreover, the people in charge of these cities were merchants. They were very polite to everyone and didn't want to offend anyone. In addition, this kind of trading place was very important to all cultivators. Therefore, the great sects acquiesced to their existence. If the great sects wanted to control these cities, then the first to oppose would be their own people. This was because outer disciples and inner disciples of the great sects would come to these cities to exchange for things that they needed for cultivation. Although the great sects also had these things, they were more expensive than the ones in the cities. Naturally, these cultivators wouldn't do it. In a big city like this, there were a lot of transmission formations. However, if you want to use these formations, you need to pay a fee. Naturally, you don't need to pay a fee to enter the city. However, if you want to leave the city, you need to pay a fee. The bigger the transmission formation you use, the higher the fee will be. If Sima Yinlong wanted to return to the Black Tiger Gang's territory as quickly as possible, then naturally he would need to use a large transmission formation. Before long, Sima Yinlong's tiger boat arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's territory. When his tiger boat appeared, the Black Tiger Gang's people who were guarding the transmission formation immediately saluted the tiger boat. Their attitude was very respectful. Sima Yinlong's tiger boat didn't stop and directly flew into the depths of the Black Tiger Mountain. However, Jin Jingyin flew out of the tiger boat and headed towards the servant hall. The servant hall didn't only manage service disciples, it also had records of all the outer disciples. Because of this, if one wanted to find someone, then they could go there. As Jin Jingyin flew forward, he paid attention to his surroundings. He was currently in the outer sect of the Black Tiger Gang. Everyone here was an outer sect disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. When these outer sect disciples saw Jin Jingyin, they immediately bowed and retreated to the side. Jin Jingyin only glanced at those outer sect disciples from the corner of his eyes, as if he didn't put them in his eyes at all. In fact, he liked this feeling very much, he liked the feeling of being respected by others. Before long, Jin Jingyin arrived at the handyman hall. Elder who had already received the news and was standing there waiting for Jin Jingyin. Seeing Jin Jingyin arrive, Elder who immediately bowed and said, "I've seen senior brother Jin. May I ask why senior brother Jin has come to my place today?" Jin Jingyin looked at Elder Hu and said, "Elder Hu, I came here today on senior brother Sima's order to inquire about a person." Elder Hu respectfully replied, "May I ask who senior brother Jin is looking for?" Jin Jingyin replied, "Recently, did a person named Zhao Hai enter the Black Tiger Gang's outer sect and become an outer disciple? This person is a battle slave, he should have been personally arranged by Zhang Feng." When Elder Hu heard Jin Jingyin mention Zhang Feng, he didn't show any respect. He couldn't help but despise Jin Jingyin even more. However, he didn't show it, he just pretended to be troubled. After a while, he said, "Yes, there is a Zhao Hai who entered the outer sect. He was indeed a battle slave, he was also personally arranged by senior brother Zhang Feng." Jin Jingyi nodded and said, "I want to see him. Call him over." Elder Hu had an awkward expression as he said, "This, I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult. Zhao Hai's place is a bit special. I'm afraid that he won't be able to leave for a while." When Jin Jingyin heard Elder Hu, his eyes flashed. He thought that Zhang Feng had arranged Zhao Hai in a good place and didn't allow outsiders to see him. Therefore, Elder Hu said such words. Jin Jingyin couldn't help but coldly say, "What's wrong? I can't even see him? It's not that I want to see him, it's senior brother Sima who wants to see him." Elder Hu's face was covered in sweat. He didn't dare to offend Sima Yinlong. If he really offended Sima Yinlong, then he would be dead. Not only him, his family would also be finished. He gently wiped his sweat as he looked at Jin Jingyin and said, "Senior brother Jin, it's not that I don't want you to see Zhao Hai. It's just that Zhao Hai's place is a bit special. The gang has a rule that he can't come out without someone to replace him. But since the gang can't find anyone to replace him, I really can't let him see you." Jin Jingyin looked at Elder Hu and couldn't help but stare. "There's such a place in the gang? How come I'm not here? Tell me, where is it? I'll just go and see him." Elder Hu looked at Jin Jingyin, then he lowered his head and said, "Zhao Hai is now in charge of guarding Invisible Valley." Invisible Valley? Does this place sound familiar? No, Invisible Valley? Are you talking about Invisible Valley? The Invisible Valley? Jin Jingyin was puzzled at first, then he said in a loud voice. Elder Hu nodded and said, "It's that Invisible Valley. Our Black Tiger Gang only has one Invisible Valley. Senior brother Jin should know that Invisible Valley is a place that nobody wants to go. Moreover, the gang has a rule that if no one replaces him, then Zhao Hai will have to stay there. Jin Jingyin looked at Elder Hu with a displeased expression and muttered, how could this be? How can Zhao Hai go to Invisible Valley? Didn't senior brother Zhang Feng personally arrange for him to enter the gang? Then why is he still in Invisible Valley? Are you lying to me? Elder Hu looked at Jin Jingyin and forced a smile. Brother Jin, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Zhao really is in the Invisible Valley, and it was Brother Zhang who personally ordered him to go there. Brother Zhang said that he was very optimistic about Zhao, but Zhao's temperament was too exaggerated, so he needed to be sent to the Invisible Valley to temper himself. Brother Jin, you should know that I'm just a small person, so I wouldn't dare to disobey Brother Zhang's orders. Elder Hu looked at Jin Jingyin and said, Elder Hu, you should know that I'm just a small person. Jin Jingyin looked at Elder Hu, then a strange smile appeared on his face as he said, Senior Brother Zhang really said that he admires Zhao Hai, so he arranged for him to go to Invisible Valley? Elder Hu nodded, but Jin Jingyin's expression became even more strange. He obviously didn't believe Elder Hu's words. After a while, he said, do you have a transmission formation that leads to Invisible Valley? I want to go there and see Zhao Hai. Elder Hu said with some difficulty, this, Senior Brother Jin, the teleportation array that leads to the Invisible Valley is usually used to store trash. Don't you think it's a bit unfair for you to take such a teleportation array? Jin Jingyin waved his hand and said, you arrange it. I must go there and see. Elder Hu nodded, then he said, Senior Brother Jin, please come with me. After saying that, he led Jin Jingyin out of the handyman hall. After a while, they arrived at a corner of the handyman hall's teleportation array. There was a very inconspicuous teleportation array there. Currently, there were several large baskets made of bamboo placed on top of it. The baskets were filled with all kinds of garbage. Some of them were ruined pills, and they even emitted waves of unpleasant stench. Just as Jin Jingyin covered his nose, he saw a flash of white light from the transmission formation. Then all the trash disappeared. Jin Jingyin frowned as he looked at the transmission formation. Just as he was about to go up, Elder Hu stopped him and said, Senior Brother Jin, please wait a moment. You have to ask the other party to take the things from the transmission formation before you can use it. Jin Jingyin stared for a moment, then he frowned and said, how long do I have to wait? If he doesn't take those things away, then I won't be able to go. Elder Hu quickly smiled and said, that won't happen. Please don't worry, Senior Brother Jin. There are rules in the sect. If the trash is not removed within 2 minutes, you will be punished. In a while, he will send the bamboo basket back through the teleportation array. At that time, you can use the teleportation array. Jin Jingyin looked at the transmission formation, the strange smile on his face became deeper. Zhao Hai was very clear about what happened in the handyman hall. The reason why Elder Hu said that was intentional. This was because before Jin Jingyin went to look for him, Zhang Hao had already warned him. Zhang Hao and the others didn't know that Zhao Hai was using undead to take out the trash. Therefore, they didn't inform Zhao Hai and let Zhao Hai make preparations. They only informed Elder Hu so that Elder Hu could make more preparations. Because of Zhang Hao's words, Elder Hu said that Zhang Feng sent Zhao Hai to the Invisible Valley because he appreciated Zhao Hai, not because Zhao Hai made him lose money. If these words came from Elder Hu's mouth, Jin Jingyin wouldn't believe it. In Jin Jingyin's opinion, sending people to the Invisible Valley might work on cultivators, but it wouldn't work on Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai came from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Him coming to the cultivation realm was already an improvement. Letting him take out the trash here was already good enough. Jin Jingyin was very familiar with Zhang Feng. He knew that if Zhang Feng really appreciated Zhao Hai, then he wouldn't let Zhao Hai stay in the Invisible Valley. He would certainly take Zhao Hai in and carefully cultivate him, just like how he was treated in the past. Therefore, Jin Jingyin didn't believe Elder Hu's words. But what Jin Jingyin didn't know was that Zhang Feng understood him even more. Zhang Feng was the one who brought Jin Jingyin from an outer disciple to an inner disciple. Moreover, Zhang Feng also carefully taught him. How could he not understand Jin Jingyin? He knew that Jin Jingyin was ambitious, but he didn't think that Jin Jingyin would be so cold. But after Jin Jingfeng betrayed him, Zhang Feng put in a lot of effort to understand Jin Jingyin. The reason why Zhang Feng had Elder Hu and the others say this to Jin Jingyin was because he wanted to use another method to tell Jin Jingyin that he was messing with Zhao Hai. This way, Jin Jingyin wouldn't suspect Zhao Hai. As for whether or not Sima Yinlong would try to win over Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng believed that the chances were very slim. Zhao Hai was only an outer disciple who was a battle slave. He wasn't like Jin Jingyin. Although Jin Jingyin was an outer disciple, his strength had already reached the required level. Moreover, he was promoted to the inner sect. Sima Yinlong would naturally try to win him over. His situation was completely different from Zhao Hai's. Just as Zhao Hai sent the empty bamboo basket back, a white light flashed in the teleportation circle. Elder Hu and Jin Jingyin appeared on the teleportation circle. Zhao Hai pretended to be in a daze as he looked at the two. After a while, he reacted and quickly bowed to Elder Hu. "Greetings, Elder Hu. How is Elder Hu?" Elder Hu nodded, then he pointed at Jin Jingyin and said, "This is senior brother Jin Jingyin. You can call him Martial Uncle." Zhao Hai quickly gave Jin Jingyin a salute and said, "Greetings, Martial Uncle." Jin Jingyin nodded, then he turned his head to look at the valley. Although the valley was filled with garbage, it was still very deep. Therefore, it wasn't filled with garbage. Jin Jingyin looked at it for a moment before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "How is it? Are you used to this place?" Zhao Hai pretended to be stunned, then he quickly said, "I'm fine. Thank you, Martial Uncle, for your concern." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Jin Jingyin couldn't help but knit his brows. This was because he heard the unwillingness in Zhao Hai's words. Unwillingness often represented ambition. If Zhao Hai were to join Sima Yinlong's side, wouldn't that mean that he would have another opponent? Jin Jingyin wasn't a broad-minded person. He didn't have a good impression of Zhao Hai. Naturally, he also didn't have any bad feelings. However, for Zhao Hai to be chosen from the cultivation realm meant that his talent was very good. Facing such a person, Jin Jingyin needed to be careful. Jin Jingyin has been following Sima Yinlong for some time now. He was very clear that Sima Yinlong was a very generous person. If Sima Yinlong found out that Zhao Hai was a promising talent, then he would certainly go all out to nurture Zhao Hai. At that time, Zhao Hai would become a threat to him. Jin Jingyin didn't like people threatening his position, even if this person looked harmless. This was because Jin Jingyin couldn't help but think about himself and Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was his benefactor in the past. Although she was cold to him, she didn't dare to do anything. Moreover, it was very likely that Jin Jingyin would become a core disciple while Zhang Feng would remain as the #1 inner disciple. This was something that Jin Jingyin was most proud of, but it was also something that he paid attention to. He wouldn't allow anyone to threaten his position. Because of this, when he heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but frown. Zhao Hai's words were filled with unwillingness. However, he immediately returned to normal. He nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Do your best." Then he turned around and walked towards the transmission formation. Elder Hu has been paying attention to Zhao Hai. He saw that when Zhao Hai turned around and left, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. Elder Hu immediately understood that Zhao Hai deliberately said those words. After thinking about this, Elder Hu's heart couldn't help but tremble. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's scheming would be so deep. It seems like Zhao Hai had made up his mind to follow Zhang Feng. However, Elder Hu didn't dislike Zhao Hai's approach. After all, he was now Zhang Feng's person. After Elder Hu and Jin Jingyin returned to the service hall, Elder Hu said a few words to Elder Hu. Then he turned around and flew out. Just as he was about to leave, he heard two cultivators whispering outside, "Isn't that Martial Uncle Jin Jingyin? How did he get here?" The other whispered, "You don't know? Martial Uncle Jin came to see the unlucky guy who was sent to the Invisible Valley." The first person said, "Why is he going to see that unlucky guy? Does Martial Uncle Jin want to save that unlucky guy from the Sea of Fire? I heard that Martial Uncle Jin and Martial Uncle Zhang don't get along. That unlucky guy was sent to the Invisible Valley by Martial Uncle Zhang." Another person whispered, "Who told that guy to make Martial Uncle Zhang lose a lot of money? Moreover, that guy's strength is very good. I heard that Martial Uncle Zhang personally said that he won't have a problem winning the competition. So Martial Uncle Zhang simply didn't let him compete. He just threw him into the Invisible Valley and let him perish on his own. You don't know, But when Martial Uncle Jean came, who elder actually said that Martial Uncle Zhang admired that kid, so he threw him into the invisible valley. As for whether Martial Uncle Jean will save him or not, that's not our business. Jean Jingyin didn't fly very fast, so he naturally heard what the two said. At the same time, he also heard similar words from other people. It seems like Zhao Hai's matter wasn't a secret in the service hall. Jean Jingyin quickly returned to Sima Yinlong's mountain. In the Black Tiger Gang, the top 10 core disciples can have their own mountain as their own. In any case, the Black Tiger Gang has a lot of mountains. As one of the top 10 core disciples, Sima Yinlong naturally has his own mountain. He and his subordinates usually live here. This was the Black Tiger Gang's special treatment for the top 10 core disciples. In addition to the top 10 core disciples, only Zhang Feng had her own mountain gate. However, it was a bit far from the top 10 core disciples' mountain gate. However, because Zhang Feng was always out on errands, she rarely returned to her mountain gate. Sima Yinlong's mountain gate wasn't very big. This place was different from the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, people would only build immortal caves and not buildings on the ground. However, the Black Tiger Gang was different. Cultivators here lived on the ground. Inside Sima Yinlong's mountain gate, there were a lot of buildings on the ground. These buildings were specially designed and looked very beautiful. If one looked at them as a whole, they would look like a dragon coiling on top of a mountain. This was because the roofs of the buildings were made of golden glazed tiles. These tiles looked like dragon scales, making the buildings look very beautiful. The head of the dragon was a 10-story tall building. In front of the tall building was a square, and the tiger ship was parked there. The huge tiger ship was parked there, and it contrasted nicely with the tall building. It looked like a dragon and a tiger were confronting each other. The dragon roared and the tiger roared, and the momentum was extraordinary. There were about 1,000 people living in this building. More than 100 of them were janitor disciples. They were responsible for cleaning and other miscellaneous work. There were also a lot of outer court disciples. These outer court disciples were Sima Yinlong's followers. Their strength was pretty good. When Sima Yinlong leaves the mountain station, some of them would follow him and drive the tiger ship together. Sima Yinlong's true core force was the 100 inner court disciples. These inner court disciples were Sima Yinlong's strongest subordinates. Their strength was extraordinary. Sima Yinlong lived alone in the Dragon's Head building in the middle of the mountain. The other inner court disciples lived not far from the Dragon's Head building. The outer court disciples lived a bit further away while the janitor disciples lived in the outermost area. The Dragon's Head mountain also had a defensive formation. Moreover, this defensive formation was very advanced. One must know that even core disciples had a competitive relationship. Therefore, this defensive formation was necessary. Jean Jingyin could be considered a popular person by Sima Yinlong's side. Therefore, when he returned to the mountain gate, the janitor disciples and outer court disciples all saluted him. Even the inner court disciples under Sima Yinlong would greet him. Jean Jingyin just nodded and then flew towards the Dragon's Head building. When he arrived at the square outside the Dragon's Head building, he landed. He first looked at the Dragon's Head building before walking inside. When he arrived at the entrance, he saw 2 outer court disciples standing guard. These 2 outer court disciples were the gatekeepers of the Dragon's Head building. They weren't guards, they were only responsible for passing messages. When the 2 outer court disciples saw Jean Jingyin, they immediately gave him a salute. Then one of them turned to Jean Jingyin and said, "Senior brother Jean, the Lord said that after you return, you should immediately go to the secluded room to see him." Jean Jingyin nodded and then walked towards the building. This building was 10 floors high. The secluded room was on the 10th floor. Magic was forbidden in this building. Because of this, Jean Jingyin could only walk step by step to the 10th floor. The 10th floor had 2 rooms altogether. One was a secluded room while the other was a lounge. These 2 rooms were very big. The first one was no less than 1,000 square meters. The doors were made of bronze and each door had a soaring dragon engraved on it. It looked very mighty. Just as Jean Jingyin arrived at the door, he heard Sima Yinlong's voice, "Jingyin? Come in." Jean Jingyin nodded, then he pushed the door and walked in. Although the door was made of bronze and looked very heavy, It was very easy to push. Moreover, it didn't make any sound. Jin Jingyin had been to Sima Yinlong's room many times. But every time he came, he couldn't help but be amazed. This amazement wasn't because of how luxurious Sima Yinlong's room was, but because of how simple and crude it was. That's right, Sima Yinlong's room was very simple and crude. Although the room was very big, there was nothing inside. Only a praying mat was placed in the middle of the room. There was nothing else inside. Most importantly, this room didn't have any windows. Inside the room, aside from a small luminous pearl on the ceiling, there was nothing else that could illuminate the room. Jin Jingyin estimated that as long as the door of the quiet room was closed, the small luminous pearl would only emit a very weak light. That light would not be of any use in this huge quiet room. This was also why Jin Jingyin admired Sima Yinlong. Sima Yinlong had tried to make his seclusion room like this, but to be honest, he really couldn't stand the darkness and silence. It made him restless, even though it would make his spiritual force cultivation faster. In the end, he gave up on this room. This made him realize that Sima Yinlong's current status wasn't because of his talent, but because of his hard work. Jin Jingyin went to Sima Yinlong's side and said, "Senior brother Sima, I've already inquired about the situation. That Zhao Hai really did enter the outer court. However, he's now in the Invisible Valley." On the surface, Zhang Feng said that he admires Zhao Hai and wants to use this method to temper Zhao Hai. But in fact, I think that he sent Zhao Hai to the Invisible Valley. Sima Yinlong slightly knit his brows and said, "Did Zhao Hai offend Zhang Feng?" Jin Jingyin nodded and said, "Yes, I heard that Zhao Hai won a lot of things for Zhang Feng. Because of this, Zhang Feng sent Zhao Hai to the Invisible Valley." Sima Yinlong knit his brows and said, "That can't be. From Zhao Hai's skills, I can see that he's not weak. Even if he made Zhang Feng lose money, he can still make Zhao Hai win for him next time. Moreover, Zhang Feng is a very talented person. Why would he send Zhao Hai to the Invisible Valley?" Jin Jingyin bowed and said, "Yes, I think so too. Zhang Feng is famous for his talent. If Zhao Hai is really a promising talent, then he would certainly have accepted him into his own sect. He wouldn't have placed him in a place like the Invisible Valley. There is only one explanation for his actions, and that is that he isn't very optimistic about Zhao Hai." Sima Yinlong stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Zhang Feng's eyes are very accurate. It seems like we don't need to pay too much attention to Zhao Hai. Alright, that's all. You don't need to worry about Zhao Hai. You can go back and rest." Jin Jingyin's eyes revealed a happy expression, then she bowed and said, "Yes, Jingyin will take her leave." Then she slowly left the room and closed the door. Sima Yinlong looked at Jin Jingyin's back and muttered, "Could it be that Zhao Hai really doesn't have any potential? In any case, he's just one person. If he really has potential, then it wouldn't be too late to poach him in the future." Then he closed his eyes, causing the entire room to become silent. Seeing Jin Jingyin leave, Elder Hu let out a long breath. At this time, a person came in from outside. Elder Hu quickly said, "Junior brother Zhang, you came." The person who came was Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao nodded to Elder Hu and said, "Senior brother Hu, I thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, then Jin Jingyin would have seen through our plan." Elder Hu smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Zhang is too polite. Being able to help senior brother Zhang is my honor." "Junior brother Zhang, do you really think that Jin Jingyin wouldn't come here?" Zhang Hao smiled faintly and said, "If you ask me, then I really don't know. However, senior brother Zhang told me to do this." "Right, when you arrived at the Invisible Valley, what was Zhao Hai doing?" Elder Hu stared, but he still said, "He didn't do anything. It seems like he just took out the trash. Moreover, his performance was very good." Because of this, Jin Jingyin didn't have any suspicions. Zhang Hao nodded, then he said, "I'll go and see Zhao Hai." Then he turned towards the transmission formation and disappeared with a flash of white light. Elder Hu looked at the direction Zhang Hao disappeared and muttered, "I'm afraid that Zhao Hai is much smarter than you think. Being on good terms with such a person might bring great benefits to the family." Then Elder Hu took a deep breath before he turned around and returned to the servant hall. When Zhang Hao arrived at the Invisible Valley, he saw Zhao Hai standing in front of the cave residence. When Zhao Hai saw him, he immediately greeted him and bowed. Senior brother Zhang, why did you come here? Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. I was a bit worried, so I came to see you. How are you? Are you all right? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm all right. Senior brother Zhang, please take a seat inside. Zhang Hao nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai into the cave residence. The two sat on the transforming cloud. Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, this matter is over, but I don't know what will happen in the future. Senior brother Zhang is a tall tree that attracts the wind, there are countless eyes staring at him. I had no choice but to arrange you here. In the entire Black Tiger gang, this place is the most inconspicuous place. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Senior brother Zhang is too polite, there's no need for you to say these things, I understand. To be honest, this place is very good. I don't lack cultivation resources, hee. Right, senior brother Zhang, this is for you. These are some pills that I synthesized today. I don't know what kind of pills they are, but I'll give them to you. While speaking, Zhao Hai handed over a jade bottle. Zhang Hao received the jade bottle, then he opened the cork and looked inside. His expression couldn't help but change as he exclaimed, Wandering Dragon Pill? Zhao Hai looked puzzled at Zhang Hao and said, Senior brother Zhang, are these pills very precious? Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, Of course these pills are precious. These pills are refined from a grade 3 spirit wine snake's inner core and other herbs. That's why it's called the Wandering Dragon Pill. This pill is very precious, especially for golden core stage cultivators. Eating this pill would not only help your cultivation, it would also increase your speed. It's a relatively successful low-grade spirit beast pill. Zhao Hai looked puzzled at Zhang Hao and said, Spirit beast pill? What's the difference between these pills and ordinary pills? Zhang Hao nodded and said, Spirit beast pills and ordinary pills are very different. Spirit beasts are also divided into grades, from grade 1 to grade 6, which correspond to the 6 cultivation levels of the cultivation realm. For pure wild spirit beasts, unless they reach grade 4, it would be impossible for them to take human form. You must know that spirit beasts have their own innate magical abilities. These innate magical abilities are different for each spirit beast. Some spirit beasts have strong defense, some spirit beasts have fast speed, and other innate abilities. After many years of hard work, the spirit beast pill appeared in the cultivation realm. Speaking up to here, Zhang Hao paused for a moment, then he continued, in addition to adding the inner core of a spirit beast, the spirit beast pill also has another important ability, which is to retain the spirit beast's innate magical ability in the pill. Although it's only a small amount, but for a cultivator, it's already very precious. Just like the Wandering Dragon pill, because the spirit wind snake is only a grade 3 spirit beast, this pill is only useful for cultivators below the gold core stage. In addition to increasing your cultivation speed, this pill also has another important ability, which is to increase one's speed. Speed is the innate magical ability of the spirit wind snake. Although eating this pill can't make one as fast as the spirit wind snake, it can still increase a cultivator's speed a bit. Although it's not much, but for a cultivator, it's already very good. The most important thing is that this pill can be stacked on top of each other. That is to say, eating one pill can increase one's speed a bit. Eating another pill will increase one's speed, but it's still very precious. Zhao Hai nodded and said, So that's how it is. I didn't think that the cultivation world would have such a miraculous pill. Zhang Hao nodded, then he gave the pill to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, this pill is very precious, you should take it. Zhao Hai smiled as he waved his hand and said, Brother Zhang, you should take it. I'm guarding such a big treasure mountain, why would I be afraid of not having anything good? This is for you. When Zhang Hao heard what Zhao Hai said, he thought that it was true. With Zhao Hai guarding this place, why would he be afraid of not having anything good? Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, that elder who is now one of our people. If you have any problems, you can look for him. He'll help you. If it's something important, you can look for me. I'll be senior brother Tongtian's subordinate. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Senior brother Tongtian, you can say that he's one of our people. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, I'll have to trouble brother Zhang. Zhang Hao shook his head and said, There's no need to trouble me. I'm already sorry for leaving you here. But for Brother Zhang's matter, I can only do this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Brother Zhang can rest assured, I'll be fine. Brother, I think you should go back first and report the situation to Brother Zhang. Don't let anyone find out that you're here. Zhang Hao nodded and said, all right, then I'll go back first. Remember, if you have any problems, don't hesitate to look for me. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhang Hao turned around and left through the transmission formation. Looking at the direction where Zhang Hao left, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he muttered, it seems like the Black Tiger Gang's struggle is very fierce. This is interesting. I want to see how Zhang Feng will deal with me. Then he returned to his cave residence and entered the space. Zhao Hai returned to the space and saw that the processing machine was working. Naturally, the processing machine wasn't doing anything right now, it was just restoring some materials from the valley and synthesizing some pills. Now that nobody was looking after the processing machine, Zhao Hai returned to the villa and saw Laura and the others looking at the monitor. On the monitor was the situation of the Black Tiger Gang's territory. There were a lot of mountains in the Black Tiger Gang's territory. Some of the flatter places on the mountains had been turned into various fields. However, the terrain didn't change too much. This was because as long as one was a cultivator, they would know that some special herbs needed to be grown in a certain mountainous terrain. There were also small cities built on some of the mountains. However, in terms of scale, these places couldn't be called cities, they were more like mountain strongholds. In these mountain strongholds were the Black Tiger Gang's mission halls. These mission halls were responsible for collecting the harvest of the Odd Job Hall's disciples. These Odd Job Hall's disciples didn't only plant herbs or mine ores, they could also do other things. For example, they could use their free time to explore the mountains. If they can dig up some good herbs or ores, they could also exchange them for contribution points. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he hadn't seen a single Black Tiger Gang's holy servant. Holy servants were actually called holy servants in the cultivation realm. Although they were called holy servants, they were actually people who didn't have any thoughts and only knew how to pray. Although these divine servants had no thoughts of their own, they were still very important to any force in the cultivation realm. This was because they knew that these divine servants could provide them with faith power. A force without faith power wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in the cultivation realm. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had Laura and the others investigate. First, he wanted to know how big the Black Tiger Gang's territory was. Second, he wanted to find the holy servants and see where they were. This was what Zhao Hai was most concerned about. However, Zhao Hai had already searched through the entire Black Tiger Gang's territory, but he still couldn't find a single holy servant. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange, he didn't know where the Black Tiger Gang had taken the holy servants. However, Zhao Hai still had no way of knowing about the holy servants. This was because he was currently monitoring the outer court disciples. These outer court disciples simply didn't know anything about the holy servants. This made Zhao Hai very depressed. However, Zhao Hai didn't take this to heart. The reason why he looked for the holy servants was because he wanted to see what they were like. He didn't need them to provide him with faith power. The space could provide him with faith power. However, the more he understood about the Black Tiger Gang, the more surprised Zhao Hai was. The Black Tiger Gang's territory was too big. The total area of the Black Tiger Gang exceeded Zhao Hai's imagination. The Black Tiger Gang's territory wasn't any smaller than Asia, it might even be bigger. One must know that the Black Tiger Gang was only one of the top 100 gangs in the cultivation realm. If they were to be compared to the entire cultivation realm, then they wouldn't be considered anything. For such a gang to occupy such a large territory was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. At this time, the space still hasn't absorbed all of the Black Tiger Gang's territory. However, it was almost done. For Zhao Hai, this was good news. Later on, when he has nothing to do, he can go to the Black Tiger Gang's territory and take a stroll. Laura and the others were also very happy. This was because there were some places in the Black Tiger Gang's territory that were very special. Moreover, compared to the Black Tiger Gang's territory, the Black Tiger Gang's territory was too big. It can be described as vast but sparsely populated. In the future, they would be able to go around the Black Tiger Gang's territory. For them, this was definitely good news. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura looked at him and said, "Hurry up and take a bath. Your body stinks." "Really, why did you have to move the trash yourself?" Zhao Hai knew that his body didn't stink at all. Laura and the others just didn't want him to work too hard. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Then he carried Laura and said, "Come, let's take a bath together." Then he turned around and ran towards the hot spring, causing Laura to scream again and again. After taking a bath together, Zhao Hai followed Laura and the others back to the villa. Upon entering the villa, Megan and the others looked at Laura and the others with a playful expression, causing Laura's face to turn pink. At this time, Kai suddenly said, "Brother Hai, it's not good. There's a situation outside." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Emotion? Someone came?" Kai shook her head and said, "It definitely isn't a person. Look, it looks like a mouse." After he finished speaking, he pointed at the screen, and sure enough, an image appeared on the screen. Suddenly, a silver-white mouse ran out of the valley. These mice were covered in silver-white fur, which looked like metal. However, their bodies were not very big, and the largest one was only 20 centimeters long. These mice had large round ears, and their tails were slender and long. They had a pair of small black bean-like eyes, which looked very cute. However, when he saw the mouse's claws and teeth, Zhao Hai didn't dare to treat them lightly. The mouse's claws and teeth were actually bright silver. When the sun shines on them, they reflected the sunlight, making them very beautiful. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that these claws and teeth weren't just beautiful, they also represented danger. Zhao Hai saw a mouse running over an artifact that was broken in two. Because it used too much strength, its claws made deep scratches on the artifact. From this point, one could see how powerful the mouse's claws were. More and more mice gathered. In the end, they covered the entire valley. Seeing this situation, Laura and the others couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. At this time, there was a commotion in the group of mice. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were stunned as they saw 8 half-meter-long mice carrying a huge plate. These 8 rats looked exactly the same as the other rats, but they were a little bigger. Each of them held a metal rod in their hands, and now, these metal rods were placed together, holding a large plate with a diameter of 1 meter in the middle. This plate was a good jade plate, and it seemed to be a magic tool, but it should also be a damaged magic tool, but now, this magic tool was covered with soft beast fur. A large rat that was nearly a meter long was lying on the plate, and on the plate were some waste pills, but this large rat did not care at all. It was using its claws to grab a waste pill and put it into its mouth, as if it was eating candy. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. He turned to Laura and said, "Laura, can you pinch me? What's the situation now? Are the mice having a meeting?" Laura was also shocked. She looked at the mice with a puzzled expression and shook her head. The others were also puzzled as they looked at the screen. At this time, the mice suddenly stopped. Then the big mouse that was lying on the plate slowly stood up. When it stood up, Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh. This big mouse was very cute. First of all, this big mouse had silvery white fur that looked very smooth. Secondly, this big mouse was very fat, it looked like a plushie. Because it was so fat, the big mouse's face was round, it looked very funny and cute. It was no wonder that Laura and the others would laugh at it. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the big mouse outside moved again. The big mouse actually put its 2 claws on its waist and began to squeak. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others looked at the big mouse, they didn't know what it was doing. The big mouse squeaked for a while, but nobody seemed to be paying attention to it. It couldn't help but get annoyed. It stood on the plate and pointed its claws forward. Then it jumped up and squeaked even louder. Laura and the others laughed again. They couldn't help it, this big mouse looked like a bitch that got irritated. It jumped up and down, it was very funny. Zhao Hai also laughed, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Let's go out and see what these mice are doing. In any case, there's nobody here. You can come out as well." Laura and the others nodded, they were also very interested. They also wanted to see what this fat and funny-looking mouse was going to do. Seeing that they agreed, Zhao Hai's figure couldn't help but move. The group appeared outside the cave and arrived at the edge of Invisible Valley. When the big mouse saw Xiao Hai and the others come out, it couldn't help but jump and squeak even louder. Xiao Hai looked at the mouse, he didn't know what it was doing. However, he saw that the mouse was very smart, so he immediately adjusted his spiritual force and sent it towards the big mouse. When the big mouse felt Xiao Hai's spiritual force fluctuation, it couldn't help but stare. Then it immediately sent a spiritual force fluctuation back. When Xiao Hai received it, he immediately understood the big mouse's meaning. The big mouse said, "Kid, why did you come out? Where's the old man from before?" Xiao Hai stared, he didn't think that the big mouse would know who the old man was. One must know that the person who guarded Invisible Valley was an old man. However, Xiao Hai didn't care about it, he immediately said, "The old man left, so I'm the one in charge here." "Ha ha ha, you're the one in charge here? It seems like the old man from before didn't make it clear to you. In this place, only the gold-eating rats are the ones in charge. You will never be the ones in charge here." Xiao Hai stared, he looked at the big mouse and said, "You're a gold-eating rat? Strange, how can you eat those waste pills? You talk a lot of nonsense. Those things contain spiritual qi, so of course we can eat them. Let me tell you, the gold-eating rats will be the ones in charge here. You're not allowed to steal our things anymore." When Xiao Hai heard the big mouse, he immediately understood. The big mouse saw that Xiao Hai was taking things from Invisible Valley, so it came out to protest. Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile, he looked at the big mouse and said, "I don't care who was the one in charge here. Since I'm here, I'm the one in charge here." When the big mouse heard Xiao Hai, it couldn't help but scream, it looked very angry. When it screamed, its children and grandchildren also screamed, their momentum was very frightening. Xiao Hai wasn't afraid of them. This was because he didn't feel any danger from the big mouse. In other words, the big mouse simply wasn't his opponent. After the big mouse screamed, it also moved. It waved its claws forward, causing its children and grandchildren to scream as they rushed towards Xiao Hai. When Xiao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. It seems like these people wanted to use a sea of mice to drown him. Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand as countless silver needles flew out from his hand. Then these silver needles flew towards the mice and turned into small metal cages, covering the mice inside. Even the biggest mouse wasn't spared. When the big mouse discovered that it was covered, it stared blankly. However, a look of contempt appeared on its fat face as it opened its mouth to bite the metal cage. The other mice also did the same. Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile. His liquid silver wasn't something that these mice could bite. Then a clanging sound was heard, followed by the painful screams of the mice. Zhao and the others laughed. This was because a lot of the mice got a toothache from the liquid silver, which was why they were squealing. The big mouse was fine, its teeth were very powerful. However, it stared blankly at the cage that it bit. This was because the cage was still fine, there wasn't even a single bite mark. The big mouse started to panic. One must know that although it only used 30% of its strength, it was still very confident in its teeth. In its mind, 30% of its strength was enough to bite through most of the things in the valley. But now, it couldn't do anything to this small cage. This was something that it didn't expect. The big mouse became anxious, it bit the cage again. This time, it used 80% of its strength, but the result was still the same. The cage didn't move at all. The big mouse bit again, this time using 100% of its strength, but it was still useless. The cage didn't break. The big mouse started to panic, it bit the cage again and again, but to no avail. At this time, Xiao Hai waved his hand as the cages flew towards the space. As soon as the big mice entered the space, a prompt was heard, malicious program detected. Subduing program. Subduing program successful. Mutated mouse species detected. This type of mouse can eat metals as well as various poisons. It has extraordinary strength, unparalleled defense, and incomparably sharp claws and teeth. Extracting its special ability and adding it to other organisms. Extraction successful. Adding successful. Xiao Hai looked at the big rat in front of him. At this time, the big rat had been washed by Laura and the others. It still looked cute, but its eyes were much more docile. Xiao Hai looked at the big rat and said, "What kind of race is your gold-eating rat? What rank are you?" The reason why Xiao Hai talked to the big rat was because he discovered that the big rat was very smart. Its wisdom wasn't any worse than a human's, but it couldn't transform into a human form. The big rat immediately replying to the young master, "Our gold-eating rat clan doesn't have a hierarchy. Even in the world of demonic beasts, there isn't a hierarchy because the weakest gold-eating rat is about the same as an ordinary first-level demonic beast. Any cultivator can kill it, but the strongest gold-eating rat can fight against the strongest cultivator without falling into a disadvantageous position. Therefore, our gold-eating rat clan doesn't have a hierarchy." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Then what about you? What's your current rank?" The big rat proudly said, "Right now, I'm almost equivalent to a 4th-level monster. However, although monster beasts are divided into 6 levels, they are different from human cultivators. My current strength is almost equivalent to a human golden core stage expert." When Xiao Hai heard the big rat, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at the big rat and said, "Who told you about this? You didn't know about this by yourself, right?" The big mouse smiled and said, replying to the young master, "It was the old man who used to dump the garbage here who told me about it. Nobody comes here all year round, so the old man was very bored. When he found me, he chatted with me and slowly told me about it." Xiao Hai could feel that although the big rat called the old man an old man, he still respected the old man. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Very good, now that your gold-eating rats have entered the space, you'll be my subordinates. However, I still hope that you can live in the Invisible Valley. That place is very important to me. You can live there and don't show your face. You can eat whatever you want. However, if you find any rare metals, you must send them to the space. Naturally, I won't forbid you from eating those metals, but if you send them to the space, then the space will produce a vein of those metals. Later on, you can eat as much as you want." The big rat quickly replied, "Yes, young master, we understand. I'll have the children look for it. We, gold-eating rats, can't eat all kinds of metals. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the metal, the more we can't eat it. Only when we reach a high level can we eat higher grade metals. But in this valley, most of the metals are gathered together. If we eat higher grade metals, we won't be able to digest them, so we can only pull them out. Right now, we have a lot of these metals stored. Young master, can you bring these metals to the space?" Zhao thought for a moment, then finally nodded. "Alright, bring those things in. But those things won't be dirty, right?" The big rat shook its head and said, "Young master can rest assured, they aren't dirty at all. When we eat pills, we don't expel the toxins from our bodies. Instead, we use our bodies to refine the toxins. The toxins are then concentrated in our bodies, teeth, and claws. First, they can be used to attack. Second, they can be used to increase our body's strength and defense." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Let's go, I'll take a look at the leftover metals." The big rat nodded. Then Xiao Hai let it out of the space. Xiao Hai followed the big rat to the rat hole. To be honest, when Xiao Hai saw the rat hole, he couldn't help but be surprised. The hole was so big that it actually surrounded the entire Invisible Valley. Although the hole wasn't as big as the one that Xiao Hai saw in Fabio Planet, it was much more complex. Moreover, the design was very reasonable. It was just like a human house. There was a house, a granary, and even a training room. It was just like a human city. The big rat introduced its underground kingdom to Xiao Hai while proudly showing off the history of the gold-eating rats. To be honest, the gold-eating rats in the Invisible Valley didn't exist for a long time. Moreover, this big rat was the first one to settle down here. It can be said that the gold-eating rats in the Invisible Valley were established by this fat rat. Seeing such a huge project, Xiao Hai couldn't help but admire the fat rat. Who would have thought that this funny-looking fellow would be able to establish such a large underground kingdom? This was beyond Xiao Hai's expectations. Before long, Xiao Hai and the others arrived at the warehouse. This warehouse wasn't filled with food for the gold-eating rats. Instead, it was filled with metals that they couldn't digest. These metals weren't big, they were in the form of grains. However, they looked very clean. In any case, he didn't need to touch these things with his hands. To be honest, these things weren't dirty. These gold-eating rats were a mutated breed of rats. They could be said to be one of the oddities of living creatures. They weren't like living creatures, but more like machines. They could absorb metal as their own power, but because absorbing metal also required a certain level, there were some metals that were particularly difficult to absorb, so there was no way for them to absorb them. Naturally, they were left behind. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the metals into the space. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that there were hundreds of types of metals. This was really beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai looked at the big rat and said, "I'll be taking these things. Remember, don't show yourself. If I leave the invisible valley, you have to take care of it." The big rat nodded and said, "Yes, young master can rest assured. We'll do our best." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and released the fatty's children and grandchildren. These rats were now Zhao Hai's subordinates. However, these rats weren't very useful to Zhao Hai, so it was better to just leave them here. In fact, these gold-eating rats had already been transformed by the space. In the past, gold-eating rats mainly ate metals. Moreover, there were some high-grade metals that they couldn't absorb. Zhao Hai turned around to leave the rat hole. After carefully observing the rat hole, he understood that the rat hole wasn't randomly dug. It actually formed a formation. This formation seemed to have a certain shielding effect, making people's spiritual force unable to probe the rat hole. This discovery made Zhao Hai, who was about to leave, stop. He carefully observed the rat hole. In the beginning, he thought that it was because there was a lot of garbage outside the rat hole. The garbage was made of very good materials that could shield spiritual force. But now, it seems like this wasn't the reason. At this time, the fat rat discovered that Zhao Hai had stopped. He immediately ran over and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai looked at the big rat and said, "What's going on? This cave of yours seems to be an array formation? When did you learn about formations?" The fat rat stared, then he shook his head and said, replying to the young master, "We haven't learned about formations. We just heard about it." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the fat rat and said, "Then why did you dig the hole like this?" The fat rat said, "This is something that every gold-eating rat has to learn. Every gold-eating rat starts learning how to dig a hole when they are born. They start learning from the smallest single-person hole until they learn how to build a big hole. This is an instinct that we, gold-eating rats, have slowly evolved after countless years of development. Digging such a hole is not easy to be discovered by others." Zhao Hai understood. After countless years of development, the gold-eating rats slowly explored and accumulated experience. In the end, they dug this hole. It can be said that this was a formation created by the gold-eating rats. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You go do your work, I'll take a look myself." The fat rat nodded and then ran to the side to direct his children and grandchildren to work. Zhao looked at the fat rats bearing fangs and brandishing claws, and couldn't help but laugh. He took out a transforming cloud and gave it to the fat rat, so that he could sit on it in the future. Naturally, the fat rat was very happy. He immediately directed his children and grandchildren to place the transforming cloud on the tray that he was sitting on. Zhao Hai looked at the fat rat's appearance and didn't care. He just smiled and walked around the rat hole. The rat hole was very big. In addition to the big holes that he could walk through, there were also small holes. The smallest of these small holes were only as thick as a bowl. Zhao Hai had no way to go in. In the end, Zhao Hai released his silver needle and carefully observed everything in the rat hole. After the silver needle recorded the entire rat hole, Zhao Hai gave the fat rat some instructions before he turned around and returned to the space. When he arrived at the space, he saw Kai and the others curiously looking at the screen. On the screen was a three-dimensional image of the rat hole. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, Kai immediately said, "Big brother Hai, come and take a look. This is a great discovery. The rat hole is actually a natural three-dimensional formation." Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "Three-dimensional formation?" Kai nodded and said, "Right, it's a three-dimensional formation. The formations that we usually use are planar formations. Although the formation is three-dimensional, it's planar. But this rat hole is a three-dimensional formation. In other words, it's a three-dimensional formation. Moreover, it's not only effective against external attacks, it's also effective against internal attacks. Even if some parts of the formation are destroyed, the formation can still be used. Moreover, it can play a very powerful role. When Zhao Hai heard Kai he became interested. One must know that when it comes to formations used by cultivators, high-level formations would be fine. But if one or two of the formations were destroyed, then the formation would become useless. Moreover, this was the first time that Zhao Hai had heard of a three-dimensional formation. This aroused his interest. Formations were one of the things that cultivators couldn't do without. Formations played a very important role in a cultivator's life. If you want to build an immortal cave, you can't do without formations. Formations could act as your guards and help you cultivate. Formations used by cultivators were generally planar. With a disk as the center and a flag as the node, it would generate an energy magnetic field. Once this magnetic field was formed, it would mean that the formation was successful. Magic arrays were actually created through various magic array symbols and then caused a certain magnetic field to change. The magnetic field could also absorb the nearby spiritual energy and strengthen the magnetic field. It could also be connected to the geomagnetic field and release the nearby spiritual energy in another form. This was the most basic principle of magic arrays. It was precisely because of this principle that if one of the nodes of the array was destroyed, then the magnetic field of the array would change. This would certainly affect the array. Because of this, the array couldn't be destroyed under normal circumstances. Some high-level formations weren't afraid of being destroyed. Even if one or two of the nodes were destroyed, there wouldn't be any problems. This didn't mean that the magnetic field wasn't destroyed. It was just that the materials used for high-level formations were very advanced. Sometimes, a flag could use two symbols. In other words, if one of the nodes was destroyed, the other node could replace it. Although it couldn't guarantee 100% of the formation's power, it could still be used. However, formations like this were very rare. This was because the materials needed to make such formations were very advanced. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't get their hands on them. However, this kind of three-dimensional formation was different. This kind of formation was arranged in a three-dimensional form. There were a lot more nodes compared to a planar formation. Naturally, this made the formation more powerful. Moreover, because there were more nodes and the formation was three-dimensional, even if half of the nodes were destroyed, the other nodes would still be able to form a magnetic field and play a big role. Zhao Hai looked at the various data of the three-dimensional array and was speechless. He didn't think that cultivators, who had researched arrays for so many years, wouldn't be able to create a three-dimensional array. On the contrary, the gold-eating rats were able to create a three-dimensional array. It was a bit ironic that cultivators claimed to be the spirit of all things. In fact, Zhao Hai's thinking was wrong. Man was the spirit of all things, but it was precisely because of this that man came into contact with more things and had more things to research. Take arrays for example. Arrays that man researched had many uses and were related to almost every aspect of life. Naturally, they wouldn't have the energy to research three-dimensional arrays. However, the gold-eating rats were different. First of all, the gold-eating rats had been researching this array for many years without stopping. Through their constant refinement, the array had reached its current state. This was the difference between being distracted and being specialized. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kai and said, Kai, do you think that we can turn ordinary arrays into three-dimensional arrays? Kai knit her brows and said, it's certainly going to be difficult, but it's certainly going to be difficult. Big Brother Hai, you can see that there are actually a lot of nodes in this formation. You can see that these rooms are actually nodes, and the foundations of these passages are actually energy lines that connect these nodes together. This is how the formation is formed. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but I don't think so. Then Kai took out the blueprint of an ordinary array and said, look at the arrays that we usually use. Because the arrays are flat, there are fewer nodes. Moreover, the energy lines aren't that complicated. It can be said that three-dimensional arrays are many times more complicated compared to flat arrays. It would be difficult to research a three-dimensional array. Zhao Hai nodded and said, let's take it slow. I believe that this three-dimensional array would be of great help to us. Kai nodded. She also knew that this kind of formation was very important to them. They could use this time to study this kind of three-dimensional formation. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let them research it by themselves. He also participated in the research. Although his research on arrays was still lacking compared to the others, his understanding of arrays was enough to make him an expert in the cultivation realm. Usually, no one would come to the valley, so Zhao Hai was very relaxed. He could do whatever he wanted. Originally, he wanted to go to the Black Tiger Gang for a while, but now he was delayed by the matter of the three-dimensional formation. However, Zhao Hai didn't regret his decision. He was now fascinated by the three-dimensional array. This three-dimensional array was like a novel toy that Zhao Hai would never get tired of playing with. This research lasted for 2 months. During this time, Zhang Hao came to see Zhao Hai several times. Zhao Hai simply sent Zhang Hao away. Of course, he also gave him some materials and pills. Zhang Hao didn't feel anything different about Zhao Hai. In fact, for a cultivator, Zhao Hai's situation was very fortunate. The most important thing for a cultivator was to have all kinds of materials. Pills were indispensable. But Zhao Hai was here, and there were countless pills. If Zhang Hao had the ability, then he wouldn't be willing to leave this place. During this time, Zhao Hai didn't turn the wastes in the valley into materials. This was because there was no need to do so. If he turned too many wastes into materials, then it would attract Zhang Feng's attention. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He just took out some pills and materials to deal with Zhang Feng. After 2 months, the research on the three-dimensional array finally made progress. This three-dimensional array wasn't easy to make. Even with the space's powerful planning ability, it still took 2 months to research it. This three-dimensional formation was like trying to turn a circle drawn on the ground into a cylinder. That wasn't an easy task. With the space's powerful planning ability as well as the universal scanner, they were able to turn all the formations into three-dimensional arrays. Zhao Hai was currently standing inside the space. In front of them was the Hell King's ship. Everyone was looking at the ship, nobody moved. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Let's begin." Kair nodded. Then she waved her hand as a white light covered the Hell King's ship. What Zhao Hai and the others were doing right now was turning the Hell King's ship into three-dimensional formations. They wanted to see what kind of changes this would bring to the ship. Before long, the white light disappeared. The Hell King's ship was still calmly parked there. Nobody could see any changes from the outside. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kair and the others and said, "Let's go and take a look." Then the group's figures moved towards the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship immediately started flying forward. When the Hell King's ship moved, Zhao Hai immediately felt the difference. The Hell King's ship was faster and more flexible. Most importantly, the Hell King's ship's energy consumption was much lower. In the past, the Hell King's ship would consume 50% of the Yin-Yang lightning pool's energy. But now, the Hell King's ship only consumed 5% of the Yin-Yang lightning pool's energy. A change of 10 times. For a cultivator, this was very significant. This three-dimensional array could reduce energy consumption by 10 times. In other words, it could amplify one's strength by 10 times. What would happen if one's strength was amplified by 10 times? A person at the godly refinement stage would probably be able to deal with a person at the early Dharma stage. He would be able to challenge someone at a higher level. If 2 experts of the same level were to use a move that was 10 times stronger than the opponent, then wouldn't you be able to win? Not to mention anything else, this alone was enough to make cultivators go crazy. Then Zhao Hai carried out other experiments on the Hell King's ship. Not only did the ship become faster, its defense also became stronger. Its impact also increased. Most importantly, the cannons on the ship became more powerful. After testing the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the villa. Kair immediately played the entire experiment on the monitor along with a lot of data. Kair pointed at the data and said to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, since the Hell King's ship has the three-dimensional array, its energy consumption has been reduced by 10 times. Its speed has also increased by 2 times, its defense has increased by 5 times, its offense has increased by 6 times, and its flexibility has increased by 3 times. And this is without the ship reaching its limit. Moreover, these changes didn't affect the ship at all. Brother Hai, we succeeded." Looking at the excited Kair, Zhao Hai was also very happy. He smiled and said, yes, we succeeded. Hee hee. Good, very good. Laura and the others also cheered. This was the result of 2 months of hard work. Meg looked at everyone and then loudly said, I'm going to cook. I'll make a good meal to reward everyone. Then she ran towards the kitchen. Actually, Meg had been following the research for the past 2 months. Moreover, her level in formations wasn't low. She also had to take care of everyone. It can be said that the one who worked the hardest was her. Seeing Meg go to cook, Laura and the others immediately went to help. Xiaohai looked at them and smiled. He knew that the happiest thing that Laura and the others did in the past 2 months was to be with him. Because of the three-dimensional array, aside from dealing with Zhang Hao, Xiaohai stayed inside the space. This made Laura and the others very happy. Before long, a large table of dishes was finally prepared. Zhao and the others sat down and ate. Although they were together every day, they still seemed to have endless things to talk about. The feeling of eating together with everyone was really good. After eating, the group went to the hot spring to relax. While soaking in the hot spring, they ate fruits and drank red wine. Kyer looked at Xiaohai, who was lying down with his eyes closed while Meg massaged him. She smiled and said, Brother. Hi, what are you going to do next? Her question attracted everyone's attention. Xiaohai looked at them and smiled faintly, I'm going to close up. Seclusion? Brother Hai, why do you want to go into seclusion? Laura looked at Xiaohai with a puzzled expression. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, now that I have a three-dimensional formation, I want to turn the faith power formation inside my body into a three-dimensional one. At the same time, I also have the 5 elements killing formation and the stellar transformations formation. I want to use this time to turn these formations into three-dimensional ones and see what kind of effect they have. Upon hearing Xiaohai, Laura and the others understood. Laura nodded and said, that's right. If Brother Hai can turn the faith power formation into a three-dimensional one, then I believe it would be very beneficial for you. There's also the 5 elements killing formation. That formation's defensive capabilities are incomparably formidable. Xiaohai nodded and said, that's right. If Brother Hai can turn the faith power formation into a three-dimensional one, then I believe it would be very beneficial for you. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, with my ability, I wouldn't have any opponents in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But it's different here. There are too many experts here. The reason why I was so strong in the 10,000 realm battlefield was because of faith power. But it's different here. Every great sect has their own faith power. It can be seen that faith power isn't a big deal here. In other words, I'm afraid that my biggest reliance will disappear. If I want to make a name for myself in the cultivation realm, I need to improve my strength. I don't want to be Zhang Feng's master machine for the rest of my life. I don't want to be a master of the 10,000 realm battlefield. I don't want to be a master of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Laura and the others nodded. Whether it was the cultivation realm or the world of cultivators, strength was everything. If you weren't strong enough, then even if you were good at refining pills or making artifacts, you would still be a tool in the hands of others. Only when you're strong enough can you truly control your own destiny. At this time, Zhang Feng was very good to Xiaohai. However, she imprisoned Xiaohai in Invisible Valley. If Zhang Feng's strength grows in the future, then she would certainly take good care of Xiaohai. This was because Xiaohai was very useful to her. Xiaohai had long understood Zhang Feng's thoughts, so he wouldn't be swayed by Zhang Feng's attitude. He didn't want to lose his freedom and be a human-shaped machine for the rest of his life. Laura nodded and said, where do you want to close up? Do I need to make any preparations? Xiaohai shook his head and said, I don't need to prepare anything. I'll just seclude myself under the 100 Spirits tree. I'll leave an undead outside to guard Zhang Hao. Laura nodded and said, all right, we'll take care of it. You can just go into seclusion. Xiaohai nodded. He slowly closed his eyes and enjoyed Meg's massage. After a while, he actually fell asleep. Under the 100 Spirits tree, Xiaohai sat there calmly. His spiritual force was focused on the faith power formation inside his body. The faith power formation seemed to be perfectly integrated with the little person inside Xiaohai's body. The little person inside Xiaohai's body had been turned golden by the faith power. At the same time, the magic formation was constantly rotating, increasing the amount of faith power inside. Zhao highly used his spiritual force to explore the faith power array. Then, he slowly pushed the array according to the three-dimensional faith power array that he had previously designed. Because the faith power formation had been integrated with Zhao Hai, this process wasn't very difficult. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. After all, this was his own body, not some other place. Carefully pushing the magic formation, the faith power formation slowly changed. It became more and more three-dimensional. When Zhao Hai completed the last node, the magic formation was finally completed. The moment the magic formation was completed, it suddenly became as dazzling as the sun. Although Zhao Hai was controlling the magic formation with his spiritual force, he still instinctively wanted to close his eyes. After some time, the golden light slowly calmed down. The little person inside Zhao Hai's body had a small sun-like object. The golden light was 100 times stronger than the original planar magic formation. Even so, there was still a lot of faith power that seeped into the little person's body, slowly nourishing it. When Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't know what to do. The three-dimensional magic formation could change. At the very least, it wasn't much bigger than a planar magic formation. However, it could be slowly enlarged, making it stronger and stronger. At the same time, the faith power formation inside Zhao Hai's body wasn't in its best state. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he immediately began to improve the faith power formation. Time passed unknowingly. Zhao Hai had been immersed in improving the faith power formation. He didn't care about the outside world. When Zhang Hao arrived at the Invisible Valley, he felt strange. This was because the last time he came, Zhao Hai gave him the feeling that he was absent-minded. This made him think that Zhao Hai had something to do. But when he asked Zhao Hai always said that he was fine. This made Zhang Hao even more puzzled. Zhang Hao decided that if Zhao Hai's performance was the same as before, then he would immediately tell Zhang Feng. After all, Zhao Hai was very important to Zhang Feng. Zhang Hao didn't dare neglect him. Before long, Zhang Hao arrived in front of Zhao Hai's immortal cave. Suddenly, Zhang Hao felt that something was wrong. This was because although Zhao Hai was absent-minded in the past, Zhao Hai would still come out to greet him. Why didn't he come out this time? Just as Zhang Hao was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a person standing in front of Zhao Hai's immortal cave. This person was very tall. Zhang Hao took a closer look and saw that this was Bajra Yuan Shan who fought with Zhao Hai before. Wasn't he dead? How could he be here? Zhang Hao stopped and looked at Yuan Shan. Soon, he discovered that something was wrong. Yuan Shan's body was filled with death qi. This meant that he wasn't a living person, but a zombie. Zhang Hao heard that when Zhao Hai was in the world of cultivators, he used a large number of undead. It seems like this Yuan Shan was also turned into an undead. Zhang Hao couldn't help but be curious. He immediately walked over. When he arrived, Yuan Shan gave him a bow and said, "This one has seen Sir Zhang Hao. This one was ordered by the master to wait here for Sir." Zhang Hao looked at Yuan Shan's incomparably ugly face and felt somewhat awkward. An undead being able to speak to him so naturally, this was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, Yuan Shan must have a reason for calling him. Zhang Hao looked at Yuan Shan and said, "Where's little Hai? How come I don't see him? Did something happen?" Yuan Shan replied, replying to Sir, "The master is currently in seclusion. Therefore, this one was ordered to stay here and give this to Sir." Zhang Hao looked at the spatial bag in Yuan Shan's hand and nodded. Then he took it and said, "Why did little Hai suddenly go into seclusion?" Zhang Hao didn't want to enter the immortal cave. He was very clear that a cultivator in seclusion cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, an accident might happen. Yuan Shan replied, "This one doesn't know. This one was just following the master's orders." Zhang Hao nodded, then he said, "Alright, then I won't disturb him. He only left you here. What if an accident happens? Do you need me to send some people over?" Yuan Shan shook his head and said, "The master didn't say anything. This one doesn't know." Zhang Hao was speechless. But he still shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'll deal with this matter." Then he turned around and walked towards the transmission formation. He knew that he must inform Zhang Feng about this matter. Seclusion wasn't a trivial matter. Zhang Hao quickly went to see Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Feng was no longer in the blazing mountain. He was now working in another depth-determining platform. Although the coordinates of the transmission formation had changed, the changes weren't very big. When Zhang Hao came out of the transmission array, he immediately went to Zhang Feng's place. Zhang Feng was working in the house. Recently, he had been in high spirits. Using the things that Zhao Hai gave him, he had secretly roped in several inner court disciples, as well as a lot of outer court disciples. However, he was very secretive about it, so outsiders didn't know about it. Zhang Feng was very clear that the most important thing for him right now was to keep a low profile. He couldn't let those people find out about his materials. If people knew that he had a lot of pills and precious materials, then they would certainly investigate the origins of these things. When the time comes, Zhao Hai might be exposed. This wasn't something he wanted to see. Zhang Hao arrived outside Zhang Feng's room and said, "Eldest brother, Zhang Feng has come to see you." Zhang Feng replied, "Little Hao, you're back. Come in." Zhang Hao complied, then he pushed the door and went inside. After entering the room, Zhang Hao gave Zhang Feng a salute. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. How is Little Hai? Is he all right?" Zhang Hao replied, "I'm reporting to senior brother." Little Hai suddenly went into seclusion. He only had an undead guard the entrance. He also gave this to me. Then he took out the spatial bag. Zhang Feng received the spatial bag and opened it. There were more pills and materials inside compared to before. He received the spatial bag and then turned to Zhang Hao and said, "Why did Little Hai suddenly go into seclusion? Did he tell you about this before?" Zhang Hao shook his head and said, "He didn't. The last time I saw Little Hai, I felt that he was absent-minded. When I asked him what happened, he kept saying that he was fine. Moreover, I also asked Elder Luo. He didn't see anyone in the valley, so there shouldn't be any problems. But this time, he suddenly went into seclusion. I don't know what's going on." Zhang Feng frowned and said, "I asked around. Little Hai has always been a cultivation madman in the lower realms. He often goes into seclusion. Is it the same this time as well?" Zhang Hao thought for a moment before he suddenly said, "Senior brother, do you think it's because Little Hai has been eating a lot of pills recently that he went into seclusion?" When he heard Zhang Hao, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "That's possible. Little Hai is a cultivation madman, he would definitely do something like that. Forget it, just pay attention to Little Hai's situation. Don't let anyone disturb him. Sima Yinlong seems to be interested in Little Hai, pay attention to him." Zhang Hao nodded before he left. After Zhang Hao left, Zhang Feng took out a jade sword message and sent it to some of his trusted subordinates. He had them pay attention to the situation in the valley and protect Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know about these matters. He was still slowly strengthening the faith power formation inside his body. However, no matter how much he strengthened it, his faith power was still able to fill the formation. This made Zhao Hai somewhat helpless. Every formation has its limits. Zhao Hai has pushed the faith power formation to its limit. At this time, the number of nodes in the faith power formation was 100 times more than the flat faith power formation. The amount of faith power it can hold was also a lot more than before. However, it was still filled with faith power. From this point, one can see how much faith power Zhao Hai has. After pushing the faith power formation to its limit, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He can feel that the faith power he can use had increased. Moreover, it was much easier to use. This made him very happy. After feeling the faith power formation and seeing that there were no problems, Zhao Hai turned his gaze to the next target, the Star Transformation's Great Formation. The Stellar Myriad Transformation's Great Array was mainly about one change. It was an incomparably strange great array that was constantly changing. The Star Transformation's Great Formation that Zhao Hai used before was also flat. Although he could make the Star Transformation's Great Formation change, it still lacked a trace of divine essence. After all, the stars in the universe couldn't be flat. The stars themselves were three-dimensional, they were constantly changing. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to make the star transformation's great formation three-dimensional. This was even more difficult. The original form of the star transformation's great formation was on the head of the little person in his mind. Above the head of the little person was the magic cube. Above the magic cube was the star transformation's great formation. Zhao Hai wanted to make the formation three-dimensional. Compared to the faith power formation, the star transformation's great formation was much stronger. This was because when the formation was flat, it had a lot of nodes. Now that it was three-dimensional, the number of nodes needed to be increased. This was a huge project. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had used the star transformation's great formation many times. Therefore, the process was much faster. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally relaxed. The star transformation's great formation was now three-dimensional. Moreover, Zhao Hai also made the formation to its limit. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that it took him nearly 2 months to deal with the star transformation's great formation. Zhao Hai didn't care. After dealing with the star transformation's great formation, he immediately sent his spiritual force into the 5 elements absolute killing formation. To be honest, the 5 elements absolute killing formation wasn't as simple as the star transformation's great formation. Some of the things in the 5 elements absolute killing formation were even more complex than the star transformation's great formation. Zhao Hai kept pushing the nodes of the 5 elements absolute killing formation. At the same time, he also added more nodes to the 5 elements absolute killing formation to make it more perfect. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. Zhao Hai's seclusion was finally coming to an end. His seclusion this time had lasted for nearly half a year. Zhang Feng frowned as he sat there. Zhao Hai has been in seclusion for half a year. Naturally, Zhang Feng didn't get any pills or materials during this time. This made his plan not very smooth. However, Zhang Feng didn't blame Zhao Hai for this. After all, seclusion was very important for a cultivator. He was just worried that Zhao Hai might encounter some problems. Fortunately, the undead outside Zhao Hai's cave residence were still there. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would be even more worried. However, Zhang Feng was still worried. He didn't know when Zhao Hai would come out. If Zhao Hai secluded himself for a few years, then his plan would be greatly affected. While Zhang Feng was thinking about this, Zhang Hao's voice was suddenly heard from outside. Zhang Hao said, "Senior brother, Zhao Hai sent a letter." He came out of seclusion. Zhang Feng stared, then he stood up and didn't wait for Zhang Hao to come in. Then he quickly walked out and said, "Come with me." After that, he entered the transmission formation. Then a white light flashed and they arrived at the valley. When the two arrived at the valley, they saw Zhao Hai waiting for them. Upon seeing them, Zhao Hai's face showed a smile as he greeted the two and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the 2 senior brothers." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "Good, your progress isn't small. It seems like your seclusion has been effective." "That's good. Let's go in and talk." Zhao Hai nodded and then led the two into the cave residence. When they arrived at the immortal cave, the 3 sat down. Then Zhang Feng said, "Little Hai, I'm very worried about you. This time's seclusion was too sudden. Next time, you have to tell me so that I can send people to protect you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Little Hai, I'm very worried about you." Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother Zhang. Actually, this time, I had some sudden enlightenment. So I went into seclusion. Senior brother can rest assured, I'll definitely tell you next time." Zhang Feng nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's for the best. I can see that your closed-door training this time is very good. This is very good. Cultivators should still focus on cultivation." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, can you find some special formations in the cultivation world? I want to take a look. It's useful." Zhang Feng stared for a moment, then she nodded and said, "There's no other way. The gang has a special collection of formations. I had them deliver it to you the other day." "What's wrong? You want to refine a magic weapon?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I just like studying arrays." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll send you the formations. But you have to pay attention to yourself. Don't delay your cultivation because of studying these things. Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded. Zhang Feng said in a deep voice, you've been in seclusion for half a year. In 2 months, it will be the inner and outer sect disciple competition. You have to prepare well. During the competition, don't be too conspicuous and don't lose too badly, understand? Zhao Hai actually knew about the outer disciple competition. In fact, in the Black Tiger gang, whether it was the outer disciple, inner disciple, or core disciple, there would be a competition. Generally, it was held once a year. The top 10 outer disciples can enter the inner disciple competition. The bottom 10 of the inner disciple competition have 2 more chances. If they were in the bottom 10 3 times in a row, then they would be demoted to outer disciple. The top 10 outer disciple competition would be promoted to outer disciple, and the top 10 inner disciple competition would be promoted to core disciple. Core disciples wouldn't be demoted. This was because the core disciple competition already required a lot of effort. If they were demoted from core disciple to inner disciple, then their cultivation would most likely regress. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. However, although the core disciple competition didn't demote, but there was a difference in treatment. The bottom 10 core disciples received the same treatment as the inner disciple, but the top 10 core disciples had the right to build their own mountain gate and use the tiger boat. The Black Tiger gang had hundreds of millions of outer disciple competition, and there were also hundreds of millions of outer disciple competition. Among these hundreds of millions of outer disciple competition, one could imagine how fierce the competition would be. Zhang Feng's meaning was that Zhao Hai shouldn't compete for the top 10, but he also shouldn't become the bottom 10. Zhao Hai really didn't want to compete for the top 10. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete, nor was it that he didn't think his strength was enough. It was just that now wasn't the time. If he became an inner disciple in his first year in the cultivation world, then it would certainly cause a sensation. At that time, it wouldn't be good for him. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and nodded, yes, please rest assured, I know what to do. Zhang Feng turned to Zhang Hao and said, Little Hao, this time you don't need to compete. When the time comes, I will directly promote you to the inner disciple competition. Don't worry. Zhang Hao was surprised, then he was overjoyed. He bowed to Zhang Feng and said, Thank you, senior brother. Zhang Feng just nodded. If he wanted to promote Zhang Hao to the inner disciple competition, then it was completely possible, because he had opened his own mountain gate. In the Black Tiger gang, after the core disciple competition opened their own mountain gate, they could recruit 1,000 outer disciple competition, 300 outer disciple competition, and 100 inner disciple competition. Moreover, they had the authority to promote 10 outer disciple competition disciples to the outer disciple competition. They also had the authority to promote 3 outer disciple competition disciples to the inner disciple competition. They even had the authority to promote 1 inner disciple to the core disciple competition. However, if an inner disciple wanted to become a core disciple, then an outer disciple could become an inner disciple. In the entire Black Tiger gang, in addition to some elders who had opened the mountain gate, only the 10 core disciples and Zhang Feng had this authority. And this authority gave them the opportunity to openly win over the inner and outer disciples. It must be said that Zhang Feng, in addition to not being able to use the tiger boat, had the same treatment as the core disciples. This was also the reason why the 10 core disciples were always against him, and also the reason why Zhang Feng was against the 10 core disciples. In Zhang Feng's view, he had the ability to become one of the 10 core disciples, so he should have the authority to use the tiger boat. However, he didn't have the authority to use the tiger boat. This made Zhang Feng hate the 10 core disciples. And in the eyes of the 10 core disciples, Zhang Feng was the number 1 inner disciple. He simply didn't have the authority to open the mountain gate, but he still opened the mountain gate. Wasn't this a provocation to them? Therefore, because of this matter, the conflict between the 2 sides was getting deeper and deeper. Zhang Feng turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, because of you, Invisible Valley has become very important to me. Therefore, I have no choice but to leave you here. But you can rest assured, in the future, I will definitely make you an inner or core disciple. I, Zhang Feng, am not a person who kills a donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. Zhao Hai bowed and said, Yes, senior brother can rest assured, I understand. Zhang Feng looked at the time and said, I'll have little how deliver the formation diagram to you in 2 days. I can't stay here for a long time, so be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, senior brother can rest assured. There won't be any problems here. Zhang Feng nodded, then he stood up and left. Looking at the two leaving, Zhao Hai waved his hand as Laura and the others appeared beside Zhao Hai. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what do you want to do with the cultivation realm's formations? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course we're using it. The cultivation realm is a level higher than the cultivation realm. I think that the arrays used here would be much better compared to the lower realms. If we can turn the arrays used here into 3-dimensional formations, then it would be very useful for us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course we're using it. Laura nodded, then she asked, then why did Brother Hai call us out? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, why? Don't you feel bored staying inside the space all the time? I want to go out and play with you. The Black Tiger Gang's territory is very big, it shouldn't be difficult to find a place to have fun. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others stared, then they were overjoyed. Kaier said, Brother Hai, I want to go to the 7-colored flower valley. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, let's go to the 7-colored flower valley. The 7-colored flower valley was a forbidden area in the Black Tiger Gang's territory. It was a very big valley, but inside the valley were 7 colored flowers. These 7 colored flowers weren't as big as Kaier's body, but their toxicity was very terrifying. Most golden core experts would be poisoned to death if they go there. Such a strong toxicity was very rare. Because of this, the 7-colored flower valley slowly became a forbidden area. Of course, this was only a relative term. There would still be people going to the 7-colored flower valley from time to time. However, most of the people who went there were at the golden core stage and above. They went there to pick some 7-colored flowers to concoct poison. The 7-colored flower valley had already been taken into the space by Kaier. Kaier herself was a 7-colored flower, so when she saw the valley, she was very fond of it. Because of this, when she heard that Zhao Hai wanted to go out and play, she immediately said that she wanted to go there. Naturally, Laura and the others didn't oppose. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the group disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared in a valley. The valley was very big. On all sides of the valley were huge mountains that were several thousand meters high. Because of these mountains that blocked the cold air, the valley was very warm all year round. The climate was warm and there were flowers everywhere. It was simply too beautiful. Anyone who came here wouldn't want to leave. However, if one's strength was below the golden core stage, then they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. When the group landed in the valley, a prompt was immediately heard from the space. The valley was now filled with poisonous gas, they were all poisoned. Fortunately, the antidote immediately appeared in the space. After drinking a cup of the antidote, everyone was fine. The scenery of the 7-colored flowers was something that they could see inside the space. Don't forget that Kaier's main body was still inside the villa. However, when they saw the scenery, Laura and the others couldn't help but cheer. They landed in the valley and flew around the 7-colored flowers, looking like beautiful butterflies. Although the 7-colored flowers in the valley were poisonous, they were very fragrant. The fragrance wasn't very strong, but it was still very pleasant to the nose. Naturally, if one couldn't detoxify the poison, then the fragrance would be a death sentence. Zhao Hai looked at the group as he stood on the side and smiled. At this moment, the valley became incomparably beautiful. It was like a poem, like a painting. On top of the towering mountain peak, there was white snow everywhere. The entire world was silent, it was as if there was no life here. Suddenly, there was something moving slowly at the foot of the mountain. After a while, a small white head came out of the snow. It was a snow rat. They lived by eating insects and moss under the snow. They were one of the few animals that could live freely on the snowy mountain. Suddenly, a voice was heard, Brother Hai, this place is really beautiful. Eating barbecue here must be very good. Why don't we stop here? Another voice was heard, alright. Looking at the snow while eating barbecue, it must be very good. The snow rat was startled, and it went back into the snow, never to appear again. At this time, a transparent house fell to the ground. From the outside, it could be seen that there were several people in the house. In the middle of the house, there was a brazier. Several people were sitting on top of the brazier, holding iron rods in their hands. The iron rods were pierced with meat. These people were naturally Xiao Hai. This house was made by Xiao Hai using liquid silver. The group had been playing around in the Black Tiger Gang's territory. Naturally, they only went to places where people rarely went. Because of this, nobody saw them, so they could play freely. Today, Laura suddenly suggested that they eat barbecue, and Meg and the others agreed. The group began to prepare, and then they decided to choose a place with a beautiful scenery to eat. In the end, they chose to eat barbecue while looking at the snowy scenery. It was quite a pleasant experience. While barbecuing, Laura turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, there's still more than a month before the outer court disciples arrive. Don't you need to prepare?" Xiao Hai took a sip of his cold beer, then he smiled faintly and said, "What's there to prepare? You've seen how the Black Tiger Gang's outer court disciples are. Besides a few of them who have reached foundation establishment and can cultivate their Dharma idol, the others have only reached refining soul stage. Although they're a lot stronger compared to the cultivation realm, they still haven't cultivated faith power. If I get too serious with them, then I'll just be bullying them. I need to think about how to act more realistically." When they heard Xiao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but smile. Indeed, with Xiao Hai's current strength, even among the inner court disciples, there weren't many who could be his opponent. If he got too serious with the outer court disciples, then he would be bullying them. The group continued to eat barbecued meat as they chatted and laughed. It was a very leisurely and carefree time. At this time, Kaier suddenly said, "Big brother Hai, someone is coming." "An expert." Xiao Hai stared for a moment, then he said, "Only one person? What kind of strength does he have?" Kaier knit her brows and said, "It seems like he's at least at Transcendence stage, maybe even at Golden Core stage. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be from the Black Tiger Gang." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you can return to the space first. I want to see who dares to come to the Black Tiger Gang's territory with just Golden Core stage strength." Kaier and the others nodded and then returned to the space. Only Xiao Hai stayed behind. Xiao Hai had already received his room and was now sitting cross-legged in the air. He was holding a glass of wine in his hand, drinking it from time to time. Before long, Xiao Hai felt a person's shadow quickly flying towards him. Even though the person felt Xiao Hai's presence, he didn't stop and instead sped up. Xiao Hai didn't move, he just looked at the direction the person was flying towards. In a blink of an eye, the person arrived in front of Xiao Hai. Upon seeing this person, Xiao Hai understood why Kaier said that he wasn't from the Black Tiger Gang. This person wore a fiery red robe and had red hair. He was very handsome, but his face was filled with arrogance, making him very annoying. However, when Xiao Hai saw this person, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't feel any danger from this person, nor did he feel any hostility. Moreover, Xiao Hai also noticed that this person's arrogance seemed to be faked. This wasn't normal behavior. This made Xiao Hai surprised. The person was also observing Xiao Hai. He wanted to see how Xiao Hai would react. One must know that Xiao Hai's current attire was that of a disciple of the Raging Flame sect. When the Raging Flame sect and the Black Tiger Gang met, unless the difference in strength was too great, then it would be normal for them to fight. The man wanted to see what kind of reaction Zhao would have when he saw him. Would Zhao immediately fight him, or would Zhao just run away? But what surprised the person was that Xiao Hai just sat there cross-legged and calmly looked at him. Moreover, Xiao Hai was frowning, there wasn't a trace of hostility in his eyes. This made the person curious, he couldn't help but want to tease Xiao Hai. He proudly looked at Xiao Hai, then he laughed and said, "I didn't expect to meet a kid from the Black Tiger Gang after just passing through the Raging Flame Valley. Kid, as long as you give me a kowtow, then I'll leave in peace." Xiao Hai looked at the person and couldn't help but smile. "Brother, don't pretend. You don't look like someone from the Raging Flame sect at all." When the person heard Xiao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He thought that Xiao Hai was bluffing, but it didn't seem like it. Xiao Hai had a smile on his face, even his eyes were smiling. This definitely wasn't an act. The arrogant expression on his face disappeared as he looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Who are you? how did you know that I was pretending? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's very simple, I don't feel any hostility from you. Moreover, although you look arrogant, I feel that you're too pretentious. Because of this, I believe that you aren't from the Raging Flame sect. If you were, then it would be impossible for you to not feel any hostility towards me. The person looked at Zhao Hai for some time before he laughed and said, ha ha ha, good kid. You're really something. I'm Han Bueli from the Dark Child Hall. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Odd Job Hall, Zhao Hai. When Han Bueli heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. You're a disciple of the Odd Job Hall? But you don't look like one. Isn't the Odd Job Hall managed by a few elders? With your strength, it's impossible for you to be a Odd Job Hall disciple. You must be an outer disciple. Outer disciples are mostly in charge of the Odd Job Hall, but your disciple doesn't look like one. A manager wouldn't be so idle as to come here and drink. Are you really a disciple of the Odd Job Hall? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the Odd Job Hall's watchman, Zhao Hai. You don't see the valley? You don't see the watchman? How is that possible? Since when did the watchman become so relaxed? If you leave, what will happen to the garbage in the valley? If you don't take out the garbage, you'll be punished. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I can use dark magic, I can turn people into undead. I'll leave 2 undead in the valley. Han Bueli was surprised, then he laughed and said, brother, you're really something. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Ha ha ha, other people think that the valley is a place of exile. But for you, the valley has become a good place. Ha ha ha, having the undead take out the garbage, you can do whatever you want. Good idea. Brother, how did you end up in the valley? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I accidentally offended someone. Haha. Come, let's have a drink. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a wine glass and a bottle of red wine. He filled his own glass and then poured a glass for Han Bueli. When Han Bueli saw Zhao Hai's actions, he stared for a moment. Then he looked at the glass of red wine before he reached out and took it. Then he raised his hand to Zhao Hai and said, cheers. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that this person would dare to drink the wine. He wasn't familiar with this person. Even if they were from the same sect, they would still be wary of each other, let alone 2 people who just met each other for the first time. Han Bueli's performance really made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai looked at the person drinking the wine, then he said, aren't you afraid that I'll poison the wine? Didn't we just meet? You're really brave. Han Bueli looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, don't you know what the Dark Child Hall does? All of us have undergone professional training. If a glass of wine is brought over, we will be able to tell if it is poisoned or not with just a glance and a sniff. Moreover, we have also undergone anti-poison training. Ordinary poisons won't be able to do anything to us. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I really don't know what the Dark Child Hall does. In fact, I'm a battle slave. I just participated in a competition and because I offended someone, I was sent to the Invisible Valley. Therefore, I don't know much about the sect. Han Bueli stared at Zhao Hai and said, you're a battle slave? You just fought a match and were sent to the Invisible Valley? How is this possible? Isn't there a rule in the sect that battle slaves have to fight 100 matches? How did you enter the sect after just 1 match and become an outer sect disciple? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, didn't I say that I offended someone? Moreover, my strength isn't bad. It wouldn't be difficult for 100 treasures to win. Instead of dealing with me at that time, it's better to deal with me now. Right now, nobody would pay attention to the whereabouts of a battle slave who just won a match. Han Bueli frowned slightly. This matter wasn't something that a Dark Child Hall disciple like him could manage. Although the power behind him wasn't small, to be able to send a battle slave who just fought a match into the outer sect meant that the power of that person wasn't small. Han Bueli was afraid that he wouldn't be able to interfere in this matter. Zhao Hai looked at Han Bueli and said, Senior Brother Han, I hope that Senior Brother Han won't tell anyone about what happened here. Otherwise, it would bring me a lot of trouble. So after today, I hope that Senior Brother Han can forget about meeting me. Han Bueli nodded, then he looked at Han Bueli and said, Senior Brother Han, I hope that you won't tell anyone about what happened here. Han Buili looked at Zhao Hai and bitterly smiled as he nodded and said, "All right, I won't tell anyone. However, I can see that you're doing quite well in the Invisible Valley. I'm afraid that even if someone were to change your location, you wouldn't be happy." After he said that, Han Buili looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at Han Buili. The two suddenly laughed at the same time. Zhao Hai poured another cup of wine for Han Buili. The two drank the wine in one gulp. Sometimes, men make friends with each other. Meeting Han Buili was just an accident, so Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. Moreover, he didn't reveal too many things. Even if Zhang Feng knew about this, she wouldn't say anything. After all, he only said that he offended Zhang Feng and didn't say that he joined Zhang Feng's side. However, Han Buili's performance made Zhao Hai very happy. It seems like Han Buili wasn't a scheming person. But Zhao Hai didn't know if this was just an act. If Han Buili wanted to be his friend, then Zhao Hai would need to observe him for a while. Zhao Hai didn't know if Han Buili was acting or not. The two of them sat cross-legged on top of the snowy mountain, drinking wine and chatting. The content of their conversation was about some things in the gang, but they didn't talk about anything too sensitive. It was just a casual chat. Zhao Hai didn't ask what Han Buili was doing or why he was dressed like this. This was because he knew that Han Buili belonged to the Dark Hall. The members of the Dark Hall were very mysterious. Their missions were very important, so they couldn't be casually asked. But even so, the more the two talked, the more they got along. They felt that the other party was very much to their liking. One must know that it wasn't easy to make friends in the cultivation realm. There weren't many people who could chat like this. Just as the two were chatting enthusiastically, they suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from the distance. Their expressions couldn't help but change. From this aura, they could tell that the other party was an expert. Moreover, it was at least a nascent soul stage expert. Judging from the direction this person was coming from, it should be an expert from the Raging Inferno sect. Moreover, this person should be very good at hiding his whereabouts. He only released his aura when he was very close to the two. The reason he did this was because he believed that Zhao Hai and Han Buili wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, he released his aura. Han Buili's expression changed, then he turned around and changed into a different person. He was now wearing black robes, his red hair turned black, and his handsome face became ordinary. Anyone who saw him now wouldn't believe that he was from the Raging Flame sect. Zhao Hai looked at Han Buili in surprise. He knew that Han Buili used a spell, but Zhao Hai didn't know what spell it was. It can actually change a person's appearance in an instant. Moreover, it couldn't be seen at all. Han Buili also noticed Zhao Hai's gaze, then he smiled faintly and said, "This is my original appearance." That was a spell. It seems like the other party is coming for me. In a while, I'll block him. You should leave as soon as possible, I have a way to escape. Zhao Hai looked at Han Buili, then he smiled faintly and said, "If you and I work together, we might be able to fight him. Let's see his intentions first, then we can talk about other things." Han Buili stared, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this confident. However, it was too late to say anything now. The nascent soul expert was already in front of the two. In the blink of an eye, the nascent soul expert arrived 100 meters away from the two. This nascent soul expert had red hair and wore a red cultivator robe. It was clear that he was a cultivator from the Raging Flame School. However, his eyes were currently bloodshot. It was clear that he was furious. The nascent soul expert fiercely stared at the two and said, "Speak, which one of you killed my grandson? Speak and I'll give you a quick death. If you don't, then I'll skin you alive." Zhao Hai looked at the nascent soul expert, then he smiled faintly and said, "Senior, you misunderstood. This is our Black Tiger Gang's territory. The two of us only came here today to drink and enjoy the snow. How could we have the time to kill your grandson?" Han Buili bowed to the nascent soul expert and said, "I've seen Senior Huiyun. We really came here today to enjoy the snow. We didn't meet your grandson." The nascent soul expert called Huiyun sneered and said, "I think you don't know. In order to prevent your Black Tiger Gang from running to our Raging Flame sect, we've already set up an alarm formation around the Raging Flame Valley. Moreover, we've also placed tracking powder there. Anyone who goes to the Raging Flame Valley will have tracking powder on their body. This way, whether you enter or leave the Raging Flame sect, you won't be able to fool us. This old man followed the tracking powder here, yet you still dared to lie to me. You really don't know the difference between life and death. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai and Han Buili stared. Then their expressions changed. It seems like today's matter wouldn't be settled peacefully. Zhao Hai looked at Hui Yun, then he sneered and said, "So what if we catch up? Are you sure you'll kill us?" Hui Yun laughed and said, "You really are a reckless junior. Today, this old man will let you know the consequences of provoking a nascent soul expert." Then Hui Yun's hand moved and a huge, fiery red palm grabbed at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Hui Yun and sneered. He also snorted as he clenched his fist and punched. Han Buili didn't stay idle either. His hand moved as two short swords appeared by his side. The two short swords were pitch black. All the light that shined on them seemed to be absorbed by them. There was no reflection at all. Hui Yun waved his hand. When he saw Han Buili's weapon, his face couldn't help but change. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he roared, "Little brat, you really killed my grandson. I want you to die." After saying that, his hand moved, and a large flag appeared in his hand. This flag was completely red, and it fluttered in the wind. It looked like a huge torch. At this time, Zhao Hai's fist and Hui Yun's red hand collided. A boom was heard as energy spilled out. At this time, Hui Yun also shook the flag in his hand. Suddenly, a sea of flames appeared beside Han Buili. Han Buili dug out his swords to protect himself. Although Hui Yun was dealing with Han Buili, he didn't ignore Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai's fist broke through Hui Yun's red hull, Hui Yun couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai with a trace of surprise. One must know that Hui Yun was a genuine nascent soul stage expert. Even if he casually sent out an attack, it was equivalent to the power of an ordinary gold core stage expert. Zhao Hai felt that Zhao Hai's strength had just reached the spirit refinement stage. The difference between them was too great. Zhao Hai didn't think that Hui Yun would be able to break through his fire cloud divine palm. When Hui Yun noticed Zhao Hai also made his move. He waved his hand as 10,000 flying swords flew out from his hand and surrounded Hui Yun. This time, Zhao Hai used the three-dimensional star transformation sword formation. When Hui Yun saw that Zhao Hai was using a sword formation to deal with him, he couldn't help but smile contemptuously. In his opinion, only people at his level could use a sword formation. For people at Zhao Hai's level, he simply didn't care about it. However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. When the sword formation covered him, he found himself trapped in the universe. He was surrounded by all kinds of planets, stars, satellites, meteorites, and all kinds of planets. These planets produced a very strong magnetic field that kept repelling him. Hui Yun was surprised because he felt that this sword formation could actually threaten him. This was something that he never thought would happen. Hui Yun waved the flag in his hand and a sea of fire suddenly appeared and rolled towards the planets. At the same time, Hui Yun's mind moved as a huge flame demon appeared outside his body. Hui Yun also released his Dharma idol. Dharma idol, this was the Dharma idol of a nascent soul expert. This Dharma idol was very powerful. It was about 100 meters tall and was very solid. This flame demon's entire body was burning with golden flames. It held a trident in its hand. As soon as it appeared, it looked up to the sky and roared. Then it opened its mouth and a golden line of fire came out of its mouth and directly attacked the planets. Hui Yun thought that this would break Zhao Hai's sword formation. However, he didn't expect that the planets around him would have layers of shields that blocked the flame demon's flames. Hui Yun's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. His Dharma idol actually couldn't break Zhao Hai's sword formation. In fact, he seriously underestimated Zhao Hai's sword formation. Zhao Hai's sword formation wasn't an ordinary sword formation. The sword formation itself was a three-dimensional formation. Each flying sword also had a subspace with a yin and yang lightning pool. This yin and yang lightning pool was responsible for providing energy to the flying swords. Moreover, Zhao Hai also added faith power to the flying swords. How could such a sword formation be broken so easily? It wasn't only Hui Yun who was surprised, even Zhao Hai was surprised. This was because Huiyun was currently fighting with Zhao Hai. Naturally, he couldn't pay attention to Huiyun. Because of this, the sea of flames that attacked Huiyun disappeared. Naturally, Huiyun was able to see the battle between Zhao Hai and Huiyun. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to use a sword formation to trap an immortal expert. At this moment, Zhao Hai turned to Han Buili and said, "You should leave. I can't trap him for long. I'll be able to escape in a while." Hearing Zhao Hai, Han Buili knew that this wasn't the time to be polite. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, be careful." After he said that, he turned around and flew away. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Fire Cloud, who was trapped inside the sword formation. He didn't lie to Han Buili, he knew that his sword formation wouldn't be able to deal with Fire Cloud. Before Fire Cloud could react, Zhao Hai could still trap Fire Cloud for a while. When Fire Cloud finally reacted, he would be able to break out of the formation. But now that Han Buili was gone, Zhao Hai didn't have anything to worry about. When Huiyun breaks the sword formation, Han Buili would have already escaped. However, just to be safe, Zhao Hai waved his hand and erased all traces of the battle. Naturally, this also included the traces of the tracking powder on Han Buili's body. At the same time, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. He sat inside the space and commanded the flying swords. Huiyun was angry. The consequences were very serious. He didn't think that a nascent soul expert like him would be trapped by a severed soul brat's sword formation. If this were to spread out, then it would be very shameful. Huiyun roared. The fire demon around him also roared. Then it waved its trident forward, causing a huge line of fire to sweep forward. Wherever the line of fire passed, planets would shatter. But what Huiyun didn't expect was that even after the planets were shattered, the formation was still operating. Huiyun was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. Why were so many planets shattered, but the formation was still operating? This was too strange. Of course, this was the effect of the three-dimensional formation. This was the advantage of three-dimensional formations. Even if you destroy half of the formation's nodes, the formation would still be able to rotate. When Fire Cloud's fire demon avatar swung its halberd, it swept away at least 1/3 of the flying swords. This was equivalent to destroying the nodes, but the formation was still operating. While Fire Cloud was in a daze, the magic swords returned to their original positions. The Stellar Myriad Transformation Sword Array was restored as if it hadn't been damaged at all. Fire Cloud's attack just now only swept the magic swords away from their original trajectory. It didn't do anything to them. These magic swords were made of liquid silver. Fire Cloud wasn't qualified to destroy these magic swords. When Huiyun saw that the formation was restored, his expression became more dignified. He formed a seal and said, "Abyssal Flame, move with the demon." "Move." Just as his voice fell, the flame demon looked up to the sky and roared. Then the trident in the flame demon's hand slashed the void as a huge spatial rift appeared beside the flame demon. Then the spatial rift erupted like a volcano as it spewed out crimson flames. When the flames came in contact with the planets were immediately torn apart. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that his silver flying swords were being pulled away from their trajectories. Although the flying swords weren't destroyed, it was impossible for them to return to their original trajectories. This was because with the spatial rift as the center, the flames were slowly spreading throughout the entire formation. More and more flying swords were being pushed away from their original trajectories by the flames. Zhao Hai knew that his stellar sword formation had been broken. Although the formation was broken, Zhao Hai was still very happy. To be able to use a sword formation to trap a nascent soul expert for a long time made Zhao Hai more confident in his new three-dimensional formation. When Zhao Hai saw that the sword formation had been broken and that Han Buili had escaped to a safe place, he wasn't in the mood to play with Huiyun anymore. He waved his hand and recalled all the flying swords back to the space. When Huiyun discovered that the abyssal flame could deal with the sword formation, he suddenly discovered that the sword formation had disappeared. The entire world became quiet. There was no sword formation, no flying swords, no enemies, nothing. There was only Huiyun standing there in a daze. Huiyun immediately understood that he had been played. Zhao Hai and the others had already escaped. This made Huiyun almost vomit blood. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Scoundrel, I'll tear you to pieces sooner or later." Then his figure moved and flew towards the raging flame sect. He knew that Zhao Hai and Han Buili had escaped. Soon, the experts of the Black Tiger gang would arrive. If he didn't leave, then he wouldn't be able to. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and looked at Huiyun, who was about to go crazy. He couldn't help but faintly smile. If he went all out against Huiyun, then the outcome would be clear. However, he didn't want to expose his strength too early, so he didn't want to make a move right now. Through this battle, Zhao Hai clearly understood his own strength. Indeed, if it was a one-on-one fight, then he wouldn't be a match for those nascent soul stage experts. But if he revealed all of his cards, then even if those nascent soul stage experts wanted to kill him, it would be impossible for them to do so. Nascent soul stage, in the cultivation realm, was already considered an expert. Zhao Hai relaxed. No matter what, he had the strength to protect himself in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out a jade sword message. After engraving some information on the jade sword message, he sent it out of the space. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you really want to be friends with this Han Buili? He's a member of the Dark Section. The Dark Section is responsible for monitoring the Black Tiger gang. Aren't you afraid that he'll report this matter to his superiors?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What can he do if he reports it? What would he know? He would only know that I offended Zhang Feng and was sent to the Invisible Valley. I can also use the undead to work for me. I can relax and play around. He wouldn't be able to do anything about it, right?" Laura nodded and said, "That's true. Right, Brother Hai, Huiyun's last move, didn't he cut through the void? Can that move attack into the space?" Zhao Hai gently knit his brows. To be honest, Huiyun's last move was very frightening. Huiyun's biggest reliance was the space. If people in the cultivation realm could cut through the space, then it would be very dangerous for him. After some time, Zhao Hai calmly said, "Right now, we can only take one step at a time. The situation in the cultivation realm is too complicated. If a nascent soul expert can cut through the void, then transcending tribulation experts should be even more formidable. If they can break through the spatial barrier, then the existence of the space wouldn't be safe. It seems like we need to be more careful in the future." Zhao Hai nodded. Kaya replied, "I don't think it's possible. The space and the cultivation realm subspace are completely different. The space belongs to Brother Hai alone. Moreover, it has its own independent laws. It can be said that it's not a subspace attached to the cultivation realm. Instead, it's an independent space like the cultivation realm. Those cultivators shouldn't be able to attack it." Zhao Hai replied, "It's better to be careful. After all, the space is our biggest secret. We can't expose it. We can't take this risk." Kyer nodded. He also knew that the space couldn't be exposed. Once it was exposed, then their biggest trump card would be gone. Therefore, he didn't oppose Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at Kyer and said, "Did you release silver needles on Han Buili?" Kyer nodded. And said, "I did. Brother Hai can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Pay attention to some special places and withdraw the silver needles. There are a lot of experts in the cultivation realm. Moreover, the Dark Department has always been focused on spying. They certainly have various means to prevent others from prying into their secrets. I'm afraid that they would discover the silver needles, which would make things difficult for us. Therefore, we'd rather not pry into their secrets than have them suspect us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Kyer nodded and said, "I understand. It's just like what people say, it's better to lose than to wake up, right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, it's better to lose than to wake up. Since we don't know if the cultivators in the cultivation realm can break through the space, then we should be careful." Kyer nodded and said, "Brother Hai, do we really need to do what Zhang Feng said? Not enter the top 10, but also not enter the back. We'll only occupy a middle position. Now that Han Buili knows about our strength, wouldn't he be suspicious of us?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't think so. He'll just think that we're afraid of Zhang Feng, so we won't go all out. Maybe he'll trust us more." While Zhao Hai was chatting with Kai Er and the others, Han Buili received Zhao Hai's Jade Sword message. At this time, Han Buili was in a secret stronghold of the Black Tiger Gang. Since this place wasn't far from the Raging Flame sect, the gang set up a stronghold here in order to prevent the Black Tiger Gang from sending experts to attack them. It was impossible for ordinary members of the Black Tiger Gang to know about this stronghold. Those who knew about it were either members of the Dark Group or people with special identities. Han Buili happened to be both, so he naturally knew about this stronghold. After he left the battlefield, he immediately rushed to the stronghold as fast as he could. However, he still remembered his agreement with Zhao Hai, so he didn't tell the experts in the stronghold that Zhao Hai was blocking Fire Cloud. Instead, he told the people in the stronghold that he inadvertently noticed a nascent soul expert from the Raging Inferno sect running into the Black Tiger Gang's territory, and that he wasn't too far away. If it was someone else who said this, then the people in the stronghold wouldn't care too much. But since it was Han Buili, then the people in the stronghold couldn't ignore it. This was because of Han Buili's identity. Han Buili was part of the Black Tiger Gang's Han family. When it comes to the Han family, only a few people outside the Black Tiger Gang knew about them. Even within the Black Tiger Gang, only a few people knew about them. The Han family was a big family that was almost the same age as the Black Tiger Gang. However, this family had a special characteristic, and that was that their family had been members of the Dark Department for generations. It was precisely because of this that the Han family was very secretive. However, in the Black Tiger Gang, there were a lot of people who knew about the Han family. Everyone who knew about the Han family would have a trace of fear towards them. This was because the Han family's influence in the Black Tiger Gang was too great. This was because the Han family had always been in the Dark Department of the Black Tiger Gang. Their influence in the Dark Department was intertwined. It could be said that the Dark Department of the Black Tiger Gang had almost become the Han family's private property. However, the Han family maintained a very good relationship with the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. In addition, in the process of fighting for the leader's position, they were always on the opposing side. Therefore, the Han family not only wasn't suppressed by the Black Tiger Gang, they were even stronger than before. Han Buili was a special existence in the Han family. He was the third son of the Han family. However, his cultivation talent wasn't very good since he was young. Although he ate countless pills, he was only at the golden core stage. Normally, people like him wouldn't be able to survive in a big family with cruel competition. However, Han Buili lived very well. Almost everyone in the Han family gave him some face. It wasn't that the people in the Han family were kind people. In fact, in a big family like the Han family, the competition was far more intense than people imagined. The reason why Han Buili was able to have a place in a big family like the Han family with his golden core stage strength was mainly because he had a very special ability. This ability was called face changing. This ability to change one's appearance was a product of a combination of special techniques and spells. He could make Han Buili change into another person in an instant. Moreover, in terms of temperament and figure, there was no flaw. Most importantly, no matter how strong an expert was, they wouldn't be able to see that Han Buili used spells. Therefore, his ability to change one's appearance was very powerful, especially for a big family of the Dark Group. The Dark Department was a place to investigate all kinds of situations and assassinate people. With this ability, there was no information that couldn't be obtained. There was no one that couldn't be assassinated. This was the reason why Han Buili was valued in the Han family. It was precisely because of this that some of the higher-ups in the Black Tiger Gang knew Han Buili. As for Han Buili, there was a nascent soul stage-old monster in the stronghold. He naturally knew Han Buili. When he heard Han Buili's words, he immediately became nervous. He followed Han Buili out of the stronghold and rushed to the place where Hui Yun and Zhao Hai were fighting. However, when Han Buili just left the stronghold, he received a jade sword message from Zhao Hai. Although Han Buili was amazed by Zhao Hai's strength, he didn't say anything. Instead, he still followed the nascent soul stage expert to the place where Zhao Hai and Hui Yun were fighting. Before long, the two arrived at the place where Zhao Hai and Hui Yun were fighting. Naturally, the place was now empty. Aside from the chaotic spiritual fluctuations, there was nothing else to see. The nascent soul stage expert closed his eyes. After sensing the spiritual chi fluctuations, he frowned and said, "It really is someone from the Raging Inferno sect. Moreover, it might be that old ghost Fire Cloud. But who in the sect is fighting with him? This person's spiritual fluctuations are very strange. I don't think I've encountered him before." Of course, Han Buili wouldn't say that it was Zhao Hai. He just shook his head and didn't say anything. The nascent soul stage expert frowned and said, "Why did Hui Yun suddenly come here? Is there a conspiracy?" Han Buili looked at the nascent soul stage expert and said, "This matter might be because of me. This time, I was carrying out a mission on the other side. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed. As soon as I moved, I was discovered. After killing one person, I ran back." The nascent soul stage expert nodded and said, "It seems like the Raging Flame sect is on guard. Recently, several groups of people from the Dark Department went to the Raging Flame sect and didn't come back." Han Buili nodded and said, "I already have some clues about this matter. I'm about to report it to the Dark Department. Marshal Uncle, I won't be staying here any longer. I have to return immediately." The nascent soul stage expert nodded and said, "Go, your matter is more important." Han Buili nodded. Then he turned around and flew back. Before long, he returned to the Dark Department of the Black Tiger Gang through the transmission formation. The Black Tiger Gang's Dark Department had always been a very mysterious existence. Many people in the Black Tiger Gang only knew of the existence of the Dark Department. However, very few people knew where the headquarters of the Dark Department was located. This was the reason why people were curious about the Black Tiger Gang's Dark Department. However, very few people knew that the Dark Department of the Black Tiger Gang was hidden in the city. The courtyard that Han Buili appeared in looked very ordinary. There were several buildings in the courtyard. The tallest building was a 3-story building. This building didn't look very big. Inside, there were also some cultivators who were walking in and out. There was nothing special about this place. On the top of the building was a sign with the words Mine Exploration Hall written on it. Below these words was a small line of words, Rare Metals Branch. The Mine Exploration Hall was a very ordinary branch of the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, it wasn't the main branch. Its main purpose was to issue missions, record the Black Tiger Gang's mines, and scout for new mines. It can be said that the Mine Exploration Hall was the least noticed branch of the Black Tiger Gang. There was no profit to be made here. Even people from other realms would lose interest in this place if they heard that it was the Mine Exploration Hall. What people didn't know was the true identity of this Mine Exploration Hall. This was the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang's Dark Department. This Mine Exploration Hall's Rare Metals branch would do the same thing as other mine exploration halls. They would also issue missions and receive information about rare metals. On the outside, they didn't look any different from other branches. It was precisely because of this that people from the Dark Department wouldn't be suspected when they entered this place. Others would only think that they were here to receive a mission or hand in a mission. Han Buili was already used to this situation, so he walked into the small building like everyone else. Not long after, he entered the small building. The first floor of the small building was a very large hall. There were several windows in the hall. These windows were just like the windows of a bank on Earth. However, there was no glass. There were only a few large platforms. Some cultivators were there to receive missions. Han Buili didn't stay in the hall. Instead, he walked up the stairs to the side of the hall. Seeing Han Buili going upstairs, everyone had an envious expression on their faces. The first floor of the small building was where missions were issued. The second floor was where missions were handed in. In the eyes of these people, Han Buili must have come here to submit his missions. There were 2 rooms and a large hall on the second floor of the small building. Both rooms had the words Mission Handing Over Room written on them. The doors of both rooms were closed. There were 2 rows of chairs outside the rooms where people could sit and wait. If you wanted to enter the room to hand in the mission, you had to come in one by one. On the other hand, the lobby was different. It was designed like the first floor. There was also a bar, and a staff member was sitting at the bar. You can go there to submit your quest. However, the quests there were ordinary quests. For example, if you found some ores, you just need to submit your sample stone and record what you found there. However, the two rooms were different. The missions in the two rooms were relatively high-level missions. When you went in to submit the mission, you had to clearly state where you found it, how you found it, what the terrain was like, and what other associated ores were there besides the ores you found. In short, there were a lot of questions. Therefore, fewer people went into the two rooms to submit the mission, and more people went to the hall to submit the mission. After Han Buili arrived on the second floor, he looked at the two rooms. There were people blocking the doors. Moreover, there was a small red sign hanging on the door. This meant that there were people inside. He didn't walk around. Instead, he sat down on a chair and closed his eyes. He recalled the scene when he met Zhao Hai. Han Buili was sure that his meeting with Zhao Hai wasn't arranged by Zhao Hai. It was a coincidence. However, he was still worried. He wanted to have his family investigate Zhao Hai and see if he was telling the truth. To be honest, Han Buili was very optimistic about Zhao Hai. He and Zhao Hai hit it off very well. Although the two hadn't known each other for a long time, they had a good relationship. He also wanted to make friends with Zhao Hai. However, with Han Buili's identity, he couldn't casually make friends. This was because this was related to his entire family. Therefore, he had to be careful. At this moment, a door opened and a cultivator came out. This cultivator was only at the transcendence stage. He looked very ordinary. After he came out, he went downstairs. Han Buili stood up and walked towards the room. The cultivator at the door didn't stop Han Buili. It was clear that he recognized Han Buili. Not only did he not stop Han Buili, he even nodded to him. Han Buili nodded back and went into the room. The room didn't look any different from the hall outside. There was a bar with people sitting inside. Next to the bar was another room. This room was small and one couldn't see what it was used for. Han Buili nodded to the staff inside the bar. Then he turned around and went into the small room. There was nothing in the room except for a small transmission formation. Han Buili went on the formation and disappeared in a flash of white light. When Han Buili looked around, he was already in a hall. However, this hall was underground. Although there was a formation above his head, and the place was very dry, he could tell that this place was underground just by looking at the stone pillars that didn't seem to have been decorated. Just as Han Buili came out of the formation, a cultivator immediately came to his side. The cultivator looked at Han Buili and didn't say a word. Han Buili knew the rules. He immediately took out his identity jade card. However, this jade card wasn't white, it was purple. One could see that it wasn't the same as other jade cards. The cultivator looked at the jade card in Han Buili's hand and nodded. Then he turned around and left. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word to Han Buili. However, Han Buili seemed to have gotten used to this. He put away the jade card and walked towards the hall. There were a lot of people in the hall. Everyone was busy. From time to time, there would be two people talking. However, their voices weren't very loud. When these people saw Han Buili, they all smiled. One of them smiled and said, "Little Li, you're back. How did things go this time? Did you succeed?" Han Buili looked at the person and smiled. "Third brother, sigh, don't mention it. Damn, we failed this time. I have something to tell third uncle, so I won't be accompanying you." The person nodded, then he patted Han Buili's shoulder and comforted him. Then he turned around and left. Han Buili walked forward and soon arrived in front of a cave. This cave wasn't like the cave of an ordinary cultivator. The entrance of this cave was very big and looked like a hall. Han Buili entered the cave and saw a middle-aged cultivator inside. He was sitting there reading a jade slip. When the middle-aged cultivator saw Han Buili, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Little Li, you're here. What happened? How did the mission go?" This middle-aged cultivator was Han Buili's third uncle. He was a nascent soul expert and the person in charge of the Black Tiger Gang's dark department. He was very fond of Han Buili and had a good relationship with him. Han Buili embarrassedly said, "I'm sorry third uncle, the mission failed this time." Han Buili's third uncle frowned and said, "Failed? That's fine, as long as you come back safely." Han Buili immediately replied, "Third uncle, as soon as I went to the Raging Flame sect, I was discovered by them. I killed someone and ran back. But I didn't expect that the person I killed was the grandson of the raging flame sect Huiyun. He chased me all the way to Pudding Mountain and almost killed me. Hearing this, Han Buli's third uncle frowned and said, "You were discovered as soon as you went there. With your ability to change your appearance, how could you be discovered so quickly? That's not right." Han Buli immediately said, "Third uncle, I heard from Huiyun that the Raging Flame sect had set up a large number of warning formations in front of the Raging Flame Valley in order to deal with us. Moreover, they also scattered a large amount of tracking powder. As long as we go there, we would immediately be discovered. That's how I was discovered." When Han Buli's third uncle heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Huiyun? So it's that old man Huiyun. Why did he tell you this?" Han Buli gave a brief account of his encounter with Zhao Hai. Then he said, "Third uncle, if the Raging Flame sect really has a lot of tracking powder, then this matter wouldn't be easy to deal with. Even if we send out Jade Sword messages, it's possible that they would discover us." Han Buli nodded and said, "Third uncle, if the Raging Flame sect really has a lot of tracking powder, then this matter wouldn't be easy to handle." Han Buli's third uncle nodded and said, "Right, it seems like we need to find a way to break their defenses." "Right, that Zhao Hai you mentioned, is he reliable?" Han Buli replied, "He doesn't know my identity. However, I still need to ask third uncle to send someone to investigate him. If he's reliable, then I want to make friends with him." Han Buli's third uncle nodded and said, "That's fine. According to what you said, that Zhao Hai is a talent. If we can win him over to the family, then it would be very beneficial for us." "Alright, you can go, I'll handle this matter." Han Buli nodded before he turned around and left. Seeing Han Buli leave, the third uncle took out a jade sword message and inputted some information before sending it out. Then he sat down and muttered, "Zhao Hai, interesting." In fact, what Han Buli didn't know was that his third uncle had a deep understanding of Zhao Hai. This was because Luoying of the 23rd Sky Tower was a member of the Dark Department. His third uncle knew about Zhao Hai's situation more than most people in the Black Tiger gang. Even Zhang Feng didn't know more about Zhao Hai than him. What Zhao Hai did in the lower realms, the third uncle knew about it. He was very clear that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't ordinary, and he also had faith power. However, Zhao Hai didn't seem to be a Dharma idol. Half of the reason why he recruited Zhao Hai into the Black Tiger gang was because Zhao Hai met the requirements. The other half was because of the third uncle's intentions. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would become friends with Han Buli this quickly. This was very interesting. The reason why the third uncle released the Jade Sword message was to have people investigate what Zhao Hai did in the Black Tiger gang. He didn't doubt Zhao Hai's identity at all. Zhao Hai didn't know about Han Buli's movements. Although he installed silver needles on Han Buli's body, the moment Han Buli entered the small building, the silver needles had already left him. Zhao Hai was very clear that Han Buli wouldn't go to the rare metals branch for no reason. This place must have a secret relationship with the Dark Department. If this was the case, then the silver needles would be discovered. Zhao Hai would rather not know what Han Buli was doing than take this risk. At the same time, Zhao Hai was preparing for the great competition. There was only a month left before the great competition, so Zhao Hai needed to prepare for it. These days, Zhao Hai has been practicing inside the space. He wasn't practicing how to kill enemies, he was practicing how to act. If he wanted to get a middle rank in the outer court great competition, then he would need to act well. Otherwise, he would be seen through by others. If others knew what Zhao Hai was doing, then they would certainly vomit blood and anger. Others would go all out to practice before the great competition in order to maintain their best condition. However, Zhao Hai was actually studying how to act. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, Han Buli didn't come to Zhao Hai. He only sent a jade sword message to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai knew that someone was inquiring about him. He didn't care about it. The matter of him joining Zhang Feng was still unknown. There were only 3 people who knew about this matter: Zhang Feng, Zhang Hao, and Elder Hu. Since Zhang Hao and Elder Hu had joined Zhang Feng, it was impossible for them to speak about this matter. Therefore, the matter between Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng could be kept a secret. A month had passed, and there was only less than a week left until the outer court great competition. On this day, Zhao Hai was studying how to act in the space. Suddenly, the transmission formation in the valley lit up, and Zhang Hao appeared in it. Zhao Hai quickly came out of the space and greeted Zhang Hao. He cupped his fist and said, "I've seen senior brother Zhang." "Senior brother Zhang, why did you come?" It had been 4 days since Zhang Hao came. Normally, Zhang Hao would come in a few days, but Zhao Hai didn't expect him to come at this time. Zhang Hao smiled faintly and said, "It's just that the grand competition is about to begin. Eldest senior brother was worried, so he sent me to check on you." "Right, this is for you." This is a map of all the formations that eldest senior brother found. He spent a lot of effort to find these things, so you have to use them well. Zhao Hai's face lit up as he took the jade slip from Zhang Hao's hand. The two walked towards the immortal cave. While walking, Zhang Hao said, "Elder brother told me to pass on a message to you. He said that these formation diagrams are for you, but you still have to focus on cultivation. For cultivators, cultivation is the foundation. Elder brother also said that if it's too difficult to decompose and synthesize these things, you can make less of them. Don't delay your cultivation time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. Senior brother Zhang, please tell senior brother that I know what to do. After the great competition, I want to give senior brother a gift." Zhang Hao stared and said, "Give senior brother a gift? What do you want to give him?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right now, it's just an idea. Let's talk about it after I make it." Then he led Zhang Hao into the immortal cave and sat down. Zhang Hao frowned as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, don't mess around. Senior brother doesn't lack anything. If you delay senior brother's matters or delay your cultivation, then senior brother won't let you off." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Zhang, rest assured. I know what I'm doing." Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything else. He just nodded and said, "Since you said so, then I won't interfere. How are you preparing for the competition?" Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, I'm already prepared. I'm just waiting for the great competition. I guarantee that I won't be the last, nor will I be the highest." Zhang Hao nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You have to grasp this propriety. Senior brother won't treat you unfairly." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I don't know how senior brother is doing. Did he manage to recruit some people?" When Zhang Hao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "He managed to recruit some people, but it was all done in secret. Moreover, they aren't experts. You should know that senior brother is only the strongest inner disciple. Compared to the top 10 core disciples, he's still lacking a lot. This is senior brother's biggest weakness." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Why didn't senior brother become a core disciple? As long as he becomes a core disciple, and has the identity of a core disciple, he can openly confront those core disciples?" Zhang Hao shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Little Hai, you don't know about the Black Tiger Gang situation. In the Black Tiger Gang, every core disciple has the support of a great clan or a great influence. These great clans' influence in the Black Tiger Gang is intertwined, it wouldn't be easy to move them. On the surface, it seems like the Black Tiger Gang is still under the control of the great clans. These great clans are too powerful, they are already vaguely trying to take over the Black Tiger Gang." Zhang Hao paused for a moment before continuing, "The Black Tiger Gang's current leader is senior brother's martial uncle, senior brother's master. When senior brother was still a transcendence expert, he was plotted against by the Raging Flame sect. Since then, the person responsible for teaching senior brother is the current leader. Although the two of them aren't master and disciple in name, they are master and disciple in reality. Therefore, senior brother doesn't want to see the leader restrained by the big families. Therefore, he decided to confront the top 10 core disciples." Zhao Hai nodded. This kind of thing wasn't strange. In a big gang, there would naturally be some internal forces. When these forces reach a certain level, they would be unable to get rid of them. It's even possible for them to become the masters. This wasn't strange at all. Now, the internal strife of the Black Tiger Gang seemed to have reached a climax. The big families weren't obedient and established their own factions. They also disobeyed the leader's orders. Of course, the leader wasn't willing to be controlled and become a puppet. In this way, conflicts arose between the two sides and they began to use their own methods. The struggle between Zhang Feng and the top 10 core disciples was a struggle between the leader and the big families. Zhang Hao sighed and said, the leader originally wanted to divide the big families and rope in a few of them to deal with the others. Unexpectedly, the big families were surprisingly united when it came to the leader. The leader's method didn't work. In the end, he could only push senior brother Zhang out to raise his status. Zhao also sighed. He could imagine how difficult it was for Zhang Feng. It was difficult for those big families to openly confront the gang leader, so their influence must be very big. In this case, Zhang Feng had to fight against the 10 core disciples who were supported by those big families. He was afraid that it was hard for him to imagine how difficult it would be for Zhang Feng. Zhang Hao replied, Little Hai, your appearance is very important to senior brother Zhang, even to the entire Black Tiger gang. Because of this, senior brother Zhang arranged for you to come here. He didn't want you to be in the limelight, he didn't want others to know about you. This way, you can display your full potential. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Little Hai, your appearance is very important. Zhao Hai nodded. The situation of the Black Tiger gang was different from the 100 Treasures realm. Back in the 100 Treasures realm, Zhao Hai could boldly turn all the trash in the 100 Treasures realm into materials. This was because of the 100 Treasures realm's unprecedented unity. However, this wasn't the case with the Black Tiger gang. The Black Tiger gang's situation was very special. They weren't united. If other forces knew that he had the ability to turn trash into materials, they would certainly try to win him over. And if they couldn't win him over, then the first thing they would do would be to kill him. If they couldn't use him, then they wouldn't let him be used by others. Zhang Feng wanted Zhao Hai to be low-key because he didn't want others to discover his differences. This wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhang Feng would rather let others know that Zhao Hai offended him. He didn't want Zhao Hai to be hunted down by the big families. Zhang Hao chatted with Zhao Hai for a while before leaving. After Zhang Hao left, Zhao Hai fell into contemplation. He was very confused about the future of the Black Tiger gang. This was because he didn't know what would happen to the Black Tiger gang in the future. The Black Tiger gang was now in a mess. There was constant infighting within the gang, and there were strong enemies outside. If this continued, then the Black Tiger gang would be very troublesome in the future. It might even weaken, which was something Zhao didn't want to see. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any way to change this situation. If he was in the lower realms, then he could use his strength to change the rules and make the great clans behave. However, this was the Cultivation realm. His strength wasn't at the peak of the Cultivation realm. He was even worried that the space might be discovered. In this case, how could he change the Black Tiger gang? After thinking for a while, Zhao Hai couldn't think of anything. In the end, he shook his head and gave up on thinking about it. He understood that the reason why he couldn't think of anything was because he wasn't strong enough. In the eyes of the Black Tiger gang, Zhao Hai was just a banished slave. If the other members of the Black Tiger gang were to know that he wanted to change the Black Tiger gang, then they would laugh their heads off. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and no longer thought about these things. His body flashed and returned to the space. Then he continued to study his acting skills. 7 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Today was the day of the Black Tiger gang's outer court great competition. On this day, even a banished disciple like Zhao Hai would have to participate. Because of this, Zhao Hai went from Never-Seen Valley to the servant hall managed by Elder Hu. Elder Hu didn't need to participate in the competition this time because he was originally an inner court disciple. Later on, because his cultivation didn't make any progress, he could only be an elder. With his status, it was naturally impossible for him to participate in the outer court competition. Elder Hu already knew that Zhao Hai would participate, so when he saw Zhao Hai, he wasn't surprised. He just nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "You are an outer court disciple, go and participate in the great competition. If your results are good, then you can leave this place. If your results aren't good, then you will have to come back. During the great competition, I will send some servant disciples to take over Never-Seen Valley." Zhao Hai complied, then turned around and flew away. Elder Hu waved his hand and 5 servant disciples stood beside him. These 5 servant disciples bitterly entered the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, they went to Never-Seen Valley. The location of the Black Tiger Gang's outer court great competition was on a mountain in the Black Tiger Gang's territory. This mountain was called the Traveling Mountain. This mountain didn't have any minerals, nor did it grow anything. The mountain was filled with stones. Aside from stones, it seemed like there was nothing else on this mountain. Later, when the Black Tiger Gang saw this situation, they simply sent people to transform some of the stones on the mountain into stone platforms. These stone platforms could be used for martial arts competitions, but they could also be used for martial arts competitions. The stone platforms were big and small. The big ones were 1,000 square meters, while the small ones were just like small stools. In the beginning, this stone platform was used as the Black Tiger Gang's internal deathmatch arena. But later on, the gang banned the deathmatch arena. So, this place slowly became the exclusive venue for the Great Competition. The Great Competition of the Odd Job Disciples, Outer Sect Great Competition, and Inner Sect Great Competition were all held on this stone platform. Only the Great Competition of the Core Disciples was not held here. When the Great Competition was held on this stone platform, other people were allowed to come and watch. Even if you were a servant disciple, you could still come and watch. Because the Black Tiger Gang had a lot of outer court disciples, this time's Great Competition would be held for a total of 15 days. It was an elimination system, and the opponents would be decided by drawing lots. A total of 50 groups would compete. Every year's Great Competition was a rare event for the Black Tiger Gang. When Xianxia arrived at the Traveling Mountain, there was already a sea of people here. There were only a few stone platforms at the top of the mountain that had numbers written on them. Outer court disciples could go to these stone platforms and draw lots. The lot would indicate which group they were in and which number they were in. When the time came for the competition, they would first have to compete in their own group. Once they defeated their group, they would then enter the Great Competition. Xianxia was assigned to Group 5, number 78. Xianxia didn't pay much attention to this number. After receiving his number, he found a stone platform and sat down, waiting for his name to be called. Soon, all the outer court disciples received their number. The Great Competition was about to begin. Before the Great Competition, the outer court elder steward appeared. This outer court elder steward was nominally in charge of all the outer court disciples. He had a lot of power, but in fact, the number of people he could manage was not many. After the Black Tiger Gang had developed for so many years, the outer court disciples of the Black Tiger Gang had slowly formed small groups. Behind these small groups, one could faintly see the shadows of some inner court disciples. And behind these inner court disciples were the support of various major powers or core disciples. And outer court elder steward really didn't dare to manage these people. However, he was nominally still the outer court elder steward. Therefore, today's Great Competition of the Outer Court Elders would be hosted by him. The current Outer Court Elder Steward of the Black Tiger Gang was surnamed Guan and named Chen. He had a head full of white hair and a face full of smiles. He looked like a very amiable person. Disciples of the Black Tiger Gang, today is the annual event of the Black Tiger Gang. You are the cornerstone of the Black Tiger Gang. Because of you, the Black Tiger Gang can stand tall. You are the most outstanding cultivators, so I hope that you can bring out your best side to participate in this competition. Now, let the competition begin. The steward elder didn't give a long speech, he just said a few words before leaving the stage. Then some of the elders of the gang began to call out numbers. Those whose numbers were called would immediately begin the competition. The outer court disciples whose numbers were called were assigned to a relatively large stone platform. This stone platform was used for the competition. However, they couldn't fly out of the platform's range, otherwise, they would be disqualified. Xianxia wasn't interested in the competition between the outer court disciples. Among these outer court disciples, only a few of them had fortuitous encounters and were able to obtain faith power. However, faith power was very small. This greatly restricted the development of these outer court disciples. Their strength was comparable to transcending tribulation experts and severed soul experts, it's just that their artifacts were a bit better. Xianxia watched for a while before he completely lost interest. He sat there and studied the jade slip that Zhang Hao gave him. There were a lot of formations inside the jade slip. And just like what Zhao Hai thought, the cultivation world's formations were much more advanced than the cultivation world's. The might of the formations was also much greater. Zhao Hai could still turn these formations into three-dimensional formations. Therefore, Zhao Hai simply used this time to study these formations. It was much better than watching these people fight. The outer court disciples of the Black Tiger Gang were also divided into groups. Many of them would sit together and discuss the results of their battles. Compared to these groups of people, Zhao Hai's side was very deserted. This was because he didn't know anyone here, and no one knew him. Only some people around him would look at him curiously. As for the others, they didn't pay attention to him. The outer court disciples' battles had a time limit. The longest battle couldn't exceed an hour. If the outcome of the battle couldn't be determined within an hour, then the referee would decide the outcome. However, the outer court disciples' battles would generally end within an hour. This was because the outer court disciples didn't dare to place their bets on the referees. The referees were just some elders of the gang who didn't have any real power. If they gave the referees some benefits, then even if they won, the referees would still award the winner. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for them? Because of this, the outer court disciples' battles were generally very fast. Most of them wouldn't exceed a quarter of an hour. Even if they fought for a longer time, they wouldn't wait for an hour. It was guaranteed that the battle would end within an hour. The outcome of the battle would be clear at a glance. Because of this, the speed of the battles was very fast. One group's battle didn't take long before the next group's battle began. Zhao Hai's battle happened to be in the fifth group. When the referee called out Zhao Hai's number, Zhao Hai immediately stood up. His figure flashed and appeared on the stone platform. As soon as he arrived on the stone platform, a cultivator immediately flew up. This cultivator looked to be around 20 years old. He was very handsome. He was wearing a white cultivator's robe. He really gave off a feeling of a jade tree facing the wind. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was wearing a black cultivator's robe. In addition to his ordinary appearance, he carefully restrained his aura. Therefore, he looked very ordinary and inconspicuous. When the two stood together, there was a difference between a bright moon and a firefly. Of course, the opponent was the bright moon while Zhao Hai was the firefly. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed with contempt as he coldly snorted and said, "Junior brother, if you admit defeat, then I'll let you go. I won't hurt you. What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at this person with interest. He recognized that this person's strength was very good. According to the cultivator area, this person was a severed soul expert. Moreover, he was a relatively high-level severed soul expert. But according to the cultivation realm, this person was a severed soul expert who was about to enter the foundation establishment stage. Such a person could be considered an expert among the outer court disciples. Zhao Hai smiled faintly at the white-robed cultivator and said, "Senior brother, the great competition is to test a person's cultivation. Victory or defeat isn't that important. Since this junior brother is participating in the great competition, then I'll have to ask senior brother to make a move." When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Flowery words, you're overestimating yourself." Then he waved his hand and a fan appeared in his hand. Then he made a hand seal and said, "Swish." Then he waved his fan forward and a blue wind blade flew towards Zhao Hai. Although this looked like a very ordinary wind blade, the speed of this wind blade was extremely fast. Moreover, this wind blade was shining with a green light and had already become a solid object. This kind of attack was definitely not something an ordinary wind blade could compare with. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew into the air. At the same time, he waved his hand as 1,000 flying swords appeared around him. In an instant, the myriad star sword formation appeared around Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai's myriad star sword formation wasn't a three-dimensional sword formation, nor was it infused with faith power. Moreover, there were only 1,000 swords. But even so, his myriad star sword formation was already very powerful. Just as Zhao Hai finished setting up his sword formation, he felt a gust of wind. He turned his head and saw that it was the wind blades that were attacking him. Now, the wind blades had turned around and were attacking him again. Moreover, their speed was incomparably fast. But now that Zhao Hai's sword formation was completed, he didn't have to worry about anything. As soon as the wind blades entered the range of the sword formation, they were blocked by the flying swords. After a few clangs, the wind blades were blocked by the flying swords. However, the wind blades didn't stop because of this. They turned around and attacked Zhao Hai again. These wind blades were actually tracking. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai's myriad star sword formation wasn't to be trifled with. The wind blades simply couldn't break through Zhao Hai's sword formation. At this time, the white-robed cultivator also reacted. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted. He waved the fan in his hand as more wind blades flew out of the fan and attacked Zhao Hai. The magic artifact used by the white-robed cultivator was called the flowing fan. It was a very powerful magic artifact. The flowing fan could continuously shoot out wind blades. These wind blades were very fast and their attack power was very strong. Moreover, they didn't need to be controlled by the white-robed cultivator's spiritual sense to automatically track the target. It was a very powerful magic artifact among low-level cultivators. It was precisely because of this fan that the white-robed cultivator was so arrogant. Zhao Hai had already tested it. The wind blades that were shot out from the fan were equivalent to a casual attack from a severed soul expert. The might of the attack was quite formidable. However, Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. Such an attack was useless against him. He was already controlling the power of the flying swords. If the flying swords were to go all out, then the white-robed cultivator would have already been defeated. The white-robed cultivator attacked Zhao Hai dozens of times, and hundreds of wind blades surrounded Zhao Hai. However, he still couldn't break through Zhao Hai's sword formation. Moreover, more than 20 minutes have passed. If this continues, then the battle would drag on for an hour. The white-robed cultivator naturally didn't want this to happen. He turned his hand and a gourd-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. He looked at the gourd with a pained expression. Then he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. His expression became fierce as he clenched his teeth and gently shook the gourd. Then he shouted, "Wash away the yellow sand, reveal the golden sand, cover the sun." Then he pointed the gourd at Zhao Hai. Suddenly, a large amount of golden sand flew out of the gourd and went straight towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he made a hand seal and shouted, "Myriad star transformations, star transformation." Then with Zhao Hai's sword formation as the center, a dazzling golden light burst out. This golden light was very bright, as if Zhao Hai had turned into a small sun. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their eyes. They couldn't help but scream as they closed their eyes. However, this golden light only flashed for a moment. Before long, the eyes of the cultivators returned to normal. But while their eyes were abnormal, they also used their spiritual force to observe the battle between Zhao Hai and the white-robed cultivator. The white-robed cultivator had lost. Although his golden sand was very powerful, it was still blocked by Zhao Hai's stellar star sword formation. Moreover, Zhao Hai took advantage of the moment when the white-robed cultivator's eyes were dazed. Zhao Hai placed the tip of his flying sword on the white-robed cultivator's neck, ready to take his life at any time. By the time the white-cloaked cultivator reacted, Zhao Hai's flying sword was already at his throat. His face couldn't help but change as he looked at Zhao Hai with a ferocious expression. He didn't think that he would lose. This time, he prepared well for the great competition. Not only did he spend a lot of money to refine the fan artifact, he also took a huge risk to make the golden sand gourd. He thought that this time, he would be able to smoothly become an inner disciple, but he didn't think that he would be defeated by Zhao Hai in the first round. How could he endure this? However, the referee didn't care so much. Even if he wanted to help the white-robed cultivator, he couldn't cheat in front of so many people. So he could only loudly announce, "Zhao Hai wins this round." When Zhao Hai heard the referee, he waved his hand and received his flying sword. Then he bowed to the white-robed cultivator and returned to his seat with his eyes closed. The white-robed cultivator looked at Zhao Hai fiercely. If eyes could shoot fire, then Zhao Hai would be nothing but ashes by now. Zhao Hai also noticed the look in the white-robed cultivator's eyes, but he didn't take it seriously. He had been beaten up many times, so he didn't care. To be exact, he wasn't afraid of the white-robed cultivator. If the white-robed cultivator really came looking for trouble, then Zhao Hai wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Every year, the Black Tiger gang lost a lot of service disciples and outer disciples. Even some inner disciples would go missing from time to time. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of killing people, as long as he didn't get caught on the spot. Zhao Hai sat there with his eyes closed as if he didn't care about what was going on around him. However, the cultivators around him were looking at Zhao Hai differently. Zhao Hai was a stranger to them. Almost no one here knew Zhao Hai. However, they knew the person who was fighting with Zhao Hai. Not only did they know him, but they were also very familiar with him. The white-clothed young master, Yi Tiancheng. The person who was fighting with Zhao Hai was Yi Tiancheng. Yi Tiancheng was very famous among the outer sect disciples. He was a famous genius who started cultivating at the age of 10. He completed his physique tempering at the age of 11 and completed his qi cultivation at the age of 12. By the age of 18, he was already a nascent soul expert. Of course, this nascent soul stage was only a name in the cultivation world. He was 24 years old today and was already a genuine spirit refinement cultivator. He was about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. As long as he entered the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to become an inner sect disciple. This was because the gang had been paying attention to him for a long time. They even gave him a special exception to enter the inner sect without the need for a competition because the Black Tiger gang wouldn't be stingy with giving a genius like Yi Tiancheng a special exception. However, Yi Tiancheng was very proud. Although he agreed with the gang's approach on the surface, he had always wanted to enter the inner sect through his own efforts. Of course, he didn't tell anyone about this, but he still did it. It was also because of this reason that Yi Tiancheng participated in this competition and made so many preparations. However, he didn't expect to meet a freak like Zhao Hai and be defeated in the first round. No one thought that this would be the result. Therefore, the way the cultivators looked at Zhao Hai was strange. Think about it, a nobody suddenly beat a genius to the ground. It was hard for him to not be noticed. Zhao Hai didn't care so much. He was prepared to fight for 2 days and 3 rounds and then directly lose. But it was clear that today he had nothing to do. The Black Tiger gang had many outer disciples. It was impossible to finish the first round in 1 day. Originally, Zhao Hai planned to leave after the fight. However, he also knew that it would be too conspicuous if he left right away. Therefore, he could only stay in the city and study arrays with Kai and the others. The grand competition was still going on. The people around Zhao Hai quickly shifted their attention to those who were competing. Naturally, they paid less attention to Zhao Hai, which made Zhao Hai feel relieved. The day's competition ended very quickly. Zhao Hai was still present for the second day's competition. However, he still sat there and studied arrays. That was because today was the first round of the competition. He had already advanced to the second round. Of course, there was nothing for him to do. Just as Zhao Hai was sitting there with his eyes closed, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a gaze directed in his direction. That gaze was filled with hostility. Zhao Hai used his mental strength to probe that direction and discovered that it was Yi Tiancheng, who he had fought with yesterday. When Zhao Hai fought with Yi Tiancheng yesterday, he didn't know Yi Tiancheng's name. However, he learned about it later when he was discussing it with others. He also knew what kind of person Yi Tiancheng was. To be honest, Zhao Hai really didn't expect that the first person he defeated would be a famous person. He felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have lost to Yi Tiancheng directly yesterday. That way, he wouldn't have attracted any attention. However, it was too late for regrets now. Zhao Hai could only continue on. As long as he encountered an expert who was on the same level as Yi Tiancheng, he would be defeated. As for Yi Tiancheng's hostility, he didn't take it to heart at all. He only paid attention to Yi Tiancheng for a moment before he stopped paying attention to him. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly sensed that someone was walking towards him. Judging from the person's path of advancement, even if he wasn't here to look for him, he would at least pass by him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but pay attention to this person. This person had a very tall figure. He was about 2 meters tall. His body was full of muscles, his face was as black as iron, and he had a big beard. He looked like a physique cultivator. Moreover, he was a very powerful one. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to him because he didn't know this person at all. He didn't move either and just sat there quietly. He wanted to see what this guy wanted to do. That person was getting closer and closer. Soon, he reached Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai still sat there without moving, but that person stopped and sat down beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai still didn't move. He was a little curious about this burly man because he didn't sense any hostility from him. This made him very puzzled. At this moment, that burly man suddenly said, "Brother, let's get to know each other." Only then did Zhao Hai open his eyes. He turned his head and glanced at the burly man. Then, he frowned slightly. Although this burly man looked like a physique cultivator, Zhao Hai didn't know why, but he felt that something wasn't quite right. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the burly man. Suddenly, he saw a smile on the burly man's face. This smile seemed to be complacent, but it also gave off the feeling of a successful plot. This kind of expression wouldn't appear on a stranger or an enemy. It must be a friend. Zhao Hai had no friends in the Black Tiger gang. The only person he could call a friend was Han Buili. Thinking about Han Buili's ability to change one's appearance and temperament, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he smiled faintly and whispered to the burly man, "Brother Han, you seem to be an inner court disciple. Why are you here?" When the burly man heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but be startled. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. After a while, he said, "How did you find out? Even transcending tribulation experts can't detect me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Who told you to be complacent? Don't waste time here. Let's go to my place and have a drink." Han Buili laughed and said, "All right, let's go. There's no point in staying here." Then the two stood up and walked out. Their actions didn't attract too much attention. However, Yi Tiancheng, who had been paying attention to Zhao Hai, noticed them. When he saw the two of them stand up, he also stood up and followed them out. Zhao Hai also noticed Yi Tiancheng. However, he didn't care. He smiled faintly and followed Han Buili out of the mountain. Then the two of them flew towards the odd job hall. When they arrived at the odd job hall, Elder Hu was still there. When Elder Hu saw Zhao Hai leading someone over, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, who is this?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I just met him at the odd job hall. We had a good chat, so I brought him back to drink with me. Elder Hu, you don't have to worry about me." He didn't say that he knew Han Buili in the past. That would only make Elder Hu suspicious. One must know that Elder Hu was now Zhang Feng's subordinate. If Elder Hu knew about Han Buili, then he would tell Zhang Feng. That would waste a lot of time. Elder Hu didn't say anything and just nodded. Zhao Hai led Han Buili to the transmission formation and arrived at the odd job hall. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go back. Come back tomorrow." When the disciples heard Zhao Hai, they felt as if they had been pardoned. They turned around and entered the transmission formation. Then a white light flashed and they disappeared. When Zhao Hai saw their actions, he waved his hand and released several undead. He had the undead take out the trash outside while he led Han Buili into his cave residence. At this time, Han Buili lifted the spell on his body and returned to his original appearance. Seeing Han Buili's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. "Brother Han, this move of yours is really ruthless. If you weren't too proud of yourself back at the mountain, then I would have been fooled by you. You're really good." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Brother Han, you're really good." Han Buili laughed and said, "Brother, your big brother relies on this skill to make a living. It's fine if I don't practice it well. Alright, no need to waste time. Hurry up and bring the food." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he took out 2 bottles of white wine and some cloud vegetables. The two ate while drinking. However, Zhao Hai noticed that Yi Tiancheng was already asking Elder Hu about Zhao Hai. This time, Elder Hu told the truth. He said that Yi Tiancheng had offended Zhang Feng, so he was sent here to guard the valley. When he heard Elder Hu, Yi Tiancheng nodded and left. Nobody knew what he was thinking. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. Experts like Yi Tiancheng had already been killed by Zhao Hai, so he didn't take him seriously. And sure enough, Elder Hu reported the situation to Zhang Feng. Moreover, not long after he reported, Zhang Hao came to Elder Hu to understand the situation. However, Zhang Hao didn't rush over to Zhao Hai's place. If he did, then it would arouse Zhao Hai's suspicion. After the two drank a bottle of white wine, Zhao Hai turned to Han Buili and said, "Brother Han, what identity did you use this time? I can't tell others that I'm Han Buili, right? Did you use a fake name?" Han Buili smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'm using a fake name. Remember, I'm now called Banli, an outer disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. If someone asks, just say that I'm called Banli." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Han Buili and said, "Why are you called Banli? Also, the Black Tiger Gang has a lot of outer disciples. Which hall do you belong to?" Han Buili looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you're really stubborn. Just say that I'm from the Mine Exploration Hall. As for why I'm called Banli, you're wasting your breath. How can a person's name have so many reasons?" Zhao Hai chuckled, he didn't mind as he nodded and said, "Alright, I'll introduce you to others in the future. I'll call you Banli. You don't know, but I seem to have offended someone in this competition. Because of this, I have to be careful. If I didn't recognize you, I wouldn't have been so polite to you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Han Buili couldn't help but stare. Offended someone? Who? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Didn't you hear? Yesterday, my opponent was the white-clothed young master, Yi Tiancheng." When Han Buili heard Zhao Hai, he frowned and said, "I've heard of Yi Tiancheng. He's a famous genius in the Black Tiger Gang." I didn't expect Zhao Hai to provoke him. I heard that several major forces in the Black Tiger Gang are in contact with Zhao Hai and are preparing to nurture him. You need to be careful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'm not worried if he finds someone to deal with me. I'm here every day. If they want to deal with me, they'll need time to do so. Moreover, I'm in the spatial divergent realm. If I can't handle it, I can still run away. But if he wants to deal with me himself? To be honest, he's not qualified." Han Buili smiled. He had already investigated Zhao Hai's background. There were no problems at all. He even investigated some of Zhao Hai's matters in the lower realm. He knew that Zhao Hai didn't deliberately approach him. This was what made him the happiest. As long as he knew Zhao Hai's background, he could get along well with Zhao Hai. In the cultivation realm, it wasn't difficult to make a good friend. And Zhao Hai was exactly the kind of friend Han Buili wanted to make. Han Buili didn't believe that Zhao Hai would know about the Han family after being in the cultivation realm for such a long time. That was impossible. In the entire Black Tiger Gang, only a few people knew about the Han family, let alone Zhao Hai. He previously asked his family to investigate Zhao Hai because he was afraid that Zhao Hai was an imposter. Now that he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't an imposter, he was relieved. However, Han Buili disagreed with Zhao Hai when he said that he wasn't afraid of Yi Tiancheng. Yi Tiancheng wasn't a threat to Zhao Hai, but the forces that tried to rope him in were a great threat to Zhao Hai. He couldn't let Zhao Hai get hurt like that. Therefore, he planned to tell his third uncle to warn those families not to provoke Zhao Hai. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know that Han Buili's identity was so special. He always thought that Han Buili was an ordinary cultivator in the Black Tiger Gang's secret department. He didn't expect that Han Buili had such a powerful family behind him. Therefore, after Zhao Hai told Han Buili about this, he stopped talking about it and drank with Han Buili. In a short while, the two of them drank 5 bottles of white wine each. One must know that this wine was high in alcohol content. An ordinary person would have been drunk to death after drinking 5 bottles. Fortunately, the two of them were cultivators with decent cultivation. Drinking 5 bottles of white wine was nothing to them. After drinking 5 bottles of white wine, Han Buili saw that it was getting late. He turned to Zhao Hai, who was holding a bottle of wine, and said, "Alright, we can't drink anymore. Let's call it a day. I'm leaving. I'll find you another day." After saying that, he stood up. Seeing that Han Buili was about to leave, Zhao Hai quickly stood up and said, "Why are you leaving?" "Alright, here, this is for you." Then Zhao Hai took out a jug of white wine. This jug was about 50 jin. Han Buili wasn't polite, he took the wine from Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, then I'll be leaving first. Then he walked towards the transmission formation and disappeared in a flash of white light. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned around and returned to the space to study the magic formation. His impression of Han Buili was very good. At the very least, Han Buili didn't ask about the origin of the wine and the dishes. Good friends should be honest, but this also depended on the situation. Everyone had their own secrets, it wouldn't be good to ask too much. Han Buili understood this point, so he drank a lot of wine. However, he didn't ask Zhao Hai any excessive questions. After Zhao Hai returned to the space, Kai immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, come and take a look." Zhao Hai sat on the sofa and looked at the screen. He was immediately stunned. This was because the person on the screen was Yi Tiancheng. At this moment, Yi Tiancheng was sitting in his room with a few cultivators sitting in front of him. These cultivators were all outer disciples, they didn't have anything special about them. Moreover, it can be seen that they were following Yi Tiancheng's lead. At this time, one of Yi Tiancheng's subordinates said, "Boss, we can't let this matter go. He's just a small battle slave, yet he was sent to that place. He even offended boss. I think he's tired of living. Boss, we can't let him go." This person was thin and withered, but he had triangular eyes, he looked very awkward. Yi Tiancheng's other subordinate also nodded and said, "That's right, boss. We can't let him go. He actually made you unable to pass the first round. This is absolutely unforgivable." Zhao Hai looked at Yi Tiancheng's two subordinates and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. These two idiots weren't persuading him at all. They were obviously exposing his shortcomings. Such subordinates were truly idiotic. Yi Tiancheng was clearly displeased with Zhao Hai's words. Yi Tiancheng was obviously very dissatisfied with their words. He glared at them and said, "Get lost. I didn't pass the first round because I underestimated him." "What do you mean he didn't let me pass the first round? Zhao Hai is very strong, but if he wants to deal with me, he's still a bit lacking. Now is not the time to deal with Zhao Hai, we're still in the middle of the tournament. Moreover, Zhao Hai has been staying in Invisible Valley all this time. You should know that there's only one person guarding it. If we kill him, then there'll be no one to take out the garbage and we'll soon be discovered. When that time comes, it'll be troublesome to track him down, so we should wait for an opportunity to deal with him." Yi Tiancheng's subordinates stopped talking when they heard what he said. After all, this matter was Yi Tiancheng's business. The final decision still depended on Yi Tiancheng. Others wouldn't be able to help much. Yi Tiancheng glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Don't provoke Zhao Hai during this period of time. I don't want to attract too much attention. It won't be good if rumors spread in the sect that I seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Do you understand? However, you have to keep a close eye on that Zhao Hai and see who he's in contact with. Oh right, go and investigate the person who came into contact with Zhao Hai today. Find out who that person is. Judging from their appearance, they seem to have known each other for a long time. You must find out the truth." Those subordinates responded and turned to leave. Yi Tiancheng slowly closed his eyes. Zhao Hai looked at Yi Tiancheng on the screen and said with a smile, "Interesting. This guy is really good at enduring. Hee, this is good too. I want to see what kind of tricks he can play." Kai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what about Han Buili? Should we inform him? He's a member of the dark group. It won't be good if someone finds out his identity, right? Moreover, it won't be good for you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to worry. Han Buili's identity isn't that easy to investigate. Let's not talk about his ability to change his appearance. His identity as a member of the dark group wouldn't allow anyone to investigate him. I'm afraid that Yi Tiancheng's group will hit an iron plate this time." Laura smiled and said, "Not only that, Han Buili's identity as a spy is also a hidden danger for us. We can use this opportunity to see what Yi Tiancheng and the others can find out. This will be more advantageous for us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, that's what I meant. We don't need to investigate Han Buili's identity, but we can't mention him. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to explain why we knew that Yi Tiancheng was investigating him. Let Yi Tiancheng investigate." No matter what he finds, we'll know about it. This is very beneficial for us. Kair nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, I found out that you're very sinister. Zhao Hai stood up and said, What did you say? You actually dared to say that I'm sinister? Let's see how I'll deal with you. Then he threw himself at Kair. Kair immediately screamed and ran away. At this time, Zhang Hao was reporting to Zhang Feng. The content of his report was about Zhao Hai and Han Buli. Naturally, he only knew that Zhao Hai made a friend and took him to the Invisible Valley. He didn't know anything about Han Buli's identity. Zhang Feng frowned and listened quietly. After a while, she said, Little Hao, what do you think Little Hai is doing? Is he thinking of something else? When Zhang Hao heard Zhang Feng, he stared for a moment, then he shook his head and said, No, Little Hai already knows your identity. You're now one of the most powerful people in the Black Tiger gang. Who else would be more worthy than you? Moreover, since he chose to rely on you from the very beginning, he should know that you're very courteous to him. Therefore, he wouldn't have any other thoughts. Most importantly, even if he did have other thoughts, he would certainly look for someone with power and influence. He wouldn't look for an outer court disciple. Elder Hu said that the outer court disciple is a body cultivator, but his strength seems to be quite good. Senior brother, do you think that Little Hai is gathering talents for you? When Zhang Feng heard Zhang Hao, he stared for a moment. He didn't think about this point. Now that he heard Zhang Hao, he needed to think about it carefully. After some time, he said, Regardless of Little Hai's intentions, we need to investigate the identity of the person who contacted Little Hai. If he has other intentions, then you need to come back and report to me. Zhang Hao nodded, then he turned around and left. When Zhang Feng saw Zhang Hao leave, he took out a jade sword and entered some information into it. Then he released the jade sword. Zhang Feng also had his own information channels. He wanted to use them to inquire about Zhao Hai. Although Zhang Feng trusted Zhang Hao and gave him some matters to handle, Zhang Hao's strength was still too low. Zhang Feng couldn't give Zhang Hao some of his hidden forces. This was because with Zhang Hao's status, he simply couldn't command these people. These people could only be commanded by himself. Zhang Feng's information channel was established by his martial uncle, the leader of the Black Tiger gang. It was precisely because of this that this information channel was very powerful. Zhang Feng wouldn't use this channel under normal circumstances. This time, he had no choice but to use it. This was because Zhao Hai was too important to him. He can't let anything happen to Zhao Hai. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Zhao Hai didn't know much about Zhang Feng's movements. He also didn't care about these things. After all, he didn't do anything wrong. Even if Zhang Feng knew that he was meeting with Han Buli, he would just let him investigate. There was no big deal. For the next few days, Zhao Hai would be present. But aside from the second day, Zhao Hai didn't see Han Buli. He didn't know where Han Buli went. In the past few days, the first round of the competition had been held. But now, the first round of the competition was coming to an end. The second round of the competition was about to begin. Soon, the last match of the first round ended. Half of the participants were eliminated. Then came the second round, which was no different from the first round. All the disciples didn't have to change their number plates. As long as they were found, they just had to go up and compete. In the second round of the competition, although it looked more exciting than the first round, for Zhao, it was still the same. There was nothing to see. He had already decided that in the second round of the competition, he would directly lose to a contestant of the same level. In any case, in the second round, he didn't have to worry about being last, so losing wasn't a big deal. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the second round of the competition should be slower than the first. But the result was the opposite. The second round of the competition was faster than the first. Zhao Hai didn't understand what was going on at the beginning. But after watching for a while, he understood. The reason why the second round of the competition was so fast was because the cultivators were watching the first round. They had a rough idea of the opponent's strength. Therefore, in the second round of the competition, both sides went all out. Moreover, it was very targeted, so the speed of the competition was faster. The Black Tiger Gang's competition didn't have any rules that forbid injuries and deaths. However, if they really wanted to use a heavy hand, the referee would come out to stop it. Of course, sometimes the referee wouldn't be able to stop it in time, so some injuries and deaths were inevitable. In the first round of the competition, the probability of casualties was relatively low. However, in the second round, the number of casualties suddenly increased. Firstly, it was because the participants in the second round were stronger than those in the first round. Secondly, they wanted to end the battle as soon as possible so that they could have more time to observe others. At the same time, they also wanted to have more time to maintain their condition. On the first day of the second round of the competition, Zhao Hai didn't have anything to do. Zhao Hai became a spectator. Because his number wasn't called, he could only sit there in boredom. After dark, he returned to the valley. On the second day of the second round, Zhao Hai's number wasn't called 5 times in a row. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious, he just sat there quietly. He believed that he would be called anyway, so there was no need to be anxious. On the 6th round, it was finally his turn. When Zhao heard his name, he opened his eyes and flew onto the stone platform. At this moment, his opponent appeared. Seeing his opponent, Zhao couldn't help but frown. This was because Zhao's opponent turned out to be a disabled person. He only had one left arm, his right arm was broken off at the shoulder. On his face, there were 2 cross-shaped scars across the middle of his face. Not only did it leave a scar on his cheekbone, but it also cut off his nose. The vertical cut went from his eyebrows to his lower jaw, cutting his nose down the middle and his mouth into 4 pieces. It looked very strange. As everyone knew, a cultivator's ability to recover was very strong. Moreover, cultivators also had all kinds of magical medicines. Although these medicines couldn't bring the dead back to life, nor could they regenerate a severed arm, they could prevent a cultivator from leaving any scars. The cultivator standing in front of Zhao Hai had a severed arm. After all, in the cultivation world, there was no medicine that could regenerate a severed limb. However, the scar on his face was a bit excessive. A cultivator's scar would always exist, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that the cultivator didn't treat it, and the other was that the cultivator couldn't treat the scar. If the cultivator couldn't treat the scar, then there was no need to talk about it. The only explanation for the cultivator's scar was that the cultivator didn't treat it and left some energy in the wound. Since the cultivator couldn't get rid of this energy, then the scar wouldn't heal. However, such a wound couldn't be called a scar because it simply couldn't heal. It could only be called a wound, not a scar. Therefore, there was only one explanation for this cultivator's scar: he didn't treat it. Cultivators paid great attention to their appearance. This did not mean that cultivators would judge others based on their appearance. However, cultivators also had a love for beauty. Even male cultivators would take some medicinal pills to improve their appearance, let alone some female cultivators. But this cultivator with a severed arm allowed the scar to remain on his face. There was only one explanation: he was a person who wanted revenge. He wanted to use the scar on his face to make himself remember this hatred forever. Such people were the most difficult to deal with because they would do anything for revenge. Moreover, such people generally had a heavy killing intent. They would take someone's life as soon as they made a move. It was precisely because of this reason that Zhao Hai frowned when he saw this cultivator. However, Zhao Hai's brows quickly relaxed. He cupped his fist towards the cultivator and then his figure moved. He immediately released his flying swords, forming a sword formation with 1,000 flying swords. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and flew up. At the same time, he waved his hand and a scimitar appeared in front of him. He didn't use his hand to control the scimitar like other cultivators. Instead, he grabbed the scimitar with his left hand and pointed it towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this person's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. This person was actually using a melee technique. It seems like he would be even more difficult to deal with. Just as the cultivator revealed his scimitar, he immediately attacked Zhao Hai. He raised the scimitar in his hand and his body moved along with it. A radiant light surrounded him as he went straight towards Zhao Hai's sword formation. When Zhao Hai saw this person's scimitar, his expression couldn't help but change. This person's scimitar was very good, and his movements were very fast. Most importantly, he was able to concentrate his strength. Moreover, because of his physical disability, It was very difficult for people like him to maintain their balance when practicing martial arts. The most important thing for a cultivator was balance. Once the center of gravity was unstable, then the enemy would be able to seize the opportunity. Cultivators were the same. When cultivators practice martial arts, they would also consider this problem. This was because if their attacks were unbalanced, then they would reveal flaws and give the enemy an opportunity. However, this one-armed cultivator's situation was different. When he attacked with his scimitar, his entire body was spinning. He used the power of this rotation to cleverly turn the imbalance in his body into an advantage. Because of this, his rotating attack was even more powerful. Zhao Hai made a hand seal, and his flying swords immediately blocked in front of the cultivator. However, the flying swords were directly deflected by the cultivator's scimitar. Zhao Hai couldn't help but move his flying swords to attack the cultivator. However, at this moment, the scimitar in the cultivator's hand changed again. If his scimitar attack earlier was an invincible electric saw, then the scimitar in his hand now was like a scalpel in a doctor's hand. His scimitar technique was exquisite, as if he was embroidering. However, it still blocked all of Zhao Hai's flying swords that were attacking him. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He took a step back and made a hand seal. At the same time, he said in a deep voice, "Myriad stellar transformations, stellar transformation, Qi." Along with his voice, a golden light was emitted from him like a small sun. This was the move Zhao Hai used to deal with Yi Tiancheng previously. However, it was obvious that the one-armed cultivator was already prepared. When Zhao Hai released this move, the scimitar in his hand danced rapidly. The scimitar light was like a mirror, and it actually blocked the golden light emitted by Zhao Hai. At the same time, he didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and rushed straight toward Zhao Hai. Soon, the scimitar light invaded the golden light. After a while, both the scimitar light and the golden light disappeared. Everyone looked at the scene and saw that Zhao Hai was holding a sword in his hand. His sword had been in a forward motion, but the tip of his sword was at least 30 centimeters away from the one-armed cultivator. Meanwhile, the one-armed cultivator's scimitar was already resting on Zhao Hai's neck. In this battle, both of them were almost injured. However, if one were to really calculate, Zhao Hai had lost by half a move. After all, his sword could only stab the one-armed cultivator after his head was chopped off. Although a cultivator's vitality was strong and he could still stab with his sword when he was about to die, it was certain that it wouldn't cause any life-saving damage to the one-armed cultivator. Therefore, from this point of view, Zhao Hai had lost. The referee also judged that Zhao Hai had lost. Zhao Hai was very carefree. When he heard that he had lost, he didn't care. He just smiled faintly and put away his flying sword. He cupped his fist toward the one-armed cultivator and turned to fly away. He didn't stay here and directly returned to the invisible valley because his mission had been completed. Zhang Hao, who had been observing Zhao Hai, saw Zhao Hai's movements and relaxed. He knew that Zhao Hai hadn't changed and was still following Zhang Feng. Another person who was paying attention to Zhao Hai narrowed his eyes. His eyes were flashing with anger. This person was none other than Han Buili. Han Buili wanted to befriend Zhao Hai, so he was very concerned about Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai fought with Fire Cloud, Han Buili knew that Zhao Hai's sword formation was completely different from the one he was using right now. Zhao Hai's sword formation was 100 times more powerful than the one he was using now. Zhao Hai's sword formation was 100 times more powerful than the one he was using now. This time, Zhao didn't use his full strength. There was only one explanation: he didn't want to enter the inner sect. There was only one explanation: he didn't want to enter the inner sect because of Zhang Feng's existence. Han Buili always thought that Zhao Hai had offended Zhang Feng. So when he saw Zhao Hai's actions, he immediately thought of Zhang Feng. This was the reason why he was angry. Seeing that Zhao Hai had left, Han Buili immediately flew towards Zhao Hai. Just as Zhao Hai returned to the invisible valley, Han Buili immediately rushed over. Seeing Han Buili arrive, Zhao Hai immediately went forward to greet him. Then he smiled and said, "Big brother Han, how come you have time to visit me? Is the dark section so free?" When Han Buili saw that Zhao Hai didn't seem to be sad, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Little Hai, is it because of Zhang Feng that you didn't use your full strength?" Zhao Hai knew that Han Buili was aware of his strength. So when he heard Han Buili, he smiled faintly and said, "It's not that serious. This matter doesn't have much to do with Zhang Feng. I just entered the Black Tiger gang. You should know that I was a battle slave before, so I don't know anything about the cultivation realm. If I enter the inner court at this time, it wouldn't be a good thing for me. Therefore, I want to stay here for 2 years and understand the cultivation realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're right." After hearing Zhao Hai, Han Buili believed him. He nodded and said, "So it's like that. That's good, but you have to be careful. Now that you've offended Zhang Feng and Yi Tiancheng, I'm afraid that you won't have a good time in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I need to be careful, but you need to be careful as well. Zhang Feng also said that I only offended him and was sent here, so he wouldn't pay attention to a nobody like me. However, that Yi Tiancheng is different. When you came here last time, I noticed that kid following me. Later on, he seemed to have inquired about me. It seems like that kid won't let me off easily. Moreover, he might even deal with you. You need to be careful. So you have to be careful." When Han Buili heard Zhao Hai, he smiled faintly and said, "You still need to worry about me? What do I do? If it's so easy for someone to find out about us, then we don't need to work anymore. Let's go and have a drink." Zhao Hai chuckled and followed Han Buili in for a drink. While Zhao Hai and Han Buili were drinking, Zhang Feng received news that Han Buili was looking for Zhao Hai. Zhang Feng's expression couldn't help but change when he heard this news. If it was an ordinary cultivator who went to fight Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng wouldn't have any objections. After all, even though Zhao Hai was now on his side, he couldn't let Zhao Hai not make any friends. That would be too unrealistic. If he was too strict and Zhao Hai ran away, then his gains wouldn't make up for his losses. However, Zhang Feng was very concerned about Han Buili. This was because Zhang Hao and his information channels didn't find any useful information about Han Buili. They found out Han Buili's identity, but they only found out that his name was Banli, and that he was an outer disciple, a body cultivator. But if they looked deeper, they would find out that this identity was fake. But if they wanted to find out his real identity, they couldn't find anything. And this was what Zhang Feng was most worried about. If there was no problem with a person's identity, then Zhang Feng wouldn't have any objections to him contacting Zhao Hai. But if it was a mysterious person like Han Buili, who even he couldn't find out, contacting Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't sit still. He really didn't know why Han Buili was contacting Zhao Hai. Now, Zhang Feng was already planning to deal with Han Buili. But at this moment, Han Buili came to Zhao Hai. This made Zhang Feng unable to sit still. He was ready to make a move. Zhang Feng took out a jade sword and inputted some information into it. Then he immediately released it. It must be said that the people Zhang Feng found this time were very reliable. This was because the people he found were from the Black Tiger Gang's Han family. The Han family was inextricably linked to every leader of the Black Tiger Gang. The current leader was naturally no exception. Because of this relationship, Zhang Feng was familiar with the Han family. So when he wanted to deal with Han Buili, the first person he thought of was the Han family. Hanren looked at the jade sword in his hand and frowned. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to deal with Han Buili. This made Hanren very surprised. Hanren was now one of the important people in charge of the dark group. His other identity was Han Buili's close third uncle, which was the third uncle that Han Buili met last time he came to the dark group. When Han Buili asked him to investigate Zhao Hai, Hanren also investigated Zhao Hai's situation. However, he didn't find out that Zhao Hai had already sided with Zhang Feng. He just thought that Zhao Hai had offended Zhang Feng, so he was sent to the Invisible Valley. After all, for the Black Tiger Gang, the Invisible Valley meant that they had no future. Although Hanren knew a lot about Zhao Hai, he didn't know about Zhao Hai's ability to decompose and synthesize. This was because Zhao Hai's decomposing and synthesizing ability was mostly used in the 100 Treasures realm and not the 10,000 realm battlefield. Even if he used it in the 10,000 realm battlefield, it was impossible for Hanren to know about it. After all, there was only the Sky Tower there, and it was impossible for the Sky Tower to control the 10,000 realm battlefield. It was precisely because he didn't know that Zhao Hai had this ability that he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be willing to stay in the Invisible Valley. From Han Buli's investigation of Zhao Hai, he discovered that Zhao Hai was a very ambitious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone from being an ordinary cultivator in the world of cultivation to one of the most valued young cultivators in the 100 Treasures realm. In Han Ren's opinion, if Zhao Hai didn't offend Zhang Feng, then he wouldn't have been sent to the Invisible Valley. The Invisible Valley was a nightmare for almost all cultivators. The Invisible Valley was known as a nightmare for all cultivators. It wasn't just because there were no people there for a long time. In fact, for cultivators, it didn't matter if there were people there or not. Even if there were people there, most cultivators would cultivate on their own and wouldn't interact with others. It wasn't because there weren't any cultivation resources in the Invisible Valley. In fact, the outer sect disciples who were sent to the Invisible Valley, although it was considered a banishment, they still received the same amount of cultivation resources that they were supposed to receive every month. The reason why the Invisible Valley was known as a cultivator's nightmare was because it was a trampling on a cultivator's dignity. Because an outer sect disciple had to take out the trash, this was absolutely a very shameful thing. This was what cultivators cared about the most. So in Han Ren's opinion, Zhang Feng had already treated Zhao Hai like this. If Zhao Hai could still get along well with Zhang Feng, then it would be strange. So he didn't think that Zhao Hai would seek refuge with Zhang Feng. But now that Zhang Feng wanted him to deal with Banli, Han Ren couldn't sit still. Of course, he knew that Banli was Han Buli. He also knew that Han Buli had used Banli's identity to contact Zhao Hai twice. He just didn't understand why Zhang Feng wanted to deal with Banli. Just because Banli had interacted with Zhao Hai? This shouldn't be the case, right? With Han Ren's many years of intelligence gathering, he knew that this matter wasn't simple. Han Ren felt that it was necessary for him to have a good talk with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng and Han Ren knew each other. Both of them knew each other through the Black Tiger Gang's leader, who was also Zhang Feng's martial uncle. They could be said to be the gang leader's left and right hand, so their relationship was very good. The reason why Zhang Feng was able to fight against the top 10 core disciples was because of the Han family. Han Ren thought of Ma Ru because he was afraid that Zhang Feng would find someone else to deal with Han Buli. Because of this, he immediately left and went to Zhang Feng's transmission formation. Not long after Zhang Feng sent the jade sword out, a white light flashed from the transmission formation outside. Following that, a person appeared in the transmission formation. Zhang Ren was surprised when he saw this person, because he recognized this person. Of course, it was impossible for Han Ren to use his original appearance to see Zhang Feng. When he came to see Zhang Feng, he always used another appearance. Because of this appearance, Zhang Feng was able to recognize Han Ren. Zhang Feng was a little confused. Why would Han Ren suddenly come here? Didn't he just want them to help him deal with Zhao Hai? Why did he come here? Although Zhang Feng didn't understand what was going on, she still went out to greet him. Fortunately, Zhang Feng's place was just a camp. The battle slaves were cultivating in their rooms. Nobody paid attention to what was happening outside. Nobody noticed Han Ren, so Zhang Feng immediately welcomed Han Ren into her room. After the two sat down, Zhang Feng turned to Han Ren and said, "Brother Ren, why did you come here?" Zhang Feng had always respected Han Ren. Not only because Han Ren had the Han family behind him, but also because Han Ren had always taken care of her. Zhang Feng understood that the Han family was preparing to nurture him as the successor of the gang leader. Naturally, she was very grateful. Han Ren wasn't polite. After sitting down, he said to Zhang Feng, "Little Feng, I came this time because of the letter you sent me. Tell me, what's going on? Are you really going to deal with Zhao Hai? Why can't we deal with someone who has been in contact with him?" Hearing Han Ren, Zhang Feng's heart moved. She looked at Han Ren and said, "Brother Ren, you mean that Banli can't be moved?" Han Ren looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Don't talk about those useless things. First, tell me, what's going on with Zhao Hai? Why are you watching him so closely?" Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Ren, it's not that I'm watching him closely. It's just that Zhao Hai is very important to me. He has already relied on me. In order to prevent others from finding out, I arranged for him to stay in the Invisible Valley. Moreover, I'm not afraid to tell you that Zhao Hai has a divergent ability. This divergent ability allows him to decompose waste materials into materials and then synthesize them into pills or artifacts. Tell me, is there any place more suitable for Zhao Hai than the Invisible Valley? As long as we have Zhao Hai, we can win over more people to fight against the 10 core disciples. How can I not be nervous? But then this Banli suddenly appeared. I don't know anything about this guy, so I'm nervous. Han Ren's eyes lit up as he said, so that's how it is. No wonder you're so nervous. Alright, then I'll tell you something. You don't need to investigate Banli, he's our family's little three. When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, is it the thousand-faced guest, Han Buili? The thousand-faced guest that Zhang Feng mentioned was Han Buili's nickname. However, this nickname was only circulated in a small circle. Very few outsiders knew about it. Han Ren nodded and said, right, it's that kid. He and Little Hai met by accident and got along quite well. I didn't expect Little Hai to rely on you. Moreover, he has this ability. Rest assured, I'll take care of this matter. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, I actually asked you to deal with Buili, isn't this making a joke out of me? Alright, I'll let Buili and Little Hai interact more in the future. Han Ren laughed, then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, I can't blame you. Little Li's identity isn't that easy to investigate. He has a different identity in the Black Tiger Gang. Forget it, you know what to do. I'll be leaving. Then he turned around and walked out. Zhang Feng wanted him to stay, but Han Ren waved his hand and left. Seeing Han Ren leave, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't think that Banli was Han Buili. Fortunately, he asked Han Ren to deal with Banli. If he did it himself, then the Han family's relationship with him would be broken. Then his losses would be huge. Zhao Hai and Han Buili didn't know about this. At this time, the two of them were sitting there drinking wine. After drinking a few bottles, Han Buili left. After Han Buili left, Zhao Hai immediately began to prepare a gift. He told Zhang Hao that he would prepare a gift for Zhang Feng. This gift wouldn't be anything else, it would be a large artifact. Zhang Feng was currently fighting against the 10 great disciples, and each of the 10 great disciples had their own large artifacts. Moreover, the 10 great disciples also had their own large artifacts, the tiger ships that were given to them by the gang. Those were very formidable large artifacts, but Zhang Feng didn't have one. This wasn't good, so Zhao Hai wanted to give Zhang Feng a large artifact. Naturally, Zhao Hai's artifact couldn't compare to the tiger boat. The tiger boat was a secret artifact of the Black Tiger Gang. It took a lot of effort to refine. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to make one, he wouldn't be able to find enough materials. Therefore, he could only make another large artifact. Zhao Hai wanted to give Zhang Feng a large artifact similar to the giant spirit treasure ship. It must be said that the giant spirit treasure ship was absolutely beautiful. Moreover, it was very impressive, and its fighting strength wasn't weak. As long as Zhao Hai used some good materials, it would be a good artifact even in the cultivation realm. It was just right for Zhang Feng. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to install a yin-yang lightning pool on the giant spirit treasure ship. The yin-yang lightning pool was Zhao Hai's secret. It wasn't something that could be installed casually. Zhao Hai also didn't want to install cannons on the giant spirit treasure ship. This was because cannons were useless to Zhang Feng and the others. It was the same for large artifacts in the cultivation realm. Although he didn't need to install these things, he still needed to install formations. Moreover, he could also install some ordinary chi gathering formations. These formations would absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy to power the ship. Naturally, during battles, crystal stones would also be needed. However, Zhao Hai believed that Zhang Feng wouldn't lack crystal stones. As for the interior design of the ship, Zhao Hai decided to use his internal space technology to make the interior of the ship bigger. Moreover, it wouldn't be like the tiger ship, which couldn't be shrunk. Zhao Hai wanted the ship to be able to be big and small, and it would also be able to hold a lot of things inside. Naturally, it was impossible for a treasure ship to be compared to the Hell King's ship. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to make something that was only half a bottle of water. Zhao Hai didn't know what the tiger boat looked like in battle. However, from the appearance and movements of the tiger boat, he could see that it wouldn't be simple in battle. The tiger boat didn't only have the advantages of large artifacts, it also had some puppetry techniques. Without them, it wouldn't be as flexible. Zhao Hai knew some puppetry techniques, but he didn't study them too deeply. Now it seems like he needs to study them again. Naturally, Zhao Hai's puppetry techniques were obtained from the 10,000 realm battlefield. It was certainly inferior to the ones in the cultivation realm. However, it was still good to have a foundation. In the future, Zhao Hai could slowly study the puppetry techniques of the cultivation realm. He believed that sooner or later, he would be able to refine a tiger boat using his own hands, not liquid silver. While the tournament was still going on in full swing outside, Zhao Hai was hiding in the invisible valley alone and started refining. Of course, his so-called refining was done by the processing machine. In addition to the optimal metal ratio produced by the processing machine, his refining this time was very easy. However, it wasn't correct to say that it was easy. At the very least, the design of this large instrument was designed by Zhao Hai. Furthermore, this giant spirit treasure ship was designed by Zhao Hai according to the design of the giant spirit treasure ship from the Ming dynasty in China. However, it didn't have a mast or a cannon. Zhao Hai was the one in charge of all the magical arrays used in this treasure ship and the design of the interior. Although this didn't seem like a lot of work, Zhao Hai had a lot of things to do. Therefore, Zhao Hai was now holed up in the invisible valley every day. This made one person very anxious. This person was none other than Yi Tiancheng. Yi Tiancheng was humiliated by Zhao Hai's people during the tournament. Naturally, he wouldn't let Zhao Hai off so easily. Therefore, he ordered people to keep an eye on Zhao Hai. Other than Banli, Yi Tiancheng didn't discover any other friends of Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai was holed up in the invisible valley every day, it was impossible for Yi Tiancheng to take revenge even if he wanted to. Yi Tiancheng had been an elder in the Black Tiger Gang since he was young. He knew very well that the disciples with positions in the Black Tiger Gang couldn't be killed casually. Even if he was a genius and was highly valued by the gang, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Zhao Hai. If the gang really pursued the matter, his future as a genius would be ruined. There was never a lack of geniuses in the cultivation world. Everyone who became an inner court disciple was a genius in a certain way. Yi Tiancheng was also just one of the geniuses, so he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. However, if Zhao Hai left the Black Tiger Gang, he could do whatever he wanted to Zhao Hai. The gang wouldn't pursue the matter too much for an outer court disciple. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai didn't come out. This made Yi Tiancheng gnash his teeth in hatred. However, he felt relieved after giving it some thought. Who was Zhao Hai? Yi Tiancheng was merely a war slave who had been banished to a place like the Invisible Valley. It would be very difficult for him to make a name for himself in this lifetime. It was truly not worth it for him to compete with such a person. Once he thought this through, Yi Tiancheng felt a little calmer instead. The only person who disturbed Zhao Hai didn't come to disturb him anymore. Naturally, Zhao Hai felt more relaxed. He studied the large artifacts in the Invisible Valley every day and was free and unfettered. In fact, Yi Tiancheng should be glad that he didn't make a move on Zhao Hai. If he really did, he would have been dead a long time ago. Zhang Feng and Han Ren knew about the conflict between Yi Tiancheng and Zhao Hai. Both of them were paying close attention to Zhao Hai, so naturally, they were also paying close attention to Yi Tiancheng. If Yi Tiancheng really did make a move on Zhao Hai, neither Zhang Feng nor Han Ren would let him go. Zhao Hai also didn't participate in the competition outside. The Black Tiger Gang's competition was different from other places. After the first round of the competition, the people who were eliminated would go through a few more rounds of competition to determine the worst 10 people. The rest would be the competition for the top 10 places. No one cared about the rankings in the middle, so there was no need to compete. Zhao Hai naturally didn't participate in the competition. Even if he did, there was no need for him to compete. He could only watch from the sidelines. Zhao Hai didn't have the leisure to watch from the sidelines. Therefore, even though the entire Black Tiger Gang was in an uproar because of this competition, Zhao Hai didn't appear. After another 7 days, the outer sect competition finally ended. 10 outer sect cultivators entered the inner sect as they wished and became inner sect disciples. Among these 10 people, there was the one-armed cultivator who fought against Zhao Hai in the second round. That one-armed cultivator had a nickname in the Black Tiger Gang, Wild Blade Du Guin. The injury on his face was caused when he was out on a mission and met a cultivator from the Raging Flame sect. The two of them didn't get along and started fighting. The other party was much stronger than him. In the end, one of his arms was chopped off and his face was scratched. Only then did he manage to escape with his life. Duguin saw this as the greatest humiliation of his life, so he didn't treat the injury on his face and trained hard with his left hand. Finally, he obtained third place in this competition and successfully became an inner disciple. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. To him, it didn't matter who became an inner sect disciple. After entering the inner sect, one would only receive some cultivator resources. Those things weren't attractive to Zhao Hai at all. Only the power of faith was attractive to other cultivators. However, it wasn't attractive to Zhao Hai at all. As for Zhao Hai's Dharma idol, this wasn't a problem at all. Zhao Hai had already cultivated 36 Dharma idols. Among them were the Amukong Dharma idol, the 18 Arhat Dharma idols, the 12 Zodiac Dharma idols, and several other mysterious gate Dharma idols. If Zhao Hai were to use all of these Dharma idols, then his fighting strength would be very formidable. Therefore, the cultivation method of the Dharma wasn't attractive to Zhao Hai at all. It can be said that the entire inner sect of the Black Tiger Gang was no longer attractive to Zhao Hai. The only place that attracted Zhao Hai's attention to inner court disciples was the Scripture Pavilion. The Black Tiger Gang Scripture Pavilion was a specialized and independent department. It had its own rules regarding what jade slips the odd job disciple could see, what jade slips the outer court disciple could see, and what jade slips the inner court disciple could see. There were very strict rules regarding what jade slips the inner court disciple could see, what jade slips the outer court disciple could see, and what jade slips the inner court disciple could see. The Hidden Scriptures Pavilion was the only place that attracted Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai wanted to see what was inside the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion of the Black Tiger Gang. However, the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion of the Black Tiger Gang wasn't a place that could be seen just because one wanted to. The security was very strict. Even Zhao Hai didn't dare to rashly use silver needles to probe for fear of being discovered. The inner sect disciples of the Black Tiger Gang could only move around in the lower 3 floors of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. The entire Hidden Scriptures Pavilion had a total of 7 floors. Only the core disciples and the elders could move freely in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Therefore, the attraction of the inner sect disciples to Zhao Hai had been reduced to the lowest. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he wanted to enter the inner sect now, there wouldn't be any problem. If he wanted to enter the inner sect, he could do so in any competition. Even if it wasn't during the competition, as long as he showed his strength, he could easily enter the inner sect. However, he had just entered the world of cultivation for a few months. If he entered the inner sect so quickly, then it would be too eye-catching. Therefore, it was better for him to be an outer sect disciple for now. After the outer sect competition, it was time for the inner sect competition. The inner sect competition was similar to the outer sect competition. The only difference was that there were fewer inner sect disciples. Moreover, the inner sect disciples were much stronger than the outer sect disciples. Therefore, the inner sect competition was much more interesting than the outer sect competition. The inner disciple great competition could also be watched by others. Therefore, the inner disciple great competition was even more lively than the outer disciple great competition. Not only the inner disciple great competition, but also the outer disciple great competition. Almost all of the outer disciple great competition came to the traveling mountain to watch. Zhao Hai also wanted to see the level of the inner sect disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. Therefore, on the first day of the inner sect competition, he was also present. However, after seeing the level of the inner sect disciples, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel disappointed. This was because the level of these inner sect disciples wasn't very good. Some of them couldn't even condense their Dharma idol. Although they were stronger than the outer sect disciples, but they were still far from what Zhao Hai had expected. After watching the inner sect competition for a day, Zhao Hai returned to the Invisible Valley and didn't go out. The inner sect competition lasted for more than 10 days. However, Zhang Feng didn't participate in the inner sect competition. His status as the #1 inner sect disciple was only for outsiders to hear. His treatment was almost the same as the top 10 core disciples. Moreover, his strength was almost the same as the top 10 core disciples. Therefore, it was impossible for such a person to participate in the inner sect competition unless the Black Tiger Gang members were crazy. However, the last few rounds of the inner sect competition were really worth watching. The disciples who participated in the competition were already at the gold core stage. Each and every one of them had condensed their Dharma idols. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Finally, they had the appearance of an inner sect disciple. But even so, Zhao Hai didn't go to the platform. He sat in the guest room and watched the entire competition. He found out that none of the inner sect disciples were his opponents. Because Zhang Feng didn't participate, Zhao Hai didn't know what level Zhang Feng was at. However, Zhao Hai was sure that Zhang Feng's level was much higher than the inner sect disciples. If they really fought, Zhang Feng wouldn't be any worse than Hui Yun. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that he didn't see Han Buili in the inner sect competition. It seems like the dark department had a lot of privileges. They didn't even need to participate in the competition. Of course, it was also possible that Han Buili participated, but his performance was too inconspicuous. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't see it. Recently, Han Buili didn't come to the Invisible Valley. Zhao Hai also didn't contact him, so he didn't know what Han Buili was busy with. However, Zhao Hai didn't take the initiative to contact Han Buili. Han Buili's identity was quite special. If Zhao Hai contacted Han Buili, then it might ruin his plans. Therefore, Zhao Hai generally waited for Han Buili to take the initiative to contact him. The dark department had always been mysterious. Therefore, Zhao Hai was very careful in this regard. The inner and outer sect competitions were already over. The Black Tiger Gang was only left with the core disciple competition. However, outsiders couldn't see the core disciple competition. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to be honest and put all of his energy into refining large artifacts. The large artifacts that Zhao Hai wanted to refine weren't in one piece. He wanted to use the giant spirit treasure ships method to divide the large artifacts into components. After refining them, he would assemble them together. Although it wasn't as strong as a single large artifact, as long as it was done well, it wouldn't be too bad. The most important thing was that the large artifacts that were assembled together were much easier to repair after being damaged. The broken pieces could be removed and replaced. However, when assembling this artifact, there were a lot of things that needed to be done. One had to ensure the strength of the artifact, as well as to protect it. After being damaged, one had to quickly replace it. In the beginning, Zhao Hai welded the two components together. However, after thinking about it, he realized that this wouldn't work. Once the artifact was damaged, it would need to be cut before it could be replaced. This wasn't very convenient. Finally, after experimenting with cold drinks, Zhao Hai thought of a method. This method was inspired by Zhao Hai when he was looking at some old furniture in China. Zhao Hai had seen some old furniture in China. Whether it was a bookshelf, a bed, a table, or a chair, there weren't any nails. They were all connected using the traditional mortise and tenon method. However, they were very strong. After being used for many years, they weren't damaged at all. Zhao Hai wanted to use this method on the ship. He wanted to see if this method would make the ship sturdy. And it turned out that this method was completely feasible. The mortise and tenon method was very suitable for large artifacts. With some special treatment, not only would it be very strong, but it would also be very convenient to disassemble the damaged parts after being damaged. After confirming this point, the manufacturing speed of the large artifact naturally sped up. But then another problem appeared, and that was the problem of the arrangement of the spirit array. On such a large artifact, there were countless formations. Zhao Hai was prepared to use some three-dimensional formations on this large artifact. But when these formations were arranged, they needed energy lines in the middle to connect the nodes of the entire formation together. This way, the formation would be able to display its full potential. If the energy lines in the middle were broken, then the impact on the array would be very big. If Zhao Hai used the mortise and tenon method to assemble the artifact, then the continuous pulling of the energy lines would become a problem. This was because the energy lines of the array were very thin. As long as there was a slight dislocation, there would be no way to connect them. If the connection couldn't be made, then the array wouldn't be able to display 100% of its power. This would have a huge impact on the entire large artifact. In the end, Zhao Hai had no choice but to make some special designs on the connection points. After some careful calculations, these problems were finally solved. After all of this was solved, 10 days had passed. At this time, the entire Black Tiger gang had returned to their calm state. The storm of the competition was finally over. Those who didn't level up still had to live their own lives, do missions, and cultivate. Everything was back on track. As for Zhao Hai, no one came to look at him. 5 days later, Zhao Hai finally succeeded in making the large artifact that looked like Xinghe's treasure ship. After testing it and finding no problems, Zhao Hai took out a jade sword message and sent it to Zhang Hao. If Zhang Hao and Zhang Feng had time, then they should come to Unseen Valley. Zhang Hao knew that Zhao Hai was preparing a gift for Zhang Feng, but Zhang Feng didn't. Because of this, when Zhang Feng received the jade sword message from Zhao Hai, she was somewhat bewildered. She didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted. Therefore, she immediately took care of the matter at hand and led Zhang Hao to Unseen Valley. Zhang Feng attached great importance to Zhao Hai. Therefore, when he heard that Zhao Hai was looking for him, he immediately handed over his matters and led Zhang Hao to the Invisible Valley. Zhang Hao had already guessed why Zhao Hai was looking for Zhang Feng, but he didn't say it out loud. He wanted to give Zhang Feng a surprise. Moreover, he was also a little afraid. If Zhao Hai didn't look for Zhang Feng because of the gift, then it wouldn't be good if he said it out loud. A white light flashed as the two appeared in the Invisible Valley's transmission formation. Zhao Hai was standing next to the transmission formation. When he saw the two, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Senior brother Zhang, you came really fast." Zhang Feng saw that Zhao Hai didn't seem to be in a hurry, so he smiled faintly and said, "I heard that you have something to do." "What's the matter?" "I pushed back a lot of things to come here. If it's not something important, then I won't spare you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This matter isn't important to me. But I don't know if it's important to Senior brother. This time, I came to give you a gift." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, this matter isn't important to me." Zhang Feng stared and said, "Gift? You're giving it to me? Isn't this nonsense? I don't lack anything. Why are you giving me a gift?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't say that. Elder brother, I think that with your identity, what you need the most right now is a means of transportation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder brother, I think that with your identity, what you lack the most is a means of transportation." Zhang Feng stared, then he stopped walking. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Means of transportation? I have a lot of means of transportation, but I haven't used them yet. I want to wait until one day, I must get my hands on a large artifact. I don't need an ordinary means of transportation." Zhang Feng was telling Zhao Hai that if you want to give me a means of transportation, then I won't use ordinary things. You can keep it for yourself. What I want is a large artifact. Whether it was in the cultivation world or in the cultivation world, large artifacts were very difficult to refine. Because of this, large artifacts were very rare. For a large gang like the Black Tiger gang, they didn't have a lot of large artifacts. Some of them were secretive and couldn't be taken out. They were reserved for the gang's life and death situations. Because of this, there were very few large artifacts in the Black Tiger gang. Aside from the 10 core disciples, who each had a tiger boat, only the gang's leader and elders were equipped with tiger boats. However, the entire Black Tiger gang only had 20 tiger boats. If you weren't a leader, an elder, or a core disciple of the Black Tiger gang and wanted to use a large artifact, then I'm sorry, but you can only rely on yourself. If you can find the materials and find someone to help you refine a large artifact, then not to mention one, even if you were to make 100 of them, nobody would care. However, in the entire cultivation world, the number of people who could refine large artifacts could be counted on one's fingers. Of course, this referred to refining alone, it didn't mean that they didn't know how to refine them. Refining large artifacts required the cooperation of many blacksmiths. It also required a blacksmithing grandmaster to command them. Therefore, the refining of large artifacts had always been a big problem. It was also because of the difficulty of refining large artifacts that large gangs like the Black Tiger Gang didn't have many large artifacts that they could take out. Because of this, Zhang Feng didn't believe that Zhao Hai would be able to make a large artifact as a gift. When Zhao Hai heard Zhang Feng, he knew what he meant. He smiled faintly and said, "Eldest brother, this time I'll give you a means of transportation. I'm sure you'll like it." Then he waved his hand and took out Xinghe's treasure boat. At this time, Xinghe's treasure boat was only a meter long. It looked like a very delicate model. But the more it was like this, the more exquisite and beautiful it looked. Zhao Hai threw the treasure boat in his hand and shouted, "Big!" The treasure boat looked like it was being inflated. In an instant, it swelled up. Before long, the treasure boat turned into a huge object. It wasn't any smaller than the Black Tiger Gang's tiger boat. Although it didn't look very gorgeous, it looked very imposing. Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao stared blankly at the huge treasure boat. There was no need to talk about Zhang Feng. He didn't know that Zhao Hai would give him such a gift. Naturally, he was very surprised. Even Zhang Hao, who knew that Zhao Hai wanted to give him a gift, was startled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would give Zhang Feng such a gift. This was too amazing. After some time, Zhang Feng recovered. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, is this for me?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "When I was in the cultivator realm, I refined several large artifacts. At that time, the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm were mortal enemies. The Giant Spirit realm was famous for their large artifacts. Later on, the Giant Spirit realm was defeated by us and their refining method was stolen by us. This large artifact was refined according to the Giant Spirit realm's refining method. But after some improvements and some rare materials, I was able to refine it into this ship." "Senior brother, what is your identity?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "I've refined several large artifacts in the 100 Treasures realm. You're on the same level as the core disciples. How can you not have a decent means of transportation? I'll give this to you, senior brother. See if you like it." Zhang Feng's eyes shined as he looked at the treasure boat. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, I like it very much." "Ha ha ha. Little Hai, I really want to thank you." "Right, introduce this treasure boat to me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he flew up along with Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao and landed on the treasure boat. Then Zhao Hai turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Because this is a ship design, its fighting style is very simple. This ship's main purpose is to ram. In the lower realms, this ship was equipped with cannons. But in the cultivation realm, cannons aren't powerful enough, so I didn't install them. Now, if we want to attack enemies, we can only rely on ramming. This ship has a spirit-gathering formation. This spirit-gathering formation can automatically absorb the world's spiritual chi and turn it into the ship's power. When the ship is moving normally, there's no need to add crystal stones. But if you want to make the ship move at full speed, or even exceed the speed limit, then you must add crystal stones. Moreover, when the ship is in battle, it also needs crystal stones. This is because although the spirit-gathering formation can make the ship have a protective shield, the shield's defensive ability was very limited. Only with the addition of crystal stones would the other shields on the ship be able to play their role. Then there's the interior of the ship. Although the ship was only this big, it was enough to accommodate 40 to 50,000 people. This was because there was a crystal room, a preparation room, and some space to move around. If the ship was filled with people, then the ship could hold 100,000 people. In addition to the crystal stone system on the ship, there was also a spiritual gathering system, which allowed the cultivators on the ship to inject their own spiritual chi into the ship and transform it into the ship's power. This system could be used together with the spiritual gathering array. In other words, when necessary, in addition to the crystal stones, the people on the ship could also provide power to the ship, making it faster, stronger, and more powerful. In the ship's spare parts room, there are spare parts for the main parts of the ship. If those parts are damaged, then the spare parts in the spare parts room can be immediately replaced. This way, the ship can be restored in the shortest time possible. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest brother, let's go to the cabin and see if there's anything you're not satisfied with." Zhang Feng was already shocked by Zhao Hai's introduction. When he heard Zhao Hai, he just nodded and followed Zhang Hao to the cabin. While walking, Zhao Hai pointed to the deck at the stern and said, "You can arrange some guards there. There are some small rooms inside that can be used by odd jobs disciples. Naturally, it can also be used by outer disciples. It can be used as a reception on the ship." After saying that, he led the two of them into the cabin. The cabin was divided into a room for one person. In each room, there was only a simple futon. There was nothing else. The cabin was divided into 10 floors. Each floor had 20 rooms. Altogether, it can accommodate 200 people. Then the three went below the deck. Zhao Hai pointed to the first floor and said, "There are some small rooms on the first floor. People can live there." Then he pointed to a staircase and said, "From there, you can go below. The second floor is designed for you. There's also a storage room, spare parts room, and several smaller rooms. With your status, you can't be left alone. Those rooms are prepared for those people." While talking, Zhao Hai led Zhang Feng down the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was different from the first floor. On the first floor, you can see a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were rows of rooms. But on the second floor, you can only see a door with a tiger carved on it. If you want to see what the second floor is like, you have to go through the door. Zhao Hai opened the door and led Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao to the second floor. Upon entering the second floor, one could see a huge living room. This living room was about 10,000 square meters. Inside, there were clouds, a bar, and other places. There was even an activity room. It looked like a combination of a meeting room and a living room. Around the living room were several doors. One of the doors had a tiger carved on it, while the other doors had the words storage room, spare parts room, and lounge. Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhang Feng and said, "Elder brother, this living room is prepared for you to discuss things with people. I have prepared some spirit wine and spirit tea at the small bar. When you want to drink, you can prepare them there and then bring them over. The room with the tiger carving will be your lounge. The storage room is used to store crystal stones and other things. It is also divided into several small rooms. The spare parts room is used to store the ship's spare parts. These two rooms have another door. The door to the storage room leads directly to the power room, where the spirit gathering formation is located. If you want to send crystals from the storage room to the next floor, you can directly go through the storage room. The spare parts room is directly outside the ship, so you can directly take the spare parts outside the ship. This way, it will be more convenient to replace the spare parts." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "But I'm not sure if I'm right. I'm not sure if I'm right. I'm not sure if I'm right." After introducing the two rooms, Zhao Hai pushed open the door that had a tiger carving on it. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest brother, come and take a look at this room. It was specially prepared for you." Zhang Feng nodded, then he walked in with a happy expression. When he entered the room, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the decoration of the room was very gorgeous. It was gorgeous but not ostentatious. When one enters the room, one can feel that the owner of this room was a person with a very profound background. The walls of the room were white, and the floor was covered with a wooden floor. However, this floor wasn't made of ordinary wood. It was made of blue wood. This blue wood had the ability to calm the mind and aid in cultivation. It could be said that it was very valuable. Moreover, this room was very big. After entering the door, there was a living room. The living room alone was more than 100 square meters. There were some almighty instruments inside. Next to the living room were several rooms that could be used as quiet rooms and lounges. There was even a training field inside. Each room was fully equipped, moreover, the decorations were very good. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these rooms were very gorgeous. After introducing Zhang Feng's room, Zhao Hai turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest brother, there are several floors below. However, these floors are ordinary rooms, they are prepared for the staff of the ship. Moreover, there is also an activity center where the people on the ship can move around. You can even drink and chat there. You don't have to look at those places, but there is one place on the ship that you must look at." After he said that, Zhao Hai led Zhang Feng to his living room. Then they went to the wall next to the living room. On the wall, there was a landscape painting. Zhao Hai went to the painting and pointed to a rock on the painting. Then he said to Zhang Feng, "This is it. Just press it." Then Zhao Hai pressed the rock. Along with Zhao Hai's action, the landscape painting immediately changed. The entire painting slowly became transparent. Then a grid of things appeared on the painting. Finally, each grid lit up. But the things that were displayed on the grid made Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao confused. Some of the grids showed an empty room, while others showed a staircase or something that looked like a ship's railing. Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly to Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest brother, don't underestimate this place. Do you see? The first grid here represents a place on the boat. Except for your room, all the other places on the boat are here. You can enlarge any one or several places." Then Zhao Hai drew on several grids. The grids were immediately enlarged. One was an empty room, one was a staircase, and the last one was a storage room. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was telling him that every room on the ship was under his surveillance. Zhang Hao's expression changed. He was very clear about how powerful this function was. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then anyone who entered the ship wouldn't be able to escape Zhang Feng's surveillance. Anyone who wasn't loyal to Zhang Feng would be exposed. Zhao Hai then said, "This thing can also make a sound and hear what the other person is saying. However, this sound can be controlled. When you let it make a sound, it will make a sound. When you don't let it make a sound, it won't make a sound." Then with the help of Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng operated the surveillance system. This surveillance system was very simple. Not only can it be operated by hand, it can also be operated by voice. It can even be operated by spiritual force. For a nascent soul stage expert like Zhang Feng, this was very simple. After a while, Zhang Feng understood how to operate it. Zhao Hai said, "Eldest brother, do you want to go to other places? See if there's anything that needs to be improved. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that except for your room and the power room below, the walls of all the other rooms can be dismantled at any time. You can turn 2 or more rooms into one big room at any time." Zhang Feng nodded. Then he went out and walked around the ship. He looked at every corner of the ship. Just like what Zhao Hai said, the interior of the ship was very large. If it was filled with people, then it could hold 100,000 people. After looking at the entire ship, Zhang Feng stood at the bow and looked at the stone mountain in the distance. He didn't speak for a long time. At this moment, his mood was very complicated. He didn't think that what he had been thinking about all these years would become a reality. And the one who helped him fulfill this wish was actually Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and softly said, "Elder brother, I have to make it clear to you that this ship is different from other large artifacts. Other large artifacts are refined as a whole, but this large artifact is made separately. The entire artifact is assembled one by one. It must be said that its strength is indeed worse than a large artifact. However, the parts can be replaced. As long as there are parts, even if this artifact is half destroyed, it can still be restored in a short time. Although its fighting strength cannot be compared to the Black Tiger Gang's Tiger ship, it is still impossible for the Tiger ship to destroy this large artifact. Elder brother, you can rest assured about this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder brother, I have to tell you that this ship is different from other large artifacts. While other large artifacts are refined as a whole, this large artifact is made separately. Eldest brother, don't worry." The reason why Zhao Hai said this to Zhang Feng was to tell him that he can refine this large artifact by himself. No one else can help him. Zhang Feng turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Then he patted his shoulder and said, "All right, little Hai, I want to thank you. I really like your gift. I'll accept it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's great. Right, elder brother, another feature of this large artifact is that it can be enlarged and shrunk very easily. And because of its internal space, when it's enlarged or shrunk, the people inside don't need to come out. When you want it to be small, you can just use your spiritual force to control it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's great. Right, elder brother, another feature of this large artifact is that it can be enlarged and shrunk very easily. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up as he said, in other words, this artifact can use small transmission formations. Am I right? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, right, this artifact can use small transmission formations. Not only that, you can also build transmission formations on top of this artifact. You can set up several transmission formations on the deck. Those transmission formations wouldn't affect the large artifact too much. Elder brother can rest assured about this. Naturally, since the artifact has already been built, it wouldn't be a problem if you make too many changes. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes, this artifact can use small transmission formations. Not only that, you can also build transmission formations on the deck. Zhang Feng immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. The cultivation realm was also the same. Most large artifacts wouldn't set up transmission formations. This was because this would greatly affect the lifespan of the artifact. On the other hand, a treasure ship didn't have this problem. This was the most important thing. Zhang Feng was very clear that with this large artifact, it was equivalent to having a mobile base. He could move his sect onto this large artifact. Besides the lack of spirit veins, there was no difference between this large artifact and his sect. From this point of view, this large artifact even surpassed the tiger ship in some aspects. Tiger ships were used for combat, and their combat effectiveness was very high. On the other hand, this large artifact focused more on its practicality. This was a difference in design philosophy. Therefore, the tiger ship and the treasure ship can be said to have their own advantages. Zhang Feng let out a long breath, then he laughed and said, good. Ha ha ha. With this large artifact, I want to see what those 10 fellows can use to suppress me. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Feng laughing, Zhao Hai and Zhang Hao looked at each other and didn't say anything. However, the two also had a smile on their faces. Zhang Feng rarely showed such intense mood swings. From this, one could see how happy Zhang Feng was. After some time, Zhang Feng calmed down. Then he waved his hand towards Zhao Hai and said, let's go. I have something to tell you. Then he went down first. Zhao Hai and Zhang Hao followed behind. Before long, the three arrived at Zhang Feng's room. Zhang Feng was sitting on a cloud as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, do you know Han Buli? Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Zhang Feng would ask him about this matter. However, he didn't intend to hide it from Zhang Feng, so he nodded and said, yes, I do know Han Buli. Zhang Feng curiously asked, how did you know him? Zhao Hai smiled embarrassedly and said, elder brother, you should know that I have some spatial abilities. Some time ago, I stayed in Invisible Valley, so I went out for a stroll. Since there are undead here, I don't need to worry about being discovered. While I was drinking on a mountain, I met Han Buli. I invited him to drink with me and he didn't decline. The two of us chatted happily. Later on, he came to Invisible Valley several times, but he changed his appearance every time he came. I must say that his ability to change his appearance is very formidable. He said that nobody can see through his disguise. I heard that he's a member of the Dark Department, and the matters of the Dark Department are quite secretive, so I didn't ask him about it. What's wrong, elder brother? Is there a problem with him? Zhang Feng didn't think that the relationship between Zhao Hai and Han Buli would be this simple. However, he didn't believe that Zhao Hai would lie to him. This was because he also believed that sometimes, two people knew each other very simply. Zhang Feng smiled faintly, then she shook her head and said, he's fine, you can interact with him more. I'm just curious, I don't know how you met each other. Later on, you don't have to stay in Invisible Valley all the time, you can go out and play. When you leave, you can leave some things to the undead. When I go back, I'll give you a set of techniques that can change your appearance, then you can go out and play. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he shook his head and said, there's no problem with him. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. He didn't decline, even though he didn't need it. Sima Yinlong was sitting in his room, flipping through a jade slip in his hand. This jade slip recorded a sword formation. Core disciples like them, although they seemed to be very powerful, they didn't dare to relax for even a moment. This was because they were very clear that everything they had today came from their strength. If they were unable to use their strength to stand in their current position, then they would immediately lose everything they had today. It could be said that as a core disciple, they were more nervous and pressured than ordinary disciples. Especially for the top 10 core disciples, if they were to fall from their positions, then those who followed them would certainly disperse by more than half. Just thinking about that kind of life made them feel afraid. Therefore, core disciples like Sima Yinlong didn't go anywhere. They still had a lot of opportunities to stay in their sect. While Sima Yinlong was looking at the sword formation, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Senior brother, Jingyin wants to see you." Sima Yinlong's brows furrowed imperceptibly as he said in a deep voice, "Come in." Jingyin pushed open the door and walked in. She bowed to Sima Yinlong and said, "Greetings, senior brother." Sima Yinlong nodded his head and said, "Okay, no need to be so polite. Tell me, why are you looking for me at this time?" Jingyin nodded. She looked at Sima Yinlong and said, "Senior apprentice brother, I just received news that Zhang Feng obtained a large magic tool from somewhere. It's shaped like a boat. I don't know how strong it is." Hearing Jingyin, Sima Yinlong couldn't help but put away the jade slip that he had been fiddling with. He looked at Sima Yinlong and said, "Large artifact? Boat-shaped? How big is it?" The battle between the top 10 core disciples and Zhang Feng was going on in all aspects. Among them, the thing that made the top 10 core disciples most proud was that they had large artifacts while Zhang Feng didn't. These years, Zhang Feng had always wanted to obtain a large artifact. But in the cultivation world, there were no ready-made large artifacts for sale. Even if there were, Zhang Feng wouldn't be able to afford it. Zhang Feng also wanted to find someone to help him refine it, but none of the refiners in the Black Tiger gang dared to take this job, because they were afraid that Zhang Feng would blame them if they didn't refine it well. Because of this, Zhang Feng still didn't have her own large artifact. This made Sima Yinlong and the others, who couldn't suppress Zhang Feng in terms of strength and status, very happy. But now that they heard that Zhang Feng had a large artifact, Sima Yinlong's expression changed. The battle between the top 10 core disciples and Zhang Feng was not just a simple battle of personal feelings. There were many other things involved. It was equivalent to the battle of power and interests between the gang leader and the Black Tiger gang. Therefore, the top 10 core disciples attached great importance to Zhang Feng's matter. Although Sima Yinlong was concerned about the battle prowess of Zhang Feng's large artifact, he was more concerned about where Zhang Feng had obtained it. Large artifacts weren't something that just anyone could refine. Moreover, in Sima Yinlong's impression, large artifacts couldn't be refined by just one person. However, Zhang Feng had actually taken out a large artifact without anyone noticing. This could only mean one thing: someone else had refined it for him. Did he ask someone from another gang to refine it for him? Or did he secretly control some refiners? No matter which one it was, Sima Yinlong didn't want to see it happen. If someone from another gang helped Zhang Feng refine a large artifact, then it meant that Zhang Feng had the support of another gang. This was absolutely not good news for them. If Zhang Feng had some refiners in his hands, then it would be even more troublesome. Zhang Feng could use these refiners to pull people in. When that time comes, Zhang Feng's strength would become even more formidable. Although the Black Tiger gang was now very powerful, almost to the point of overriding the gang leader was still a legitimate existence. Sima Yinlong also knew that the reason why Zhang Feng was able to develop so quickly was because of the gang leader's support. However, most of the refiners in the Black Tiger gang were in the hands of the other clans. Although the gang leader had some refiners, it was impossible for them to refine large artifacts. If Zhang Feng really had a refiner that could refine large artifacts, then it would be equal to making up for the gang leader's weakness. This was absolutely not a good thing for the other clans. Jingyin didn't know what Sima Yinlong was thinking. Although he followed Sima Yinlong for some time, he didn't know about the power behind Sima Yinlong. Because of this, he honestly said, "It's very big. Looking at the appearance of the ship, it's not smaller than the Black Tiger boat. It's very imposing." Sima Yinlong frowned, then he waved his hand towards Jingyin and said, "All right, you can go. Continue investigating for me and see if you can find out where Zhang Feng obtained that large artifact. Right, start with Zhang Feng's battle slaves." Jingyin looked at Sima Yinlong, then he bitterly smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm afraid it's too late. Zhang Feng already reported to the gang that his battle slaves had died from qi deviation while refining. Then he transferred a group of battle slaves from the cultivator realm. Sima Yinlong immediately stood up. For the first time, a shocked expression appeared on his face. He didn't think that Zhang Feng would be so ruthless and directly kill those people. It seems like those people definitely knew some of the Black Tiger Gang's secrets. Otherwise, Zhang Feng wouldn't be so ruthless. Sima Yinlong circled the ground twice, then he said, "Alright, you can go now. Continue investigating. This might be Zhang Feng's biggest secret, we must investigate it thoroughly." Jin Jingyi nodded, then he turned around and left. At the same time, Sima Yinlong immediately went to a nearby room. Then a white light flashed as Sima Yinlong disappeared. When Sima Yinlong reappeared, he was already inside a study room. An old man was sitting inside. When the old man felt Sima Yinlong's arrival, he looked up and said, "Why are you here? Is it because of Zhang Feng?" Sima Yinlong carefully replied, "Yes, grandfather. It's because of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng has a large artifact, but the origin of this artifact is very strange. Most importantly, he killed all of his battle slaves. I think that those battle slaves must have known something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed them." The old man looked at Sima Yinlong and said, "I already know about this matter. You don't need to be so nervous." "There's no need to be so nervous. We don't have any clues about this matter. Even if we want to investigate, we wouldn't be able to. Moreover, our clans aren't vegetarians. Even if that person wants to deal with us, it wouldn't be easy. Don't act like the end of the world." Sima Yinlong lowered his head as he listened to his teacher. He didn't dare to refute. The old man looked at him and said, "You can go back. Don't come to my place so easily. If you're discovered, then it'll be troublesome." Sima Yinlong nodded, then he turned around and left. The old man looked at Sima Yinlong's departing back inside, he still can't keep his cool. Then the old man stood up and frowned as he muttered, "But this matter should be discussed with those fellows." Then the old man said, "Someone, prepare the carriage." A servant immediately responded. Before long, the old man went out of his room. There was already a carriage waiting for him outside. The old man's carriage was actually a beast carriage. Unexpectedly, there were several dragon-like beasts that were waiting for him. Their bodies were iron black, and their scales were reflecting light. One could see that they weren't easy to deal with. However, all of them were docile and didn't have any domineering aura. After the old man got on the carriage, the beast carriage immediately soared into the sky and disappeared. The mansion that the carriage left behind was very majestic. In front of the mansion's door, there was a sign with the word Sea Mansion written on it. It was the Sea Mansion, not the Sima Mansion. This old man was the leader of the Sea family, a famous family of the Black Tiger Gang. However, no one in the Black Tiger Gang knew that Sima Yinlong was from the Sea Mansion. On the contrary, in the minds of the Black Tiger Gang, Sima Yinlong and the Sea family didn't seem to get along. The other big families of the Black Tiger Gang did the same thing as the Sea Mansion. After they knew that Zhang Feng had her own large artifact, they also made their move. Everyone was heading towards the Hu family. The Hu family wasn't an ordinary family of cultivators. In fact, the Hu family was a family of demon cultivators. The members of the family were all demon cultivators of the fox race. Moreover, the Hu family had existed since the Black Tiger Gang was founded. After so many years, the Hu family still stood tall in the Black Tiger Gang. From this, one could see how powerful this family was. In the Black Tiger Gang, there were two ancient families. One was the Hu family, and the other was the Han family. However, very few outsiders knew about the Han family. On the other hand, the Hu family was very famous in the northern Strange Continent. It could be said that these two families, one in the open and one in the dark, were the two biggest powers in the Black Tiger Gang. The Hu family had gathered many families in the Black Tiger Gang. These families followed the Hu family's lead and didn't even put the gang leader in their eyes. They only followed the Hu family's orders. On the other hand, the Han family was the gang leader's most staunch supporter. Every generation of the gang leader's position was inextricably linked to the Han family. Because of this, the two families weren't very harmonious. Although they hadn't reached the point of fighting each other, it was almost impossible for them to cooperate. The movements of the big families were naturally known by the Black Tiger Gang's current leader. However, the current leader didn't have time to care about them because he was currently meeting with Zhang Feng. The current leader of the Black Tiger Gang was called Zhang Tian. He was a body cultivator and was at the crossing calamity stage. His strength was unfathomable. He was over 2 meters tall, had ashen skin, a big beard, and round eyes. He looked like a ferocious Zhang Fei. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, no one knew how old he was. Zhang Feng was currently standing in Tai Zhan Tian's study. Tai Zhan Tian looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, tell me, where did you get your large artifact?" Zhang Feng looked at Tai Zhan Tian. She didn't seem to be afraid, instead, she smiled faintly and said, "Someone gave me a gift. He said that with my current status, it would be unreasonable for me to not have a large artifact. Therefore, he gave me a large artifact." Tai Zhan Tian stared, then his eyes widened even more. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Don't talk nonsense. That is a large artifact. Who would be so imposing as to give a large artifact to someone else? I think you're just trying to clean it up." Zhang Feng had an innocent look on her face as she said, "Martial uncle, I'm not talking nonsense. It was really given to me by someone else. That large artifact is a kind of assembled artifact. It's divided into several parts and then refined separately. After the refining was successful, it was assembled together. Then the formations inside were connected together to form this large artifact. I didn't lie to you." When Tai Zhan Tian heard Zhang Feng, he was somewhat convinced. However, he still had a puzzled look on his face as he said, "Where did you find such a refining grandmaster? He's quite generous. Now, the great clans can't sit still and are looking for him. Did he expose himself?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Absolutely not. As for that person's identity, I can't say it. Martial uncle, you don't need to ask. I'm sure that the great clans can't find him. It's also impossible for him to help the great clans. Moreover, he's not just a refining grandmaster, he's also an alchemy grandmaster. In the future, we won't have to worry about our supply of pills." When he heard Zhang Feng, Tai Zhan Tian couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Really? If that's the case, then that's great." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "It's absolutely true. I have a good relationship with that grandmaster. If Martial Uncle needs any pills, just tell me and I'll see if I can get them from that grandmaster. However, the battle slaves might know that I've been in contact with that grandmaster. Therefore, I can only kill them." Tai Zhantian waved his hand and said, "What's the big deal about a few battle slaves? Let's just kill them." "Right, I heard that you arranged a battle slave to join the gang. Does he know about this?" Zhang Feng shook her head and said, "He doesn't know. You can rest assured, that kid is a talent. I'm planning to leave him for a while. When the time comes, I'll still need him." When Tai Zhantian heard Zhang Feng, he nodded and said, "All right, that's good. You need to be careful for a while. Don't come in contact with the grandmaster. The great clans are watching you, even the Han family. If you come in contact with the grandmaster, you might be exposed. Therefore, you need to be honest for a while, understand? Do you understand?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Martial uncle can rest assured, I'll take care of it." "But Martial uncle, even if the Han family knows, won't they be fine? In fact, Hanren already knows that grandmaster's identity." When he heard Zhang Feng, Tai Zhantian couldn't help but stare. Then he gently knit his brows. After some time, he said, "If they know, then they know. The Han family knows what to do. As long as that grandmaster's identity isn't exposed, then it's fine. Alright, you can go back. Be careful." Zhang Feng nodded, then turned around and left. In the Han family's study, Han Ren was looking at the information in front of him. The information was about what Zhao Hai did in the lower realms as well as what Zhao Hai did after arriving in the cultivation realm. The Han family knew about Zhang Feng's large artifact immediately. Moreover, they knew about it earlier than anyone else. Hanren wasn't a fool. When Zhang Feng told him about Zhao Hai's ability to decompose and synthesize large artifacts, Hanren immediately thought of Zhao Hai. Others might not know where Zhang Feng got her large artifact, but Hanren immediately thought of Zhao Hai. After learning about this, Hanren immediately took out all of Zhao Hai's information and read it carefully. This was because Zhao Hai's ability to refine large artifacts was worthy of his attention. After reading Zhao Hai's information, Hanren discovered some problems. The 100 Treasures realm suddenly rose after Zhao Hai joined. Moreover, they defeated the Giant Spirit realm in one fell swoop and obtained the refining method of the Giant Spirit treasure ship. From what Hanren understood, the refining method of the Giant Spirit treasure ship was to refine it separately and then assemble it. Thinking about how Zhang Feng's large artifact was also in the shape of a ship, Hanren would be an idiot if he didn't understand what was going on. Moreover, in the cultivation realm, Zhao Hai slaughtered the entire Buddhist realm because of Muyu. Hanren also knew about this. To be honest, Hanren was getting more and more confused about Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai looked like an ordinary cultivator on the surface and rarely did things in a high-profile manner, it was precisely because of this that his body was shrouded in a dense fog. This made Hanren even more curious about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't seem to be an ordinary cultivator. Hanren closed his eyes for a moment before he said, "Go and call Buli." In the darkness, there was a sound of response, and then there was silence. Before long, footsteps could be heard from outside. When the footsteps reached Hanren's study, Hanren said, "Come in, don't knock on the door." Just as his voice fell, Han Buli pushed the door open and entered. He bowed to Hanren and said, "Third uncle, you're looking for me?" Hanren nodded, then he looked at Han Buli and said, "Buli, have you been to Zhao Hai recently?" Han Buli looked at Hanren with a puzzled expression. Hanren rarely interfered with his friends, but Zhao Hai was an exception. How many times did Hanren ask about Zhao Hai? Han Buli couldn't remember, but he could see that Hanren attached great importance to Zhao Hai. Han Buli shook his head and said, "No, I've been busy these past few days, so I didn't go to Little Hai." "What happened, third uncle? Zhao Hai's fine?" Hanren stared at him and said, "Of course he's fine. I'm asking you, why? Don't you get in contact with Zhao Hai? You don't have any missions right now, so your most important mission is to get in contact with Zhao Hai. Do you understand?" When Han Buli heard this, his expression changed. He looked at Hanren and said, "Third uncle, you better make it clear to me. Why do you want me to get in contact with Zhao Hai? I really think of him as a friend, I don't want him to be used." When Hanren heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Looking at Han Buli's expression, Hanren suddenly understood. Han Buli really thought of Zhao Hai as a friend, not as a target for missions. Because of this, even if he wanted to harm Zhao Hai, Han Buli wouldn't agree. Unless Zhao Hai was a threat to the Han clan. Hanren looked at Han Buli and sighed. Then he said, "Buli, don't misunderstand. Letting you get in contact with Zhao Hai isn't to use him. In fact, we just want you to get on good terms with Zhao Hai. If our Han clan asks him for help, he might be able to help us." When Han Buli heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Hanren in disbelief and said, "Third uncle, are you mistaken? Our Han clan asking Zhao Hai for help? How is that possible?" Hanren stared at Han Buli and said, "What's impossible? How could you know about Zhao Hai's abilities? Zhang Feng just obtained a large artifact. Do you know about this?" Han Buli nodded and said, "I know. This matter has caused quite a stir. I heard that the great clans went to the Hu clan. Ha ha ha, it's really lively." Hanren stared at Han Buli, then he sneered and said, "Then do you know where Zhang Feng got her large artifact?" Han Buli shook his head and said, "How would I know?" "Third uncle, are you saying that Zhang Feng's large artifact has something to do with Zhao Hai?" Hanren stared at Han Buli and said, "Of course it's related. Zhao Hai has a divergent ability called decompose and synthesize. He can decompose waste materials into usable materials and then synthesize them. Do you know the value of this ability?" Han Buli nodded and said, "Of course it's related." Hearing Hanren, Han Buli immediately understood. He knew that Hanren wasn't joking this time. Moreover, Han Buli grew up in a great clan like the Han clan. Naturally, he understood the value of Zhao Hai's special ability. Seeing Han Buli nod, Hanren continued, "Not long after Zhao Hai entered the cultivation realm, he was already under Zhang Feng's banner. Because of this, Zhang Feng arranged for him to go to the Invisible Valley. Think about it, with Zhao Hai's decomposing and synthesizing ability, wouldn't he be like a fish in water in the Invisible Valley? And not long after Zhao Hai went to the Invisible Valley, Zhang Feng obtained a large artifact. If you say that this large artifact has nothing to do with Zhao Hai, would you believe it? Most importantly, Zhao Hai had experience in making large artifacts when he was in the cultivation realm. Do you understand now? Han Buli nodded and said, I understand. No wonder Zhao Hai didn't care about being sent to the Invisible Valley. Instead, he seemed to be very happy. It seems like Zhang Feng values him a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't have slaughtered those battle slaves. Han Ren nodded and said, of course Zhang Feng values him a lot. Last time, because you used an alias to contact Zhao Hai several times, Zhang Feng asked us to deal with you. I had to personally ask and explain. Only then did Zhang Feng tell her about Zhao Hai. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to be as free as you are now. Zhao Hai's decomposing and synthesizing ability is too strong. You should tell him about your identity. This way, if our family needs Zhao Hai's help in the future, it'll be easier for us to ask. If we have to talk to Zhao Hai when the time comes, then it wouldn't be good. Han Buli nodded and said, yes, third uncle. I understand. Don't worry, I know what to do. Han Ren nodded, then he waved his hand and said, all right, you can leave. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Besides you, me, Zhao Hai, and Zhang Feng, I don't want anyone else to know about this. If outsiders know about this, then it wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai. Do you understand? Han Buli nodded and said, third uncle can rest assured. I know how serious this matter is. I won't tell anyone. I'll be going to find Zhao Hai for a drink. Then he turned around and left. Han Ren looked at Han Buli's appearance and couldn't help but shake his head. Then he smiled. He really envied Han Buli. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to make a good friend in a place like the cultivation realm. But Han Buli was able to make a friend like Zhao Hai. This was the reason why Han Ren envied him. At the same time, Han Ren was also surprised by Han Buli's luck. Han Buli's luck was really good. His cultivation talent wasn't that good. He ate so many pills and only reached the golden core stage. However, the heavens gave him the ability to change his appearance. This allowed him to live in a large family like the Han family. And now, he was given a good friend like Zhao Hai. Han Ren couldn't help but admire his luck. After thinking about this, Han Ren couldn't help but chuckle. In his opinion, Han Buli becoming friends with Zhao Hai was only good for the Han clan. Naturally, Han Ren wouldn't stop it. Zhao Hai didn't know that the gift he gave out would cause the entire Black Tiger gang to become restless. He didn't know much about the Black Tiger gang, so he didn't care about it. He continued to study his own magic formations. Zhao Hai didn't know much about the Black Tiger gang. At this time, a white light flashed from the transmission formation. Zhao Hai turned his attention and discovered that it was Han Buli. He immediately came out of the space and greeted Han Buli from afar. Brother Han, how come you're so idle today? Han Buli nodded. Han Buli laughed and said, isn't it because I wanted to drink with you? Let's go in and talk. When Zhao Hai heard Han Buli, he knew that there was something else. He didn't say anything as he nodded and followed Han Buli inside. After entering the cave, the two sat down. Han Buli looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, let me ask you something. Zhang Feng's large artifact, did you give it to him? Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Han Buli with a puzzled expression. One must know that only Zhang Feng, Zhang Hao, and himself knew that he gave Zhang Feng a large artifact. Moreover, Zhang Feng killed the other battle slaves when he returned. There was no way for this to be leaked. So how did Han Buli know about it? After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Hai understood. Han Buli must be acquainted with Zhang Feng. It was only possible that he knew about it from Zhang Feng. Thinking about this, Zhao Hai didn't plan on hiding it from Han Buli. He smiled faintly and said, yes, I gave it to him. The reason why Zhao Hai was so sure that Han Buli knew about it from Zhang Feng was because of his faith in him. When he showed Zhang Feng the large artifact, he had already covered the area with silver needles. These silver needles could not only monitor the surroundings, they could also block other people's spiritual force. even if Zhao Hai and the others were to cause a ruckus in the valley, it would be impossible for outsiders to know about it. Therefore, the news that Zhang Feng got the large artifact from Zhao Hai couldn't have been leaked through other channels. Moreover, Zhao Hai believed that Zhang Feng wouldn't spread this news. Since it was Zhang Feng who spread the news, it meant that Han Buli wasn't an outsider. At the very least, he was on Zhang Feng's side. Because of this, Zhao Hai directly admitted it. Han Buli didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to analyze so much from his words. He couldn't help but stare, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good kid. You're honest enough. I didn't befriend you in vain." Han Buli didn't expect Zhao Hai to analyze so much from his words. Han Buli was very happy. In his view, for Zhao Hai to be so frank with him meant that he was a true friend. If he didn't, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have told him about this matter so quickly. Zhao Hai looked at Han Buli, then he smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Han, I'm afraid you know about this matter because of senior brother. Are you eldest senior brother's subordinate?" Han Buli stared at Zhao Hai, then he snorted and said, "Him? You want me to be his subordinate? He's not bad. Since little Hai treats me as a friend, then I won't hide it from you. Listen well, I'm a member of the Black Tiger Gang's Han clan." Han Buli proudly looked at Zhao Hai, only to find that Zhao Hai was looking at him blankly. Han Buli couldn't help but pat his head. Then he remembered that Zhao Hai had just arrived in the cultivation realm. Moreover, the Han clan was an unknown clan, so it was normal that Zhao Hai didn't know about it. Thinking of this, Han Buli explained to Zhao Hai about the Han clan's position in the Black Tiger Gang, as well as his status in the Han clan. After hearing this, Zhao Hai looked at Han Buli strangely and said, "So big brother Han is a member of a great clan? How come I don't think so? You're not putting gold on your face, are you?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Han Buli couldn't help but stare at him and said, "What are you talking about? I'm a direct descendant of the Han clan, there's no need to pretend. The Han clan and Zhang Feng are actually cooperating. Because of this, the Han clan knows about you. You don't know, but because of Zhang Feng's large artifact, the Black Tiger Gang is in a mess. The other great clans went to the Hu clan to discuss with those old foxes." Then Han Buli explained to Zhao Hai about the Hu clan. Zhao Hai frowned as he listened. "So, I've become a character in the limelight? That's not good, I don't want to live like that." Han Buli chuckled and said, "Don't worry, nobody will think of you. Speaking of which, Zhang Feng did a good job this time. He directly slaughtered the battle slaves. This way, even if someone wanted to leak your information, it would be impossible." "Don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can't be exposed right now, otherwise I'll be in danger. Let them suspect me, as long as they don't suspect me." Han Buli smiled and said, "Don't worry, they won't. Do you see that transmission formation? If something happens, you can use that transmission formation to leave immediately. As long as you arrive at our residence, nobody would be able to touch you. Whether it's the Hu clan or the gang leader, nobody would be able to touch you. In a moment, I'll give you the coordinates of the transmission formation in case you need it." Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't decline. He looked at Han Buli and said, "Brother Han, I'll have to trouble you this time. If you have any refining matters in the future, you can look for me." "Right, I'll have to trouble you to get me some jade slips regarding the Black Tiger Gang's pills and refining techniques. Also, it's best if you can get me some jade slips regarding cultivation techniques." Han Buli nodded and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. It's not something important, I'll get it for you." "Right, brother, you can see that brother's cultivation talent isn't very good. Can you get me some pills or something? In the cultivation realm, everything else is fake, only strength is real. The same goes for you. Don't just focus on studying those things, you should focus on improving your strength." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't have any pills, but I'll give this to you. Drink it every day when you go back. It'll be good for you. After you go back, bring me Transcendent Stage cultivation methods as well as Golden Core Stage cultivation methods. I'll study them carefully." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." Han Buli frowned, then he said, "There's no problem with these cultivation techniques. But if you don't have faith power, then these cultivation techniques would be useless. I think you should talk about it later. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, who said that I don't have faith power? If I don't have faith power, then how could I pass the sky tower? It's just that I don't have a lot of faith power, and I haven't replenished it yet. It seems like I'll have to tell senior brother about this. I believe that senior brother will help me. When Han Buili heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Naturally, he believed that Zhang Feng would help Zhao Hai. Giving Zhao Hai some faith power was very simple for Zhang Feng. But what made Han Buili's eyes light up wasn't just this matter. He also thought that he could get his family to give Zhao Hai some faith power. This way, Zhao Hai would owe him a favor. In the future, it would be more convenient for him to ask Zhao Hai for help. After thinking about this, Han Buili immediately said, now that you mention it, I'll go back and tell my family to get you a portion of faith power. Don't decline. Faith power is very precious in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of people like us, it's nothing much. Zhao Hai believed Han Buili's words. He now knew what kind of existence the Han family was. Naturally, such a large family wouldn't lack faith power. Zhao Hai didn't decline, he nodded and said, that's good. Right, Brother Han, I already have faith power. Will the faith power you give me clash with the faith power in my body? Han Buili laughed and said, naturally, it won't. You can rest assured. Zhao Hai was finally relieved. At this time, Han Buili turned his attention to the large bottle that Zhao Hai gave him. Before, Han Buili wanted Zhao Hai to give him pills, but Zhao Hai gave him a large bottle. Inside the bottle was a transparent white liquid that looked like water. Han Buili curiously opened the bottle. A wine fragrance wafted out. Han Buili closed the bottle as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, this is wine? Why are you giving me wine? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, since I'm giving it to you, just take it. Don't worry, I've added something to the wine. After you go back, drink a small cup every day. When you run out, come and find me. I'll tell you, this is a good thing. Not only can it help you refine your qi, it's also good for your body. I wouldn't give it to ordinary people. This wine was something that Zhao Hai recently made. Because there were a lot of new things in the space, as well as some new herbs, Zhao Hai was able to make this wine. This wine can help people cultivate their spiritual qi and spiritual force. At the same time, it can also increase the strength of a person's body. It was definitely better than ordinary pills. When Han Buili heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, all right, then I won't be polite. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, brother, when do you have time, can you help me make a large artifact to play with? Zhao Hai snappily looked at Han Buili and said, you really dare to say that? That's a large artifact. Do you think it's a toy? If you want one, you can make one. I don't know how much effort it took to make eldest brother's large artifact. Also, what use do you have for it? Aren't you afraid of attracting attention? When the time comes, it would be snatched away. Han Buili thought about it and couldn't help but sigh, you're right. Zhang Feng has a large artifact, he has the ability to protect it. If I had a large artifact, I'm afraid I'd be killed or taken away by my family. I certainly wouldn't be able to keep it. Zhao Hai looked at Han Buili and smiled faintly. Han Buili didn't really want a large artifact, so he just sighed and let go of the matter. Zhao Hai looked at Han Buili and smiled faintly. Han Buili didn't really want a large artifact. After drinking for a while, Han Buili opened his mouth and said, Little Hai, the Black Tiger Gang isn't calm right now. The Hu family has gone crazy. Our family discovered that the Hu family seems to be colluding with outsiders. You have to be careful. Han Buili didn't say anything. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, colluding with outsiders? The Raging Flame sect? Han Buili shook his head and said, no, it seems like it's the Wandering Soul Gang. If it's the Raging Flame sect, then it would be better. The Raging Flame sect isn't very strong, so even if they participate, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with them. However, the Wandering Soul Gang isn't easy to deal with. Those fellows are ruthless and strong. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I heard that the Wandering Soul Gang are ghost cultivators. I haven't seen them yet, I want to see them when I have time. Han Buili shook his head and said, it's best if you don't see them. The Wandering Soul Gang is ruthless and doesn't play by the rules. They might be your friend today, but they might be your enemy tomorrow. It's better to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. Han Buili sighed and said, speaking of which, the Hu clan is really something. Their position in the Black Tiger Gang is already second only to the Black Tiger Gang, but they're still satisfied. They want the position of gang leader and even colluded with the Wandering Soul Gang. What do you think they want? Zhao Hai shook his head and sighed, people's greed knows no bounds. If you get something good, you'll always want something better. There's nothing strange about this. Right, now that you know that they're colluding with the Wandering Soul Gang, did you do anything? Are you just going to watch them do this? Han Buili sighed and said, even if we want to deal with them, I'm afraid we don't have the strength to do so. After many years of development, the Hu clan has already won over the large and small clans of the Black Tiger Gang to their side. Even if our Han clan and the gang leader worked together, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Moreover, when it comes to prestige in the Black Tiger Gang, our Han clan can't compare to the Hu clan. After all, our Han clan is in the dark while the Hu clan is in the light. Zhao Hai nodded, then he frowned and said, if the Hu clan really colludes with the Wandering Soul Gang and makes a move against you, then what do we do? Isn't it too passive to defend? Han Buili coldly snorted and said, our Han clan has been in the Black Tiger Gang for so many years, we're not weak. If they want to swallow us, then we're not afraid of them breaking their teeth. Don't worry, even if we can't suppress the Hu clan still wouldn't make a move against us. After sending Han Buili away, Zhao Hai had a better understanding of the Black Tiger Gang's situation compared to before. It can be said that the Black Tiger Gang was now in a very dangerous situation. There was a mole inside and a strong enemy outside. If this continues, then the Black Tiger Gang would be in real danger. However, there was nothing Zhao Hai could do right now. The Black Tiger Gang's situation was more complicated than he imagined. The great clans were very powerful, and Zhao Hai wasn't their opponent. If he wanted to change the Black Tiger Gang's situation, then he could only rely on Zhang Feng and the Han family. Zhao Hai returned to the space and sat there quietly, thinking about how to help Zhang Feng and the Han family. It wasn't that Zhao Hai had a good impression of the Black Tiger Gang, but his identity. Ever since he entered the cultivation realm as a battle slave and became a member of the Black Tiger Gang, his body had been branded with the Black Tiger Gang's mark. It was impossible for him to erase this mark. Unless he wanted to be a rogue cultivator. However, in the cultivation realm, rogue cultivators were the most unsatisfactory group of people. It wasn't good for his future development. Moreover, Zhang Feng and the Han family had their eyes on him. It was impossible for him to become a rogue cultivator. Whether it was Zhang Feng or the Han family, they wouldn't let him leave. Because of this, if Zhao Hai wanted to live a good life in the cultivation realm, then he could only stay in the Black Tiger Gang. This was because his current strength wasn't enough. It was impossible for him to develop on his own. Actually, with Zhao Hai's current strength, it was easy for him to leave the Black Tiger Gang. This was because the space had already collected a map of the surrounding area. Even the maps of the Wandering Soul Gang and the Raging Flame sect had been collected. Zhao Hai could enter the Wandering Soul Gang and the Raging Flame sect and then find a way to leave. However, Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't do that. Although he had the support of the space, in the cultivation realm, if you don't have the support of a major force, then it would be very difficult for you to develop. Even the big cities used for trading were nominally controlled by rogue cultivators, but the major forces had their own representatives there. Once they found out that Zhao Hai was going to rise, then they would certainly go all out to suppress him. When the time comes, he would have to fight against several major forces. Zhao Hai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do this. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only stay in the Black Tiger Gang and help Zhang Feng and the others take care of the Black Tiger Gang. Only when the Black Tiger Gang grows stronger would he be able to live freely. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Laura and the others were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't know what happened to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I didn't expect the Black Tiger Gang's situation to be this complicated. It seems like we'll have to endure for a while." Laura and the others nodded. The Black Tiger Gang's situation was indeed more complicated than they expected. This was especially true for the Hu family. It seems like the Hu family was the biggest tumor in the Black Tiger Gang. However, this tumor couldn't be eradicated right now. This was because the experts of the Hu family were also experts of the Black Tiger Gang. If the Hu family was eliminated, then the Black Tiger Gang's strength would be greatly damaged. Most importantly, with Zhang Feng and the Han family's strength, they simply couldn't eradicate this tumor. Moreover, if the Hu family were to be pressured, then they might lead the Wandering Soul Gang to the Black Tiger Gang. When that time comes, the Black Tiger Gang would be in even more trouble. The Black Tiger Gang's situation was a dead end. Moreover, it was a dead end. The Hu family didn't have the ability to deal with Tai Zhantian and the Han family, and the Han family didn't have the means to deal with the Hu family. Although the Hu family and the Wandering Soul Gang were in cahoots, the Hu family also understood that if they helped the Wandering Soul Gang deal with Tai Zhantian and the others, then the Wandering Soul Gang would turn around and deal with them. The Wandering Soul Gang wasn't a benevolent group, they had done a lot of treachery, moreover, they were very good at it. At the same time, Tai Zhantian and the Han clan couldn't do anything to the Hu clan. Therefore, both sides could be said to have reached a kind of balance. Once this balance was broken, no matter which side broke it, the entire Black Tiger Gang would certainly fall into chaos. At that time, there would be internal strife within the gang and external enemies, which would make the Black Tiger Gang very difficult to deal with. Thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but take out a jade sword message. He wrote down the process of his meeting with Han Buili, as well as his request for faith power and Dharma idol cultivation method. After that, he released the jade sword message. This jade sword message was for Zhang Feng. Zhao Hai didn't want to hide this matter from Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng and Zhao Hai got into a conflict because of this, then it wouldn't be good. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also very clear about this. Sometimes, if you owe someone too much, then it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Although Zhao Hai didn't owe Zhang Feng a great favor, he did solve a lot of problems for her. If he didn't ask for anything, then Zhang Feng would become suspicious. Because of this, Zhao Hai specifically asked Zhang Feng to give him the Dharma idol cultivation method and faith power. This way, Zhang Feng wouldn't be suspicious of anything. Moreover, Zhao Hai also told Zhang Feng that Han Buili wanted to help him obtain faith power. He didn't want to hide this matter from Zhang Feng. This was because whether it was Zhang Feng or the Han family, Zhao Hai wasn't very important. At the very least, in Zhang Feng's heart, he wasn't as important as the Han family. If he were to hide this matter from Zhang Feng, then Zhang Feng would be able to find out about it from the Han family. At the same time, Zhao Hai would fall into a situation where he wouldn't be able to play the role of an outsider. It didn't take long before Zhang Feng received Zhao Hai's jade sword message. After seeing the contents of the jade sword message, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare. Then he gently frowned before finally relaxing as he smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect the Han family's nose to be this sharp. Hehe, this is also good. In the future, if the Han family wants to support someone, then they should consider Zhao Hai's existence. I didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to win over the strongest person in the family. Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. Faith power, the Han family wants to win over Zhao Hai. You give me one, I'll give you two." After he said that, Zhang Feng stood up and walked outside. When he arrived outside, he looked at the treasure ship that was suspended in midair. He could have received the ship, but he didn't. This was because he liked this feeling. He liked the feeling of being able to see the ship as soon as he looked up. It made his heart feel at ease. After glancing at the ship, Zhang Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. With a flash of his body, he appeared on the ship. At this time, there were already some people on the ship. Some of them were battle slaves, while some were people from Zhang Feng's sect. Zhang Feng had already set up several transmission formations on the ship that were directly connected to his sect. Many of his subordinates were transferred to the ship. In the future, this ship would be his second place of business. In the past few days, Zhang Feng had been cleaning up the battle slave management office. As long as he was done, he would be able to work on the ship while the battle slave management office would be idle. Zhang Feng's choice wasn't wrong. For example, the 10 great core disciples would use their large artifacts as another office. The things prepared inside would not be any less than their own sect. Moreover, those things wouldn't be taken out. When they needed to use their large artifacts, they could immediately use them. Zhang Feng's large artifacts were very useful. At this time, Zhang Feng was doing this. At this time, his subordinates were moving things onto the ship. Although the ship had been renovated by Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng still needed to prepare a lot of things. For example, he needed to prepare a lot of crystal stones as well as various kinds of pills. Zhang Feng even arranged a refining room and an alchemy room on the ship. Everything was done according to the standards of the sect. When Zhang Feng's subordinates saw him, they immediately greeted him and gave him a salute. Zhang Feng waved his hand, and these people went back to their own business. Only one person didn't leave. This person had a medium build and was very handsome. He held a folding fan in his hand as he stood by Zhang Feng's side. He smiled and said, "Senior brother, why did you come up again? You can't wait for 2 days." Zhang Feng glanced at the person and said, "Don't waste your breath. This time I came up for a proper business. Little Xing, go get some faith power as well as an aspect cultivation method." The person called Little Xing by Zhang Feng was an inner disciple named Hao Xing. However, he wasn't a talented inner disciple. He had participated in the inner sect competition several times, but in the end, he could only wander around in the middle. He couldn't become a core disciple, but he also couldn't become an outer disciple. He could only be regarded as an ordinary cultivator. Of course, other than his handsome appearance. It was precisely because of his handsome appearance that this kid became famous among the inner sect disciples. This was because this kid was particularly good at seducing women. The female disciples of the Black Tiger gang were ruined by him. However, later on, this brat also provoked trouble. When he was seducing a woman, he didn't inquire about the other party's background. He didn't know that this woman was the lover of one of the top 10 core disciples. As a result, after he had sex with that woman told him the truth. But at this time, that woman's lover had already chased after him. This scared him to death, so he immediately ran away. Finally, Zhang Feng saved his life, and he smoothly became Zhang Feng's subordinate. After he became Zhang Feng's subordinate, he developed his own talents. Although this kid usually looked sloppy, he was very skilled in logistics management. He managed Zhang Feng's sect in an orderly manner. How much property Zhang Feng had right now, it was likely that this kid knew better than Zhang Feng. Because of this, Zhang Feng valued him very much. Because of this, Zhao Hai dared to joke with Zhang Feng. Now that he heard that Zhang Feng wanted 2 portions of faith power, he didn't say anything and just nodded. Before long, he took out the things that Zhang Feng wanted. The 2 portions of faith power were actually 2 small jade formation plates. These 2 formation plates were used to store faith power. In the Black Tiger gang, a portion of faith power was equivalent to the prayer power of 100 saints. And these small jade formation plates could store the prayer power of 100 saints. Therefore, they were used as tools to distribute faith power. In addition to the 2 array discs, there was also a jade slip. This jade slip recorded the process of Dharma power cultivation and the things to take note of. Hao Xing handed the jade slip to Zhang Feng and asked, "Senior, who are you giving this to?" Hao Xing was Zhang Feng's confidant. There were a lot of things that Zhang Feng didn't hide from him. However, Zhang Feng didn't tell Hao Xing about Zhao Hai's matter. Although Hao Xing guessed a bit, he wasn't very clear about it. Zhang Feng looked at Hao Xing and said, "Don't ask. I'll tell you later." Then Zhang Feng turned around and left. Hao Xing looked at Zhang Feng's back and said, acting so mysterious, "I don't know what happened to senior brother recently. Is he going through menopause?" He, you don't say, the word I learned from Blind Sun a while ago is really interesting. I didn't expect that this person's personality would change as he gets older. Interesting. Naturally, Zhang Feng didn't know that Hao Xing was talking about him behind his back. He took the faith power and returned to the War Slave Administration office. Then he immediately sat on the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, he disappeared from the transmission formation. In the next moment, he appeared in Invisible Valley. Zhao Hai didn't expect Zhang Feng to personally come to Invisible Valley. When he saw Zhang Feng, he immediately came out of the space and greeted him. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled, "Good kid, you want to learn your law so soon? Alright, your foundation is pretty good. You can learn your law right now. But don't worry, your law isn't something that can be refined in a day. The process of condensing your law needs to be slowly comprehended. Here you go, this is the faith power of two people. This is the cultivation method of your law. Don't worry, take your time to study it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he invited Zhang Feng to sit down in his cave residence. Then he took out several jars of wine and said, "Senior brother, I'll give you these jars of spirit wine. This is a spirit wine that I brewed in the lower realms. Although it doesn't have a lot of spiritual qi, the taste is still good. As the senior brother, you should enjoy it, right?" When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Kid, you have a lot of ideas. Alright, I'll take this wine. But I can't give you too much faith power, I can only give you 2 portions per month. You need to refine these 2 portions and comprehend them well. Once you condense your Dharma idol, I'll give you more faith power." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, thank you senior brother. Brother Han Bewley also said that he'll give you a portion. That way, I'll be able to use faith power. Hehe, I'm more arrogant than the average inner court disciple." Zhang Feng smiled faintly, then he said, "You don't need to make magic artifacts and materials. Instead, make some pills. I don't have many pills on hand. If you have any special pills, make sure to make them. They're very useful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, senior brother can rest assured. I'll focus on making pills in the future." Zhang Feng nodded, then he said, "The Han family can be said to be on the same side as us. You can get in touch with them. However, you should also pay attention to Han Bewley. Although Han Bewley's identity is a secret, if the Hu family pays attention to the Han family, then they might find clues. You should remind them about Han Bewley." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhang Feng stood up and said, "I have too many things to do. Moreover, there are too many people watching me. I can't stay here for too long. I'll take my leave. If there's anything, inform me immediately." Zhao Hai nodded, then Zhang Feng turned around and left. Not long after Zhang Feng left, Han Bewley arrived at the Invisible Valley. Zhao Hai invited Han Bewley to sit down in his cave residence. Han Bewley turned his hand and took out a formation plate. Then he handed it to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this is faith power. As for the Dharma idol cultivation method, I think you already have it, but I didn't give it to you. The Dharma idol cultivation method isn't complicated at all. What kind of Dharma idol you condense is up to you." Zhao Hai nodded and smiled, "Thank you, Brother Han. How do you want me to repay you?" Han Bewley stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't try to coax me. But this time, there's something else I need to talk to you about." Zhao Hai stared, he asked, "What is it?" Han Bewley said, "It's almost time for the extraterritorial adventure. You're just preparing to cultivate your Dharma idol. If you can participate in the extraterritorial adventure, it would be very beneficial to your Dharma idol cultivation." Zhao Hai looked at Han Bewley and said, "Extraterritorial adventure? What is an extraterrestrial adventure?" Han Bewley patted his head, he forgot that Zhao Hai hadn't been in the cultivation realm for a long time, so he didn't know much about the cultivation realm. Therefore, he immediately explained, "The extraterritorial space is a subspace outside of the cultivation realm. But this subspace is very strange. In this subspace, there are some unknown life forms. These life forms have a very powerful ability to imitate. They can imitate the fighting style of the cultivation realm. However, these life forms aren't very strong, so ordinary outer court disciples can deal with them. Because of this, there are a lot of them in the extraterritorial space. Because of this, the cultivation realm's great sects would organize their inner and outer court disciples to enter the extraterritorial space every 5 years for a month. This is especially true for outer court disciples and inner court disciples who want to learn aspect techniques." "Zhao Hai, do you want to get a place?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "The extraterritorial space is a subspace outside of the cultivation realm. It's just that this subspace is very strange. In this subspace, there are some unknown life forms. These life forms have a very powerful ability to imitate. They can even imitate the fighting style of the cultivation realm. However, these life forms aren't very strong, so ordinary outer court disciples can deal with them. Because of this, there are a lot of them in the extraterritorial space. Because of this, the cultivation realm's great sects organize their inner and outer court disciples to enter the extraterritorial space every 5 years. Let's go there and have a look. It'll be very helpful for you to condense your Dharma idol. Zhao Hai stared, then he muttered, I didn't think that there would be such a place in the cultivation realm. It's interesting. Right, Brother Han, what are these life forms that you're talking about? Han Bueli shook his head and said, I don't know, but some seniors gave them a name. They're called slime, it's very appropriate. Slime, hee, I want to see what these slime are. Right, Brother Han, is there only one subspace in the cultivation realm? Of course not. The slime's extraterritorial space is the lowest level. It's used by outer court disciples and those who haven't condensed their Dharma idols yet. I heard that there are higher level extraterritorial spaces. Some of these extraterritorial spaces are as big as the cultivation realm. There are all kinds of monsters inside. Even nascent soul experts wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Zhao Hai stared and said, they're that strong? If I have time, I want to see how long the extraterritorial space adventure will take. Han Bueli calculated the time and said, there's still half a month left. But I think that Zhang Feng should be able to arrange it for you. But if you go, I'm afraid that after you come back, your relationship with Zhang Feng will be noticed. You need to be more careful. Zhao Hai frowned and said, then I might as well not go. The Invisible Valley is much more important than the extraterritorial space adventure. Even if I don't go, I can still condense my Dharma idols. But if I'm transferred to the Invisible Valley, then seeing your brother's loss would be great. When Han Bueli heard this, he couldn't help but stare. At this time, a voice was heard, Little Hai, you must go on this adventure. Not only for you, but also for me. Han Bueli nodded and said, Little Hai, you must go on this adventure. Zhao Hai and Han Bueli stared. They turned their heads and saw Zhang Feng coming in. Zhao Hai quickly stood up and bowed to Zhang Feng, Senior brother, why are you here? I didn't see the transmission formation flash. Zhao Hai knew about Zhang Feng's arrival. Although he didn't see the transmission formation flash, Zhao Hai had always been in control of his territory. Even if a fly flew into the Invisible Valley, it wouldn't be able to hide from Zhao Hai, let alone a living person like Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng's strength was formidable, it wasn't a problem for him to hide from the spiritual force of ordinary cultivators. However, it was impossible for him to hide from the space. Zhao Hai only said those words after knowing that Zhang Feng was here. On the other hand, Zhang Feng didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to discover him. Experts like Zhang Feng had a problem, they were too confident. Zhang Feng was confident that he wouldn't be discovered by Zhao Hai. Because of this, he said those words. After Zhao Hai invited Zhang Feng to sit down, he said, Senior brother, just like Brother Han said, if I go to the outer realm, then you will be in charge. If things go wrong, then our relationship will be exposed. But if those people find out about the Invisible Valley, then the gains won't make up for the losses. It doesn't matter if I, Zhao Hai, reach the Dharma phase realm a few days later, but if we lose the Invisible Valley, then our losses would be too great. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai with appreciation. He was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's selflessness. However, he still said, I'm not letting you go to the outer realm as Zhao Hai. I'm letting you use another identity. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, you can use magic to change your appearance and then use Little Hao's name. When the time comes, Little Hao can hide for a month. I'm afraid that the great clans already know about Little Hao's allegiance to me. Therefore, if you use his identity, nobody would be suspicious. Moreover, to be honest, the great clans don't really care about adventuring in the outer realm. When Zhao Hai heard Zhang Feng, his heart couldn't help but move. It would be a lie to say that the outer realm wasn't attractive to Zhao Hai. Although he had more than 30 Dharma phases, he still wanted more. Moreover, Zhao Hai said that the slime could imitate the attacks of the cultivation realm's sects. Zhao Hai also wanted to use this opportunity to understand the attacks of the other sects. Another thing that Zhao Hai was very interested in was the slime. Han Buili had said more than once that the slime was a type of living creature. Living creatures should be taken into the space in order to increase the number of living creatures in the space. These were the reasons that attracted Zhao Hai. However, if Zhang Feng didn't let him go, then he wouldn't feel that it was a pity. After all, he was now in the cultivation realm. He would slowly learn about the attacks of the cultivation realm in the future. As for the slime, it wasn't as attractive to Zhao Hai as before. After all, the space can now upgrade itself. Although the upgrade speed wasn't fast, it was still enough. Zhao Hai turned to Zhang Feng and said, changing one's appearance isn't difficult. You don't have to worry about the valley. Nobody will come here for a year. As long as I leave a few undead here, I'll be able to look after this place. But this time, I'm afraid Brother Zhang will have to suffer. Zhang Feng waved her hand and said, you don't need to say that. I've already told little Hao, and he's the same. The reason why I came here was to inform you about this matter, and also to take the large artifact that you gave me out for a stroll. Ha ha ha. This time, I came here with the large artifact, so you didn't notice me. Zhao Hai pretended to be enlightened. Then he smiled and said, no wonder. It seems like senior brother has already started using large artifacts. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, since I have something good, then I'll naturally use it. Those guys used to laugh at me for not having a large artifact. Now that I have one, how can I not show it to them? I'll take the large artifact back to the sect and let them have a good look. Little Hai, you need to prepare well. You must participate in this expedition. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhang Feng stood up and said, I can't stay here for too long. I don't want to be found out. If there's something I need to do, I'll come and find you. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhang Feng said goodbye to Han Buili before she turned around and left. After seeing Zhang Feng leave, Han Buili opened his mouth and said, it seems like Zhang Feng really values you. She gave you faith power while she also arranged for you to go to the outer realms. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I really want to go to the outer realms. Alright, let's not talk about this. Actually, there's nothing to prepare for this trip. Let's go in and have a drink. Han Buili shook his head and said, forget it, let's not drink today. We'll drink when we have time. This trip to the outer realms is very important for you. Moreover, you haven't absorbed faith power yet. You can start now, I won't disturb you. As long as you absorb the faith power, this trip will be very beneficial for you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then I won't be polite with you. I won't keep you here this time. Wait for me to return from the outer realms, then we'll have a drink. Then Han Buili nodded before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Han Buili's departing figure and smiled faintly, the outer realms, interesting. I want to see what the outer realms looks like. Then his figure flashed as he entered the space. Laura and the others were waiting for Zhao Hai inside the space. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, go and absorb the faith power. See if it's useful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. The reason why Laura and the others wanted him to absorb the faith power was because they were curious. At this time, Zhao Hai's faith power was useless, so why would he need to absorb the faith power? However, Zhao Hai didn't disappoint them. He took out a jade formation plate and prepared to absorb the faith power. Zhao Hai was curious about the formation disc. The jade formation disc looked very refined, it looked like a work of art. The formation disc wasn't big, only about the size of a palm. It had a hollow design and was very beautiful. At this time, there was a golden light flowing inside the formation disc, it looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai paid attention to the runes on the formation disc. This formation disc was a simplified version of the faith power storage formation. No wonder it could be used like this. Seeing this, Zhao Hai lost his interest. His mind moved as he probed the formation disc with his spiritual force. Before long, he came in contact with a power that he was very familiar with, it was faith power. However, compared to his own faith power, the difference was too big. If the faith power in the formation disc in Zhao Hai's hand was a drop of water, then Zhao Hai's faith power would be an ocean. The two simply couldn't be compared. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he absorbed the faith power into his body. Moreover, there was no reaction at all. The golden light on the formation disk also disappeared, turning it into an ordinary jade formation disk. Zhao Hai wanted to pour his own faith power into the formation disk. However, he discovered that it was useless. His faith power could only be used by himself, he couldn't pour it into the formation disk. Laura and the others were looking at Zhao Hai, wanting to see Zhao Hai's reaction. However, they discovered that Zhao Hai didn't react at all. This made them disappointed. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "This amount of faith power is too little, it's useless to me. Alright, I'll let you absorb the faith power that they give me later. Here are 2 pieces, Kai, Laura, you 2 go first." Zhao Hai's faith power could only be used by himself, Laura and the others can't use it. This had always been Zhao Hai's sore point. Although the Black Tiger Gang's faith power was very little, it was still enough for Laura and the others. Moreover, Zhao Hai wanted to slowly understand the Black Tiger Gang's method of distributing faith power. He wanted to know how the Black Tiger Gang collected faith power and how they gave it to others. If he knew this method, then he could use it to process his faith power in the future. This way, Laura and the others would have faith power to use. Megan and the others didn't oppose, in any case, they would also be able to absorb faith power in the future. It didn't matter who did it first or who did it later. Laura was the elder sister of the group, so letting her absorb the faith power first was just right. As for Kai, she was the one who commanded the space, so letting her absorb the faith power wasn't a problem. Kai and Laura didn't decline. They looked at the formation plate that Zhao Hai handed over and then used their spiritual force to absorb it. Before long, the 2 had absorbed the faith power. However, the 2 didn't have any reaction, they just felt very comfortable. This was also because they lived inside the space. The space didn't have any pollution or toxins. Because of this, the faith power didn't affect their bodies too much. After seeing the 2 finish absorbing the faith power, Zhao Hai said, "In half a month, we'll be leaving for the space. This time, we need to pay attention to the environment. I'm very curious, is the cultivation realm a boundless continent?" "I don't believe it." Laura and the others nodded. They had seen the boundless universe, but they didn't believe that the cultivation realm was a boundless continent. In their opinion, this was impossible. Because of this, they were very curious about the outer space. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "In the next few days, we don't need to do too much work. Take a good rest. I believe that once we reach the space, we'll be busy. Moreover, it's not only the Black Tiger Gang that will be going, the entire cultivation realm will also send some young experts. This way, we can see the strength of the cultivation realm's sex." Laura smiled and said, "The cultivation realm will send people from the 9 continents. When the time comes, I'm afraid that fighting would be inevitable. We can also take this opportunity to see how the cultivation realm's sex attack." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, our understanding of the cultivation realm is still too little. We can take advantage of this opportunity to understand it." Putting aside Zhao Hai's cultivation inside the space, let's talk about Zhang Feng. This time, Zhang Feng returned to the Black Tiger Mountain with his ship. In fact, he wanted the Black Tiger Gang to know that he, Zhang Feng, also had a large artifact. Moreover, it wasn't given to him by the gang, he obtained it himself. Zhang Feng's popularity in the Black Tiger Gang wasn't low. After all, he was someone who could openly challenge the 10 core disciples. This made the ordinary members of the Black Tiger Gang admire Zhang Feng. However, the 10 core disciples were equipped with large artifacts while Zhang Feng didn't. Although Zhang Feng opened his own sect, in the eyes of these people, Zhang Feng's strength was still lacking compared to the 10 core disciples. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Feng was so obsessed with large artifacts. But now, Zhang Feng also had her own large artifact. Moreover, she had obtained it herself, so the significance was completely different. There's no mistake, the 10 core disciples were treated differently by the gang. Although they were given tiger ships, this was the custom of the gang. They were just taking advantage of their status. Zhang Feng's strength was the same as the 10 core disciples. However, he didn't want to enter the circle of core disciples. Therefore, he wasn't given a tiger ship. But now, Zhang Feng had obtained a large artifact. What did this mean? This meant that Zhang Feng's strength had most likely surpassed the top 10 core disciples. This made Zhang Feng's prestige among the lower and middle-level disciples once again increased. In fact, not only the lower disciples, even the inner disciples had to reconsider their position in Zhang Feng's heart. In the past, Zhang Feng had roped in and trained a lot of inner disciples. However, because those inner disciples wanted to become core disciples, they wanted to get more cultivation materials. Therefore, most of them eventually turned to the 10 core disciples. Among them, Jin Jingyin was the representative of this. So later on, Zhang Feng roped in some ordinary inner sect disciples, just like Hao Xing. Their strength was good, but among the inner sect disciples, they could only be regarded as good. If they wanted to become a core disciple, it would be almost impossible. So Zhang Feng roped in a lot of such disciples. As for the core disciples, the number of people that Zhang Feng was able to rope in was a lot less. The core disciple circle was almost the world of the top 10 core disciples. Those ordinary core disciples had already sided with the top 10 core disciples. Even if Zhang Feng wanted to rope them in, she was unable to do so. Speaking of this, it was because of Zhang Feng's identity. The core disciples' identity was higher than the inner disciples. Even if Zhang Feng had the strength to stand on equal footing with the 10 core disciples, but in the eyes of the core disciples, relying on an inner disciple with the status of a core disciple was somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, those core disciples also didn't believe in Zhang Feng's strength. A large artifact often represented the strength of a person. Although the 10 core disciples' large artifacts were distributed by the core disciples, but the core disciples couldn't take them back. As long as the 10 core disciples were in power, the large artifacts were theirs. And the battle strength of a large artifact was higher than 10 cultivators, or even 100 cultivators. This was a kind of deterrence. Large artifacts were Zhang Feng's weakness. Now that Zhang Feng had his own large artifact, Zhang Feng's strength was immediately different from before. Those core disciples who had turned to Zhang Feng were naturally very happy. However, they only heard that Zhang Feng had a large artifact, but they didn't know what it was like. Some people didn't even believe that Zhang Feng had a large artifact. So this time, Zhang Feng drove his large artifact back to the Black Tiger Mountain. He wanted everyone to see that Zhang Feng indeed had a large artifact. Zhang Feng stood at the bow of the treasure ship and looked at the slowly approaching Black Tiger Mountain. His heart was bursting with excitement. For many years, because he didn't have a large artifact, Zhang Feng had always been suppressed by the 10 core disciples. Now, he wanted to see what the 10 core disciples would use to suppress him. Hao Xing stood beside Zhang Feng and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, we will soon enter the Black Tiger Mountain. Where do you think we should land?" Zhang Feng said in a deep voice, "Let's return to the sect first. We'll stop the treasure ship there and let everyone see. I want to go to Marshal Uncle's place." Hao Xing nodded and didn't say anything. Just at this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly felt a black dot rapidly approaching. Zhang Feng was startled. She focused her gaze and saw that the black dot was slowly growing larger. It was a tiger ship. Moreover, Zhang Feng recognized this tiger ship. It was Sima Yinlong's ship. Zhang Feng stared, then a strange smile appeared on his face as he said, "Sima Yinlong, he actually came. What does he want to do? Does he want to fight with me and destroy my large artifact? Little Xing, go prepare and open the crystal room. I want to see if Sima Yinlong dares to go all out against me." Hao Xing nodded and then immediately turned around to leave. At this point, Hao Xing couldn't help but admire Zhang Feng. If he was in Zhang Feng's position, then once he obtains a large artifact, he would immediately return to the sect and show it off. However, Zhang Feng didn't do this. Instead, he had people board the large artifact outside as well as the materials used on the large artifact. He also had them familiarize themselves with the large artifact's operation. Moreover, because the attack of the large artifact was very simple, it only needed to collide. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for these people to use the large artifact to fight. At this time, Zhang Feng led them back to the sect. If they weren't prepared, then Sima Yinlong's sudden appearance might have caught them off guard. But now, they weren't afraid. Sima Yinlong was at the eye of the tiger ship. There were two huge halls at the eye of the tiger ship. The eyes were made of red crystals and had very strong defensive capabilities. Moreover, it allowed people to see the scenery outside. Sima Yinlong was standing there as he looked at the approaching treasure ship. He knew that Zhang Feng had come back today. He wanted to see what Zhang Feng's large artifact looked like. He was really curious. At the same time, he wanted to give Zhang Feng a show of strength. He wanted Zhang Feng to understand that the large artifact she had was far inferior to the tiger ship. In other words, Sima Yinlong came today to slap Zhang Feng's face. Jin Jingyin stood behind Sima Yinlong. His expression was complicated as he looked at the approaching treasure ship. He could already see Zhang Feng standing at the bow of the ship. Jin Jingyin didn't think that Zhang Feng would be able to obtain a large artifact with his own strength. When he left Zhang Feng, he thought that Zhang Feng wouldn't be able to compete with the 10 core disciples. But now, it seems like Zhang Feng wasn't any worse than the 10 core disciples. Moreover, he was slowly catching up with the 10 core disciples. This was something he didn't expect. Because of this, Jin Jingyin's mood was very complicated. After all, he betrayed Zhang Feng. Now that he saw Zhang Feng becoming more and more glorious, his mood naturally wouldn't be good. Although Zhang Feng had Hao Xing and the others prepare, he didn't immediately attack Sima Yinlong. He wanted to see what Sima Yinlong wanted to do. Moreover, he was very confident in the treasure ship. In fact, Zhang Feng was already very surprised when he was experimenting with the ship. This was because this huge ship was much more flexible than he expected. Not only could it advance and retreat in the shortest amount of time, it could even move left and right and turn around on the spot. Its function was very powerful. It was precisely because of this that although the attack of the treasure ship was very simple, Zhang Feng was very confident in the treasure ship. He believed that with the treasure ship's strength, even if it faced the tiger ship, it wouldn't necessarily suffer a big loss. Moreover, Zhang Feng had tested the speed of the treasure ship. The treasure ship was very fast. Even the tiger ship couldn't compare to the treasure ship in terms of speed. Therefore, he wasn't worried. A battle between large artifacts was different from a small artifact. A small artifact was controlled by a single person. As long as you used it well, you would be able to control it like an extension of your arm, and the changes would be endless. However, large artifacts were different. Generally, large artifacts weren't controlled by a single person. This meant that his attacks couldn't be too complicated. Too complicated attacks would only slow down the speed of the attack. In that case, not only would he not be able to attack the enemy, he would also become more passive. Therefore, the attacks of large artifacts were generally very simple. For example, a large artifact like a treasure ship that only had one method of attack was not strange at all. The treasure ship slowly slowed down. When Sima Yinlong saw Zhang Feng's appearance, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a strange smile as he said, "What? You want to show off?" "That's not what I'm thinking. That's why I'm giving the order. Speed up. Tiger Pounce." Tiger Pounce was one of the tiger boat's attacking methods. When using this move, the tiger boat would accelerate, jump up, and then fall down. The main attacking power was the 2 front claws. Jin Jingyin complied and immediately took out a jade sword to pass down the order. Zhang Feng originally wanted to chat with Sima Yinlong. He thought that even if Sima Yinlong wanted to fight with him, he would at least say a few words. After all, this was the Black Tiger Gang, and both of them were well-known figures. How could they not say a few words? But he didn't expect that Sima Yinlong would actually not play according to the rules. Although Zhang Feng didn't have a tiger boat, he was still very familiar with it. Don't forget that his martial uncle was the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, he had the right to use the tiger boat. Zhang Feng was also on the tiger boat. He had seen the tiger boat fight, so he was very familiar with the movements of the tiger boat. When he saw the tiger boat suddenly accelerate and raise its front claws, he knew that Sima Yinlong was about to attack. Zhang Feng immediately shouted, "Dodge to the left. Wait for him to fall, then dodge to the right and give him a fierce blow." At this time, the speed of the treasure ship wasn't fast. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already thought about this. In order to make it easier for Zhang Feng to command the ship, he gave Zhang Feng some metal plates. These metal plates could only be used on the ship. While on the ship, Zhang Feng could use the metal plate in his hand to give an order to anyone who had the same metal plate. That person would immediately receive the order. It was like a communication device. There were a lot of these metal plates. Even if the ship was full of people, there would still be enough metal plates. Because of this, Zhang Feng didn't need to be like Sima Yinlong. He didn't need to use jade sword messages to give orders. Following Zhang Feng's order, the treasured ship, with a degree of agility that was completely different from its enormous body, lightly dodged to the left, perfectly dodging the tiger ship's pounce. Sima Yinlong didn't expect Zhang Feng to be this nimble. While he was in a daze, the treasure ship approached once again. Rather than saying that it was approaching, it was better to say that it was ramming. The treasure ship used its right side to hit the tiger ship. Boom! The two large magic tools collided in midair. One side was intentional, the other side was unintentional. The tiger ship was unexpectedly hit by the treasured ship, and only then did it regain its balance. However, Zhang Feng didn't take this opportunity to attack. Instead, he looked at the tiger boat and laughed. Sima Yinlong, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't be playing with you. Let's have a good competition some other day. Then the tiger boat accelerated and disappeared. On the other hand, Sima Yinlong stood on the tiger boat with an ugly expression. He didn't think that the tiger boat would have this much spiritual energy. It was actually able to make these movements in such a short time. This was truly beyond his expectations. Sima Yinlong discovered that he had underestimated Zhang Feng's large artifact. He didn't know where Zhang Feng got his large artifact from, but it was impossible for it to compare to the tiger boat made by the Black Tiger Gang. But now, he discovered that he was wrong. It seems like Zhang Feng's large artifact wasn't any worse than the Black Tiger Gang's large artifacts. Looking at the departing tiger boat, Sima Yinlong's expression became dignified. He said to Jin Jingyin, it seems like Zhang Feng has really matured. Let's go back. Jin Jingyin nodded. He didn't let Sima Yinlong see the complex expression in his eyes. The brief confrontation between the two large artifacts was also seen by some inner and core disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. When they knew that Zhang Feng was bringing a large artifact back, these inner and core disciples were paying attention to Zhang Feng's movements. They also knew that the 10 core disciples wouldn't let Zhang Feng return to the sect so smoothly. Because of this, they were waiting for a good show. At the same time, they also wanted to see the level of Zhang Feng's large artifacts. Although the confrontation between the tiger boat and the treasure boat was very brief, these people were still able to see it. To be honest, these people weren't very optimistic about Zhang Feng's treasure boat. But now, they changed their minds. Whether it was the inner court disciples or the core disciples, they weren't idiots. They had seen a few battles between large artifacts, and the speed of the treasure ship's movements was definitely higher than that of an ordinary large artifact. Although Sima Yinlong might have underestimated his opponent, it was undeniable that the battle prowess of the treasure ship wasn't ordinary. At this time, the inner and core disciples had to re-evaluate Zhang Feng's large artifact. A lot of people who weren't appreciated by the inner disciples were slowly leaning towards Zhang Feng. The top 10 core disciples didn't just accept anyone as their disciple. They were very strict in selecting disciples. They needed to be very strong and also had potential. Therefore, many inner disciples wanted to become a core disciple's subordinate, but it was impossible for them to do so. However, Zhang Feng didn't care too much about this. This was because his status wasn't as good as the 10 core disciples. If he were to be picky, then he wouldn't be able to recruit anyone. Because of this, Zhang Feng wasn't very picky. However, some inner disciples still wanted to rely on the core disciples. Some of them didn't care about Zhang Feng's recruitment and even refused. But after seeing the treasure boat, they changed their minds. In the cultivation world, strength was everything. After Zhang Feng obtained a large artifact, it meant that his strength would increase by a lot. At that time, even if he was still an inner disciple, his status would still be the same as a core disciple. Moreover, Zhang Feng had a martial uncle who was a gang leader. Zhang Feng would be able to compete with the other core disciples. Zhang Feng naturally knew that a lot of people were looking at him. This was the effect he wanted. Sima Yinlong wanted to give him face, but he didn't expect that Zhang Feng would give him face. This made Zhang Feng very happy. Before long, Zhang Feng returned to the Black Dragon Gang's mountain gate. After arriving at the gate, he immediately stopped the treasure boat at the square in front of the gate. This kind of square was generally used to park large artifacts. Zhang Feng didn't have a large artifact before, but when he was building the mountain gate, he still built a square. This was because he believed that one day, he would have a large artifact. However, Zhang Feng didn't think that this day would come so quickly. After the treasure boat stopped, Zhang Feng turned his head to Hao Xing and said, "Little Xing, you arrange for everyone to rest. I'm going to see the gang leader. If someone comes looking for me, tell them that I'm going to see the gang leader. If they want to see the large artifact, then let them do so. Aside from my floor and the power floor, they can visit the other floors." Hao Xing nodded. Then Zhang Feng came down from the large artifact and took the transmission formation to Tai Zhantian's place. He wanted to discuss with Tai Zhantian about sending Zhao Hai to the outer realm. When Zhang Feng appeared in Tai Zhantian's study, Tai Zhantian was fiddling with a jade slip. The jade slip was a piece of information, and the content of the information was the brief exchange between Zhang Feng and Sima Yinlong. Seeing Zhang Feng arrive, Tai Zhantian nodded and said, "You're here. Sit down. Did you fight with Sima Yinlong? How did it feel? If you really used a large artifact to fight, what would the outcome be?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Both sides would suffer. However, my treasure boat would be able to restore its fighting strength very quickly. On the other hand, it wouldn't be able to." Tai Zhantian's interest was piqued as he asked, "What happened?" Zhang Fengwei smiled and said, "Because my treasure ship is assembled together, I can dismantle the damaged parts in the shortest amount of time and replace them with the good parts. This way, my large spiritual tool can recover its combat power in the shortest amount of time. As for the tiger ship, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to repair it, right?" Tai Zhantian nodded. As the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, he was very clear about the characteristics of the tiger boat. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then it would be impossible to repair the tiger boat in a short time. However, Zhang Feng's large artifact could be repaired in a short time. Such a gap was very fatal. Tai Zhantian was very happy for Zhang Feng. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "What did you come here for?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "In half a month, the Outer Realm adventure will begin. I want a spot." Tai Zhantian didn't even ask, he just nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you one. However, you have to be careful. Those people won't just let you cause trouble. Also, you have to make good use of this opportunity. The fight between you and Sima Yinlong was seen by a lot of people. You can use this opportunity to win some people over, but you have to find some people you can trust." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Martial uncle, rest assured. I know what to do." Tai Zhantian nodded, then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "You've been in the limelight recently. I heard that the Hu clan is preparing to deal with some of your subordinates. You have to pay more attention. When your subordinates go out, don't act alone. Otherwise, they might be in danger." Zhang Feng nodded, then he gave Tai Zhantian a salute before he turned around and left. After returning to the sect, Zhang Feng immediately returned to his immortal cave. Then he went to his room and sat down. He wanted to calm his heart, he was too excited. Today's fight with Sima Yinlong allowed Zhang Feng to understand the strength of the treasure ship. This made him even more grateful to Zhao Hai. At the same time, he also attached more importance to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai only used a short period of time to refine a large artifact that wasn't inferior to the tiger ship. What kind of strength was this? If Zhao Hai was given more time, then even more large artifacts would appear. Just thinking about the sky filled with large artifacts made Zhang Feng's heart unable to calm down. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Feng finally calmed down. He knew that he was taking things for granted. Although large artifacts were good, small artifacts were the mainstream. But no matter what, Zhang Feng still felt that he was very lucky to have met Zhao Hai. Moreover, he was able to smoothly recruit Zhao Hai. Zhang Feng always thought that this was the best decision he had made in all these years. The matter of the foreign adventuring had already been resolved. He wasn't worried about Zhao Hai's safety at all. Although he only saw Zhao Hai fight once, Zhang Feng believed that the outer disciples of the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be a match for Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's current strength, it was absolutely appropriate for him to go to the foreign battlefield. Most importantly, he also gave Zhao Hai faith power. As long as he had faith power, Zhang Feng believed that Zhao Hai would be able to safely return from the foreign battlefield. At this time, Zhang Feng had decided to focus on training Zhao Hai. Although several of the people he trained before had betrayed him, he was still willing to make an exception for Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was worth it. While Zhang Feng was thinking about these things in his room, the entire Black Tiger gang was in an uproar. This time, it was even more sensational than when Zhang Feng obtained a large artifact. After all, nobody had seen Zhang Feng's large artifact, nor did they know what kind of large artifact it was. However, everyone believed that Zhang Feng's large artifact couldn't be stronger than the tiger ship. But today, Zhang Feng's performance made them understand that his large artifact wasn't to be trifled with. Half a month passed by in a blink of an eye. During this time, Zhao Hai was very calm. He received a jade sword from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng told him that the quota for the expedition to the Outer Realm had been determined, and that he didn't need to worry about it. Zhao Hai didn't have anything to worry about. He didn't need to go to the Outer Realm. He only needed to go because he was curious, so he wouldn't suffer too much loss. On the other hand, Zhang Feng's movements in the past half a month made Zhao Hai pay attention to him. In this half a month, Zhang Feng's movements were very big. He actually recruited several hundred inner disciples, as well as more than 1,000 outer disciples. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Why was Zhang Feng expanding his influence so crazily? Zhao Hai couldn't understand. This kind of expansion would certainly create a situation where both the good and the bad were mixed together. This would be very detrimental to his future development. However, Zhao Hai couldn't say anything about this. He also knew that among the people that Zhang Feng recruited, there were a lot of people who came to Zhang Feng themselves. As long as he investigated these people, Zhang Feng wouldn't refuse them. This was because Zhang Feng was now ushering in a rare period of development. If he kept too many people at the door, then it would give people the impression that he was putting on airs. In the future, it wouldn't be easy for him to recruit people. Zhang Feng had his own ideas. Zhao Hai didn't want to ask too much. Although he was valued by Zhang Feng only valued his ability to decompose and synthesize. As for his other abilities, Zhang Feng didn't know much about them. If Zhao Hai were to participate in Zhang Feng's actions, then he would feel like a guest trying to steal the limelight. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have any comments on this matter, nor did he try to persuade Zhang Feng. On the day of departure, Zhao Hai wasn't the only person from the Black Tiger gang that was going to the Outer Realm. There were also 9 outer disciples and 5 new inner disciples. The 9 outer disciples were the best among the outer disciples. They were all qualified to enter the inner sect. As for the 5 new inner disciples, they had already begun to absorb the power of faith and were preparing to condense their Dharma idol. After Zhao received the news, he immediately transformed himself into Zhang Hao. Then he went to Zhang Feng's sect. Zhao Hai wanted to disguise himself as someone else, but it was too easy. Because of this, he could easily disguise himself as anyone, even more so than Han Buili. Zhang Feng was also ready. The real Zhang Hao was hiding in the large artifact. He knew that he wasn't strong enough. If he really went to the Outer Realm, he would die. The most terrifying enemy wasn't the slime, but the cultivators of the other sections. In the cultivation world, cultivators from different sects would take into account each other's sections. Sometimes, there would be no conflict. However, this was different in the Outer Realm. In the Outer Realm, everyone would become your enemy, even if they were from the same sect. There were 2 reasons for this situation. The first was greed. No matter which sect they were from, or even if they were from the same sect, they all wanted to snatch the things that belonged to the other party and make them their own. However, in the Outer Realm, no one cared about them. There, they could attack anyone they wanted, even if they were from the same sect. The second reason was because of the slime. Not only could the slime defend against other people's attacks, but it could also transform into anyone's appearance. For example, the people around you were actually transformed by the slime. Therefore, when you went to the Outer Realm, you couldn't trust anyone. Because of this, the Outer Realm was very dangerous. If you didn't have some skills, then you shouldn't go. Zhang Hao admitted that he didn't have the qualifications. To be honest, Zhang Hao was very clear about his identity. Although he was a native of the cultivation realm and wasn't a war slave, his position in Zhang Feng's heart was far worse than Zhao Hai's. This was especially true after Zhao Hai gave Zhang Feng a large artifact. Even if Zhang Hao flattered Zhao Hai, he still couldn't catch up to Zhao Hai's position in her heart. Because of this, Zhang Hao didn't have any opinion about Zhang Feng's arrangement to have Zhao Hai take his identity and go to the outer realm. He didn't dare to have any opinion. When Zhao Hai appeared in Zhang Feng's sect with Zhang Hao's appearance, Zhang Feng was already waiting for him. Zhang Feng knew that the real Zhang Hao was on the large artifact. But when he saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel a bit uncertain. This was because after changing his appearance, Zhao Hai looked very much like Zhang Mo. Even his temperament and eyes were the same. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hao, is that you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, senior brother. I'm going to participate in the Outer Realm adventure." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng understood that this was indeed Zhao Hai's decision. He looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and didn't know what to say. He discovered that Zhao Hai was like a mystery. You don't know how many surprises are waiting for you. However, Zhang Feng didn't waste time. He nodded and then pointed at the transmission formation and said, "Go through this transmission formation and head to the sect. Then the sect's elders will take you to the realm gate. Remember, don't trust anyone in the outer realm. As long as someone dares to approach you, whether it's a sect member or an outer disciple, don't be polite, just kill them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked towards the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, he disappeared from Zhang Feng's sect. Zhang Feng looked at the transmission formation and muttered, "I hope you can come back safely." To be honest, Zhang Feng didn't want Zhao Hai to go to the outer realm. This was because he was afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai. If something happened to Zhao Hai, then his loss would be too great. However, he also knew that if he kept stopping Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would have a negative reaction towards him. For a cultivator, the most important thing was to increase their strength. Everything else was fake. Adventuring in the outer realm was an opportunity. If he stopped Zhang Feng, then Zhao Hai wouldn't go. However, he would have a grudge against him, which wouldn't be good. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai appeared in a transmission formation. This was a very large transmission formation. From time to time, cultivators would come and go. With Zhao Hai's current appearance, one could see that he was an ordinary disciple of the Black Tiger gang. Naturally, no one paid attention to him. Zhao Hai looked around. Not far away, there was a sign with the words "Gathering Point for Adventuring in the Outer Realm" written on it. It was very simple. At this time, there were several cultivators standing there. One of them was a golden core expert. He didn't look young, so he should be the leader of the elders. The other cultivators were all spirit refinement stage cultivators. None of them had reached the transcendence stage. It seems like the Black Tiger gang wasn't very interested in this trial. They only sent a golden core elder to lead the team. In fact, Zhao Hai's guess was right. The Black Tiger gang wasn't very interested in this trial. This was because the disciples of the big clans and the geniuses would be heavily nurtured by the gang. They wouldn't let them participate in this trial. First, it was because it was too dangerous. Second, it was because the rewards were too little. Therefore, those who participated in the outer realm adventuring were those who had a little bit of potential. However, their potential wasn't very high. They were also those who wanted to break through to the transcendence stage. These people weren't very common in the gang. Naturally, they wouldn't be valued too much. It could be said that the great clans didn't want to go adventuring in the outer realms, and the low-level cultivators couldn't even touch such an existence. Everyone who went adventuring in the outer realms had some connections in the sect, but these connections weren't strong enough. How could the sect send an expert to lead such people? Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He slowly walked towards the meeting point and then bowed to the elder and said, "I've seen the elder. Zhang Hao is here to report." The elder looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "All right, let's wait for a while. There are still 2 people who haven't arrived yet. We'll set off together." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he quietly stood to the side. He discovered that the surrounding cultivators were looking at him with strange expressions. Some of them even had killing intent in their eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the people who had killing intent in their eyes. He knew that these people were sent by the other core disciples to deal with him. His current identity was Zhang Hao, Zhang Feng's subordinate. Recently, Zhang Feng had been in the limelight because of her large artifacts. Naturally, the core disciples would do everything they could to attack her. And now, Zhao Hai had become the target of these core disciples. As for why the other cultivators were looking at him with strange expressions, Zhao Hai could already guess the reason. The problem was Zhang Feng. Zhang Hao was one of Zhang Feng's subordinates. At this point, almost everyone in the Black Tiger gang knew that Zhang Hao was Zhang Feng's subordinate. One must know that there were a lot of people in the Black Tiger gang who wanted to become Zhang Feng's subordinate. Therefore, when the core disciples heard that Zhao Hai was Zhang Hao, they naturally had strange thoughts. At this time, an outer disciple arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen senior brother Zhang Hao. Senior brother, for this adventure to the outer realm, how about we form a team?" Zhao Hai looked at this outer disciple. He knew what this person was thinking. This person wanted to find Zhang Feng through Zhao Hai and become her disciple. Zhao Hai didn't refuse. He smiled faintly and said, "All right. I heard that the outer realm is very dangerous. If we form a team, we can increase our chances of success." When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother, I'm called Yanwen. I hope that senior brother will take care of me in the future." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Junior brother is too polite. Once we're in the outer realm, we should take care of each other. I can see that junior brother is stronger than me. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll need you to take care of me." Yanwen quickly said, No, senior brother is too polite." While the two were happily chatting, the cultivators who were looking at Zhao Hai with killing intent coldly snorted. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, but he didn't say anything. Yanwen moved closer to Zhao Hai and whispered, "Senior brother, you have to be careful of those guys. I think they have bad intentions." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. However, the killing intent in his eyes disappeared. Zhao Hai's killing intent wasn't directed at those people, but at Yanwen. The reason why Zhao Hai revealed his killing intent towards Yanwen was because in Zhao Hai's opinion, Yanwen was much more despicable than the other cultivators who wanted to deal with him. Although Yanwen didn't look at him with killing intent like the other cultivators, Zhao Hai could see that Yanwen's hostility towards him wasn't any less than the other cultivators. In other words, Yanwen didn't approach him with good intentions. He didn't want to join Zhang Feng's forces, he wanted to kill him and then frame him. One had to admit that Yanwen was very good at acting. However, he met Zhao Hai who was even better at it. Zhao Hai already knew about Yanwen's hostility towards him, but he was just acting with Yanwen. Now that Yanwen was telling him to be careful of those people, Zhao Hai knew that Yanwen wanted to use this method to get closer to him so that he wouldn't suspect him. When the time comes, Zhao Hai could use this opportunity to stab Yanwen in the back. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, two cultivators came over. These two cultivators had higher cultivation compared to the others. Zhao Hai knew that these two cultivators were inner court disciples, although they hadn't been in the inner court for a long time. When the elder saw the two arrive, he said, "Everyone is here." Zhao Hai looked at the two cultivators. The two cultivators looked at Zhao Hai with arrogance. It was obvious that they didn't put Zhao Hai and the others in their eyes. However, the two cultivators looked at Zhao Hai with hostility. When Zhao Hai saw this, he understood that two more enemies had arrived. In any case, he already had several enemies, so it didn't matter if there were two more. He followed the elders to a transmission formation. Everyone entered the formation while Yanwen followed closely behind him. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai discovered that they had appeared on a mountain. This mountain wasn't very high. Looking down, it should be around 3,000 meters above sea level. However, this mountain was very steep, it was almost cylindrical. The top of the mountain was very flat, it had a radius of about 10 mu. At this time, a lot of cultivators had appeared on the top of the mountain. These cultivators were leading a group of people as they stood there without moving. In the middle of the mountain, there was a huge stone gate. This stone gate was about 1 kilometer tall and 500 meters wide. At first glance, one could see that it was made with magic power. There were all kinds of beasts carved on the stone gate. It looked very beautiful. At the top of the stone gate, there were 2 words engraved, Realm Gate. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the cultivators from the other sects. The strength of these cultivators was about the same as the cultivators sent by the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, their numbers were about the same, they didn't exceed 15 people. The elder looked around, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "When the Heaven Realm Gate opens, you must use your fastest speed to enter the void. Remember, after entering the void, everyone will be your enemy. If you want to come back alive, then don't be polite." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Then he didn't say anything else. The cultivators from the Black Tiger Gang looked at each other, they unconsciously widened the distance between them. At this time, Yanwen went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Senior brother, this time, the 2 of us must move together. This way, our chances of coming back alive will be higher." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Junior brother is right. This time, we must move together. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be hard for us to come back alive." The elder clearly heard what the 2 said. He glanced at the 2 but didn't say anything. In the elder's opinion, Zhao Hai was dead for sure. Since he believed Yan Wen's words so easily, it would be hard for him to not die. Zhao Hai also felt the elder's gaze, but he didn't move. He stood there and calmly looked at the realm gate. At this time, the transmission formation flashed with white light from time to time. It was clear that people from other sects had arrived. However, no one went to greet the other sects. Even if 2 sects were familiar with each other, they would just cup their hands and greet each other from afar. Time passed little by little. 2 hours later, almost all the teleportation portals were filled with people. Looking around, the area within a radius of 10 mu was already filled with people. Everyone was looking at the portal. After another hour, Zhao Hai felt the wind on the mountain getting stronger and stronger. Then the sky was covered with dark clouds. The realm gate was completely covered by dark clouds. Then he heard a cracking sound. A flash of light struck the middle of the realm gate. The dark clouds in the middle of the realm gate churned as a crack slowly appeared. This crack was very small at first, it was only a meter long. But then the crack became bigger and bigger. In the end, the crack was as big as the stone gate. Then the crack slowly split open from the middle. Finally, the stone gate turned into a large black hole. Seeing the large hole appear, the leading elder immediately said, "Move out." Everyone immediately moved. They desperately rushed towards the hole. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he followed the group and slowly flew towards the cave entrance. He also knew about the rules of the foreign realm trials. The cave entrance would exist for a month, not more, not less. During this month, cultivators could freely enter and exit the cave. However, slime bugs couldn't come out of the cave. Because of this, cultivators called it the realm gate. The reason why the cultivators wanted to go in first was because they were afraid that they would be ambushed by the people who went in first. Everyone rushed to go in first, not because they were afraid that the hole would be sealed. Yanwen anxiously followed Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, let's hurry up. The longer we stay behind, the greater the chance of being ambushed." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Even if we go now, we might not be able to go in. It's better not to rush. After everyone goes in, we'll wait. Those cultivators can't keep guarding the hole, right?" Hearing Zhao Hai say this, Yanwen really wanted to rush in first. But when he thought about how it wasn't easy for him to gain Zhang Hao's trust, Yanwen gave up on the idea of going in first. Zhao Hai and Yanwen leisurely flew towards the realm gate. The other cultivators were scrambling to follow them. Fortunately, the realm gate was big enough, otherwise, they would have been squeezed. Although the realm gate was a bit crowded, they could still pass through smoothly. Moreover, although the realm gate was very crowded, no one made a move. Clearly, these cultivators knew the rules. This cylindrical mountain was called Realm Gate Mountain. The realm gate at the top of the mountain opened once every 5 years. The cultivation world sects could send 15 or less disciples in to train. In the outer realm, you can fight however you want. But in the Realm Gate Mountain, you're not allowed to fight. Whoever dares to fight will be dealt with by the elders of your sect. Soon, all the cultivators who came to the Realm Gate mountain rushed into the Realm Gate. Only Zhao Hai and Yan stayed behind. The elders looked at Zhao Hai and Yan with a trace of surprise in their eyes. They didn't understand why Zhao Hai and Yan were so calm. Looking at the empty Realm Gate mountain, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go in." Yan felt a burst of bitterness in his heart. He felt that his plan was a bit wrong. Now, even if he enters the outer space and kills Zhao Hai, he would only be able to come out as fast as possible. This trial could be considered a waste of time. Thinking of this, his hatred for Zhao Hai grew. However, he didn't show it. He just nodded and followed Zhao Hai into the outer realm. As soon as they entered the outer realm, Zhao Hai and Yan were stunned. They thought that the outer realm would be pitch black or a desert filled with all kinds of dangers. However, after entering, they realized that they were wrong. This extraterritorial space wasn't spacious at all. Instead, it could be described as a place filled with the fragrance of flowers. There were some towering trees everywhere. A small river was quietly flowing in the distance. A mountain was faintly visible in the distance. Everything looked so beautiful. While Yan was still in shock, he suddenly felt pain in his chest. Yan stared. Then he stopped and saw a sword tip on his chest. Blood was flowing out from the tip of the sword. Yan turned his head and saw Zhao Hai looking at him with a smile. Yan couldn't help but spit out blood. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You approached me to kill me." "Hee, I just made the first move." "Why? Do you really think that I believe you?" "I believe that you want to rely on eldest senior brother, so you approached me." "Brat, you're still too inexperienced. You think you can hide from my eyes?" "I think you want to kill me and then use our previous relationship to sneak into eldest senior brother's side as a spy for someone else." Yan looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. This was because Zhao Hai was right. Yan had such a plan. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to see through him. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a flying sword flew out from Yan chest. Yan blood was like a flood that had been opened. Yan eyes turned sharp. He knew that he was dead. His heart had been pierced by Zhao Hai's sword. However, cultivators had a strong vitality, so he still had the strength to attack. Just as Yan was about to deal the final blow to Zhao Hai, he discovered that Zhao Hai's palm had landed on his head. Although it didn't seem to be heavy, Yan felt a strong force rushing into his body. The last trace of spiritual energy that he had was scattered. Yan's eyes rolled back as he fell backwards. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent Yan to the space, turning him into an undead. Just as he sent Yan to the space, he heard a clapping sound. Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the sound. It was the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators who were hostile to Zhao Hai. At this time, these cultivators had already surrounded Zhao Hai. They even stood between Zhao Hai and the Realm Gate. It was obvious that they were prepared to kill Zhao Hai. Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, one of the cultivators said to Zhao Hai, "Vicious and merciless. You're worthy of being chosen by Zhang Feng. Unfortunately, you must die today." End of chapter 1692. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.